Sword Spirit Chapter 304 to Chapter 356. Kong Wenbin's Ice Soul Sword mantra was similar to Lu Xian's Lightning Sword technique. Lu Xian's Lightning Sword technique's eighth form was the accumulation of all the sword force from the first 7 forms. The Ice Soul Sword mantra, on the other hand, was the condensation of all the ice elemental energy accumulated from the first few forms to form the strongest move, Ice Soul Condensation. Lu Xian only felt a strong sense of oppression in the face of such a huge amount of ice elemental force. If it was any other ordinary warrior, they might not even be able to move under Kong Wenbin's attack and could only take it head-on. However, Lu Xian was not an ordinary person. He had the peak mid-stage sword intent and the Azure Dragon bloodline. Unless there was a huge difference in strength, it was impossible to suppress him. The sword intent and bloodline power burst out at the same time. Lu Xian immediately felt the pressure on him decrease. His nearly immobile body regained its freedom. The sword intent and bloodline power seemed to be very slow, but in reality, it was very fast. It was very profound, and the audience was mesmerized by it. Soaring Dragon in the Sky. After Lu Xian finished speaking, he suddenly soared into the sky. There was no beautiful light effect, only an extremely dense aura. It was very similar to the cloud's startling sword, but in terms of might, it was much stronger. The crowd only felt a flash of light before their eyes. Lu Xian had already risen into the sky along with the long sword in his hand. The oppressive force created by Kong Wenbin's move was completely ignored by Lu Xian. Wherever the longsword went, the ice elemental energy seal was completely broken. Like a flying dragon, Lu Xian soared into the sky. Kong Wenbin let out another low growl when he sensed Lu Xian's aura that could break through everything. He circulated all the origin power in his body without holding anything back. At this moment, the air on the sparring arena seemed to have frozen, and the translucent ice in the air became even more solid. Xiaochen waved his sword, and the ice soul fell. "Break!" Lu Xian shouted. The tip of the star-shattering sword was already pressed against the ice soul. Ka ka ka, the tip of Lu Xian's sword slowly pierced into the ice soul. A series of shattering sounds rang out. It was only a short moment, but for Kong Wenbin, it felt like an eternity. He lost, boom, under Lu Xian's attack. The ice soul that Kong Wenbin condensed with all his strength suddenly exploded apart, and it shattered into countless pieces of ice that spread throughout the entire arena. Ice shards rained down from the sky. Lu Xian, who had exhausted all his strength from his sword, landed lightly on the ground at this moment. He had not even used Flying Dragon when he faced Wei Suo, but at this moment, he displayed it to the fullest in front of everyone. The entire martial arts discussion hall was in complete silence. None of the disciples made a sound as they stared blankly at the duo on the stage. To be more specific, they were staring at Lu Xian on the stage. Junior brother Lu, who just entered Cloud Sky Mountain, actually won. With the strength of the body refinement stage, he defeated Kong Wenbin, who has always occupied the first position of the core disciples. Kong Wenbin, who was in the spirit refinement stage, no one had expected this outcome. Even when Kong Wenbin admitted defeat, they thought that Lu Xian had already reached his limit and wouldn't be able to withstand Kong Wenbin's final move. However, the outcome was still beyond their expectations. They didn't see the battle between Lu Xian and Wei Suo. In their opinion, a body refinement stage facing a spirit refinement stage would only result in defeat. But now, Lu Xian had opened up a whole new world for them. It turned out that a body refinement stage could also defeat a spirit refinement stage. Lu Xian gradually withdrew the powerful aura that was being emitted from his body. The power of the bloodline wasn't endless. If Lu Xian didn't integrate a drop of Azure Dragon blood essence and just some ordinary blood, he wouldn't be able to reach such a level. Compared to the high-spirited Lu Xian, Kong Wenbin's face was full of dejection. He lost. After releasing his most powerful attack, he still lost. Whether it was the difference in strength between him and Lu Xian, or the battle that involved his face, it was difficult for him to accept this outcome. However, the result wouldn't change according to his will. A loss was a loss. This was an objective fact. You won, I lost. You are worthy of junior sister Xianxia. Kong Wenbin's voice was a little hoarse. After he finished speaking, he didn't want to stay any longer. He turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Lu Xian's voice came from behind him. A trace of anger flashed across Kong Wenbin's face. You've already won. Don't tell me you still want to humiliate me? Lu Xian was startled. He then smiled and shook his head. You've misunderstood me. I just wanted to ask. I clearly felt that with your strength, you shouldn't be able to display such powerful strength. I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me the reason? Although they were both at the first layer of the spirit refinement realm, Lu Xian could feel that Kong Wenbin's strength wasn't as strong as Wei Sua's. However, in reality, Kong Wenbin's strength had already surpassed Wei Sua's. Previously, Wei Sua couldn't even withstand Lu Xian's dragon battles in the wild. Although Kong Wenbin was also defeated by the dragon battles in the wild, he still managed to withstand it. It was just that Lu Xian had completely destroyed his ice and snow scene. Kong Wenbin stared fixedly at Lu Xian, as if he was trying to find a different meaning from Lu Xian's eyes. Unfortunately, Lu Xian was asking sincerely, without any other emotions. That is because I have already comprehended the state of ice. The cultivation technique that I cultivate is an ice-attributed cultivation technique. My martial techniques are also ice-attributed martial techniques. When paired with my state of ice, they naturally bring out the best in each other, allowing me to display a combat strength that exceeds my own strength. After hesitating for a while, Kong Wenbin finally opened his mouth to explain. These things weren't secrets after all. Ice intent? Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had heard a new term. Everyone's strength increased along with their cultivation level. However, fighting strength was linked to many things, such as cultivation methods, martial skills, weapon intents, and even Lu Xian's bloodline power. These things were one of the reasons why Lu Xian could fight above his cultivation level. Without a doubt, Kong Wenbin's ice intent was also one of the reasons why he could fight above his cultivation level. Since Lu Xian had asked, Kong Wenbin didn't hide it anymore. As the number one core disciple, he was still broad-minded. Normally, he was respected by most disciples. The reason why he didn't get along with Lu Xian was because of Xianxia. Immediately, he opened his mouth again. Intent is a very mysterious thing. It's not a martial skill, nor is it a cultivation method. It's a kind of comprehension, similar to sword intent. However, there are many kinds of intents. Besides the ice intent that I've comprehended, there's also the wind intent, the fire intent, the thunder intent, etc. When you comprehend a certain intent, your fighting strength will greatly increase. However, I can't tell you how to comprehend it. Intent is something that can only be comprehended and not explained. Lu Xian nodded slightly. He had already faintly understood a little. Intents were purely comprehended and naturally couldn't be imparted to others. However, comprehending an intent would greatly increase one's fighting strength. Just like Kong Wenbin, he could use his own strength to create a scene of ice and snow. Within this scene, Kong Wenbin could control everything. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Kong. I've more or less understood it. Lu Xian bowed towards Kong Wenbin. Regardless of the grudges between him and Kong Wenbin's magnanimity to be able to explain these things to him made Lu Xian somewhat admire him. Kong Wenbin nodded slightly, turned around and prepared to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, he turned his head again and said, "Your sword intent has reached the peak of the intermediate stage. It's obvious that your comprehension is very high. As long as you put in some effort, it shouldn't be difficult for you to comprehend the intent. However, if you want to display the greatest effect of the intent, it's best to reach the spirit refinement stage. With your body refinement stage strength, you won't be able to display enough strength." This was the truth. After reaching the spirit refinement stage, one would be able to use the natal yuan force within his body as a guide to mobilize a huge amount of yuan force of heaven and earth for his own use. However, the body refinement stage couldn't do so. The reason why Lu Xian was able to display strength that was comparable to Kong Wenbin's was because of his martial skill and bloodline power. Also, Kong Wenbin glanced at Xianxia below the stage, pursed his lips and said, "I won't give up." After saying this, Kong Wenbin really didn't stay any longer. He directly left, and no one stopped him. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. Kong Wenbin's magnanimity was not bad. However, when it came to feelings, he was indeed extremely stubborn. This was also human nature. No matter how strong a martial artist was, unless they were those who walked the path of emotionlessness, it was very difficult for them to overcome the obstacle of the word love. Lu Xian, you win. There's still a long way to go, let's wait and see. Xianxia fiercely glared at Lu Xian, and reluctantly looked at the yuan stones on the round plate. Then, he swung his sleeves and left. His magnanimity was not comparable to Kong Wenbin's. A few disciples who were close to Xianxia, after hesitating for a moment, also chased after him. Congratulations, junior brother Lu. I have never heard of a new disciple being able to defeat all the disciples in the martial competition. Junior brother Lu has set a new record this time, Xiao Long said with a smile. He really admired Lu Xian's strength. In terms of cultivation level, Lu Xian was not as good as Xiao Long, but he was able to defeat Kong Wenbin. Senior brother Xiao is too kind. I was just lucky, Lu Xian said modestly. Haha, junior brother Lu, you don't have to be so humble. Everyone has seen your strength. In 2 days, I will call some brothers to welcome junior brother Lu. At that time, don't reject me. I won't disturb you today, Xiao Long said with cupped hands. Instructor Yang and the others were here, obviously to find Lu Xian and the others for something. Of course, of course. Lu Xian said with a smile. Since he had become a core disciple, he naturally had to be on good terms with the other disciples. Then, a group of disciples came forward to congratulate Lu Xian. Lu Xian had such achievements when he just entered the Cloud Sky Mountain. What would happen in the future? It was naturally not wrong to build a good relationship with him first. After exchanging greetings for a while, the disciples in the martial competition hall left one after another, leaving only the 3 new disciples, Xianxia and Lu Xian. What a great Lu Xian! What a great soaring dragon! A middle-aged man dressed like an instructor smiled and walked towards Lu Xian. Let me introduce myself first. I am Guaheng, one of the instructors of the core disciples. You can call me Instructor Gua. This is Instructor Ma Cheng. There is no need to introduce Instructor Yang as you already know him. Lu Xian and the others quickly saluted. After meeting these instructors, they would have to deal with them again in the future. Lu Xian, you're really influential. You've just entered the core and you've already received a lot of attention. Instructor Gua and Instructor Ma are both at the late stage of spirit refinement. They are also the deputy instructors of the core disciples. There are a total of 3 deputy instructors, but the last one is temporarily on a mission and is not in Yunxiao Mountain, so he didn't come. Instructor Yang explained with a smile, then turned to look at Instructor Gua and asked, What do you think? What I said is true, right? Before Instructor Yang came, he told them about the sect competition. When they learned that there was such a genius like Lu Xian in Wind Sword School, Instructor Gua and the others were naturally tempted and couldn't help but come over to have a look. Now it seemed that if what Instructor Yang said was the same, the body refining stage had the strength to defeat the spirit refinement stage. Good, very good. Instructor Gua was not stingy with his compliments at all. With such outstanding talent, his achievements in the future will definitely be extraordinary. It will not be difficult for him to surpass us. Back then, our talents were also considered extraordinary, but compared to Lu Xian, we are far inferior. Instructor Gua, you flatter me. The path of martial arts is difficult and dangerous. How dare I say that I will surpass the 3 instructors? Lu Xian said modestly. Haha, you don't have to be modest. We are all discerning people. We can only be happy to see the talent of the younger generation. Instructor Yang patted Lu Xian's shoulder and said, Well, let's not talk too much. This time, I'm here to take you to get the resources. You 3 come with me. Well, Xianxia, you come with us. After that, the 3 instructors walked in front, and Lu Xian and the other 3 followed closely behind. Every core disciple will be able to obtain a reward. Weapons, armors, and elixirs, I have already brought them over. However, as for martial skills and cultivation techniques, you will have to choose for yourselves. Instructor Yang said. Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but ask, Instructor Yang, why didn't I hear about any rewards when I first entered the sect? Before Instructor Yang could speak, Instructor Ma, who had been silent all this while, suddenly smiled and said, Xianxia, you don't know about this. You all relied on your talents to directly become core disciples, while Lu Xian and the rest were promoted from the inner sect. The effort they put in and the difficulty they faced were much greater than yours. Naturally, they would be rewarded. That's right. Those who are able to advance from the inner sect to the core disciples will definitely be able to stand on their own in the future. This is because they have gone through many trials and used their true strength to prove themselves. Talent, perception, and hard work are all indispensable. Instructor Yang sighed. Shoo shoo shoo, showing off here again. Who doesn't know that you were promoted from the inner sect back then? Now that your strength is ahead of ours, you dare to show off? Instructor Gua scolded jokingly. He and Instructor Ma had directly become core disciples back then. Only Instructor Yang was promoted from the inner sect. Because of this, Instructor Yang had deep feelings for the inner sect. He had even personally managed the promotion of inner sect disciples for so many years. Those who did not catch his eye would not be able to advance to the core disciples. It could be said that his love was deep and his responsibility was deep. The crowd chatted as they walked. Not long after, they arrived at the Martial Skills Pavilion of Yunshao Mountain. This Martial Skills Pavilion was smaller than the inner sects, but the martial arts inside were of a higher level. The so-called concentration was the essence. The attendant who was guarding the Martial Skills Pavilion hurriedly stood up and bowed when he saw the three great instructors coming together. No need to be so polite. I am under the sect leader's orders to bring the new disciples here to choose martial arts. You can continue to stand guard. Instructor Yang waved his hand and said. Then, the crowd stepped into the Martial Skills Pavilion. After entering the Martial Skills Pavilion, Instructor Yang did not let Lu Xian and the others choose their martial arts first. Instead, he took out some items from his storage ring and said, before you choose your martial arts, I will first give you some rewards. Lin Tian, Mo Chen, these two are your rewards. A low-grade human step artifact, a high-grade iron-grade armor, and a set of medicinal pills for the 9th rank of the body refinement realm. Both of you are well-known figures among the inner sect disciples, and both of you have comprehended the weapon intent. Your comprehension abilities are extraordinary. Even in the entire core, there aren't many disciples who have comprehended the weapon intent. In the future, you must not slack off and work hard in your cultivation. Instructor Yang said with a solemn expression. We will remember your teachings. Lin Tian and Mo Dekhen said at the same time. Then, they took the rewards from Yang Weili. The human tier lower grade artifact and body refinement elixir were not something the two of them lacked. However, the armor was a rare item. Although it was only a high-grade iron armor, its defense was still very strong. In a critical moment, it could be a life-saving treasure. If it was not for an attack that could not be blocked, the armor could help block a portion of the attack. How could the effect of stabbing the armor be the same as stabbing one's body? Instructor Yang nodded and looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian, your strength is the best among all the core disciples. In addition, you have made a great contribution during the Sky Saber Sect's provocation. Naturally, the reward you will receive will be even more extraordinary. Hearing this, Lu Xian's heart flashed with joy. Although he did not make a contribution for the sake of the reward, it was naturally better to receive a substantial reward. Xianxia, who was beside him, was also secretly happy for Lu Xian. Instructor Yang did not say much and took out an item from his storage ring. My goodness, you also took out this? Seeing the item in Instructor Yang's hand, Instructor Gua, who was beside him, exclaimed. Instructor Yang chuckled and said, I risked my old face to get old man Tai to take it out reluctantly. Lu Xian, your reward is also a weapon, an armor, and a body refinement elixir. The weapon is only a human tier lower grade artifact. I know you have better weapons, so you probably don't care too much about it. However, this armor is a rare item. Instructor Yang said proudly, because this armor is also a human tier lower grade artifact. A sliver of doubt appeared in Lu Xian's eyes when he heard this. The grade of the armor was indeed higher than Lin Tian and the other two's. However, Lu Xian was not too sure about the exact reason why it was better. Seeing the puzzled look in Lu Xian's eyes, Instructor Gua immediately explained, armor is a life-saving item, and its value is higher than ordinary weapons. Let me tell you this, the upper-grade iron armor can withstand the attack of the 10th layer of body refinement realm without being damaged, and your human-tier lower-grade artifact armor can withstand the attack of middle-stage spirit refinement realm and below. When the attack of middle-stage spirit refinement realm and below falls on this armor, you will not suffer the slightest damage. Even the attack of middle-stage spirit refinement realm and above can be reduced to a certain extent. Now, do you know how precious it is? As soon as Instructor Gui said this, the expressions of Lu Xian and the others changed at the same time. This effect was incredible. It could actually withstand the attack of middle-stage spirit refinement realm and below. As long as the vital parts were not hit, with this armor, Lu Xian could be said to have the power to fight middle-stage spirit refinement realm martial artists. After all, Lu Xian was not a dead man. When the opponent launched an attack, Lu Xian would naturally block it. After being weakened by him, when the attack fell on the armor, it could be completely blocked by the power of the armor. It was indeed worthy of being called a treasure. Even Lin Tian and Mo Qiuchen's eyes could not help but flash a trace of envy. Although the difference between an iron weapon and an artifact was only one level, it was a difference in quality. Lu Xian, you have to thank Yang Yi properly. For your sake, he has indeed gone all out. You should know that we, as deputy instructors of the core disciples, are only allowed to use armor like yours, Instructor Ma, who was standing at the side, said. Instructor Yang was indeed very good to Lu Xian. Of course, this was also because Lu Xian was from the inner sect. Instructor Yang was also from the sword sect, so he could be considered as Lu Xian's senior brother. Instructor Yang's expression did not change. He still said solemnly, I gave you these things to make your journey on the path of martial arts safer. The armor is only an external object. It can be used in critical moments. In times of danger, if you really want to save your life, you still have to rely on the sword in your hand. You must not be careless because of this. I understand. Thank you, Instructor Yang. Lu Xian nodded deeply. There was a limit to the area that the armor could protect. If he was careless and someone attacked the area that the armor could not cover, it would still be useless. Instructor Yang nodded and continued, as for these elixirs, they are also very valuable. Here are 10 acupoint nourishing elixirs and 1 spirit concentrating elixir. According to the rules, 5 acupoint nourishing elixirs is the limit. However, I remembered that you broke through as many as 9 acupoints on your first try. You may break through more in the future, so I took 5 of them and added them to the reward. If it is still not enough, you will have to rely on yourself to get more. As for this spirit concentrating elixir, it should only be given to you when you reach the peak of the spirit refinement realm. However, your cultivation level is rising too fast. After a while, you may enter the secret land, so I gave it to you in advance. You must cultivate well and do not slack off. This time, the rewards that Lu Xian received, whether it was the treasured armor or the elixirs, were all extremely valuable. Instructor Yang even paid out of his own pocket. It was evident how much he cared for Lu Xian. Lu Xian did not decline and accepted everything. However, he would remember this favor in his heart. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely repay this favor. Alright, I have given you all the things. Now, follow me to choose your martial arts skills. I will also tell you the rules. Instructor Yang turned around and walked inside again. The collection in the Yunshao Mountain Martial Arts Pavilion is more high-end than the inner sect. However, this place is not like the inner sect, where you can read as you please. Martial arts skills above upper yellow level have to meet certain requirements before you can read them. Firstly, it is to prevent you from biting off more than you can chew. Secondly, it is to prevent them from being leaked. Instructor Yang said as he walked, apart from that, disciples are not allowed to impart martial arts skills to each other. All the martial arts skills that you choose are recorded. Once you are discovered to have used martial arts skills that are not recorded, you will be investigated to the end. Lu Xian and the others could understand the Wind Sword sect's actions. Cultivation methods and martial arts techniques above the yellow tier were extremely valuable. Although the Wind Sword sect had explicitly forbidden them from being taught to outsiders, and they would even be hunted down if they were to be taught to outsiders, there was no guarantee that there would be people who would take the risk. If a disciple memorized most of the high-level martial skills and taught them to outsiders, then the Wind Sword School would not be able to kill them. With this rule, every disciple could only learn a limited number of martial skills. Even if they were taught to outsiders, the number of martial skills would not be too much. There are 2 ways to obtain martial skills from the Pavilion of Martial Skills. The first is to complete the missions given by the sect and earn contribution points. You can then use the contribution points to exchange for martial skills. The second is to pass the test of potential and prove that you have enough potential. Then, you will also be qualified to study. Furthermore, as the number of martial skills you have studied increases, the required contribution points and the difficulty of the test will also increase. Therefore, every time you choose, you have to be extremely careful. If you choose something that is not suitable for you, then you will have wasted a precious opportunity. Instructor Yang taught earnestly. Lu Xian and the rest nodded their heads to show that they understood. However, this time, the right to study is a reward given to you by the sect. Therefore, you do not need contribution points or to participate in the test. Lin Tian and Mo Qianqing, the 2 of you can choose a yellow grade martial skill or martial skill. As for Lu Xian, you can choose a black grade martial skill or martial skill. Instructor Yang finally announced the ranks of martial skills that the 3 of them could study. Without a doubt, Lu Xian's qualifications were higher than Lin Tian and Mo Qianqing's. Hearing this, Lin Tian could not help but sigh. This was the difference. However, he did not have any complaints. With his current strength, studying a yellow grade martial skill or martial skill was already his limit. If he was not a monster like Lu Xian, he would not be able to understand a black grade martial skill in the body refinement realm. Moreover, a yellow grade martial skill was considered precious to the 2 of them. One had to know that there was not a single yellow grade martial skill or martial skill in the entire inner sect. As they spoke, the 3 of them had already reached the interior of the martial skill pavilion. Rows of bookshelves were placed in front of them. Placed here are all mid-grade yellow ranked cultivation techniques and martial skills. If you guys are free, feel free to browse through them. There are no conditions. Instructor Yang said as he pointed at the bookshelf in front of him. This was the difference between the core sect and the inner sect. The inner sect's middle-grade yellow-ranked cultivation techniques all required a large amount of contribution points to view. However, in the core sect, one could casually browse through them. Without stopping, Instructor Yang brought them to the 2nd floor of the Martial Skills Pavilion. The number of bookshelves on the 2nd floor was obviously less than the 1st floor. Placed here are all superior-grade yellow-ranked cultivation techniques and martial skills. However, they are all abridged, with only a few simple introductions to help you understand if they are what you are looking for. On every abridged book, there is an indication of the amount of contribution points required to read it or the level of the test. As long as you fulfill the requirements, you will be able to read the entire book. Of course, there are no restrictions on you right now, and you can choose as you please. However, I have to warn you, do not purposely choose the one with the highest value. Only the one that suits you is the best. Do you understand? We understand. The 3 of them replied at the same time. Go ahead and choose. Once you are done, let me know. I will get someone to bring the entire book over. Lu Xian, you can also go take a look. If you see something that you like, you can come and exchange for it after you have enough contribution points. Instructor Yang waved his hand. The 3 of them could not contain their excitement. They quickly walked forward and began to browse through the abridged books of cultivation techniques and martial skills. There was no need to mention Lin Tian and Mo Qianqing. Superior grade yellow ranked martial skills were extremely precious to them. Although Lu Xian's need for superior grade yellow ranked martial skills was not as urgent as the 2 of them, the truth was that Lu Xian had only seen a limited number of superior grade yellow ranked martial skills. Who knows, there might be one that was suitable for him. These abridged books of cultivation techniques and martial skills were divided into different categories. Saber, spear, sword, axe. There were all kinds of martial skills. Mo Qianqing naturally went to where the spear-type martial skills were displayed. Lu Xian and Lin Tian, on the other hand, went to look at the various sword skills. The 3 of them did not choose any cultivation techniques. Normally, unless it was a special situation, no one would change their cultivation techniques. Even if they wanted to change, they would only do so after they had broken through to the next realm. For example, Lu Xian was currently using the Tai origin conversion technique. If the sword crystal did not contain a spirit refinement realm cultivation technique, then he would have to choose another cultivation technique after he had broken through to the spirit refinement realm. This would not affect him too much. 9 deaths of 1 life sword, this is not bad. Lu Xian, come and see, all of these are fierce attacks. They do not hold back at all. If they do not kill the enemy, they will hurt themselves. Phantom Chainsword. This is also not bad. It is an extremely powerful fast sword. When trained to the extreme, the enemy cannot even see the sword moves clearly. One sword after another, like a phantom, it is impossible to block. Wow, there is also the Starfire Prairie Sword, the Heartless Sky Water Sword, the King Kong Demon Sword. Lin Tian's exaggerated voice could be heard. Every time he saw a set of sword skills, he would exclaim. Obviously, he was dazzled. Every set of sword skills had its own merits. It could be a fierce attack, a strong defense, a shocking speed, or it could trap the enemy. As his eyes flashed across the sets of sword skills, Lu Xian could not help but praise them in his heart. Even though he had already mastered 2 profound level martial skills, he could not help but be amazed. He believed that if he could comprehend all of these sword skills, then his attainment in Sword Dao would reach an extremely shocking level. However, this was just a thought. Not to mention that the Wind Sword School obviously limited the number of martial skills that each disciple could read. The amount of time and effort needed to comprehend a set of sword skills was enough to make people flinch. It might be possible to comprehend 8 or 10 sets, but to completely comprehend all of them, who knows how long it would take. Lu Xian continued to look through the sword skills, but he did not lose his composure like Lin Tian. To him, these sword skills were more useful than practical. Since he already had a profound level martial skill, he naturally would not use these yellow level martial skills when facing an enemy. Tai Chi Sword, such a domineering name. To dare to call it Tai Chi, however, it is only a yellow level upper level martial skill. What a waste of this name. Lu Xian's eyes swept through the name of a martial skill and could not help but laugh. Let me see what kind of sword skill this is, to dare to have such a name. Lu Xian casually picked it up and flipped through the abridged book. Wuji gives birth to Tai Chi, and Tai Chi gives birth to all things. Gathering the energies of yin and yang, the cycle is endless, the sword intent is endless, the sword moves are endless, the sword intent is endless. The abridged book explained the principles of the Tai Chi sword. Lu Xian could not help but be drawn into the book at first glance. While there were only a few hundred words, it was enough to draw Lu Xian's thoughts far away. He felt as if he had found his way to a mysterious door. This Tai Chi sword, rather than calling it a martial skill, it would be better to call it a book that describes the principles of swordsmanship. It does not focus on the sword moves themselves, but on the sword intent of Tai Chi. It is endless, the sword moves are endless, the sword intent is endless. Lu Xian could not help but mutter. He felt that this Tai Chi sword skill was incomparably marvelous. Perhaps it was because it did not have any moves that it was classified as a yellow level martial skill. After looking through the abridged book of the Tai Chi sword, Lu Xian looked at the other abridged books of martial skills. He immediately felt bored and did not look at them anymore. However, he remembered the name Tai Chi sword. In the future, he would definitely exchange for this martial skill to have a look. Time passed by slowly. Emo Chochin was the first to choose the martial skill he needed. It was called the Rainbow Chasing Sun Spear. Lin Tian was in a dilemma. He had his eyes on many martial skills, but he could only choose one. He could only reluctantly choose. In the end, he chose the Phantom Chain Sword that he had his eyes on at the beginning. This sword skill could be used for both offense and defense. Its attacks were unpredictable like phantoms, and its defense was watertight. It was a rare and excellent martial skill, and its price was also in the top 3 among all the martial skills. Since you've made your choice, follow me up to the 3rd floor. Once Lu Xian has made his choice, I'll bring you the complete book of martial arts techniques, Instructor Yang said. When everyone went up to the 3rd floor, there were even fewer bookshelves. The martial skills on the 3rd floor were all profound level martial skills. Every single one of them was incomparably precious, and they were the most precious collections of the Wind Sword School. Although these books were divided into different categories, there were very few of them. There were only a few rare martial skill books. Instructor Yang, can we also go take a look? Lin Tian looked at Instructor Yang and asked. Instructor Yang smiled and said, of course you can. I will let you see the power of these martial skills. It will also stimulate your fighting spirit and help you obtain enough contribution points to exchange for them. Instructor Yang was experienced. When he first saw these martial skills, he was extremely greedy. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to exchange for them. He could only desperately do missions to accumulate contribution points to exchange for them. It was because of that period of craziness that he had achieved what he had today. Hearing this, Lin Tian did not hesitate anymore. He ran over like a wisp of smoke and browsed through the bookshelves one by one. Even if it was not a sword skill, he would still take care of it. After all, the number of books was limited, and it would not take much time. Mo Chochin could not help but follow. He also wanted to see how powerful a profound level spear technique was. Looking at the figures of the two people in front of him, Lu Xian hesitated slightly. He walked to a bookshelf at the side. There were movement martial skills there. Now, he already had 2 sets of offensive profound level martial skills. They were the startling cloud sword technique and the dragon sword technique. He did not lack attacks at all. Especially the dragon sword technique, which was a middle-grade profound level martial skill. He did not even have it on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor only contained lower-grade profound level martial skills. As for movement martial skills, it was something that Lu Xian urgently needed. He was still using the rushing thunder flash. However, as his strength increased, the rushing thunder flash could not keep up. Even if he used the rushing thunder flash, Lu Xian's speed would not give him any advantage in front of a spirit refinement realm warrior. Lu Xian did not need to use any movement skills to easily defeat opponents in the body refinement realm. His target was the spirit refinement realm experts. When fighting against spirit refinement realm experts, attack, defense, and speed were all indispensable. In terms of attack, he had the upper-grade human-level broken ice sword and the middle-grade mysterious-level dragon sword technique. In terms of defense, he had the precious armor that Instructor Yang had just given him. The only thing he lacked was speed. In the 3rd floor of the martial skill pavilion, the number of movement skills was obviously less than the other types of martial skills. The huge bookshelf was empty and there were only a few abridged martial skills. Lu Xian counted and found that there were only 5 books in total. Ghostly Shadow Steps. After mastering it, the steps will be ghostly and unpredictable. If mastered to the extreme, you will be able to condense 4 phantoms. Whether attacking or escaping, it will be very effective. The first abridged martial skill that Lu Xian picked up was written as such. It was obvious that this was a phantom-like movement skill. After muttering to himself for a moment, Lu Xian shook his head. Even though the ghostly shadow steps was good, he already had the rolling thunder flash. In terms of close combat, the effects of the rolling thunder flash and the ghostly shadow steps were not too different. Putting down the ghostly shadow steps, Lu Xian continued to look at the remaining 4 sets of martial skills. 10 steps, within 10 steps, move at will and be able to move nimbly around the enemy. It was another set of similar martial skills. Lu Xian put it down again. Great rock spreading wings, circulate the martial skill and increase the speed to the limit. It is suitable for short distance travel or chasing after the enemy. Holding the abridged great rock spreading wings, Lu Xian nodded his head. This martial skill could be considered. However, this martial skill was too fast and not flexible enough. It was not very practical in battle, so it was temporarily included in the scope of consideration. Lu Xian also knew that his requirements might be a little high. He wanted both speed and agility. Right now, there were still 2 body techniques that he had yet to look through. If there wasn't a suitable one, then he would choose the great rock spreading wings. At most, he would use the great rock spreading wings when he was chasing an enemy or escaping for his life, and use the rushing thunder flash when he was in battle. Stretching out his hand, Lu Xian picked up the last 2 martial techniques. He quickly scanned through them. The cloud roaming steps allowed one to move around the enemy as if they were walking on clouds. It was extremely nimble, but it was very difficult to practice. There was one last book left. The name of the book was extremely cool, it was called The Wind Riding Art. Lu Xian flipped it open with interest and looked at the introduction of this martial technique. The wind riding art, as the name suggests, rides on the wind to move. In battle, no matter if it is the enemy or the user, they will definitely move. Once they move, it will create a wind. This wind is the requirement for the wind riding art to exist. When rushing, one can borrow the wind to increase one's speed to the limit, saving a lot of essence. Whether it is a short distance or a long distance, it is extremely suitable. In battle, one can borrow the wind to move and dodge, doing as one pleases, easily dodging the enemy's attack. This is because when the enemy makes a move, there will be a different wind, changing the original trajectory. Hence, the movements are hard to predict. As the words entered Lu Xian's eyes, the joy on Lu Xian's face became even brighter. Wasn't this wind riding art exactly what he needed? It was even stronger than what he had expected. Not only did it have an extremely fast speed, it also had the ability to nimbly dodge. It even borrowed the wind to make the movements unfathomable. This was because it would not change according to the user's subjective intentions. Even the user himself did not know where his next step would be, so how would the enemy be able to predict it? Lu Xian couldn't help but put down the original rock-spreading wings and seriously read the introduction of the wind riding art. He once again flipped to the next page of the abridged book, and the requirements for cultivating the wind riding art appeared before his eyes. The wind riding art is extremely difficult to cultivate. If you cultivate it bitterly, you will have no worries. If you want to successfully cultivate it, you must comprehend the concept of wind. The deeper the comprehension of the concept of wind, the stronger the wind riding art will be. After reading this paragraph, Lu Xian was slightly shocked. It actually required one to comprehend the concept of wind? If one couldn't comprehend the concept of wind, one could at most only reach the entry level. That's right, if one wanted to borrow the wind to move, if one couldn't comprehend the concept of wind and completely grasp the characteristics of the wind, how would one be able to ride the wind? Lu Xian couldn't help but secretly nod. This martial art was powerful, so it was normal for it to have a higher requirement. Hey, there's even a line of small words? Lu Xian found that after this paragraph, there was another line of smaller words. The lost art created by me, the Wind Devil, just because it is difficult to cultivate, its grade was lowered, and it was only evaluated as a low-grade profound level martial art. What a joke! If one can't even comprehend the concept of wind, how could he be qualified to cultivate the art created by me, the Wind Devil? What a joke! From these small words, Lu Xian could sense the disdain and helplessness of the wind demon, who had created this martial art technique. Since this person had become the wind demon, it was clear that he had extremely high attainments in the way of wind. He had spent so much effort to create this ultimate technique, yet it was only rated as an inferior black-level martial art technique. One could imagine how dissatisfied he was. However, the requirement to cultivate this flying art was not low. One needed to comprehend the concept of wind to reach the advanced level. It should be known that out of all the core disciples in the Wind Sword School, only Kong Wenbin had comprehended the concept of ice. The number of warriors who could cultivate this martial art was very limited. Low-grade profound level martial art it is, as long as it is strong enough. If it wasn't a low-grade profound level martial art, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to obtain it. A smile appeared on Lu Xian's face. The grade of the martial art was just a standard set by the ancestors. Only by truly cultivating it, would one know how powerful the martial art was. Since it was a supreme art created by that unknown wind devil, it should not be too bad. As for the fact that he needed to comprehend the will of wind, so be it. Lu Xian believed that as long as he was willing to put in the effort, it would not be a problem. Thinking of this, Lu Xian no longer hesitated. He put the abridged flying art back and walked to the other bookshelves. Although he could only choose one book this time, if there were other good martial arts, it wouldn't be a bad idea to come back next time. At this moment, Lin Tian was standing in front of the bookshelf of sword arts. He was fascinated by the abridged martial art. Looking at these martial arts, he suddenly felt that the phantom chain sword that he had chosen before was of a very low level. Compared to the two, the phantom chain sword was not even worth mentioning. Good stuff, good stuff. I must obtain this star point sword art, and also this 10 absolute swords, and this. Lin Tian kept muttering to himself. He couldn't wait to get his hands on all the martial arts. He was completely immersed in reading and didn't even notice the arrival of Lu Xian. Lu Xian didn't disturb him. He casually flipped through the abridged martial arts. These martial arts were indeed of a higher level than the yellow-level martial arts on the second floor. However, there wasn't a single martial art that could make Lu Xian's eyes light up. There wasn't even a martial art that could compare to the startling cloud sword art, let alone the dragon sword art. One should know that the startling cloud sword art was passed down by the ancestors of the Zhang family. Although it was classified as a black-level lower-level martial art, that was the standard of the Zhang family's ancestors. After so many years, with the loss of some martial arts, the standard kept decreasing. If it was taken out to be evaluated now, it could definitely be regarded as a black-level middle-level martial art. Of course, it was just the lowest among the black-level middle-level martial arts. After roughly flipping through the sword art, Lu Xian lost interest. He knew the truth of biting off more than he could chew. It was better not to waste time on those martial arts that were not very useful to him. After taking a look, Lu Xian then went to the bookshelf where some secret martial arts were stored. Most of these secret martial arts were forbidden techniques that could increase one's strength in a short period of time at the cost of damaging one's foundation. Lu Xian wasn't too interested in them at the moment. It was easy to damage one's foundation, but it was difficult to recover it. He originally wanted to see if there were any martial arts books about the use of the power of the bloodline, but he didn't find anything. Obviously, the power of the bloodline was not something a third-grade sect like the Windsword School could come into contact with. At that moment, he didn't look anymore and returned to Instructor Yang and the others. You've chosen so quickly? Instructor Yang asked. Lu Xian was the main character in choosing martial arts, but he was the first one to choose. On the other hand, Lin Tian and Mo Qiushan were still looking through the books. Yes, I've chosen the wind riding technique. I hope Instructor Yang can help me get it. Lu Xian said respectfully. No problem. You can choose any of the martial arts. Instructor Yang nodded, and then he was suddenly stunned. He slowly turned his head to look at Lu Xian and said, "You chose the wind riding technique?" Yes. Lu Xian answered. Obviously, Instructor Yang also knew about the wind riding technique. After confirming that he didn't hear it wrong, Instructor Yang frowned and said after a while, "The wind riding technique is indeed very powerful, but it has a very high requirement. It's hard to achieve much in a short period of time, and it might even be impossible to achieve great success in your lifetime. Many disciples have coveted this martial art, but none of them managed to learn it." Instructor Yang patiently explained to Lu Xian, even Kong Wenbin, who had already comprehended the state of ice, had once chosen this martial technique. However, he was unable to comprehend the state of wind, so in the end, he gave up and wasted a chance to choose a martial technique. Soon, the profound ice pavilion secret realm will open. I advise you to choose a martial technique that can help you achieve success in a short period of time. That way, it will be more helpful. Instructor Yang specifically used Kong Wenbin as an example. Being able to comprehend the ice conception, Kong Wenbin's comprehension ability was recognized. However, even he couldn't master the wind riding technique, which showed how difficult it was. No problem, I want to try. Lu Xian didn't change his mind. With such a powerful martial art in front of him, how could he be willing to choose a weaker one? Seeing that he couldn't persuade Lu Xian, Instructor Yang sighed and said, "If that's the case, then all right. Once you've made your choice, you can't change it. Think carefully." "I've made up my mind." I'll give you the complete wind riding technique later." Instructor Yang nodded. He couldn't help but think that with Lu Xian's comprehension ability, he might really be able to master the wind riding technique. After a while, Mo Qiushan and Lin Tian returned one after another. Their eyes were filled with regret, as if they had entered a mountain of treasures and returned empty-handed. They were extremely eager to learn those martial skills, but unfortunately, they did not have the right to choose. Seeing this, Instructor Yang could not help but laugh. "Don't worry, these martial skills will not run away. As long as you work hard, you will naturally have the chance to choose in the future." Hearing this, the two of them nodded heavily, their eyes filled with passion. It was obvious that they had already set a goal for themselves. Instructor Yang and the other two immediately looked at each other and smiled. Obviously, their goal had been achieved, and they had successfully aroused the fighting spirit of the two. Immediately, everyone went downstairs. Instructor Yang went straight to the administrator in charge of the martial skill pavilion and told him the names of the martial skills that the three of them had chosen, and asked him to bring all the books. Hearing the name wind riding technique, the administrator could not help but be slightly surprised. He had been in charge of the martial skill pavilion for many years, and naturally knew of this famous Xian level movement martial skill. He did not expect that after so many failures, there would still be people who dared to choose it. Sure enough, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Not long after, the administrator came back with 3 sets of martial skill books and handed them to Instructor Yang. Instructor Yang then distributed them to Lu Xian and the other two, and said, "These books are not the original, but copies. However, they are no different from the original. After you have successfully learned them, you must return them. Before you learn them, you can keep them for yourself. However, remember, when you leave the sect, you cannot take these books with you. If you find out that they have been stolen from your hands, you will be held responsible." Wind Sword School's management of martial skills was indeed very strict. Lu Xian and the other two nodded in agreement. "Instructor Yang, you previously mentioned that we can obtain other martial skills through the potential assessment. I wonder if we have the right to participate in the assessment?" Lin Tian could not help but ask. Just now, he had flipped through the phantom chain sword technique. It was indeed very exquisite, but compared to the Xian level martial skills he had seen, it was far inferior. Naturally, he had other thoughts. Even if he could not obtain it, it was still good to give it a try. Not only Lin Tian, but Emo Chochen's eyes also flashed with a trace of desire. The temptation of a profound ranked martial skill was too great for them. Instructor Yang was slightly startled, then he smiled and said, "Of course you are qualified. However, every disciple only has one chance to participate in the assessment within 3 months. At the same time, it will also determine if you have the qualifications to continue staying in Cloud Sky Mountain." In this regard, the three of them had some understanding. Instructor Yang had even personally explained to Lu Xian that the core disciples would hold an assessment every 3 months. Once they did not meet the requirements, they would no longer be able to enjoy the treatment of a core disciple and would have to start serving the sect. Let me think. The assessment was just held last month, so the next one will have to wait for 2 months. However, since you have just joined, I will make an exception and open up the assessment for you. However, you must be prepared. After this assessment, your results will be recorded. In the next assessment, you must have a higher score than this one. Otherwise, you will lose the qualifications to be a core disciple. This is not a joke, Instructor Yang said seriously. These were the rules of Cloud Sky Mountain, so he could not be biased. Hearing Instructor Yang's serious words, Lin Tian hesitated. After all, this was not just his problem. Once the assessment was open, Lu Xian and the other two would naturally have to participate. Thinking of this, Lin Tian looked at Lu Xian and Emo Chochen, asking for their opinion. "I have no problem," Emo Chochen said first. He also wanted to try out the Xian level martial skill. "Let's go together, I have no problem either," Lu Xian laughed. Hearing this, Lin Tian's face immediately flashed with a trace of joy. "Then I will have to trouble Instructor Yang to open up the assessment for us." "Since you have decided, then follow me," Instructor Yang nodded and said. The group immediately left the martial skill pavilion and followed behind Instructor Yang, heading towards the location of the test of potential. After walking for a short distance, Lu Xian encountered Xiao Long and a few other core disciples. He had previously met them in the martial arts discussion hall, so they could be considered acquaintances. "Greetings, Instructor Yang." With Xiao Long in the lead, the disciples all bowed. Soon after, Xiao Long looked at Lu Xian and said with a smile, "Junior Lu, where are you going?" "Participating in the test of potential to see if we can obtain another martial skill," Lu Xian replied with a smile. He still had a good impression of Xiao Long. Test of potential? Xiao Long was slightly surprised, but he immediately reacted, "Yes, you new disciples have an exception." Haha, back in the day, I also participated in the test without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. In the end, I did not even have the qualifications to obtain a high-rank yellow-level martial skill. However, Junior Liu, your talent is extraordinary, you will definitely succeed. Senior Xiao, you did not even have the qualifications to obtain a high-rank yellow-level martial skill? Beside him, Lin Tian asked with incomparable astonishment. Yes, this test of potential is extremely difficult. Xiao Long shook his head and said, although the sect has provided 2 ways to obtain martial skills, the number of disciples who can pass the test of potential and obtain a martial skill can be counted on one's fingers. This is because it does not test your strength, but your potential. Even the Xian level martial skill that I used previously was exchanged for with contribution points. Once these words were spoken, Lin Tian and Mo Chochen's hearts instantly sank. Obviously, the difficulty of this test was much higher than they had imagined. Although Instructor Yang had already said that the difficulty was extremely high, the 2 of them still did not believe it. Now that Xiao Long had spoken, the credibility was naturally higher. Haha, this is just my opinion. Although the 2 of you are not as strong as me, your talent might be higher than mine. Let's go, I will follow you to take a look. Xiao Long laughed. Originally, he was going to the Martial Skill Pavilion to return the Martial Skill Manual. Now that there was a show to watch, it would not be too late to take it slow. Moreover, he also wanted to see the extent of Lu Xian's potential. Hence, Lu Xian's group expanded once again, with the addition of Xiao Long and the others. Have you heard? Junior Liu, who was so impressive in the martial arts discussion hall, is going to participate in the test of potential. Are you interested in taking a look? Junior Liu? The one who defeated senior brother Kong in the martial arts discussion hall, junior brother Lu Xian? That's right. Other than this junior brother Liu, who else can receive so much attention? Then I have to go take a look. I have some regrets about missing the battle in the martial arts discussion hall. I can't miss it this time. Sigh, junior brother Li Kun just sent me a message. He said that the new core disciple, junior brother Lu Xian, is going to participate in the test of potential. Let's go and take a look. Humans were social animals, especially the limited number of core disciples. The news naturally spread very quickly. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Not long after, almost all the disciples in the Cloud Sky Mountain knew that Lu Xian and the others were going to participate in the test of potential, especially those disciples who didn't attend the martial arts discussion hall. They were regretting that they had missed it, so they couldn't miss it this time. When Lu Xian and the others arrived at their destination, they instantly realized that there were already many disciples waiting there. Judging from the number of people, there were even more than the number at the martial arts discussion hall, and there was still an endless stream of disciples rushing over. Junior brother Liu, you can be considered to have made a name for yourself in one battle. So many disciples are here to observe your test of potential, Xiao Long said with a smile. Lu Xian was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect so many people to come and observe. This was originally mentioned by Lin Tian, but now, the main character had become him. Haha, don't feel pressured. Just perform your best. Xiao Long patted Lu Xian's shoulder and teased. Just at this moment, a deacon walked forward and said, "Greetings, Instructor Yang. What's going on? Why are there so many disciples here? Today isn't the day of the test, right?" This deacon was in charge of managing the test. When he saw so many disciples, he was also a little confused. He didn't know what was going on today. Almost all the core disciples were here. Normally, such a grand occasion could only be seen during the test that happened once every 3 months. Instructor Yang smiled and said, "Today, there are new disciples entering the sect and they are here to participate in the test of potential. They are all here to watch the show. Go and prepare to open the array." So it was a new disciple. The deacon glanced at Lu Xian and the others and immediately retreated. However, he was puzzled in his heart. There were many new disciples who opened the array, but there had never been such a scene. Could it be that some big shot had come? Instructor Yang pointed at the array in front of them and turned his head to explain to Lu Xian and the others, "Do you see that array? That is an illusory killing array, similar to your inner sect sword forest. In a while, when the array opens, you can enter the array. The array will create illusions of enemies, and what you need to do is to continuously defeat them. After a pause, he continued, but what is different from the sword forest is that the strength of the illusionary martial artists will be the same level as you. For example, Lin Tian, you will face a martial artist at the 8th rank of the body refinement realm, and Lu Xian, you will face a martial artist at the 10th rank of the body refinement realm. Every time you kill a martial artist, their strength will increase. The first one will use a low-grade yellow-level martial technique, the second one will use a mid-grade yellow-level martial technique, and towards the end, there will even be a weapon intent, or even a Xian-level martial technique. This will continue until you are defeated. Instructor Yang's words shocked Lu Xian and the others. No wonder it was called a test of potential. It did not look at your strength at all. If your strength was low, your opponent's strength would also be low. If your strength was high, your opponent's strength would also be high. What they were comparing was your fighting strength. Under the same level, the stronger your fighting strength, the higher your potential. So it's like this. No wonder even senior brother Xiao did not pass the test. Lin Tian swallowed his saliva and said. Now, he finally understood the difficulty of this test. Lu Xian thought for a while and asked, then the illusionary martial artist's strength can't keep increasing, right? Don't tell me that if you continuously defeat them, they will still use a heaven-level martial technique? A mystic class inferior grade martial technique was already powerful enough. A mystic class intermediate grade martial technique was a rare item in Wind Sword School. Lu Xian guessed that the strongest martial technique in Wind Sword School was probably only a mystic class superior grade martial technique. How could a mere illusory killing array produce a higher level martial technique? Indeed, the strength of an illusory martial artist won't increase limitlessly. Instructor Yang nodded. Once he defeats all the martial artists of the same level as him, he will automatically increase his realm and the difficulty will increase further. So that was the case. Lu Xian nodded. He was also secretly looking forward to how far he could go. The points you obtain in the illusory killing array will be automatically recorded. We call it potential value. In the future, we will also use potential value to judge your potential to see if you can continue to maintain your qualification as a core disciple. How is this potential value calculated? Lu Xian asked again. Instructor Yang smiled. Don't ask me, I don't know. This is because such an amazing array is not something that Wind Sword School can set up. It was passed down from the clan above. Even if I knew, I can't say it, in case you don't use your full strength and make an inaccurate judgment. Lu Xian smiled bitterly. It seemed that in front of this array, no disciple dared to hide anything. If their potential value didn't reach the standard, they would lose their qualification as a core disciple. This array was really ingenious. At this moment, the deacon from before walked over again and handed 3 jade tokens to Instructor Yang, reporting to Instructor Yang, the array is ready and can be activated at any time. Instructor Yang nodded and distributed the 3 jade tokens to Lu Xian and the other 2, the 3 of you can go in. Remember, in the array, you can only use a mortal class inferior grade treasure. If it isn't a mortal class inferior grade treasure, you will be automatically teleported out. If you encounter any danger, just crush the jade token and the assessment for you will be automatically terminated. The 3 of them nodded and walked into the array. Lu Xian took 2 steps and stopped. He turned his head and asked, Instructor Yang, can this array conceal my body? In the sword forest, it was impossible to see what was happening outside. Thinking about it, this array formation should be able to do the same. Lu Xian did not want to expose all his trump cards. Junior brother Lu, there are so many senior and junior brothers here to watch your test. If you cover it up like this, then we'll be completely blind. How can this be allowed? Xiaolong hurriedly said. The rest of the disciples nodded in succession. Since they could not see the situation inside, they could only make wild guesses. After a slight hesitation, Lu Xian said, then I can open up the front, but after I use my dragon soars in the sky, I hope Instructor Yang can help cover it up. Lu Xian had already used his previous strength in the martial arts competition, so there was no need to hide it. You've done a good job. Instructor Yang said with admiration in his eyes, a martial artist's trump card is a magic weapon that can save his life and win. It can't be easily exposed. Don't worry, I'll hide it when the time comes. Hearing this, Lu Xian immediately relaxed. There were no more problems. He caught up with Lin Tian and Xiao Long and stepped into the array formation. However, Xiao Long was shocked. When Lu Xian and Kong Wenbin fought, he saw the dragon soars in the sky. It was able to forcefully break Kong Wenbin's killing move, Ice Spirit Condensation. Now that he heard it, it seemed that Lu Xian had not used his full strength. He originally thought that was Lu Xian's full strength, so he asked Lu Xian to open up the battle scene. If he had known this would happen, he would not have been so unreasonable as to ask Lu Xian to open up the battle scene. How could he not know the importance of a martial artist's trump card? After the three of them entered, in less than 3 breaths of time, the array suddenly activated. A brilliant light enveloped a large area, including Lu Xian and the others. The jade pendants that they were carrying were the keys to activate the array. When the jade pendants broke, the illusion-killing array that targeted martial artists would automatically stop. There was nothing strange about it. It's here. Seeing that the array was activated, the disciples' spirits rose and they began to watch with rapt attention. In particular, the disciples who had missed the martial competition were very curious. They did not know what level of strength Lu Xian had reached to be able to defeat Kong Wenbin. As for Lin Tian and Mo Qiushan, although there were some people who paid attention to them, they were far less than Lu Xian. Stepping into the illusion-killing array and following the activation of the array, Lu Xian did not feel the slightest bit strange. He only tightly gripped the longsword in his hand and waited for the arrival of the enemy. Soon, he felt his vision blur. A figure quickly appeared and quickly solidified. With a closer look, the enemy's strength fell into Lu Xian's eyes. Not only was the 10th layer of the body refinement realm, but it was also the early 10th layer, the same level as his own. Moreover, the opponent was also using a longsword. Instructor Yang was right. This illusion array was completely based on the examinee's strength. Without any superfluous words, the illusionary martial artist quickly rushed forward. With a flash of his sword, he had already launched an attack. Lower yellow tier martial technique, Lu Xian was able to determine the level of the martial arts technique from its power at a glance. Without hesitation, Lu Xian circulated his cultivation method and the star-shattering sword stabbed forward. His speed was raised to the extreme, rushing to the front of the martial artist before he could attack. Impressively, it was the blinking sword technique. Facing a martial artist of the same level, the opponent's martial technique was inferior to his own. He was not a match for Lu Xian at all. The star-shattering sword easily pierced into the martial artist's vital point and killed him in one strike. What a clean and neat strike. It's amazing. A core disciple could not help but praise. He did not participate in the martial competition, so naturally, he had not seen Lu Xian's strength. Don't be anxious. This is just the appetizer. It's a pity that you missed the martial competition. This strike is nothing to junior brother Lu. Another disciple said. That's right. Junior brother Lu has already mastered 2 profound tier martial techniques. I think that in this test of potential, junior brother Lu might even be able to obtain a profound tier martial technique. Another disciple said with certainty. I don't think it's possible. The difficulty of obtaining a profound tier martial technique is too high. I have never seen anyone pass the test of potential and obtain a profound tier martial technique. Back then, senior brother Kong Wenbin was so talented that there were also people who said they could obtain a profound tier martial technique. In the end, he only had the qualifications to obtain a high yellow tier martial technique. Another disciple refuted. Stop talking. Look, the second wave of attacks has arrived. Someone reminded. The crowd immediately stopped talking and continued to watch. The strength of the second martial artist had increased. Perhaps it was because Lu Xian's first victory was too straightforward, but this time, although the martial artist was still in the early 10th layer of body refinement realm, the martial technique he used was directly raised to the high yellow tier. It was still not enough. With the blinking sword technique combined with the thunder dash, Lu Xian once again killed him. Lu Xian's clear-cut execution naturally drew a wave of emotions from the crowd. To them, the rolling thunder flash was not considered a profound martial technique, and there were quite a few disciples who had mastered the rolling thunder flash. However, when Lu Xian used the rolling thunder flash, it was clearly much smoother and smoother. Lu Xian's state of mind did not fluctuate at all. No matter how strong the opponent was, he could only use the sword in his hand to speak. Peak yellow rank upper rank martial skill, kill, low rank profound rank martial skill, kill, peak low rank profound rank martial skill, kill. In order to accurately judge the strength of the disciples, this test of potential was very precise in the grading of martial skills. Every time there was a slight increase, there was no great increase. This also increased the difficulty of the test. The disciples who participated in the test could not blindly use their strongest martial skills, they had to consider their ability to continue fighting. After killing 5 people in a row, a 6th martial artist appeared in front of Lu Xian. As soon as this martial artist appeared, he immediately released his sword intent. Although the level of his martial skill did not increase, with his sword intent, his strength increased again. This martial artist's sword intent could not be considered strong. He should have just reached the small success realm. But even so, the strength he displayed was enough to move the surrounding disciples. To them, a martial artist at the 10th level of the body refinement realm who possessed sword intent and a peak low rank profound level martial skill was not someone an ordinary person could match. However, Lu Xian's expression did not change. His peak middle rank sword intent burst out, instantly crushing the martial artist's sword intent. At the same time, he pressed forward, startling wind. If Lu Xian continued to use the blinking sword art, it was not impossible to kill this enemy, but if he did so, it would consume more yuanli, so Lu Xian decisively chose to end the battle quickly. Whether it was sword intent or martial skill, he completely suppressed this enemy. Without any suspense, Lu Xian won again. Seeing Lu Xian's powerful posture, the deacon in charge of the formation was stunned. Before this, he was wondering why a mere test of a new disciple would attract so many people, but now it seemed that they were all here for Lu Xian. 6 martial artists were summoned in a row, and all of them were instantly killed. This level of strength was truly terrifying. It seemed that the sect was going to have a monstrous disciple, the deacon thought. He had been here for nearly 10 years, but he had never seen a disciple with such ferocious strength. Following the death of the 6th warrior, Lu Xian did not see any enemies appearing in front of him at the first moment. Slightly stunned, he came to a realization. It seemed that the strength of a warrior was about to increase. A warrior who had just entered the 10th level of the body refinement realm, no matter how strong he was, there was still a limit to his strength, unless he was like Lu Xian who had all kinds of trump cards. An illusory figure appeared once again, then solidified. With a glance, Lu Xian discovered that the warrior's strength had indeed increased. From the initial 10th tier of the body refinement realm, he had advanced to the 10th tier of the body refinement realm. As soon as this martial artist appeared, the sword intent of the initial 10th rank burst out. Obviously, other than the increase in strength, the martial skills and sword intent had not changed in the slightest. In the test of potential, every time a martial artist was killed, the strength of the later martial artists would only continue to increase. Startling wind. Rushing thunder flash. Blinking sword art, Lu Xian did not give the warrior a chance to make a move at all. He instantly burst forth with 3 martial arts techniques, killing the warrior once again. The startling wind sword broke through the opponent's defense, and the rolling thunder flash and blink sword technique killed the opponent instantly. Another instant kill. Junior brother Lu is too strong, simply unimaginably strong. A disciple sighed again. If this continues, I wonder how far junior brother Lu can go. At that time, I'm afraid that his potential value will be frighteningly high. Senior brother Kong's highest potential value is 112 points. I think junior brother Lu should be able to break through. That's for sure. If junior brother Lu can defeat senior brother Kong now, I'm afraid that he will surpass senior brother Kong by a lot, maybe even double. Lu Xian had defeated Kong Wenbin by skipping an entire realm, so his potential value would naturally surpass Kong Wenbin's by a lot. However, as for how much, even Lu Xian himself could not be sure. After all, he did not know the criteria of this test of potential. While Lu Xian was constantly killing enemies, the disciples occasionally paid attention to the battle between Lin Tian and Mo Qiuqin. At this moment, Lin Tian had already killed his way to the 4th martial artist. His opponent was still at the initial 8th rank of the body refinement realm, but he had already used a peak high-grade yellow-grade martial skill. Lin Tian could already faintly feel the strain. Mo Chochen's battle results were slightly better than Lin Tian's. At this moment, he was facing the fifth martial artist, a novice-level spear intent coupled with a peak high-grade yellow-grade martial skill. Mo Chochen's martial skill was inferior to his opponent's, but fortunately, his spear intent was able to completely suppress his opponent, so he did not show any signs of losing. Time passed bit by bit, and the spectating disciples gradually calmed down. At the beginning, they were still shocked by Lu Xian's ferocious battle results, but after seeing more of it, they gradually got used to it. If there were no instant kills, they would have felt strange. Then junior brother Lin is going to lose. A disciple suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, Lin Tian had already killed his way to the sixth martial artist. His sword intent coupled with a peak high-grade yellow-grade martial skill had completely suppressed Lin Tian. Whether it was sword intent or martial skill, Lin Tian did not have the slightest advantage. Kill! Lin Tian shouted. His eyes were already bloodshot. For the black-grade martial skill, he was going to go all out. Lin Tian braved the danger of getting injured and directly charged into that martial artist's attack. Too dangerous. Has junior brother Lin gone mad? The crowd of disciples cried out one after another. It was just a test, there was no need for him to risk his life like this. They had already experienced this many times and were naturally indifferent to it. However, they did not understand Lin Tian's desire for a black-grade martial skill. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's risky gamble had finally succeeded. Before the martial artist's attack landed, he had killed his opponent. However, this was only possible in the illusory array, because as long as the enemy's vital point was struck, the enemy would automatically disappear. If it was in the real world, even if the enemy's vital point was struck, they might not immediately die. Once they counterattacked, it was extremely likely that they would seriously injure Lin Tian or even drag him down with them. Lin Tian had succeeded, but what awaited him was an even stronger martial artist. His strength had increased to the middle stage of the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. This time, Lin Tian did not even have the chance to fight to the death. His cultivation level, martial skill, and sword intent were all suppressed. He did not have the slightest chance of victory. After a while, Lin Tian could only helplessly crush the jade token in his hand. In an instant, the enemy in front of Lin Tian disappeared. The entire illusory killing array had already lost its effect on him. Lin Tian's potential test had ended. Junior brother Lin's test has ended. I wonder how many potential points he has. Being able to kill his way to the 7th person is already pretty good. The crowd of disciples began to speculate. At this moment, a portion of their attention on Lu Xian had finally shifted to Lin Tian. Dragging his somewhat exhausted body, Lin Tian walked out of the array. The previous fierce battle had greatly exhausted his physical and mental strength. Congratulations, junior brother Lin. Being able to kill your way to the 7th person is already pretty good. A few disciples said. Senior brothers are too kind. This is already my limit. Lin Tian shook his head and forced a smile. If he could learn the phantom chain sword technique he had just obtained, he should be able to improve further. The phantom chain sword technique could be considered a top-notch sword technique amongst the high-grade yellow rank martial skills. Seeing Lin Tian walking out, the deacon at the side loudly announced his potential value. Lin Tian, potential value, 86, 86? Lin Tian looked at the crowd of disciples doubtfully. He did not know whether this potential value was good or not. 86 potential value is not bad. My highest record is only 93. Xiao Long took the initiative to explain to Lin Tian. That's right. Junior brother Lin obtained 86 potential value on his first try. After cultivating for a period of time, the next test will most likely be even higher. The rest of the disciples nodded their heads in agreement. However, Lin Tian's heart sank slightly. Xiao Long had previously said that his best result was not enough for him to obtain a high-grade yellow rank martial skill. Now that he was even lower than Xiao Long, not to mention a profound rank martial skill, he might not even be able to obtain a high-grade yellow rank martial skill. Thinking of this, Lin Tian could not help but look at Instructor Yang with a questioning look in his eyes. 86 potential value is not bad. However, it is still not enough for you to obtain a high-grade yellow rank martial skill. Instructor Yang said, if you want to rely on the potential test to obtain a high-grade yellow rank martial skill, you need to have at least 100 potential value points. After you learn the martial skill you chose earlier, you might have some hope of achieving that 100 potential value points. It's still not enough. Lin Tian felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. However, he was also extremely helpless. This requirement was too high. It was no wonder that out of so many core disciples, only a few could obtain a martial skill through the potential test. It seemed that if he wanted to obtain a profound rank martial skill, he could only rely on his contribution points to exchange for it. After all, Xiao Long had also exchanged for a profound rank martial skill, so the difficulty should be much easier than the potential test. Seeing Lin Tian's depressed expression, Instructor Yang patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, "Don't be discouraged. I've already told you that it is extremely difficult to rely on the potential test to obtain a martial skill. Currently, there are so many disciples, but only 2 people have passed the test and obtained a martial skill. Furthermore, they only obtained a high-grade yellow rank martial skill." "Which 2?" Lin Tian could not help but ask. "One is Kongwen Ben, 112 potential value points. This is the only time he has exceeded 100 potential value points. The other is Yu Feng, 100 points, just enough for him to obtain a high-grade yellow rank martial skill." Yu Feng was the first disciple to lose to Lu Xian during the martial competition. At the same time, he received guidance from Lu Xian. Hearing this, Lin Tian nodded. It seemed that he was not too bad. After he mastered the phantom chain sword, he might even have a chance to reach 100. At this moment, another disciple shouted, "Junior brother Mo is also coming out." After Lin Tian, Mo Chouchen had also reached his limit. However, Mo Chouchen's results were slightly better than Lin Tian's. While the time taken was about the same, he was able to kill his enemies much faster. Time was not everything. If Lu Xian were to continue killing his enemies within the same amount of time, his results would be much better than those of Lin Tian and Mo Chouchen. Mo Chouchen killed his way to the 7th martial artist. The 7th martial artist was at the peak of the 8th level of body refinement. His spear intent had also reached the peak of small success. Combined with a peak yellow grade upper grade martial technique, he finally defeated Mo Chouchen. If Mo Chouchen had taken the risk like Lin Tian, he might have had a chance to kill him. However, it was clear that Mo Chouchen was much calmer and did not have any thoughts of taking the risk. This was because he had also chosen a good yellow ranked high rank martial spear art. Next time, he would definitely be able to improve it. Seeing Mo Chouchen come out, Lin Tian immediately expelled his depressed feelings. He raised his spirits and prepared to see Mo Chouchen's potential value. Mo Chouchen's results were better than his. If he could reach 100 points, he would be the 3rd core disciple to obtain a martial technique. Lin Tian was naturally happy for him. Mo Chouchen, potential value 99 points. The deacon shouted again. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. It was actually 99 points. Wasn't this too tragic and too coincidental? Mo Chouchen was just a little bit away from reaching the requirement. This test of potential didn't just look at the number of enemies killed. It also looked at the time taken to kill and other factors, such as the degree of damage done to the enemy. Lin Tian explained the rules to Mo Chouchen and sighed, "What a pity. If you were a little faster, or if you took the risk to defeat that martial artist, you might be able to reach 100 points." Many disciples also felt sorry for Mo Chouchen. Of course, there were also people who rejoiced in his misfortune. Not everyone wanted to see others achieve better than them. Mo Chouchen was relatively calm. "It's all right. I'll come again next time. Next time, I'll have a better chance." Instructor Yang also tried his best to say, "That's right. Generally speaking, the first assessment after entering the Corps for a period of time would be your best results. Both of you have a chance to reach a potential value of 100 points. However, if you want to obtain a profound rank martial technique, that would probably be impossible." Lin Tian and Mo Chouchen both nodded. Previously, they had indeed overestimated their own abilities. Now that they had personally participated in this test of potential, they realized just how difficult it was. To obtain the profound grade martial technique, how much potential value do we need? Lin Tian asked curiously. Although they had no hope, Lu Xian had a lot of hope. Glancing at Lu Xian, who was still in battle, Instructor Yang said in a low voice, "Passing the test of potential to obtain a martial skill is extremely difficult. Once you reach 100 potential points, you can obtain a superior yellow level martial skill. If you want to obtain another superior yellow level martial skill, you will need to reach 150 potential points. As for Xian level martial skills, they are extremely precious to the sect and are not given out easily. So if you want to obtain one, the difficulty is naturally even greater. The first time you obtain a Xian level martial skill, you will need to reach 250 potential points in the test of potential, and the second time, you will need to reach 400 potential points." As soon as Instructor Yang said this, Lin Tian and Mo Qiuqian could not help but be speechless. The difficulty was too high. Both of them had given it their all, yet they had not reached 100 potential points, 250 potential points, or even 400 potential points for the second time. However, Lu Xian was not an ordinary person. His talent could be said to be monstrous. As Lin Tian and Mo Qiuqian's test ended, the only one who was still battling was Lu Xian. He once again became the focus of everyone's attention. "Senior apprentice brother Kong! Senior apprentice brother Kong!" All the disciples called out. They saw a figure walking over from afar. It was Kong Wenbin, who had been defeated by Lu Xian previously. He had long since received the news that Lu Xian had come to take the test of potential. However, he had been hesitating on whether or not to come. He had only made up his mind a moment ago. He also wanted to see how much potential value this Lu Xian, who had received Xianxia's favor, could achieve. "How many have you defeated?" Kong Wenbin asked a disciple. Although he did not mention a name, everyone naturally knew who he was talking about. "I think it's 14. No, it's obviously 15. You missed one." Another disciple corrected him. 14. 15. No matter which number it was, it shocked Kong Wenbin. What kind of strength did he need to reach such a level? Instructor Yang just said that the cultivator Junior Liu is facing has already reached the peak of the 10th level of the body refinement realm. His sword intent is in the middle stage, and he is using a middle-grade black-grade sword technique. Junior Liu is really amazing. He is definitely the most monstrous genius I have ever seen. A disciple praised. Cough, cough. Stop talking. A disciple hurriedly signaled to the person who had just spoken. The disciple who had praised Lu Xian had not participated in the martial arts competition. He only knew that Kong Wenbin had been defeated by Lu Xian, but he did not know about the grudge between the two. That was why he had praised Lu Xian in front of Kong Wenbin. However, Kong Wenbin did not say anything. He then turned his head and looked at Lu Xian's battle. He had mixed feelings in his heart. At this moment, Lu Xian's condition was not very good. He had killed 15 cultivators in a row, and it had consumed a lot of his strength. Apart from the first few battles, the latter battles were not easy. Especially after his opponents used their middle stage sword intent and middle grade black grade martial skills, the consumption of his strength increased dramatically. This was the first time Lu Xian had faced an opponent who used a middle grade black grade martial skill. Although it was not as powerful as the dragon sword skill, it was still stronger than the sky cloud sword skill. "Dragon hides in the abyss!" Lu Xian roared. The peak of the middle stage sword intent suddenly burst out. He had finally used the first move of the dragon sword skill. Previously, he had been relying on the sky cloud sword skill to fight against his opponents. After all, using the dragon sword skill required him to use the power of his bloodline, which consumed a lot of his strength. However, facing this 16th opponent, the sky cloud sword skill could no longer hold on. As the dragon lurks in the abyss burst out, although the warrior on the other side tried his best to resist, Lu Xian still managed to forcefully break through his defenses. Lu Xian stabbed the warrior in the heart with his sword. With his vital organs attacked, the warrior quickly dissipated. Lu Xian took the opportunity to catch his breath. He had consumed too much of his strength. Currently, he only had less than 30% of his strength left. Although the 16th opponent's realm was far from Kong Wenbin's, in terms of sword intent and martial skills, he was much better than Kong Wenbin. After a full 3 breaths' time, the opponent still had not appeared. Not only was Lu Xian not happy, his heart sank slightly. According to the usual practice, it was time for him to increase his strength. The 16th opponent was already at the peak of the 10th level of the body refinement realm. Wouldn't it be time for him to break through to the spirit refinement realm? As if to confirm Lu Xian's thoughts, the 17th opponent appeared. The aura of the spirit refinement realm was unreservedly displayed. A spirit refinement realm martial artist. Heavens, a spirit refinement realm martial artist who has mastered a mid-stage sword intent and a mid-grade profound level martial skill. How strong is he? Junior brother Lu is in trouble now. A disciple exclaimed. Instructor Yang's face was also a little serious. He ordered, activate the concealment array. The deacon immediately executed the order. The light of the array suddenly became incomparably dense. The light flowed continuously and instantly covered up the situation inside the array. Sigh, it's a pity that we can't see the exciting part. I don't know if junior brother Lu can make it. The disciples all expressed their regret. They were watching the exciting part, but it was gone. They could only rely on their own imagination. It was really unpleasant. I wonder how long Lu Xian can last. This time, he crossed a whole realm at once. He's much stronger than Kong Wenbin. Lin Tian said with slight worry. Although Kong Wenbin was in the spirit refinement realm, he only had the peak of the minor completion sword intent and a low-grade profound level martial skill. He couldn't compare to the strength of the 17th opponent. Compared to the first time I saw Lu Xian, he's already so much stronger. I can't believe such a huge change. Xianxia couldn't help but say. In the short span of a year, Lu Xian's body seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. She had already been in the Cloud Sky Mountain for a year and had experienced a total of 4 potential tests. However, in these 4 times, the best record was Yu Feng, who made it to the 8th opponent. Lu Xian had now more than doubled this record. The light of the illusion array continued to flow. Time continued to pass, but no one saw Lu Xian come out. Inside the array, after Lu Xian noticed that the outside couldn't see his situation, he finally didn't need to hide his strength anymore. He used the dragon sword art with all his might. At this point in the battle, Lu Xian didn't plan on holding back any spirit energy. He was going to give it his all and see how far he could last. The peak of the mid-stage sword intent could no longer give Lu Xian much of an advantage. It could only barely offset the opponent's mid-stage sword intent and the power of the spirit refinement realm. The only thing he could rely on was the dragon sword art. Ever since he obtained the dragon sword art, Lu Xian hadn't used it in a battle to his heart's content. This time, however, was an extremely good opportunity. With the dragon submerging in the abyss and dragon battling in the wild, Lu Xian successfully defeated the 17th opponent. With the dragon soar in the sky, Lu Xian defeated the 18th opponent again. The 19th opponent's strength had already increased to the peak of the first level of the spirit refinement realm. Coupled with the mid-stage sword intent, even Lu Xian's peak mid-stage sword intent couldn't withstand it. If it wasn't for the power of the Azure Dragon bloodline, just the power alone would be enough to put Lu Xian at an absolute disadvantage. Arrogant Dragon repents. Lu Xian finally used the last move of the dragon sword art with all his might. With the arrogant dragon repents, the 19th opponent's power was instantly broken. The incomparably stunning sword actually directly split the opponent in half. At this moment, Lu Xian felt as if he had become a real giant dragon, standing at the top of the pyramid of strength, overlooking the masses. Lu Xian suddenly felt a throbbing. This was the sign of a breakthrough. At this moment, the 20th opponent also appeared, the second level of the spirit refinement realm. Although he couldn't see his opponent's strength, Lu Xian could feel that his opponent had become stronger from his aura. Without any hesitation, he decisively crushed the jade tablet in his hand, sat down cross-legged, and started to prepare for the breakthrough. As Lu Xian crushed the jade token, the 20th martial artist who had just appeared disappeared instantly. The entire illusory killing array had stopped working on Lu Xian. At this moment, Lu Xian was the only one in the array. As soon as the jade token was crushed, the array was automatically terminated. The light that shrouded the array gradually dissipated, and the situation inside the array was once again visible to everyone. The array has dissipated. It seems that junior brother Lu has also ended his test. Why is junior brother Lu sitting on the ground? It seems like he broke through? He must have broken through. TSK, junior brother Lu's talent is really enviable. He managed to break through after just one potential test. Sensing Lu Xian's situation, the disciples spoke up one after another. There were many who were envious. However, what they were most concerned about at this moment was Lu Xian's results. It was unbelievable that he could persist for so long and even beat an expert in the spirit refinement realm with the strength of a body refinement cultivator. Moreover, they didn't know whether Lu Xian had killed that expert in the spirit refinement realm in the end. Instructor Yang announced junior brother Lu's results. "Let us all be envious," a disciple said to Instructor Yang with a smile. Under normal circumstances, they had to wait for Lu Xian to come out and announce the results in front of him. However, now that Lu Xian was breaking through, they were itching to wait. Instructor Yang hesitated for a moment and said to the warden, "Announce the results." He was also a little curious and expectant. He didn't know what level Lu Xian could reach. At this moment, all the martial artists pricked up their ears. How much potential value could junior brother Lu reach? It was definitely more than 100. 150? Or 200? Or 300? After receiving instructions from Instructor Yang, the warden called out Lu Xian's final results. After taking a look, he suddenly trembled and his eyes were filled with shock. This potential value was too high? Was there really nothing wrong with this array? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he definitely wouldn't dare to believe that someone could reach this level. Slowly coming back to his senses, the warden swallowed his saliva and said, "Lu Xian, potential value 523. As soon as this was said, there was silence in the field. Everyone was stunned. 523? Are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? Or did I hear it wrong? Or was there something wrong with the array? Their first reaction was that there had been a mistake. Either the attendant had made a mistake, or they had misheard. At the very least, there had been a mistake with the formation. The number was simply too high, so high that it was hard to imagine. With 30 potential points, he would be able to maintain his status as a core disciple. With 100 potential points, he would be able to obtain a high-grade yellow-grade martial technique. With 250 potential points, he would be able to obtain a profound grade martial technique. With 400 potential points, he would be able to obtain a second profound grade martial technique. And now, Lu Xian had actually broken through 500 potential points. What kind of concept was this? Heavens, this was almost at the level of obtaining 3 sets of profound grade martial skills. In the rules set by the Wind Sword School, there wasn't a standard to obtain the third set of profound tier martial techniques. Just the potential value required to obtain the first set of profound tier martial techniques was enough to make everyone shrink back. The second set was an existence that was almost impossible to obtain. As for the third set, it was the same whether it was fixed or not. They believed that no one would be able to achieve it. But now, the potential value obtained by Lu Xian had completely refreshed their understanding. It turned out that there was really someone who could reach a potential value of more than 500 points. I just checked the formation. There's no problem with the formation. Therefore, there's definitely no problem with this result. The attendant spoke again. He also didn't dare to believe it. He hurriedly checked if there was any problem with the formation, but in reality, the formation was in perfect condition. According to the formation, Lu Xian reached the 20th martial artist. The last martial artist who appeared was at the second level of the spirit refinement realm, the attendant continued. After getting a second confirmation, these disciples no longer had any doubts. To be able to reach the 20th martial artist, Lu Xian was completely worthy of this potential value. One must know that towards the end, with every new martial artist that appeared, the difficulty would be greatly increased. Sometimes, a slight difference was enough to cause one to lose. Xianxia was surprised and overjoyed. A hint of joy involuntarily appeared on her face. She had always thought that Lu Xian was extraordinary. Now, from the looks of it, he wasn't just extraordinary. Looking at Xianxia's heartfelt smile, Kong Wenbin felt a strong sense of loss in his heart. Not so long ago, he had also imagined that Xianxia would show such a smile to him. But in reality, he could only think about it. In this year, he had never seen Xianxia reveal such a heartfelt smile. Occasionally, she would show it, but it was just a polite smile. And now, he finally saw it. It was a pity that this smile wasn't for him. Instead, it was for that junior who had just entered the sect. After letting out a long sigh, Kong Wenbin left dejectedly. A potential value of more than 500 points. Perhaps only such a person could truly match up to Xianxia. Kong Wenbin's quiet departure wasn't noticed by too many people. Right now, they were all immersed in the shocking results of Lu Xian. They had personally witnessed the birth of a monstrous genius. Junior Lu was already cultivating when the test just ended. Do you guys think that Junior Lu sensed that he was about to break through and took the initiative to give up on continuing the test? That's really possible. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that Junior Lu can still improve further? After coming to this conclusion, the disciples were undoubtedly even more shocked. Other than astonishment, there was also a strong sense of envy in their eyes. Previously, when Lin Tian and Mo Dechen's test results were released, there were still some people who were jealous. But now, not a single disciple felt any jealousy towards Lu Xian. This was because when you surpassed others by a little bit, you would be envied. But when you surpassed them by a lot, it wasn't jealousy, it was envy. I wonder when Junior Brother Lu will finish his breakthrough. I still want to talk to Junior Brother Lu and get familiar with him. In the future, when Junior Brother Lu becomes stronger, there will be someone to protect you. Haha. A disciple laughed out loud. It shouldn't be too long. After all, this isn't a breakthrough in cultivation. Everyone, let's wait. Junior Lu has just arrived, so let's take this opportunity to welcome him, Xiaolong said. Right. Let's welcome Junior Lu and have a good gathering. The other disciples immediately echoed. Looking at the group of core disciples discussing excitedly, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xian is Lu Xian. No matter where he goes, he will be incomparably glorious. Such talent is really enviable. That's right. Mo Dechen also shook his head and sighed. When I first met Lu Xian, I still treated him as a formidable opponent. Now, it seems that I don't have the qualifications to be his opponent. The aptitude of the two was not bad, but they couldn't compare to Lu Xian at all. While everyone was talking, Lu Xian was holding 2 mid-grade source stones in his hands. He was constantly absorbing the source energy from the source stones and stabilizing the strength of the body refinement realm. For Lu Xian, the breakthrough this time was just a small one. It was just a breakthrough from the initial 10th tier of the body refinement realm to the initial 10th tier of the body refinement realm. The real big breakthrough was to break through from the body refinement realm to the spirit refinement realm. That was the real qualitative change. However, Lu Xian was not in a hurry to break through to the spirit refinement realm. This was because the body refinement realm was the realm of breaking through to the spirit refinement realm. This was the best time to break through to the spirit refinement realm. The more acupoints he broke through, the higher his future achievements would be. Some disciples of large sects even deliberately stayed at the body refinement realm for a year or two, just to break through more acupoints. Once he stepped into the spirit refinement realm, he would start to condense his life source energy. At that time, the acupoints would solidify, and wanting to break through would be much more difficult. If he forcefully broke through, it could even cause the acupoints to be permanently sealed, leaving behind unerasable hidden injuries. The body refinement realm was already stable, but Lu Xian did not stop. When breaking through to the body refinement realm, because the source energy of the whole body fluctuated, the acupoints would be wide open, and it was the best time to break through. Lu Xian naturally would not waste it. Pieces of mid-grade primary stones were tossed out of the storage ring one after another, rapidly absorbing the yuanli within them to provide Lu Xian with the yuanli needed to break through his acupoints. This time, he did not have the yuanli infusion, which meant that he had to provide his own yuanli. Absorbing yuanli from primary stones was much faster and purer than absorbing the yuanli around him. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Kong Wenbin and Sun Shui. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them gave him a few hundred source stones for the bet, he would not have so many source stones to squander. Piece after piece of mid-grade source stones filled with source energy, in Lu Xian's hands, quickly changed color. From a bright green, it began to turn white, until it completely turned gray. The whole source stone had already become an ordinary stone, no longer having any use. The last time he broke through, Lu Xian broke through 9 acupoints in one go, and all of them were fatal acupoints. This time, his priority was still the acupoints of the 36 fatal acupoints. Every time he broke through one of these major acupoints, the benefits were many times greater than the other minor acupoints. Of course, the difficulty was also higher. The Fengqi acupoint, Xianxia acupoint, and Qihai acupoint were consecutively broken through. Including these 3 major acupoints, Lu Xian had already broken through 12 fatal acupoints, accounting for 1/3 of all the fatal acupoints. However, this was almost Lu Xian's limit. This time, he did not break through to the 10th rank of the body refinement realm, and there was no source energy empowerment. Compared to the first time, the effects were naturally greatly reduced. Lu Xian immediately changed his target, and began to break through the other 72 of the 108 fatal acupoints. This time lasted for quite a long time. The group of core disciples originally thought that Lu Xian would finish very quickly, but they did not expect that this wait would last for more than an hour. However, they were also more and more impressed. The longer the breakthrough time, the more benefits one would obtain. Martial artists who broke through in such a short period of time would only obtain limited benefits. After consuming close to 150 mid-grade source stones, Lu Xian finally finished breaking through. In this short period of time, he had consumed almost 3 treasured tools worth of source stones. The effects were also outstanding. Aside from the 3 fatal acupoints, there were still another 3 vital acupoints. At this point, the number of acupoints that Lu Xian had broken through had already reached 15. The majority of martial artists who had reached the peak of the 10th rank of the body refinement realm did not have so many. Slowly getting up, Lu Xian realized that he was in the middle of a test. He had been so focused on breaking through that he had almost forgotten about this matter. Walking out of the formation, Xiaolong led the group of disciples to welcome him with smiles on their faces. Congratulations, junior brother Lu. First, you set a new record for defeating all the veteran disciples in the sparring session. Now, you've set a new record for the test of potential. I'm afraid that Lu Xian's name will be passed down for countless years to come, Xiaolong said with a smile. 523 potential value. It was unknown when someone would break through, unless another monstrous genius like Lu Xian appeared in the Wind Sword School. What's my potential value? Lu Xian asked curiously. 523 points. It's enough for you to exchange for 2 sets of profound class martial techniques. Xiaolong said. It's actually so high. Lu Xian was a little surprised. He was confident that he could get 1 set of profound class martial techniques, but he didn't expect to get 2. Xiaolong smiled and explained the requirements of potential value to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, congratulations, congratulations. You, on the other hand, managed to obtain 2 profound ranked martial techniques in one go. In addition to the ones you chose earlier, you managed to obtain 3 profound ranked martial techniques in one day. I'm so envious of you. It's a pity that I couldn't even obtain a single superior grade yellow ranked martial technique, Lin Tian said bitterly. You guys, I only have 86 points. I still lack 14 points. Depression is unlucky. He only has 99 points. Just a little more, Lin Tian said. It's fine. I'm only able to reach this potential value because of the profound class martial technique. When you guys learn that high-grade yellow class martial technique, you'll definitely be able to break 100. Lu Xian consoled them. Let's stop talking. Just now, senior brother Xiao and the others were discussing how to welcome the new disciples. Of course, you're the main character. Depression and I can be considered to have benefited from it. Lin Tian laughed. Right, Lu Xian. You guys just joined the sect. Let's take this opportunity to gather and celebrate your good results, Xiaolong said. Is this a welcoming dinner? Lu Xian was a little stunned. So many core disciples were welcoming him, and this was the first time he had enjoyed such treatment. He sighed in his heart. Being strong was indeed different. When he first entered the inner sect, he did not receive such glory. Instructor Yang also walked over at this moment. Since Lu Xian had passed the assessment, he naturally deserved the reward he needed. Lu Xian, your results have already exceeded the qualifications to obtain 2 sets of profound grade martial skills, and have even reached the 3rd set. However, the sect did not state that you can obtain 3 sets of profound grade martial skills in the test of potential, so you can only choose 2 sets. It doesn't matter, 2 sets of profound level martial skills, in addition to the wind riding art that I just chose, it is enough for me to cultivate for a period of time. Lu Xian nodded. Instructor Yang lightly nodded. It's good that you understand the principle of biting off more than you can chew. You have already seen the martial skills in the martial skill pavilion. Is there any that you like? If there is, just go and get it. Lu Xian pondered for a while and recalled the martial skills that he had seen on the 3rd floor of the martial skill pavilion. There were quite a few sword skills, but unfortunately, there were not many that he was interested in. A set of profound level lower grade startling cloud sword technique and a profound level middle grade dragon sword technique were enough. Any more would be useless. What was left were those secret skills. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian said, I choose the profound level lower grade secret skill, Nether Blood Curse, and the yellow level upper grade Tai Chi sword. Nether Blood Curse? Tai Chi sword? Instructor Yang was a little surprised. The 2 martial skills that Lu Xian had chosen were not ordinary martial skills. The Tai Chi sword was just a yellow level upper grade martial skill and its value could not be compared to a profound level martial skill. It was really strange that Lu Xian would give up on a profound level martial skill and choose this. As for the Nether Blood Curse, it was not an ordinary martial skill either. It was a secret skill with great negative effects. It needed to burn one's own blood essence and it would also trigger the martial artist's negative emotions. Although it could explode a very strong battle power at a critical moment, after using it, it would not only cause a martial artist unerasable internal injury, but also cause confusion. If one's willpower was not strong enough, it was very likely that one would go berserk, or even sink into an illusion. I won't stop you from choosing the Tai Chi sword. Although its grade is not high, it still has its mysteries. However, the Nether Blood Curse is not a good thing. Among the self-harming secret skills in the entire martial skill pavilion, it is ranked in the top 3. Are you sure you want it? Instructor Yang slightly frowned. That's it. Lu Xian nodded and said, although the negative effects are great, the power it can display is also great. Once there is danger, it might be able to save your life. Even if you are injured, it is better than losing your life. Alright, since you insist, I won't say more. However, you must remember, unless it is a very dangerous situation, you must not use it. You are extremely talented, I don't want to see you sink into depravity. Thank you for your concern, Instructor Yang. I will definitely remember it. Then follow me to the martial skill pavilion. Instructor Yang nodded and turned around to walk towards the martial skill pavilion. Lu Xian quickly followed. As for the core disciples, they also followed. When Lu Xian obtained the martial skills, they would welcome Lu Xian and take the opportunity to familiarize themselves with each other. Not long after, Instructor Yang obtained the complete manual of the Tai Chi sword and the Nether Blood Curse. When he passed it to Lu Xian, he naturally warned him not to use it carelessly. As he watched Lu Xian's figure disappear into the distance, Instructor Yang could not help but shake his head and let out a soft sigh. Since ancient times, these secret skills had caused countless geniuses to sink into depravity. Even if they managed to save their lives, for a genius, without talent, it was a fate worse than death. He hoped that Lu Xian would not become the next one. Without Instructor Yang and the others present, the core disciples completely relaxed. Each and every one of them chatted happily. Some of the disciples who wanted to get close to Lu Xian took the initiative to tell Lu Xian some interesting anecdotes about the Cloud Sky Mountain. Lu Xian found it quite interesting to listen to them. The place chosen to welcome them was Lu Xian's new mansion. However, with so many people, a mere mansion could not accommodate all of them. Therefore, even Lin Tian and Emo Chochen's mansions were requisitioned. Both of them were new disciples, so they were naturally one of the targets of this welcome. As for Xianxia's mansion, although it was also nearby, they did not disturb her. After all, it was a girl's territory, so it was not appropriate for them to enter. When everyone arrived at Lu Xian's mansion, they unexpectedly met another disciple. It was Yu Feng. During the martial competition, he had comprehended quite a bit under Lu Xian's guidance, so he directly returned to the mansion to cultivate. Therefore, he did not go to watch Lu Xian's potential test. "Senior Yu, why are you here?" Lu Xian was a bit stunned. He naturally had an impression of Yu Feng. "Just call me Yu Feng. Don't call me senior or senior. I'm really ashamed, so I'll also call you Lu Xian," Yu Feng said with a smile. "Previously, under your guidance, I felt that my comprehension of the way of the sword became deeper. Therefore, I simply moved my mansion near you. In the future, I will definitely have to ask for your guidance." Yu Feng was also very straightforward. In a short period of time, he directly moved. It could be imagined that Lu Xian's remote mansion would become lively again in a short period of time. Because, not only did this place have the number one beauty of the core disciples, Xianxia, now there was also the unprecedented talent Lu Xian. Haha, Junior Yu, you really have foresight. If you can continuously receive guidance from Junior Lu Xian, that would be amazing. One of the disciples laughed out loud. The rest of the disciples were also extremely envious of Yu Feng. It was not that easy for them to get close to Lu Xian now, unlike Yu Feng, who had formed a friendship with Lu Xian after sparring with him. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. If they had known earlier, they would have gone up to spar with Lu Xian as well. "Oh? Oh right, I haven't asked yet. Why are there so many of you here?" Yu Feng asked in astonishment. He still did not know about the potential test. Soon after, a disciple revealed Lu Xian's results and even described it in a radiant manner. Hearing this, Yu Feng was incomparably shocked. He naturally knew that Lu Xian was very strong, but he did not expect that his potential value would actually reach such a terrifying level. Haha, in that case, I really have foresight. Lu Xian's thigh is really thick. Let's hurry up and hug on it. Yu Feng joked. There are still many mansions nearby. If everyone wants to move here, you'd better hurry up. This joke of his caused many disciples to be tempted. Moving their mansions here was not a bad idea. If they could frequently seek guidance from Lu Xian, the benefits they would obtain would definitely not be small. "That, Lin Tian, I want the mansion next to it. Don't you guys snatch it from me." Xiao Long was the first to speak. Beside Lu Xian were Xianxia and Mo Qiuqian. Opposite them was Lin Tian. The mansion next to Lin Tian had already been occupied by Yu Feng, so the closest mansion was naturally the one on the other side. "Then I want the mansion next to Junior Brothers." "Why is it yours?" "Quick hands get it, slow hands get it, I want it too." The crowd of disciples instantly clamored. This way, the disciples who originally did not have any ideas couldn't help but feel an itch in their hearts. They pondered if they should make the first move and gain the upper hand. Junior brother Lu, I still have a few jars of good wine in my mansion. Wait a moment, I'll go back and get some wine to welcome you. Such good stuff naturally has to be taken out. Since senior brother G has taken out good stuff, then I can't be stingy either. When I went out for a mission previously, I also obtained 2 jars of good wine. I'll go back and get them too. In an instant, many disciples found excuses to leave. However, whether their goal was really to get the wine or to move and snatch territory, it was hard to say. Looking at the farce in front of him, Lu Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not expect that he would become so popular. However, looking at these passionate seniors and juniors, Lu Xian also felt a trace of warmth. The cohesiveness of the core disciples was indeed much stronger than that of the inner sect disciples. Not long after, the disciples who left returned. As expected, they did not immediately rush to Lu Xian's mansion to deliver the wine. Instead, they first walked to the front of an empty mansion nearby and hung up their own door plate, declaring their ownership. A lively welcoming banquet was held. Most of the disciples were present. Only Kong Wenbin and Sun Shui, as well as a few disciples who were close to them, were not present in order to avoid arousing suspicion. As the second strongest core disciple, Xiaolong was now in charge. He introduced the disciples to Lu Xian one by one. Everyone naturally exchanged pleasantries. Lu Xian's rise was unstoppable. If they could build a good relationship with him now, there would definitely be no harm in the future. Furthermore, Lu Xian's lack of arrogance made many disciples feel closer to him. Seeing Lu Xian being toasted one after another, then looking at Xianxia who was standing beside Lu Xian, Xiaolong sighed in his heart. An outstanding person was indeed an outstanding person. He had only entered the sect for less than a day, but he had already become the brightest star in the Cloud Sky Mountain. The structure of the Cloud Sky Mountain had already undergone a subtle change. Among the core disciples, there were also factions. After all, it was extremely likely that they would hold various positions in the Wind Sword School in the future. Naturally, they would need their own factions. These core disciples would form a small group in the future. For example, Kong Wenbin was strong and unique. He was the strongest faction. Xiaolong naturally had his own faction. Apart from that, Sun Yingshui and the others also had their own close friends. However, the arrival of Lu Xian would obviously cause quite a commotion. These factions would have to change. Currently, there were already many people gathered around Lu Xian. There was no need to mention Lin Tian and Mo Chouchen. The relationship between the three of them was not shallow. Xianxia and Lu Xian were old acquaintances. Furthermore, looking at Yufeng's appearance, it was obvious that he intended to stand on the same side as Lu Xian. Just these people alone were enough to form quite a large faction. Not to mention the disciples that would continuously join. Lu Xian's strength was the strongest in the core disciples. Yufeng was the only genius disciple who had passed the test of potential and obtained a high-grade yellow-ranked martial technique. Lin Tian and Mo Chouchen would also have a high chance of reaching this level next time. As for Xianxia, although she wasn't able to reach 100 points in the potential test, it didn't mean that Xianxia's talent was inferior. In fact, Xianxia's talent was recognized by all the core disciples. The reason why she hadn't been able to reach 100 potential points was because her cultivation realm had risen too quickly. In a short year, she had risen from the 6th level of body refinement to the 9th level of body refinement. The test of potential was determined by the cultivation realm of the examinee, so she hadn't been able to reach 100. In reality, as long as Xianxia was willing to suppress her own strength, breaking through 100 was a simple matter. However, Xiaolong immediately smiled. He didn't need to worry about these things. In any case, he didn't have any thoughts of competing. In the past, there was Kong Wenbin suppressing him. Now, there was also Lu Xian. It was pointless for him to think about it. Of course, Xiaolong probably didn't know that Lu Xian's mind wasn't even on this mere Wind Sword School. With his character, how could he be willing to stay in a corner? After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Xian had more or less met all the core disciples present. It couldn't be said to be a deep friendship, but at least he was familiar with their faces. As a martial artist, it was far from enough to be strong. Networking was also very important. Lu Xian knew this very well. Many things could be affected by an insignificant person. For example, in the Su Wenyang incident, if it wasn't for Yao Lei coming to report, the consequences would be unimaginable. When everyone was drunk, they said their goodbyes and left in 2s and 3s. Some of the disciples who had already moved their mansions in advance stayed in the nearby area. Lu Xian, then I will also take my leave. If there's anything, feel free to send me a message. Xiaolong cupped his hands and said. Thank you, Senior Xiao. If there's anything, I will definitely come and disturb you. Lu Xian said with a red face. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot. As Xiaolong left, Yufeng also said his goodbyes. Although he really wanted to ask Lu Xian for some insights on the way of the sword, it was obviously not the time. Anyway, there was still a long way to go, so there was no need to rush. Aha, I'm also almost drunk. Dejected, let's go. Lin Tian looked ambiguously at Lu Xian and Xianxia and said. Lu Xian, this place is a mess. Let's help clean it up before we leave. Mo dejected said unemotionally. Although the three of them had held a banquet in their mansions, in the end, everyone gathered at Lu Xian's place. "There's no need for you to be a busybody. Let's go." Lin Tian dragged Demo dejected away without any explanation. For a moment, only him and Xianxia were left in Lu Xian's mansion. Xianxia, who was in front of him, had a rosy complexion because she had drunk some wine. Not only did she look bright and beautiful, but she also looked even more beautiful. "Let me help you clean it up." Seriously, they just left after making a ruckus. Xianxia avoided Lu Xian's gaze and took the initiative to say, "Xianxia." Lu Xian suddenly said. Xianxia's heart suddenly jumped. She did not know why, but she could not help but feel nervous. "I have something to tell you." Lu Xian spoke again. Since he was drunk, he felt that it was better to say some things. Hearing this, Xianxia's heart jumped even more violently. Her face could not help but turn even redder. Fortunately, she was drunk, so it was not too obvious. "Lu Xian, could it be that you want to talk to me about that matter? If he confesses to me, what should I say? Agree? Reject? Or avoid talking about it?" Xianxia's mind was in a mess. When they separated a year ago, there was a faint feeling between the two of them. A year later, when she saw Lu Xian again and learned that Lu Xian had become so powerful, the feeling in her heart had clearly sprouted. At this moment, she was a little flustered. "Say it." Xianxia forced herself to calm down and said. However, Lu Xian was a little hesitant. The words were in his heart, but he could not say them. Xianxia waited even more uncomfortably. She could not help but look up at Lu Xian. Meeting Xianxia's eyes, Lu Xian finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "A few days ago, Cindy and I, in Lin City, set a marriage." As soon as these words came out, Xianxia's face suddenly turned pale. It was like a bolt from the blue, suddenly bombarding her heart. She almost could not bear it. She had thought of countless results, but she did not expect that Lu Xian would actually say such a thing. But it was not until this moment that Xianxia could really confirm the thoughts in her heart. The feeling of disbelief when she heard this news, she finally understood that she had indeed developed feelings for Lu Xian. But what could she do? Lu Xian was actually engaged to Cindy. Back in Lin City, Xianxia knew that Lin City also had a good impression of Lu Xian. She even asked for the enchantment scroll that Lu Xian had given her. Both of them entered the inner sect at the same time. After spending a year together, their relationship must have improved very quickly, right? Xianxia thought silently. Xianxia knew that Lin City was not inferior to her at all, whether it was in appearance or talent. The reason why Lin City's strength was inferior to hers was because Lin City did not want to focus on cultivation. If she did not enter the core and enter the inner sect with Lu Xian and the others, perhaps it would be a different result now? Xianxia's thoughts were very chaotic, and all kinds of thoughts were flying around. After a long while, she calmed down and took a deep breath. She said in a low voice, "Is that so? Then I wish you and Cindy the best. It's a pity that I did not attend your engagement, otherwise I could have wished you well in person." After a pause, Xianxia said with difficulty, "Cindy is a good girl, and she is also my closest friend. She may be a little willful at times, but that is just her nature. You must treat her well." "Yes, I will." Lu Xian nodded heavily. Even if Xianxia did not say it, he would not let Lin City down. "I'm sorry, Xianxia." Xianxia forced a smile and said, "There's no need to apologize. I am very happy that you can be honest with me at this time. It proves that you really treat Cindy wholeheartedly. I am a little tired, so I will go back first. Let me send you." "There's no need. You should rest early." Xianxia rejected Lu Xian's good intentions and turned around. However, the moment she turned around, 2 lines of crystal-clear tears flowed down her cheeks. She was still a weak girl, no matter how strong her heart was. Watching Xianxia's back as she left, Lu Xian stood rooted to the ground for a long time. After a long while, he sighed. This was also good. If he said that he had no feelings for her, that would be a lie. Xianxia, regardless of whether it was in terms of appearance, personality, or strength, they were all top-notch. However, how could everything in this world go according to one's wishes? Looking at the messy hall before him, Lu Xian was too lazy to tidy up and return to his cultivation room. He needed some time to calm his heart. Sitting down cross-legged, Lu Xian took out an acupoint nurturing pill and swallowed it. Then, he began to cultivate. The effects of the acupoint nurturing pill began to take effect. The acupoints he had just broken through began to feel a cool and comfortable feeling. Lu Xian immersed himself in cultivation and gradually forgot about the outside world. The night passed by quickly, and the sky soon turned bright. Lu Xian had used up 5 acupoint nourishing pills in one night, and the effects were remarkable. The 6 acupoints that he had broken through during the day were almost fully nourished. Although they were not completely nourished, they did not have much of an impact on him. Normal cultivators would not dare to use acupoint nurturing pills like Lu Xian did. He only dared to do so because of the existence of the sword crystal. However, he did not continue to nourish his acupoints. There was a limit to everything. No matter how powerful the sword crystal was, Lu Xian would not go overboard. He then took out 3 martial skill books from his storage ring. They were the Art of the Flying Wind, the Tai Chi Sword, and the Dark Blood Curse. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian put away the Dark Blood Curse and the Tai Chi Sword. Now, it was better to focus on cultivating the Art of the Flying Wind. The Art of the Flying Wind was extremely demanding. It required one to understand the concept of wind. Lu Xian did not know how long it would take for him to understand it. The wind riding technique could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be easy. The easy part was that the basics of the wind riding technique were very easy, but the difficult part was the mastery part, which required one to comprehend the concept of wind. After spending around 4 hours, Lu Xian completely memorized the main points of the wind riding technique. Putting down the wind riding technique manual, Lu Xian sank into deep thought. The foundation of the wind riding technique was still an ordinary agility martial skill, and this was also the main point of the first half of the wind riding technique to mastery. Even without comprehending the concept of wind, one could still practice the wind riding technique to mastery and have the foundation of an ordinary agility martial skill. However, the true essence was in the second half. Once one comprehended the concept of wind, one would be able to utilize the power of the wind to its greatest extent. At that time, the wind riding technique would truly be mastered, and one would definitely have the strength of a Xian-level martial skill. The threshold of the wind riding technique was not outside, but inside. Lu Xian was not in a hurry to practice, and instead took out the Taiji sword. When he first saw the abridged version of the Taiji sword, he felt that this martial skill had its own unique points of view. Now that he had the complete version, he naturally had to study it carefully. Flipping open the first page of the Taiji sword, Lu Xian's mind could not help but sink into it, and he carefully experienced every word within. Every time he saw something breathtaking, Lu Xian would have a feeling of being enlightened. After an unknown amount of time, when Lu Xian finished flipping to the last page, he discovered that he had already finished reading the entire manual. In his heart, there was a feeling of wanting to continue. It turned out that on the path of the sword, other than strength and speed, there was actually such a sword technique. It did not rely on strength or speed, but purely relied on the coordination of the body, as well as the ingenious use of yuan power, borrowing the enemy's strength to attack the enemy. In this way, no matter how strong the enemy was, one would still have a way to deal with it. Furthermore, one would be able to make the sword moves light, gentle, and unceasing. If he was strong, let him be strong. If he was strong, let him be strong. The Tai Chi sword focused on the intent rather than the sword. Rather than saying it was a set of martial arts techniques, it would be better to say that it was a set of experiences describing the concept of the way of the sword. It was similar to the black iron sword technique that Lu Xian had seen in the inner sect. This was because the entire set of Taiji sword did not have any detailed and exquisite sword moves. In this aspect, it was inferior to the startling cloud sword technique and the dragon sword technique. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the Taiji sword was only a superior yellow-ranked martial technique. Martial techniques, as the name suggested, placed more emphasis on the word technique. Of course, even though the Taiji sword had its merits, its shortcomings were also extremely obvious. That was, it was too passive, and completely changed its moves according to the opponent's attacks. This was something that Lu Xian did not like. After some thought, he decided to incorporate the Taiji sword's philosophy into his other sword techniques. Perhaps, he might be able to reap some benefits. After continuously looking at the wind riding technique and the Taiji sword, Lu Xian did not continue. The Nether Blood Curse was only a set of secret techniques. It was not difficult to learn, and there was no need to rush. After finishing his training, Lu Xian finally remembered that he had not cleaned up after the commotion at the welcoming banquet last night. Right now, the hall was probably still in a mess. As he thought of this, he could not help but scratch his head, feeling a slight headache. If only Linsini was here, she would definitely help him clean up. At this moment, Lu Xian began to miss Linsini. This kind of silent concern was usually not very obvious, but when it was truly gone, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. With a sigh, Lu Xian pushed open the door to the quiet room and walked straight into the hall. With just a glance, Lu Xian was stunned. At this moment, the hall was no longer the same as last night. The various wine jars and dishes that were strewn all over the floor had already disappeared. The floor was clean, and even the tables and chairs had been wiped clean and arranged neatly. As he looked at the clean hall, Lu Xian could not help but scratch his head again. What was going on? Could it be that this mansion had an automatic cleaning function? Of course, this was impossible. Clearly, someone had helped Lu Xian clean up. In his heart, he had already vaguely guessed who it was. Lin Tian and Mo Qianqing would definitely not have the time to do this. The only possibility was Xianxia. Xianxia. Thinking of this name, Lu Xian could not help but think of that elegant face again. He could not help but feel conflicted. He had already told her clearly last night, and he really did not have the face to see her again. After all, he had repeatedly told Xianxia to wait for him in the core. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll just take one step at a time, Lu Xian thought to himself. Not needing to clean up the mansion saved Lu Xian a lot of effort. He walked straight out of the door and left. This time, his destination was the Cloud Sky Mountain's 5-element cave. This 5-element cave was similar to the Inner Sect's 5-element cave. It was also equipped with various arrays to create different environments to assist in cultivation. Of course, compared to the Inner Sect's 5-element cave, it was more powerful, and the arrays that could be activated were of a higher grade. In the Inner Sect's 5-element cave, the highest level of arrays that could be activated was only level 7. However, the Cloud Sky Mountain's 5-element cave could reach level 14. Under the influence of a level 14 array, even a warrior in the spirit refinement realm would not be able to withstand it. Along the way, Lu Xian quickly found the location of the 5-element cave according to the map in the nameplate. Deacon Senior Brother, is there any empty 5-element cave now? Lu Xian cupped his fists and asked. It turns out to be Junior Brother Lu. I didn't expect Junior Brother Lu to be so hardworking. You just entered the sect for one day, and you can't wait to come to the 5-element cave to cultivate. I really admire you. The deacon smiled slightly. Lu Xian touched his nose. Even the deacon of the 5-element cave knew his name. This news spread too fast. Senior Brother Deacon, you must be joking. I have just obtained 2 martial skills, and I want to practice them as soon as possible. Haha, of course. There are still many 5-element caves left. I wonder what kind of array Junior Brother Lu would like to activate. The deacon asked. Activate the Gale array. Lu Xian answered without hesitation. If he wanted to comprehend the concept of wind, he naturally had to comprehend it in the wind. No problem. However, Junior Brother will have to pay for the primordial stones needed to activate the Gale array. The Gale array requires 1 mid-grade primordial stone for 6 hours. You can choose the level of the array. Lu Xian flipped his hand, and a mid-grade primordial stone appeared in his hand. Senior Brother, please help me activate the Gale array for 3 hours. As for the level of the array, just activate a level 3 array. In the Cloud Sky Mountain, the price of using the 5-element cave was not low. 1 mid-grade primordial stone for 6 hours, and 10 mid-grade primordial stones for 60 hours, which was equivalent to 1/5 of a low-grade human treasure. However, when Lu Xian said this, the deacon was stunned. Did he hear it wrong? He actually only wanted to activate a level 3 array. It was said that junior brother Lu could even defeat Kong Wenbin. Not to mention a level 3 array, even a level 9 array would not be a problem for him. Could it be that junior brother Lu specially came here to enjoy the wind? However, he did not ask much. He took the primordial stone from Lu Xian and immediately activated a 5-element caves array. The 24th 5-element cave has been activated. Level 3 Gale Array, junior brother can go and practice. If the level is not suitable, junior brother can come and change it at any time. However, the primordial stones cannot be refunded. The deacon reminded. Obviously, he was certain that Lu Xian would come and change the level of the array. Lu Xian nodded his head. After thanking the deacon, he quickly found the 24th 5-element cave and entered it. When Lu Xian was practicing the rushing thunder flash in the inner sect, he had activated the level 6 Gale Array. Now that his strength had greatly increased, a mere level 3 Gale Array could not pose a threat to him at all. Gusts of wind that were not too strong blew from all directions without warning. Lu Xian closed his eyes and recalled the key points of the wind riding art. He gradually entered the state. With the foundation of the galloping thunder flash, Lu Xian was able to grasp the wind riding technique extremely quickly. In less than half an hour, he had grasped some of the key points of the technique. However, he was still far from grasping the true essence of the technique. In fact, its might was much inferior to the galloping thunder flash. Concept of wind. Lu Xian murmured. He was very unfamiliar with concept. He did not even know the method to comprehend it. In other words, there was no method at all. He could only rely on himself to comprehend it. Therefore, he simply chose the dumbest method. He released all his consciousness and scattered it around his body. He tried to blend into the wind and feel the characteristics of the wind. In less than half an incense stick's time, Lu Xian quickly walked out of the 5 elements cave 24. The level of the formation was not right. So he had to change it. Ever since Lu Xian entered the cave, the deacon had been waiting for Lu Xian confidently. He believed that Lu Xian would definitely come to change the level of the array. At this moment, when he saw Lu Xian's figure flying over, the deacon could not help but reveal a smile as if he had expected it. Hee, Junior Lu, do you want to change the level? He took the initiative to ask. Lu Xian awkwardly smiled and said, Senior is right. Please help me change the level of the array. Haha, with your strength, the level 3 Gale Array is not very useful. I have already guessed it. I suggest you try the level 8 array first. If it is still too low, you can upgrade it to the level 9 or level 10. The deacon enthusiastically suggested. Senior misunderstood. I want to reduce the Gale Array to the level 1. No problem. Wait, what did you say? Level 1? The deacon suddenly came to his senses. He looked at Lu Xian with a strange expression. The level 1 Gale Array could not be called a gale. It was more like a gentle breeze. Junior Lu, the value of opening the 5-element cave is very high. If you want to come here to enjoy the wind, it will be too wasteful. The deacon could not help but remind him. It was too extravagant to spend a mid-grade primary stone for 6 hours just to enjoy the wind. It was too extravagant. Thank you for reminding me. However, please help me change it. I have my own use for it. Lu Xian refused his kindness. All right then. The deacon shook his head and said no more. Soon, he changed the Gale Array to the level 1. Looking at Lu Xian's figure disappearing again, he could not help but look up at the sky. The weather seemed a little hot. It was indeed a good choice to go under the Gale Array to enjoy the wind. Obviously, he thought that Lu Xian came here to enjoy the wind. At least, in his opinion, the level 1 Gale Array was useless except for enjoying the cool air. Returning to the gale formation, Lu Xian felt the breeze blowing around him. He nodded his head in satisfaction. This kind of wind was the best. Previously, the wind of the 3rd grade gale formation was too strong. Lu Xian tried his best, but he couldn't feel anything. That was why he asked to reduce the formation to the 1st grade. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian calmed himself down. He released all his consciousness and started to ponder the characteristics of the wind. The wind was very changeable. Sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was gentle, and sometimes it was fierce. Therefore, people often used the word changing wind and clouds to describe the ever-changing nature of things. Even though it was the weakest first-grade gale formation, Lu Xian could still feel the various changes of the wind. Lu Xian stood in the wind. As time passed, he could feel the wind more and more deeply. At first, he could only feel the wind blowing on his body. Then, he felt that the wind seemed to have emotions. However, compared to human emotions, the emotions of the wind were more difficult to understand. Later, he even felt that the wind had a life of its own. It was like a naughty child that would tease him from time to time. This feeling was very wonderful. Lu Xian couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile on his face. However, at this moment, the breeze suddenly stopped. Lu Xian had to stop his comprehension. It turned out that 6 hours had passed. The gale formation stopped automatically. Lu Xian felt extremely helpless. However, he didn't slow down. He quickly walked out of the 5-element cave and rushed to the executive office. Lu Xian threw 10 medium-grade yuan stones on the ground and returned to the 5-element cave without saying a word. He had actually continued to comprehend the gale formation for 60 hours. He faintly felt that if he continued to comprehend the gale formation, he would be able to comprehend the concept of wind easily. He wasn't afraid of difficulties, but he was afraid of not seeing any hope. If he didn't have any talent in comprehending the concept of wind, he would have to give up the flying art. However, now that he saw hope, how could he give up so easily? Time passed little by little. Lu Xian never left the 5-elements cave. When he was tired, he cultivated in the wind. When he was thirsty and hungry, he drank water and ate food in the wind. After 20 hours, Lu Xian had gradually forgotten about himself. The only thing left was the wind around him. After 40 hours, Lu Xian felt like he was a gust of wind, able to fuse with the wind. When the wind blew at him, it felt as if it passed right through his body, without any hindrance at all. After 60 hours, Lu Xian was able to completely blend in with the wind. When the wind blew on his body, it no longer posed any hindrance to him. Instead, it would automatically blow past him. To be able to reach this level in 60 hours, Lu Xian's progress was simply frightening. However, he was still far from comprehending the concept of wind. Among all the core disciples, only Kong Wenbin had comprehended the concept of wind. How could it be so easy to comprehend? After walking out of the 24th 5-element cave, Lu Xian received 10 days' worth of food from Lin Tian. He threw another 50 medium-grade yuan stones on the ground and re-entered the 5-element cave. This feeling was fleeting, so Lu Xian didn't dare to delay. Lu Xian had already made up his mind. Unless he successfully comprehended the concept of wind, he absolutely wouldn't leave. As for Lin Tian, he was naturally the one who called him over to bring him food. 50 medium-grade yuan stones was equivalent to a low-grade human steppe treasure. It was enough for Lu Xian to use the gale array for 180 hours. After another 20 hours, Lu Xian felt that his comprehension had reached its limit. If he continued, he wouldn't be able to make much progress. After a slight hesitation, Lu Xian no longer tried to comprehend the power of the wind. Now that he was able to integrate with the wind, he would try to use the power of the wind. It could be said that from this moment onwards, Lu Xian had truly begun to comprehend the concept of wind. The function of the concept of wind was to perfectly utilize the power of the wind. Slowly standing up, the star-shattering sword appeared in Lu Xian's hand. A gust of wind blew by, and Lu Xian took advantage of the opportunity to swing the sword. He didn't use any martial skills, nor did he use any origin power. It was just an ordinary sword strike. But as he swung his sword, Lu Xian frowned. He could clearly feel that his sword had created a trace of wind. If his sword could completely integrate with the wind, then it wouldn't create a new wind, but would instead fuse with the wind that was blowing towards him. However, Lu Xian wasn't discouraged. This was only his first time, so failure was normal. Gusts of wind constantly blew by, and Lu Xian didn't stop lifting the sword in his hand. He didn't know how many times he had waved the sword in his hand, but he still clenched his teeth and persevered. If he couldn't endure hardship, how could he comprehend the concept of wind? What he didn't know was that Kong Wenbin, in order to successfully comprehend the concept of ice, had almost been frozen into an ice statue. No one's success was casual. Others might only see your prestige, but they wouldn't know the sweat you put in. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The news that Lu Xian was cultivating in the five-element cave spread like wildfire. Almost all the core disciples knew about it. Junior brother Lu, who had been in the limelight when he had just entered the sect, soaked in the gale for dozens of hours in order to cultivate the wind-riding art, which no one had ever succeeded in. In the beginning, many disciples thought that Lu Xian wouldn't be able to persist. But as time passed, this thought disappeared. Some disciples who thought that Lu Xian was overestimating himself didn't say anything. Regardless of whether Lu Xian could succeed or not, his perseverance alone was enough to make them admire him. Junior brother Lu, who is stronger than us, is risking his life. What qualifications do we have to not do it? Xiaolong said. Then, he also began to run to the five-element cave every day. He hadn't completely mastered the profound level martial technique, so it was time to work harder. With Lu Xian taking the lead and Xiaolong as an example, many of the core disciples followed suit. The disciples who liked to drink put down the wine jars in their hands, and the disciples who liked to sleep got out of bed early in the morning and began to cultivate hand in hand with the female disciples. This was the power of an idol. Lu Xian's efforts led all the core disciples of the Wind Sword School to work hard. Looking at the originally lively Cloud Sky Mountain becoming more and more deserted, Instructor Yang wasn't angry. Instead, he was very pleased. These little guys finally knew how to work hard. Lu Xian was indeed a treasure. Not only was he strong, but he could also lead so many disciples to work hard. If these disciples could continue to cultivate like this, the Wind Sword School wouldn't have to worry about the rise of the Skyblade sect. This sword. After waving the sword, an uncontrollable excitement flashed across Lu Xian's eyes. The sword he waved just now didn't cause any wind, of course, it wasn't that there wasn't any wind. As long as there was movement, there would be wind. The reason why Lu Xian didn't feel the wind caused by the sword was because the wind had completely integrated with the wind emitted by the violent gale formation. Again, Lu Xian's fighting spirit was even higher. Feeling the power of the violent gale formation, he continuously waved the sword. The amazing thing was that no matter how Lu Xian slashed, he couldn't disturb the wind emitted by the violent gale formation at all. Tai Chi sword? A name suddenly appeared in Lu Xian's mind. How was this scene similar to the Tai Chi sword that he had chosen, borrowing force to attack force, graceful and smooth, continuous and continuous? As the wind blew, he would strike with the sword. This kind of concept was completely compatible with the Tai Chi sword. This was undoubtedly an unexpected discovery. In order to comprehend the concept of wind, he had accidentally felt the method of the Tai Chi sword. As he recalled the key points of the Tai Chi sword in his mind, Lu Xian slowly closed his eyes. He couldn't help but raise the long sword in his hand. As the wind blew, he struck. Just as this trace of power was about to disappear, Lu Xian silently retracted his long sword. There wasn't the slightest feeling of abruptness, and it looked so natural. It was as if Lu Xian would feel awkward if he didn't retract his sword. However, just as Lu Xian retracted his sword, the trace of power that was about to disappear actually followed his longsword and circled back. It was so natural and so seamless. Even though it looked like a new wind was generated, in reality, it was still following the direction of the wind. Strike, sheath sword, strike, sheath sword. With his eyes closed, Lu Xian seemed to have become a dancer in the wind. All the wind revolved around him, allowing him to control it. Wherever Lu Xian's longsword pointed, the wind would blow. In the past, it was Lu Xian who moved with the wind. However, at this moment, it was the wind that moved with Lu Xian. The concept of wind is to become one with the wind and follow its direction. Turning the wind between heaven and earth into one's own. The wind helps one's strength, and one borrows the power of the wind. The Tai Chi sword intent can be contracted and contracted freely. Borrowing force to create force. Endless, 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 endless sword moves, endless sword intent. A trace of enlightenment flashed in Lu Xian's mind. At this moment, the essence of the concept of wind and the essence of the Tai Chi sword intent had been completely grasped by him. The degree of similarity between the two was extremely high. They complemented each other. Even though they were different things, they achieved the same result through different means. A trace of origin power was involuntarily revolved by Lu Xian. Before this, Lu Xian had only relied on his own strength to swing the longsword. But now, he had unknowingly revolved his own origin power. Using one's own strength was weaker and easier to control. But origin power was countless times stronger than a martial artist's own strength. Wanting to accurately control it was easier said than done. As long as there was a trace of error, it would come out of the wind and destroy the complete concept of wind. But at this moment, Lu Xian was in this hazy state. The sword moved with his heart, and his origin power actually didn't dissipate at all. It was completely integrated into the wind and was perfectly controlled by him. Not only did Lu Xian merge with the wind, he could also perfectly borrow the power of the wind. It could be said that from this moment onwards, Lu Xian's concept of wind had finally crossed the threshold. Yes, even so, it was only the threshold. As his understanding of wind increased, Lu Xian could feel the endless power and strength of wind. He faintly felt that the true concept of wind did not only borrow the power of the wind, but also completely controlled the wind. If he wanted the wind to rise, the wind would rise. If he wanted the wind to stop, the wind would stop. If he wanted the wind to slow down, the wind would slow down. If he wanted the wind to speed up, the wind would speed up. Of course, at this moment, Lu Xian was still very far away from this step. Now, he could feel that Kong Wenbin's ice essence was just at the entry level. If Kong Wenbin could really control the wind essence, Lu Xian would not be able to resist him at all. Once he attacked with his sword, he would immediately turn into an ice sculpture. There was no need to use any ice yuan force to suppress himself or condense any ice soul to attack him. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from outside Lu Xian's cave. Lu Xian immediately came out of his state of comprehension. He couldn't help but frown. He was at the critical moment of comprehension. Who was disturbing him? All the entrances of the Five Elements caves were protected by a formation so that no one would disturb the disciples who were comprehending inside. However, now that there was a rumbling sound, the only explanation was that someone was attacking the formation at the entrance of the cave. With a cold expression, Lu Xian opened the formation at the entrance of the cave with a gloomy look in his eyes and walked straight out. Lu Xian! Come out! Junior brother Kong, you have violated the rules of the sect. If it's a light punishment, you will be grounded. If it's a heavy punishment, you will be expelled from the sect. Don't try to persuade me. Lu Xian, come out! Kong Wenbin shouted angrily. Next to him was the deacon who was in charge of the Five Elements cave. Because of the loud noise caused by Kong Wenbin, disciples came out one after another to check on the situation here. At this moment, the 24th Five Elements cave, where Lu Xian was located, suddenly opened. Lu Xian's figure appeared at the entrance. The moment he saw Lu Xian, Kong Wenbin was slightly stunned. Then, he sneered and said, "Finally, you are willing to come out. You have been hiding for more than half a month. Let's see how long you can hide." Kong Wenbin, how did I, Lu Xian, offend you? How dare you disturb me while I am comprehending? Do you really think that I, Lu Xian, am a pushover? Lu Xian shouted. He was not in a good mood after being interrupted while he was comprehending. He did not expect Kong Wenbin to shout at him first. Yes, you didn't offend me, but you offended Xianxia. It doesn't matter if you offend me, but if you offend Xianxia, I will not forgive you. Kong Wenbin said fearlessly. Lu Xian was puzzled. He had stayed in the Five Elements cave for more than half a month to comprehend the wind essence. How did he offend Xianxia? Make it clear. Everyone knows that I've been staying in the Five Elements cave for more than half a month and didn't go anywhere. How did I offend the Kingdom of Dawn? Yes, you have stayed in the Five Elements cave for more than half a month. Previously, I thought you were concentrating on your cultivation, and I admired you a little. I didn't expect that you came here just to hide from Xianxia. Kong Wenbin sneered and said, "If you don't like Xianxia, you can say it directly. Why did you fight with me in the first place? I didn't expect that Xianxia's heart was on you. How dare you offend her? How can I, Kong Wenbin, forgive you? I hide from Xianxia? Do something to let her down?" Lu Xian was even more puzzled when he heard this. What was wrong with Kong Wenbin? What? You still don't dare to admit it? Since Xianxia is not easy to deal with, I will teach you a lesson on her behalf. Don't think that you can be unscrupulous in the Cloud Sky Mountain just because you defeated me last time. Kong Wenbin didn't say anything else. He directly brandished his sword and rushed forward. What Lu Xian didn't know was that during the time he was cultivating, Kong Wenbin had looked for Xianxia several times. He wasn't a person who would give up easily. He wanted to find Xianxia and ask her if he still had a chance. After knowing that Lu Xian and Lin Sini were engaged, how could Xianxia be in a good mood? Naturally, she directly rejected Kong Wenbin. Kong Wenbin had given up in the beginning. However, when he found out that Lu Xian had stayed in the five-element cave for more than half a month, he felt that something was wrong. He felt that if he could get Xianxia's heart, he wouldn't neglect her. He would definitely be by her side every day. Therefore, he went to ask Xianxia again. In the beginning, Xianxia could still patiently send him away. However, as Kong Wenbin kept asking her, even the good-tempered Xianxia was annoyed. She accidentally let it slip and said that Lu Xian was already engaged. After knowing this news, Kong Wenbin couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't expect that Lu Xian didn't know how to cherish Xianxia. Obviously, Xianxia's heart was on him, but he still dared to get engaged with another woman. In Kong Wenbin's view, this was simply unforgivable. Even if Xianxia didn't like him, he couldn't allow Xianxia to suffer any grievances. Therefore, there was the scene just now. Kong Wenbin ignored the sect rules and directly attacked the door of Lu Xian's cave. He was determined to force Lu Xian to come out and give an explanation. However, he didn't expect that Lu Xian dared to play dumb. Suddenly, he couldn't bear it anymore and directly wanted to teach Lu Xian a lesson. Of course, these things, Lu Xian was completely unaware. He only knew that he was cultivating well and was interrupted by Kong Wenbin for no reason. Moreover, Kong Wenbin was the one who complained first and directly attacked him. Even a clay figurine would have 3 points of anger, not to mention that Lu Xian was in a rage. He was too lazy to ask Kong Wenbin the reason. Didn't he just want to fight? Then he would just fight. Why would he be afraid? Facing Kong Wenbin's attack, the star-shattering sword in Lu Xian's hand suddenly trembled. He directly went up to meet the attack. The two of them quickly fought. They're fighting. Senior brother Kong and junior brother Lu are fighting. Oh no, does senior brother Kong want to be expelled from the sect? The sect strictly forbids killing each other. This is bad. Senior brother Kong's every move is a killing move. I'm afraid this battle will be difficult. Quickly call Instructor Yang over. Yes, call junior sister Xia over. I think Instructor Yang won't be able to get rid of him. Only junior sister Xia can talk. The crowd of disciples spoke up one after another. It was obvious that they thought the fight between Lu Xian and Kong Wenbin was a fight over a woman's affection. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Perhaps only Xianxia could persuade the two of them to stop. Xianxia, quickly come over. Kong Wenbin and Lu Xian are fighting. Both of them are angry. Every move they make is fatal. Lin Tian quickly informed Xianxia. He also happened to be cultivating in the Five Elements cave. Naturally, he saw this scene. Ah? After receiving the message, Xianxia panicked. Although Lu Xian defeated Kong Wenbin last time, that was only in terms of martial arts. How could a martial arts competition be compared to a life-and-death battle? If something went wrong, both of them might die. Even if Lu Xian defeated Kong Wenbin, it would be hard to explain if someone was hurt. Oh no, Kong Wenbin must have heard my words and went to cause trouble for Lu Xian. Xianxia quickly realized the cause of the matter. She had been annoyed recently because Kong Wenbin kept coming to find her. Unconsciously, she vented her resentment towards Lu Xian. Who knew that Kong Wenbin would notice it? In fact, she only said that Lu Xian had someone else in his heart. Who would have thought that Kong Wenbin would be so excited? Immediately, Xianxia did not dare to delay. She rushed to the Five Elements cave. If she was late, who knew what would happen? If Lu Xian was injured, what should she do? Although Lu Xian had already defeated Kong Wenbin once, Xianxia was still very worried about him. Initially, she had forcefully suppressed her feelings for Lu Xian. However, after Kong Wenbin's actions, her feelings had only deepened. If Kong Wenbin were to find out about this, he would most likely regret it to no end. Wow, junior brother Lu's move is so exquisite. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Although it is simple, it looks very mysterious. Yes, 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 I think so too. It seems that junior brother Lu didn't do much. He let senior brother Kong attack him, but he blocked it perfectly. At first, the crowd was worried about the safety of the two. But as the two were entangled in the fight, they could not help but be attracted by the fight. Especially, they were very interested in Lu Xian's swordsmanship. Undoubtedly, the swordsmanship Lu Xian used was the Tai Chi sword essence that he had just comprehended. Although Kong Wenbin took the initiative to find trouble with him, Lu Xian would not kill him before he figured out the reason. After all, they were in the sect. Even if Kong Wenbin took the initiative to provoke him, Lu Xian would not hurt him unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, there was no deep hatred between them. This guy, is he crazy? Lu Xian gritted his teeth without end. Kong Wenbin's attacks actually became more and more frenzied when he saw that he was unable to take him down even after a long time had passed. It was even to the extent that Kong Wenbin used a method of fighting with his life on the line. He didn't care about his own safety at all as he attacked Lu Xian without stopping. Under such circumstances, even if Lu Xian wanted to kill Kong Wenbin, he would suffer a moderate amount of injuries. This was the difference between a fight and a life-and-death fight. In a fight, it was enough to determine the winner. But in a life-and-death fight, one side must die as the price. If no one came to stop it, between Lu Xian and Kong Wenbin, one person would really be lying on the ground. In the beginning, the disciples were still watching the fight with great interest. But as Kong Wenbin became more and more crazy, the disciples began to worry. What should they do? Fortunately, although Kong Wenbin had lost his mind, Lu Xian had not. In the beginning, he could still use the Tai Chi sword essence to block Kong Wenbin. But gradually, he began to struggle. After all, he had just comprehended the Tai Chi sword essence. It was far from being as perfect as he had imagined. If this continued, as long as there was a mistake, Kong Wenbin would take advantage of it. Lu Xian wanted to use a killing move several times. But in the end, he forcibly held back. After all, it was not the last moment. If Kong Wenbin really threatened his life, Lu Xian would not hesitate to use the dragon sword skill to kill him. Although Kong Wenbin's strength had increased greatly under his madness, once Lu Xian used the dragon sword skill, Kong Wenbin still could not resist. Wind riding art. Lu Xian's mind moved, and the wind riding art suddenly activated. At this moment, the disciples felt as if they were in a trance. Lu Xian suddenly seemed to become as light as a swallow. His whole body was constantly floating in the wind. They clearly saw Kong Wenbin's sword stab over, but for some unknown reason, Lu Xian just happened to dodge it. And it did not seem that Lu Xian dodged it, but Kong Wenbin's stab missed. This, naturally, was the credit of the wind riding art. Although Lu Xian's concept of wind was already at the entry level, he had not truly cultivated the wind riding art. Naturally, he could not reach the peak effect of the wind riding art. Even so, it was enough to deal with Kong Wenbin. Previously, he had already cultivated the small success portion of the wind riding art. Now, coupled with the concept of wind, the large success portion of the wind riding art was quickly verified. Facing Kong Wenbin's increasingly swift attacks, Lu Xian dodged them even more easily. Every tiny bit of wind in the surroundings could be easily detected by Lu Xian. When Kong Wenbin made his move, the sound of the wind was incomparably fierce. However, this instead became an aid to Lu Xian. One borrowed the momentum of the wind and moved with the wind. Kong Wenbin was clearly thrusting his sword at Lu Xian, but as gusts of wind blew, Lu Xian blended into the wind and easily drifted away, evading Kong Wenbin's attack by a hair's breadth. It looked like he was only a little bit away from Lu Xian, but no matter how hard Kong Wenbin tried, he was unable to land a hit on Lu Xian. The slower his attacks, the slower Lu Xian's movements were. The faster his attacks, the faster Lu Xian dodged. All of this originated from the power of the wind. This was the power of the concept of wind. Following Kong Wenbin's continuous attacks, Lu Xian's understanding of the wind riding art became more and more thorough. At the beginning, when he used the wind riding art, it was still somewhat rough. However, as time went on, it became more and more smooth. Why does it look like junior brother Lu is fighting more and more easily? It seems like Senior Kong's attacks are completely useless. That's right. Previously, Junior Brother Lu used his sword to block, but now, he doesn't even need to use his sword. He can dodge all of Senior Kong's attacks purely by relying on his movement technique. The sudden change in Lu Xian's strength was quickly noticed by the crowd of disciples. They were all bewildered, not knowing how Lu Xian did it. Kong Wenbin's expression became more and more unsightly. During the last martial competition, Lu Xian still needed to use martial techniques to block his attacks. But now, Lu Xian didn't even use his sword, and Kong Wenbin couldn't do anything to him. Ice concept. Kong Wenbin let out a low growl. He suddenly released the state of ice that he had comprehended. In an instant, the temperature around him plummeted, as if the air was about to freeze into ice. If it was in the past, when facing Kong Wenbin's ice concept, Lu Xian might have to utilize his sword intent to resist this pressure. But now, Lu Xian, who had comprehended wind concept, wasn't afraid in the slightest. So what if Lu Xian had the concept of ice? If Lu Xian had the ability to freeze the wind, then as long as there was wind, Lu Xian would fear any attack from Kong Wenbin. Unless Kong Wenbin's strength could reach a certain degree and completely destroy the surrounding wind. As the ice concept was activated, Kong Wenbin pushed his strength to the maximum. However, he was shocked to discover that even so, it did not affect Lu Xian in the slightest. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Kong Wenbin's mind, and he exclaimed, "Concept of wind. Wind riding art. You've actually mastered the wind riding art?" After comprehending the ice concept, Kong Wenbin had also chosen the wind riding art once. Although he did not master it, he knew the power of this martial skill. He did not think of it before, but now that he saw Lu Xian's figure, he suddenly remembered. At this moment, Kong Wenbin was truly shocked. Thinking back, he had spent a long time to comprehend the ice concept, but now, Lu Xian had only spent half a month to successfully comprehend the wind concept. What kind of talent and comprehension was required to achieve this? "You have good eyes," Lu Xian said. He did not deny it. Following Kong Wenbin's exclamation, the crowd of disciples immediately understood. They had also been to the third floor of the martial skill pavilion, so they naturally knew about the wind riding art. At the same time, it was an extremely difficult martial skill to cultivate. Unexpectedly, it's the wind riding art. No wonder Junior Brother Lu's movements are so graceful, and Senior Brother Kong could not even touch it. If you want to successfully practice the flying art, you need to comprehend the concept of wind. Doesn't that mean that Junior Lu has already successfully comprehended the concept of wind in less than a month? I think so. Junior Brother Lu has not been seen since the welcoming banquet, and has been staying in the Five Elements cave every day. He must be trying to comprehend the wind concept. I think it's a little unbelievable. Concept is such a mysterious thing. How can it be so easy to comprehend? Could it be that Junior Brother Lu has already comprehended the wind concept? The crowd of disciples spoke one after another. Some were shocked, some admired, and some doubted. So it's to comprehend the wind concept. No wonder, no wonder. Junior Brother Lu must have comprehended the wind concept within half a month. The deacon who was in charge of the Five Elements cave was suddenly enlightened. He had been wondering why Lu Xian had stayed in the Five Elements cave for so long, and why he had paid a huge price to use the level 1 Gale spell. Now, he finally got an explanation. With the deacon's explanation, the crowd of disciples no longer doubted. The level 1 Gale spell had no other function except for comprehending the wind concept. So what if you have comprehended the wind concept? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you won't repent. Kong Wenbin still refused to stop the fight. He was determined to teach Lu Xian a lesson. Then come on. Lu Xian was happy. The fight with Kong Wenbin had improved his comprehension of the wind riding art very quickly. It was the best opportunity to hone himself. Kong Wenbin snorted coldly and attacked again. However, at this moment, a delicate shout suddenly sounded. Stop. As soon as this shout came out, everyone turned around. Even Lu Xian, who was in the middle of the fight, couldn't help but be distracted. He looked at the approaching person. It was Xianxia, whom he hadn't seen for half a month. Lu Xian didn't know whether it was his illusion or the truth, But he felt that Xianxia seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Her face was not as rosy as it was when he first saw her. She looked a little pale. As soon as Lu Xian was distracted, he forgot to dodge. However, Kong Wenbin had already launched his attack, and it was too late for him to stop it. Kong Wenbin's sword fiercely stabbed at Lu Xian's chest. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's face suddenly turned pale. Lu Xian, be careful. Lu Xian was distracted for a moment. When Xianxia's voice came, he also felt Kong Wenbin's sword stabbing at him. Rushing thunder flash. At this crucial moment, Lu Xian shouted and finally used his special skill. Although the flying wind technique was more exquisite than the rushing thunder flash, Lu Xian had just started cultivating it and hadn't reached the great accomplishment realm. At this moment, he didn't have time to merge with the wind. Compared to the rushing thunder flash, it was more convenient. Lu Xian's body suddenly flashed and he quickly dodged to the side. However, he was still a little too slow. In a battle between martial artists, life and death could be determined in an instant. Even though Lu Xian's reaction was very fast, he still couldn't escape the fate of being injured. Kong Wenbin didn't stab Lu Xian's chest. Instead, the sword fiercely cut open a wound on his arm. For a moment, blood gushed out. Kong Wenbin was also dumbfounded. He only wanted to teach Lu Xian a lesson and didn't really want to do anything to Lu Xian. Who knew that Xianxia's sudden appearance would cause Lu Xian to be distracted? Moreover, Kong Wenbin didn't have enough time to stop his attack, which led to this situation. A figure rushed over at lightning speed. Lu Xian only saw a blur before Xianxia appeared in front of him. Xianxia quickly pressed down on Lu Xian's left hand. In a straightforward manner, she tore open his sleeve and took out a spotless white handkerchief. Then, she quickly bandaged Lu Xian's wound. The scene became quiet for a moment. Lu Xian blankly stared at Xianxia who was bandaging his wound. Kong Wenbin also stood at the same spot, no longer making a move. The crowd of disciples stared blankly at this sudden turn of events. Xianxia quickly finished bandaging his wound. When she saw that Lu Xian was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she frowned and looked at Kong Wenbin. "Senior Kong, who asked you to find Lu Xian? Me liking Lu Xian is my own matter. Please don't disturb me in the future." When these words were spoken, the crowd was shocked. The crowd of core disciples' mouths were wide open, unable to close. Heavens! Did I hear wrongly? Junior Xia actually admitted to liking Junior Lu? Was this still the same Junior Xianxia who spoke bluntly to everyone? Xianxia's words completely overturned their impression of Xianxia. Lin Tian and Mo Chouchen were also stunned. They had personally attended Lu Xian and Lin Sini's engagement banquet. They were even aware of the relationship between Xianxia and Lin Sini. Who would have thought that in less than a month, Lu Xian would be able to win Xianxia's heart? "Lu Xian, you are my life's goal," Lin Tian said excitedly. Lu Xian was even more stunned by Xianxia's words. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Kong Wenbin's face was incomparably pale. He tried to defend himself. "But this brat actually let you down." Kong Wenbin, this is between me and Lu Xian." Xianxia frowned and said. "All right." Kong Wenbin's eyes dimmed. He immediately looked at Lu Xian and said fiercely, "Lu Xian, if you dare to not cherish Xianxia, I will definitely not forgive you." When he finished speaking, Kong Wenbin directly turned around and left. Lu Xian was speechless. He wanted to cherish her, but this matter was not so simple. "Sigh, everyone can leave." It's fine, it's fine. Everyone can leave." Lin Tian took the initiative to help Lu Xian clear the crowd. The crowd of disciples immediately left. Although they wanted to see what would happen next, no one dared to shamelessly stay. "Xianxia, you." Lu Xian finally spoke. He did not understand what Xianxia meant. "Don't say any more." I didn't mean anything else. Senior brother Kong is a very good person. It's just that I don't like him and it's not good for me to reject him. I just said those words in hopes that he will give up. Don't think too much about it," Xianxia said with her head lowered. After she said those words impulsively, she immediately regretted it. She did not know how to face Lu Xian. Right now, she could only find such an excuse. During this month, she also wanted to try her best to forget Lu Xian. If the other party was someone else, Xianxia might still persist. However, the other party was Linsini, her best sister. She did not want to make Linsini feel uncomfortable. She believed that if her position was swapped with Linsini would also do the same. However, the more she wanted to forget, the more she could not. Every time Kong Wenbin came to look for her, she would think of Lu Xian even more. Previously, when she saw Kong Wenbin stabbing his sword towards Lu Xian, her heart ached fiercely. Only at that moment did she understand that she could not resist the charm of the man in front of her. The current her was very confused, she did not know what to do. Looking at the obviously thin Xianxia, Lu Xian's mind was in a mess. He had been cultivating in the five-element cave for more than half a month. Besides wanting to comprehend the wind concept as soon as possible, he also had the intention of avoiding Xianxia. He really didn't know how to face her. He would always remember the amazing feeling he had when he saw Xianxia for the first time in Lin City. At that time, Xianxia was the only daughter of the city lord. She had extraordinary talent and was loved by many. As for him, Lu Xian, he was just one of the countless low-level warriors. They were not people of the same world. However, due to a strange combination of factors, the two of them crossed paths. With the help of the ancient enchantment technique, Xianxia became curious about Lu Xian. After that, Lu Xian amazed the world in the Wind Sword School entrance exam, which made Xianxia pay more attention to Lu Xian. If the two of them had entered the inner sect or the core sect at the same time, the result would have been completely different. Lu Xian wouldn't have fallen in love with Linsini. He wouldn't have gotten to know Qin Shaohan, and he wouldn't have met Zhang Dongshuang and Zhao Bing'er. Everything was just an if. The established facts couldn't be changed, but the result could be changed. Since Xianxia was interested in him, why didn't he try his best? Lu Xian made a bastard choice. Although he had gotten Linsini's permission before coming to the Cloud Sky Mountain, he still felt a little guilty. Xianxia, I have just comprehended the wind concept and am about to practice the wind riding technique. I need someone to practice with me. Do you have time? Lu Xian asked. Ah? Yes. Xianxia was slightly startled and could not help but blurt out. Although she knew that it was best for her to refuse, she could not bring herself to do so. That's great. Let's go inside and cultivate. I still have a lot of time to use this five elements cave, Lu Xian said with a hint of joy in his voice. Let's just leave it like this for now and take it one step at a time. You were injured just now. Do you want to rest first? Xianxia asked worriedly. It seemed that Lu Xian's injuries were not light. It's nothing. It's just a flesh wound. It's nothing serious. Lu Xian waved his hand indifferently. Although he had lost quite a lot of blood and it looked quite serious, the truth was that he hadn't hurt any of Lu Xian's vitals at all. With his current physique, his recovery ability was extremely strong, and the wound had stopped bleeding. Xianxia immediately made a sound of agreement and followed Lu Xian into the five elements cave. Lu Xian let Xianxia attack freely, and he used the wind riding technique to dodge. Even Kong Wenbin couldn't do anything to Lu Xian when he attacked with all his strength, so Xianxia was naturally the same. Lu Xian also took the opportunity to check Xianxia's strength. Xianxia's cultivation talent was extremely strong. When she cultivated in Lin City, she reached the 6th level of the body refinement realm at the age of 16. Now that a year had passed, she had broken through 3 small realms and reached the 9th level of the body refinement realm. However, her strength was obtained through bitter cultivation, unlike Lu Xian, who broke through in battle after battle. Therefore, in terms of actual combat ability, she couldn't be compared with Lu Xian at all. Even if Lu Xian suppressed his strength to the same level as Xianxia, defeating Xianxia would be a piece of cake. While familiarizing himself with the wind riding technique, Lu Xian constantly gave pointers. With his current strength and vision, as well as his understanding of swordsmanship, it was naturally very easy for him to give pointers to Xianxia. After all, he had spent this year in constant battles. Under Lu Xian's pointers, Xianxia naturally made rapid progress. Her comprehension was originally very high, but what she lacked was real fighting. Now, with the pointers of a veteran like Lu Xian, who often fought, the flaws and superficial moves in her swordsmanship were all removed by Lu Xian. In a short period of time, Xianxia's combat ability was further improved. Both of them also enjoyed this process very much. The last trace of estrangement in their hearts also gradually disappeared with the passage of time. After an unknown period of time, Lu Xian suddenly received a voice-transmitting talisman. Xiaolong's voice sounded, but it was to inform Lu Xian of a piece of news. Because Kong Wenbin openly violated the sect rules, caused trouble in the five-element cave, and even attacked a fellow disciple without permission, he was punished by Instructor Yang. According to the rules, it was not too much to expel Kong Wenbin from the sect. However, considering Kong Wenbin's good attitude in admitting his mistakes, and his extraordinary talent, in the end, Kong Wenbin was only punished to face the wall for half a year to reflect on himself. After receiving this news, Lu Xian frowned. What Kong Wenbin did was indeed inappropriate, but he was not a bad person. Whether or not he had selfish motives, at least he was not wrong to think about Xianxia. I'll go to Instructor Yang to plead for leniency, Lu Xian said. Xianxia also nodded slightly. Senior brother Kong is a good person. In the past year, he has taken care of me a lot, but he is too stubborn. Lu Xian, it's naturally the best if you don't hold a grudge against him. Lu Xian smiled indifferently and said, I'm not so narrow-minded. If Sun Yingshui was punished, I would definitely ignore it, but Kong Wenbin, if I can help him, I will. As Lu Xian spoke, he also sighed in his heart. It seemed that senior brother Xiaolong was really a good person. The reason why he passed this news to Lu Xian was naturally with the intention of asking Lu Xian to plead for leniency, so that the relationship between Kong Wenbin and Kong Wenbin would not become too stiff. However, this would not benefit Xiaolong at all. On the contrary, the fiercer the relationship between Lu Xian and Kong Wenbin, the greater the benefits he would receive. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Xiaolong was doing Lu Xian a favor on purpose. Anyway, even if he did not say it, Lin Tian and the others would still pass the news to Lu Xian. Immediately, Lu Xian and Xianxia both set off to look for Instructor Yang. Instructor Yang, senior brother Kong and I were just having an impromptu spar. As for my injury, it was not senior brother Kong's intention. It was my own carelessness. Therefore, I hope that Instructor Yang can retract his order and not punish senior brother Kong. Lu Xian bowed to Instructor Yang. Instructor Yang glanced at Lu Xian with interest, then looked at Xianxia beside him, before saying, You don't have to excuse Kong Wenbin. I naturally know the cause of this matter. However, if you really want to plead for leniency on his behalf, it is not that I can't agree to it. However, you have to think this through. If I put him in confinement for half a year, it will only be beneficial to all of you. Instructor Yang emphasized the last two words when he said you guys. His words made both Lu Xian and Xianxia blush at the same time. If Kong Wenbin was really put in confinement for half a year, then he would definitely not be able to disturb Lu Xian and Xianxia for half a year. At that time, Kong Wenbin would probably really give up after half a year. Thank you for your concern, Instructor Yang. However, I, Lu Xian, will not use this kind of method to win the heart of a beauty. Even if I want to win, I have to win fair and square. Lu Xian said. What are you talking about? Xianxia couldn't help but rebuke Lu Xian. How could he say such things in front of Instructor Yang? He even talked about winning the heart of a beauty. It was really embarrassing. However, when she heard Lu Xian's words, she also felt sweet in her heart. Although she vaguely knew that there might be a bottomless abyss in front of her, she could not stop walking. Haha, good boy, you have courage. I admire you. Instructor Yang couldn't help but laugh. If that's the case, then I will do you a favor. However, it is impossible to cancel the punishment. Let Kong Wenbin reflect for 3 days as a punishment. 3 days was not a long or short period of cultivation for a martial artist. It could not be considered a punishment at all. Then Instructor Yang seemed to think of something and asked again, by the way, I heard that you have comprehended the concept of wind? Not really comprehended, but the concept of wind is indeed at the entry level. Lu Xian answered honestly. There was still a long way to go to truly comprehend the concept of wind. Hearing this, Instructor Yang was even happier. Previously, he had advised Lu Xian not to choose the flying art. He didn't expect that in less than a month, Lu Xian could really make the impossible possible and successfully comprehend the concept of wind. The flying art was a rare martial arts technique. With this martial arts technique, one's combat ability would be greatly improved. More importantly, it could greatly increase one's ability to survive. That's good. You have indeed made me look at you in a different light. During this period of time, try your best to practice the flying art until it reaches the great completion stage. If I am not wrong, the Mysterious Ice Pavilion's Mysterious Ice Secret Realm is almost up. There is not much time left for you. If you can master the flying art, your chances of survival will be higher. Instructor Yang's face gradually became serious. There were countless opportunities in the secret realm, but the dangers were also unpredictable. In the past, when the Profound Eye Secret Realm opened, many disciples went in and never came out. Lu Xian nodded. Although the Profound Eye Secret Realm was not small, he still wanted to try it. With his current strength, he could not ignore the dangers that he would encounter in half a year. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Moreover, just for Zhao Binger, Lu Xian had to go. Xianxia, although your strength has not reached the 10th rank of the body refinement realm, your talent is extraordinary. If you also want to go to the Profound Eye Secret Realm, I can give you a place. But you have to think about the dangers. Instructor Yang turned to Xianxia and said. Xianxia was stunned, then her face showed a trace of joy. Almost all the core disciples knew about the Profound Eye Secret Realm, but they also knew that the number of people who could go was limited. Instructor Yang and the others had not announced the specific places. She did not expect that he would tell her that she was also qualified to go. Of course I am willing. Xianxia answered without the slightest hesitation. This kind of secret realm exploration was something that could only be encountered by chance. Even if they could not obtain anything rare, if they could come out of it alive, their strength would definitely increase qualitatively. Well, since you are willing, then you have to be prepared. At the same time, try to improve your strength as much as possible. Every time you improve your strength, your chances of survival will be higher. Instructor Yang nodded. After thinking for a while, he continued, during this time, you should ask Lu Xian more. Among all the core disciples, although Lu Xian's strength is not the strongest, his combat strength is definitely top-notch. If you can learn even a little from him, it will greatly improve your combat strength. Xianxia nodded to Instructor Yang and said, I'll keep that in mind. Then she looked at Lu Xian and said, Lu Xian, you're not against it, are you? Are you kidding me? How could that be possible? I couldn't ask for more. Lu Xian laughed. Haha, alright, you can go now. I'll inform you when the time comes. I still have to deal with Kong Wenbin's matter. Instructor Yang waved his hand and gestured for Lu Xian and Lu Xian to leave. Lu Xian and Lu Xian bowed and left. This time, they did not continue to go to the Five Elements cave. Instead, they returned to the house that they had been away from for a long time. As the knot in their hearts was untied, their relationship returned to normal. What? Lu Xian is pleading for me? Only 3 days of confinement? Kong Wenbin was very surprised when he heard the news. He had already packed his things and was ready to accept the punishment for his impulsive behavior. He did not expect to hear this news. That's right. Lu Xian said that he was injured because he was not careful. It has nothing to do with you. Instructor Yang nodded and said after a pause, you and Lu Xian are both rare genius disciples of our Wind Sword School. I don't want to see any of you get hurt. No matter what personal grudges you have, I hope you won't neglect your duty because of personal grudges. Especially when the Mysterious Ice Secret Land is about to open, I hope you can fight together and not split up, so that other sects can take advantage of you. After thinking for a while, Kong Wenbin replied, don't worry, Instructor Yang. I know what I'm doing. It was out of Kong Wenbin's expectation that Lu Xian would plead for him. He thought that if he was in Lu Xian's position, even if he did not add insult to injury, he would definitely ignore it. From the looks of it, this Lu Xian is not a bad person after all. Perhaps, he really is worthy of Xianxia's trust. Kong Wenbin thought silently. He really couldn't see through the Tao of love. Ever since Kong Wenbin had caused a ruckus in the five-element cave, the cloud sky mountain had calmed down once again. The group of disciples also cultivated in an orderly manner. Not only were they influenced by Lu Xian, but more importantly, they also wanted to obtain the qualification to enter the profound ice secret realm. As for Lu Xian and Xianxia, they were inseparable during this period of time. They went to the five-element cave together every morning and returned together in the evening. In the eyes of the disciples, they were a real couple. Of course, many disciples on Kong Wenbin's side also felt that it was unfair for Kong Wenbin. Kong Wenbin had spent a year but still failed to win Xiaoqianxi's heart. The moment Lu Xian came, he succeeded in snatching Xiaoqianxi's heart. On the contrary, Kong Wenbin did not say anything. He seemed to have accepted this outcome. After the confinement, he began to cultivate in seclusion. It was unknown whether it was to prepare for the profound ice secret realm or because he was stimulated by Lu Xian and wanted to improve his strength. A month's time passed quietly. For both Lu Xian and Xiaoqianxia, this month was a huge improvement for both of them. 3 days ago, Lu Xian's wind riding art had already reached the great accomplishment realm. He could merge with the wind at any time and easily use the wind riding art in battle. A month ago, when he was fighting with Kong Wenbin, Lu Xian could not use the wind riding art while attacking. However, now, there was no hindrance. However, there was no improvement in his wind concept. As long as he could master the wind concept, he would be able to practice the wind riding art to the great accomplishment realm. If he wanted to continue to improve his understanding of the wind concept, Lu Xian would need to continue to work hard. Besides the wind riding art, Lu Xian had also successfully fused the Taiji sword intent into his sword skills, increasing its power by 30%. In battle, there was an endless stream of moves and yuan power. If the current Lu Xian were to spar with Kong Wenbin again, he would definitely be able to win with ease. Of course, Kong Wenbin might have also improved. As for the secret skill, the Nether Blood Curse, Lu Xian had also found some time to learn it. Once it was used, Lu Xian's strength would greatly improve in a short period of time. However, Lu Xian had not used it even once. This kind of secret skill should not be used unless it was an extremely dangerous situation. Of course, Lu Xian's strength had also improved again. Now, he had already advanced to the middle stage of the 10th level of body refinement. When he reached the middle stage of the 10th level of body refinement, he broke through another 6 acupuncture points. Now, he had broken through a total of 21 acupuncture points, which was definitely a terrifying number. And Xiaoqianxi's improvement was no less than Lu Xian's. Under Lu Xian's unreserved guidance, not only did her sword skills become more refined, her fighting skills also improved a lot. Compared to a month ago, her current combat strength definitely had a qualitative improvement. More importantly, with Lu Xian's continuous imparting of sword comprehension to her, Xiaoqianxi's sword intent had also reached the small success stage. She originally already had a basic understanding of sword intent, so her comprehension was extremely fast. As for strength, Xiaoqianxia had also broken through the threshold of the 10th level of body refinement, successfully reaching the early stage of the 10th level of body refinement. Breaking through 6 acupuncture points in one go, this talent could really be said to be not inferior to Lu Xian's by much. To be able to rely on pure bitter cultivation to advance 3 small realms in a year, how could Xiaoqianxi's talent be ordinary? At that time, Lu Xian had the help of yuan power empowerment, which was why he was able to break through 9 acupuncture points in one go. If not for yuan power empowerment, perhaps he would only be able to break through 7. Of course, what Lu Xian broke through were all major acupuncture points, but out of the 6 acupuncture points that Xiaoqianxia broke through, there were 4 major acupuncture points and 2 minor acupuncture points. This set of martial technique is called Startling Cloud Sword Technique. This is not something I obtained from Wind Sword School, so you can cultivate with ease, no one will find trouble with you. As for whether or not you can cultivate it, it is up to you. When Xiaoqianxi's strength stabilized in the 10th level of body refinement, Lu Xian finally imparted this powerful profound level martial technique to her. Towards Xiaoqianxia, he did not hold anything back. Unfortunately, Xiaoqianxia had already cultivated to the 10th level of body refinement, it was too late to change to the Tai origin art. As for the dragon sword technique, it required the blood of a dragon to be able to cultivate. Now, the only thing that could quickly increase Xianxia's strength was the startling cloud sword technique. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression became serious as she nodded. The value of a profound level martial technique was needless to say, especially a profound level martial technique like Lu Xian's that was not obtained from a sect. Its value was even higher. Martial techniques obtained from a sect could not be easily passed on, but this kind of non-sect martial technique could be passed on to the user. Right now, the strongest martial technique that Xianxia had was only a high-grade yellow-level martial technique that she had exchanged her contribution points for. If she was able to learn the startling cloud sword technique, in a short period of time, her fighting strength would greatly increase. Lu Xian first gave the startling cloud sword technique to Xianxia to see, then he personally displayed it, allowing Xianxia to feel it more vividly. Compared to when Lu Xian first cultivated it, it could be said that it was much easier. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Startling wind and startling thunder, I can already display 70% of their power, but this startling cloud, no matter how hard I try, I can't use it. Xianxia said somewhat gloomily. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. Your comprehension is already very high. This startling cloud is the true essence of the startling cloud sword technique, and it is extremely difficult to comprehend. I only managed to comprehend it by chance. For now, you should focus on practicing the startling wind and startling thunder. When the time is right, you will naturally be able to comprehend the startling cloud sword technique. Xianxia nodded her head. She wasn't an impatient person, so she naturally knew that she had to take it one bite at a time. To be able to learn the first two moves of the startling cloud sword technique in half a month had already greatly exceeded her expectations. One had to know that this was a Xian-level martial technique, not an ordinary yellow-level martial technique. Among them, Lu Xian's contribution was the greatest. In a day, at most times, he had to display the startling cloud sword technique in front of Xianxia more than 10 times, so that Xianxia could comprehend it more thoroughly. In addition, Lu Xian had explained the key points of cultivation in detail, which allowed Xianxia to master it in such a short time. All disciples, gather at the martial arts discussion hall. Instructor Yang's message was instantly received by Lu Xian and Xianxia. Obviously, this message was not only directed at the two of them, but also at all the disciples. Could it be that there's news about the profound ice mystery land? Lu Xian said with slight excitement. That should be the case. However, it could also be a test of the disciples' potential. Xianxia said, the last test of the disciples' potential happened 3 months ago. It's almost time. Lu Xian nodded his head slightly. Unknowingly, he had been in the Corps for more than 2 months. In these 2 months, apart from the first half of the month in the Five Elements cave, he spent the rest of his time with Xianxia. The two of them also enjoyed the peace and didn't mention anything that dampened their mood, especially Xianxia. She clearly knew that it was a slow poison, but she just couldn't stop. When the two of them arrived at the martial arts discussion hall, most of the core disciples had already arrived. Junior brother Lu. Junior sister Xia. One by one, the core disciples greeted the two of them. Naturally, Lu Xian and Xianxia responded with a smile. Congratulations, junior brother Lu and junior sister Xia. Your strength has improved a lot recently. Xiao Long walked to the two of them and said. Lu Xian had obviously improved to the middle stage of the 10th level of the body refinement realm, and Xianxia had just entered the 10th level of the body refinement realm. Naturally, he could see it at a glance. Senior brother Xiao is the same. It seems that breaking through to the spirit refinement realm is just around the corner. Lu Xian laughed. After hearing Lu Xian's words, Xiao Long couldn't help but feel proud. I've received quite a lot of stimulation recently. I didn't expect to break through the bottleneck. However, I still need some opportunities to break through to the spirit refinement realm. During this period of time, Xiao Long had successfully broken through to the peak of the 10th rank of the body refinement realm. As long as he could comprehend it, he would immediately break through to the spirit refinement realm and become the second disciple of the spirit refinement realm. However, compared to Junior Lu and Junior Xia, I'm much inferior. Both of you have only entered the sect for a year and have already reached the 10th rank of the body refinement realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before you surpass me. Xiaolong sighed. He had already cultivated in the Cloud Sky Mountain for a full 3 years to reach this stage, but Lu Xian and Xia Wenxi had only cultivated for a little over a year. Senior Kong! Senior Kong! Another shout sounded out. Lu Xian and the rest turned their heads and saw Kong Wenbin leading a group of disciples into the martial arts discussion hall. Kong Wenbin ignored everyone's greetings and looked straight at Lu Xian and Xianxia. When he saw the two of them standing together intimately, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. Although he hadn't seen them for more than a month, the feeling in his heart didn't improve at all. Every time he thought of Lu Xian and Xianxia cultivating intimately together, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. However, he could only endure it and force himself to focus on cultivating. Perhaps it was because of this pressure, Kong Wenbin actually made another breakthrough. He broke through from the first rank of the Spirit Refinement Realm to the second rank of the Spirit Refinement Realm in one go. Although it was only a small increase, the increase in strength was extremely huge. Especially before the opening of the Mystical Ice Secret Realm, the increase in strength could greatly increase the chances of survival and the chances of obtaining opportunities. Following Kong Wenbin's arrival, most of the disciples had also arrived. The last to arrive was Xianxia's group. Without a doubt, his gaze towards Lu Xian was still filled with hatred. The grudge between the two of them was not as simple as the one between Lu Xian and Kong Wenbin. It was impossible to resolve. Of course, Lu Xian had no intention of resolving it. A person like Xianxia could no longer be a stepping stone on his path of advancement. Xianxia also knew this, so he didn't provoke Lu Xian during this period of time. That would only be asking to be humiliated. When all the disciples had arrived, Instructor Yang and the others finally appeared. There were a total of 4 people. Lu Xian had seen 3 of them before, namely Instructor Yang, Instructor Ma, and Instructor Gua. As for the last one, he had never seen him before. He must be the last one among the 3 deputy instructors. Everyone is here. This time, I mainly have 2 things to explain to you. Instructor Yang glanced at the disciples present and said. First, it's the test of potential. The previous test was already 3 months ago. Today, it's time for the new test of potential. As soon as he said this, some disciples immediately became nervous. The test of potential was extremely important to some disciples. Because once their potential value didn't reach the standard, they would no longer be able to have the status of a core disciple and would have to start working in Wind Sword School. Although they could still cultivate after working, the resources needed for cultivation had to be obtained by themselves. How could they be as carefree as core disciples, who didn't have to do anything and still received resources? Almost every time the test of potential was held, there would be more or less disciples who would be disqualified. This time, no one knew whose turn it would be this time. I naturally don't need to explain the importance of the test of potential. If you want to continue to be a core disciple, then show your best skills. If your potential value is above 30 points, you can continue to stay. Instructor Yang said solemnly. This was the rule, and no one could change it. Other than the test of potential, the second thing is also what you are most concerned about. That is the opening of the Mystic Ice Pavilion's Mystic Ice Secret Realm. Hearing the words Mystic Ice Secret Realm, many disciples were excited. However, the disciples who were excited this time were basically the most powerful disciples. As the quota was limited, only these people were qualified. Mystic Ice Pavilion has already announced that the opening of the Mystic Ice Secret Realm will be in half a month's time. And this time, the quota that our Wind Sword School received is also more than usual. We have a total of 12 quotas. After Instructor Yang finished speaking, many disciples were excited again. There are actually 12 quotas. That's great, maybe I'll be qualified. Yeah, I heard that there were only 8 quotas previously, and the lowest quota was only 5. I didn't expect there to be 12 this time. Clearly, the number of slots this time had far exceeded the expectations of these disciples. If there were too few slots, they would definitely be taken up by some of the stronger disciples. But now that there were 12 slots, some of the stronger disciples also had the strength to compete. Silence! Instructor Yang shouted, you have to thank Lu Xian for getting so many quotas this time. Because the quotas this time were taken from the hands of the Skyblade sect. 3 months ago, the Skyblade sect led people to provoke our Wind Sword School in an attempt to defeat our Wind Sword School disciples and take more quotas. However, they returned in failure before they could even reach our Cloud Sky Mountain. In the Intersect sect competition, Lu Xian defeated 6 people from the Skyblade sect consecutively with his own strength. They were the top 3 disciples of the Skyblade sect's inner sect and the top 3 core disciples of the Skyblade sect. The top core disciple, Wei Sua, was not only the son of the Skyblade sect's sect leader, but he had also reached the peak of the spirit refinement realm. The Skyblade sect naturally had to pay the price for such a crushing defeat. The price they paid was that they only received 7 quotas in the Mystic Ice Mystery Land. Instructor Yang's words made the core disciples realize that something like this had happened before Lu Xian entered the sect. He defeated 6 people from the Skyblade sect consecutively with his own strength. The top 3 core disciples were all defeated by an inner sect disciple. The Skyblade sect was naturally not favored by the mysterious Ice Pavilion, so a portion of the quotas that should have been given to the Skyblade sect was given to Wind Sword School. No wonder junior brother Lu did not show any fear when facing senior brother Kong during the martial arts competition. It turns out that he could already defeat a spirit refinement realm expert. The disciples whispered. Sun Yingshui gritted his teeth in hatred. If he had known about this earlier, why would he provoke Lu Xian and even pay a few hundred mid-grade primordial stones? This Lu Xian was too hateful, but he had transferred his hatred to Lu Xian. Let's not talk too much. I believe that the distribution of the 12 quotas is what you are most concerned about. Instructor Yang continued, after my discussion with the 3 deputy instructors, we have decided to select some of you internally. As for the remaining quotas, they will be fought for based on the results of the potential assessment and your strength. The disciples did not show any surprise. It was certain that the quotas would be internally determined. Strong disciples like Kong Wenbin, Lu Xian, and Xiao Long would definitely be internally determined. The names that have been decided internally this time are Lu Xian, Kong Wenbin, Xiao Long, Yu Feng, Xianxia. There are a total of 5 people. As for the remaining 6 quotas, you are free to compete for them. You will be judged based on your potential and strength. Instructor Yang announced the 5 internally determined quotas. As soon as he finished speaking, some of the disciples immediately felt that something was wrong. Out of the 12 spots, 5 had already been decided internally. There should be 7 spots left. Why were there only 6 spots left to compete for? Instructor Yang, there should be 7 quotas, right? A bold disciple asked. Only 6. The last quota was taken by someone from the Demon Enchanting Hall. This time, there will be a disciple from the Demon Enchanting Hall participating. Instructor Yang replied. Hearing this, Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Taken by the Demon Enchanting Hall? There will be a disciple from the Demon Enchanting Hall participating? Could it be? Thinking of this, Qin Xiaohan's figure appeared in Lu Xian's mind. Could it be that this lass is also coming? Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a headache coming. He still remembered Qin Xiaohan's silent expression at the engagement banquet between him and Lin Sini in Lin City. He originally thought that Qin Xiaohan would completely give up. Why would she come here now? However, Lu Xian quickly comforted himself. Maybe he was thinking too much. His charm shouldn't be that great. Qin Xiaohan probably just didn't want to miss this opportunity to gain experience and simply wanted to enter the mystical ice secret realm. Soon, Lu Xian thought of another point. Since Qin Xiaohan was coming, didn't that mean that she had already become a 4-star talisman master? A 3-star talisman master's battle strength was limited. When they encountered dangerous situations, it was extremely difficult for them to protect themselves. Only by becoming a 4-star talisman master and being able to instantly release talismans would they have a certain degree of life-saving ability. This lass's talent isn't bad. She has already become a 4-star talisman master. In terms of strength, she is already comparable to a spirit refinement stage martial artist. Lu Xian's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of praise. During this period of time, he had been busy practicing the wind riding technique and the Taiji sword and had neglected his talisman Dao training. Thus, he hadn't made much progress. Lu Xian, Lu Xian? Xianxia shouted twice before Lu Xian returned to his senses. Ah? What's wrong? Lu Xian awoke from his deep thoughts and hurriedly asked. Let's go and participate in the potential test. What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed in your thoughts? Xianxia's face was filled with doubt as she asked. Nothing much. I was thinking about what kind of danger I will encounter in the mystical ice secret realm. Lu Xian casually found an excuse. Is that so? You're still smiling when you think of danger? Xianxia's face was filled with doubt as she asked. Am I smiling? Haha, you must have seen wrongly. Instructor Yang and the rest have already set off. Let's hurry up and catch up. Lu Xian seized the opportunity to interrupt the conversation and hurriedly caught up. However, Xianxia stomped her feet and lightly snorted twice. Then, a trace of sadness flashed across her face. He should be thinking of Cindy, although her rationality told her that she shouldn't compete with Lin Cindy. As she interacted more and more with Lu Xian, her thoughts became more and more uncontrollable. She was already deeply poisoned and completely unable to extricate herself. Lifting her somewhat heavy footsteps, Xianxia also followed. Since she was deeply poisoned, she would let the poison completely take effect and kill herself. Very soon, everyone arrived at the location of the test of potential. Looking at the array in front of them, many disciples felt nervous in their hearts. The weaker disciples were worried that if their potential value didn't reach 30, they would be stripped of their core disciple status. As for the stronger disciples, they were suppressing their anger and wanted to fight for the slot to enter the mystic realm. Although there were opportunities and dangers in the mystical ice secret realm, no one wanted to miss this opportunity. Some of the attendants of the Cloud Sky Mountain were already waiting. This time, it was a test for all the core disciples, so the lineup was naturally bigger. As the jade tokens were distributed to the disciples, Instructor Yang said, every round, 10 disciples will participate in the test. Those who are ready can enter the array directly. Lu Xian, do you want to go first? Xianxia turned her head and asked. However, Lu Xian shook his head. There's no rush. I want to see the strength of the other disciples first. He had been in the Cloud Sky Mountain for a while, but he hadn't seen the strength of these core disciples. Xianxia smiled. Then I'll go first. I've improved quite a bit during this period of time. I should be able to break through to 100 potential value. Under Lu Xian's guidance for more than a month, her battle prowess had skyrocketed. Moreover, she had also received the Cloud Startling Sword technique from Lu Xian, so her battle prowess had undoubtedly increased tremendously. Let's go too. This time, we must reach 100 potential value. Lin Tian said confidently. Mo Dachin nodded. In the previous test, they were blocked from reaching 100 potential value. This was the best time for them to break through. This was because they had already mastered the high-grade yellow-grade martial techniques they had chosen previously. Although they hadn't reached the pinnacle, they had still greatly increased their strength. Among the first wave of disciples, there were a few familiar faces of Lu Xian. There was no need to mention Xianxia, Lin Tian, and Mo Dachin. Even Xiaolong and Yufeng were in the first wave. Kong Wenbin originally wanted to be in the first wave as well. However, when he saw that Xianxia had gone, he stopped. He also wanted to see how much Xianxia's strength had increased. As the 10 disciples entered the formation quickly activated. There was no concealment array formation activated so that the other disciples could clearly see the strength of the examinees. Unless there was a special request like Lu Xian, they would not conceal the battle scene. The enemies quickly appeared. Lu Xian's attention was mainly focused on Xianxia, while Lin Tian and the others occasionally paid attention. After all, Xianxia was about to enter the mystical ice mystic realm with him. Lu Xian also hoped that Xianxia's strength would improve significantly. When that time came, her ability to protect herself would also increase greatly. The cultivators that appeared were all swept away. The disciples who dared to step forward in the first round were all confident in themselves. Otherwise, they would not have dared to step forward and embarrass themselves. Xianxia's battle was not intense. Perhaps it was because of Lu Xian's influence, but her battle was very direct and efficient. She did not waste any essence energy. Compared to before, the speed at which she killed her enemies was obviously much faster. Lu Xian nodded silently. If this continued, it should not be a problem for her to reach 100 potential value. Kong Wenbin, on the other hand, had mixed feelings in his heart. This was not the first time he had seen Xianxia participate in the potential test. Therefore, he could easily see the change in Xianxia's battle style. Without a doubt, the one who brought about these changes was undoubtedly Lu Xian. Lu Xian also took the time to watch Lin Tian and Emodingchen's battle. After more than 2 months of cultivation, the two's strength had increased significantly. Emodingchen definitely had no problem breaking through 100 potential value. After all, he had reached 99 previously. As for Lin Tian, if he performed well, he should be able to reach 100 potential value as well. Yu Feng's performance was also quite good. His innate talent was not bad. Before Lu Xian's arrival, he was the only core disciple who had broken through 100 potential value. During this period of time, he often asked Lu Xian for guidance and often understood with a single hint. His improvement in strength was very obvious. Xiao Long, on the other hand, was having a hard time. It was not that he was not strong enough. In fact, in terms of strength, he was second only to Lu Xian and Kong Wenbin. The reason why he was having a hard time was because the first martial artist he faced had used a mid-grade yellow class martial technique. With his strength at the peak of the 10th level of the body refinement realm, he naturally would not send out a martial artist who used a low-grade yellow class martial technique. That was purely a suicide mission. As time passed, a disciple was the first to be unable to hold on. Faced with the 6th martial artist's attack, he began to feel awkward. Although he still managed to block it, it was extremely difficult. Under the eruption of the opposing martial artist, he finally had no choice but to crush his jade token and retreat. If he went all out, he might have a chance to kill this martial artist. However, he would have to take a huge risk. Not everyone would be so crazy as to risk their lives in a mere test. Li Kun, potential value, 81. Upon hearing this potential value, a hint of regret flashed past Li Kun's face. However, he recovered very quickly. A potential value of 81 points. Although it wasn't too good, it was still considered one of the best. Following that, the other disciples crushed their jade tokens one after another, ending the test. Their results were also revealed. All of them were between 70 to 90 points. The highest score was only 86 points, which was similar to Lin Tian's first test. There were only 5 people left. They were Xianxia's group of 5. The next one to retreat was Xiao Long. He also successfully killed the 6th martial artist and was defeated by the 7th. However, the martial artists he killed were all of higher quality. It was already not bad for him to be able to reach this point. Xiao Long, potential value, 92. I still haven't broken through 100 points. It seems like I have no hope of obtaining a martial technique as a reward in the test of potential. Xiao Long smiled bitterly. Right now, he was at the peak of the 10th level of the body refinement realm. If he advanced another step, he would reach the spirit refinement realm. At that time, if he wanted to obtain a high potential value, the difficulty would multiply. We'll be heading to the Mystic Ice Mystic realm next. Who knows, senior brother Xiao might have some fortuitous encounters and his strength would increase explosively. Lu Xian smiled. Haha, I'll be counting on your auspicious words then. It seems like junior sister Xiao will definitely be able to break through 100 points this time around. Xiao Long's tone changed as he talked about Xianxia. As Xiao Long finished speaking, the 7th martial artist was successfully killed by Xianxia. The 8th martial artist appeared, startling wind. Xianxia didn't hesitate at all. She decisively took out the startling cloud sword technique that she had just learned from Lu Xian. Only this mystic tier martial technique would allow her to advance further. Mystic tier martial technique. Xiao Long exclaimed in astonishment. After that, he hurriedly asked Lu Xian, "Isn't this the martial technique that Lu Xian taught you? Could it be that you?" "That's right. I obtained this martial technique by accident while I was out adventuring. Hence, I passed it on to Xianxia. When she enters the Mystic Ice Mystic realm, she'll have an additional skill to protect her life." Lu Xian admitted. Haha, you're indeed generous. You've given such a precious mystic tier martial technique away just like that. Xiaolong smiled as he spoke. However, junior sister Xia's comprehension is indeed very high. You've managed to grasp it in such a short period of time. Xiaolong could tell that Xianxia's martial technique had originated from Lu Xian. How could Kong Wenbin not be able to tell? To be able to pass on such a precious martial technique to Xianxia, one could only imagine the extent of their relationship. The help that Lu Xian can provide Chenxi is indeed greater than mine. Kong Wenbin thought to himself. At the very least, he was unable to greatly increase Xia Chenxi's combat strength in such a short period of time, let alone pass on such a martial technique to her. At this moment, another person crushed his jade token. It was none other than Lin Tian. Previously, Lin Tian took the risk to kill the 6th cultivator but fell to the 7th. But this time around, after he grasped the phantom consecutive sword technique, his combat strength increased tremendously. He didn't need to take the risk and successfully killed the 7th cultivator. He only lost after fighting against the 8th disciple. It's a pity that I haven't reached the major completion stage of this phantom consecutive sword technique. If not, the 8th cultivator definitely wouldn't be able to stop me. Lin Tian sighed. 2 months of time was only enough for him to grasp the technique. It wasn't enough for him to reach the major completion stage. Lin Tian, potential value, 101. Lin Tian's result was announced loudly by the deacon. It actually exceeded 100. Seems like junior brother Lin's future achievements won't be small. The crowd of disciples exclaimed in shock. Potential value exceeding 100 was a threshold. Although Lin Tian had just barely reached it, it was enough to prove his potential. A small wave of excitement finally erupted among the spectating core disciples. Someone had broken through 100. This was definitely something worthy of celebration. Congratulations, junior brother Lin. You've successfully broken through 100 and can obtain the martial technique as a reward. I'm very envious. Xiaolong clasped his hands and smiled. Regardless of his relationship with Lu Xian or Lin Tian's own potential, it was enough for Xiaolong to befriend him. Senior brother Xiao is too kind. Compared to Lu Xian, I'm nothing. Lin Tian smiled. Evidently, he was in a good mood. If he obtained another high-grade yellow tier martial technique, he might even be able to improve further in the next test of potential. Xiaolong shook his head. Don't compare yourself with Lu Xian. His results aren't something an ordinary person should have. I've always dreamed of breaking 100, but I've never been able to do so. To him, a high-grade yellow tier martial technique wasn't that valuable anymore. However, he was more interested in this honor and affirmation. Senior brother, you also came out. Another disciple shouted. Yu Feng had also persevered to his limits and crushed his jade token. Yu Feng, potential value, 113, 113. I think senior brother Kong's highest record is 112, right? Doesn't that mean senior brother Yu has broken senior brother Kong's record? A disciple asked. Hearing his own results, Yu Feng was also a little stunned. However, he was overjoyed very quickly. Before Lu Xian came, Kong Wenbin was the strongest core disciple. Now that his potential value had broken Kong Wenbin's record, it meant that if there were no accidents, his future achievements wouldn't be lower than Kong Wenbin's. Lu Xian, you have to get half of this result. If it wasn't for the fact that you've been explaining the principles of the sword to me, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to even break 100. Yu Feng sincerely thanked Lu Xian. Previously, he only had a potential value of 98 points. This time around, he was able to reach 112 points. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Lu Xian's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Not at all. I'm just picking a few. You'll still have to rely on your own comprehension. Lu Xian shook his head and smiled. Yu Feng had already received a martial technique reward once, so naturally, he didn't get one this time. However, the disciples were getting more and more excited. In the past, it was rare to see someone with a potential value exceeding 100, but this time, there were already quite a few of them in the first round. Lin Tian and Yu Feng had already broken 100, so it was obvious that Xia Chenxi and Mo Chouchen, who were still persisting, would break 100. It seemed that Kong Wenbin's highest record would be broken one after another. After persevering for a while, Mo Chochin finally reached his limit. His performance was even better than Yufeng's. Even though he had failed to kill the ninth warrior, he had heavily injured him. He was just a little bit away from killing him. Mo Chochin, potential value, 116. As soon as Mo Chochin's results came out, it caused another round of exclamations. As expected, Mo Chochin's potential value once again broke Kong Wenbin's previous record, and it even broke Yufeng's record. Of course, the real record was Lu Xian's potential value of over 500. However, that was naturally excluded by the crowd. After all, that value was too terrifying. Let alone the disciples present, even in the future, there might not be anyone who could break it. The new juniors this time were all extraordinary. The group of core disciples could not help but exclaim. There was no need to mention Lu Xian. Even Lin Tian and Mo Dengchen had broken through to 100 points of potential value. This made them, as their seniors, feel a little ashamed. Junior apprentice brother Mo, congratulations! You've obtained another high-grade yellow-grade martial skill. Xiao Long once again congratulated him with a smile. Mo Chochin and Lin Tian's future achievements were extremely likely to be higher than his, so he naturally wouldn't put on airs. Mo Chochin's face also couldn't help but flash with joy. However, he wasn't happy because his potential value had broken through 100, but because he could clearly feel that his spear technique had improved. For a spear fanatic like him, there was nothing more comforting than this. Among the disciples participating in the first round, the only one who was still persisting was Xianxia. The eighth martial artist had already been successfully killed by her, and he had died under the thunderclap sword. A profound ranked martial technique was naturally extraordinary. Even if Xianxia only comprehended 70% of it, it would still be a great improvement to her combat prowess. I don't know if junior sister Xia can kill the ninth warrior. That would be incredible. Xiao Long could not help but praise. Xianxia's potential seemed to be limitless. When she entered the sect 1 year ago, she had already started to display her talent. Every time she reached a certain level, her potential value would increase steadily. This time around, after being trained by Lu Xian, it had completely erupted. It shouldn't be a problem. Xianxia has improved a lot during this time. Lu Xian nodded confidently. Facing the ninth warrior, Xianxia's expression turned serious. This was almost her limit. After all, she had yet to comprehend the third style of the startling cloud swordsmanship. However, at this moment, the initial stage sword intent suddenly burst forth from Xianxia's body. Before Lu Xian's arrival, Xianxia had already reached the entry stage sword intent based on her own comprehension. After 2 months of careful guidance from Lu Xian, she had completely reached the initial stage. However, before this, she had not used her sword intent. She had only used it now. After killing 8 martial artists in a row, her aura had reached a peak. At this moment, when her sword intent was released, her entire person seemed to be sharper. All the eyes of the disciples were focused on Xianxia. They also wanted to know what level this junior sister, who was not only beautiful, but also extremely talented, could reach. Startling wind. Thunder, with the first 2 styles of the startling cloud swordsmanship combined with the initial stage sword intent, Xianxia had actually killed the ninth warrior in an instant. One had to know that Lu Xian had relied on the startling cloud swordsmanship to kill more than 10 warriors. Even if Xianxia's foundation was not as deep as Lu Xian's, killing a mere ninth warrior was not a problem. The ninth warrior's quick defeat had obviously shocked all the core disciples. If Lu Xian had not arrived, Xianxia would have been able to shock everyone present with this result. Killing the ninth warrior was definitely the best result of the Wind Sword School in the past 10 years. After continuously using the startling cloud swordsmanship, Xianxia's aura was a little chaotic. After all, she was only at the 10th level of the body refinement realm. What she cultivated wasn't a powerful cultivation technique like Lu Xian's Tai origin art, so the consumption of her elemental energy was extremely great. As for the 10th warrior, his strength underwent another qualitative change. Relying on the startling cloud swordsmanship, Xianxia was only able to withstand a few moves. After leaving a few wounds on the warrior's body, she had no choice but to crush her jade token. She clearly knew that she wasn't a match for the 10th warrior and it was useless to stubbornly resist. As Xianxia retreated from the array, the first round of the test had ended. At this moment, all the core disciples looked at the deacon who announced the results, waiting for Xianxia's result to be announced. The deacon was also a little stunned. He naturally had an impression of Xianxia. Although her performance in the past was outstanding, it wasn't as eye-catching as this time. He paused for a moment before saying loudly, "Xianxia, potential value, 163. She actually broke through 160. Junior sister Xia's talent is indeed extraordinary. Congratulations to junior sister Xia for setting a new record. As your senior brothers, you make us feel ashamed." All the disciples spoke up to congratulate her. Regardless of whether it was the relationship between Xianxia and Lu Xian or Xianxia's talent, it was enough to convince them. Xianxia smiled at these disciples and nodded in reply. She then looked at Lu Xian and smiled. "At least I didn't embarrass you. Not bad. If your sword intent can improve further and you can completely comprehend the startling cloud swordsmanship, you might have a chance to break through to the black tier martial technique." Lu Xian praised. He was also very impressed with Xianxia's talent. He had the help of the sword crystal and had narrowly escaped death to reach this stage. However, Xianxia had achieved such results just by cultivating bitterly. "Haha, junior sister Xia, if this is considered embarrassing, then we are completely embarrassed." Xiaolong also laughed. 163 potential points. This was more than twice the amount of many disciples. "Xianxia, congratulations. I didn't expect you to improve so much." After some hesitation, Kong Wenbin also walked over to congratulate her. His gaze was somewhat complicated. Although his cultivation base was far higher than Xianxia's, based on the talent Xianxia displayed, it was almost certain that she would surpass him. To him, this was a huge blow. Maybe, only this Lu Xian was worthy of Xianxia. "Many thanks to senior brother Kong for taking care of me this year. Xianxia is very grateful as well." Xianxia smiled politely, but the rejection in her tone was obvious. She didn't want Lu Xian to misunderstand. Kong Wenbin nodded and didn't say anything more. After which, he walked towards the array. The second round of the test had begun. In the second round, the focus of everyone's attention was naturally on Kong Wenbin. This time around, although Kong Wenbin had a breakthrough and reached the second level of the spirit refinement realm, the test wasn't about strength but potential. As the battle unfolded, Lu Xian's gaze also locked onto Kong Wenbin. Maybe it was because the stimulation he received was too great, but in the past 2 months of bitter cultivation, Kong Wenbin's improvement was very obvious. Not only did his cultivation base increase, but his comprehension of the haystack sword art had also deepened. However, the enemies he faced weren't weaklings either. The moment they appeared, they were already at the second level of the spirit refinement realm and were using superior yellow-tier martial techniques. Although Kong Wenbin did his best to fight and even put his life on the line, he wasn't able to win against cultivators that were stronger than him. His final result was 101 points, exactly the same as Lin Tian. If it was during normal times, this would be a rare result. One must know that Kong Wenbin didn't even break through 100 points in the previous test. However, this time around, with the good results of Xianxia and the others, Kong Wenbin's result instantly became less eye-catching. After knowing his result, Kong Wenbin wasn't sad nor happy. He wasn't dispirited because his result was lower than Xianxia's, nor was he happy because he broke through the previous potential value. After retreating from the array, he walked to the side and closed his eyes to rest, no longer harassing Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's attitude was already very clear. He didn't want to make Xianxia feel disgusted with him. The test was carried out batch after batch. Lu Xian wasn't in a hurry to go up. Instead, he was watching the disciples test with interest. Among them, there were quite a number of elite disciples. Their potential value had reached 90 points and their strength wasn't weak either. Basically, they were all between the 9th and 10th level of the body refinement realm. If there were no accidents, the remaining 6 slots for the mystical ice secret realm would be among them. When the test reached the 9th round, the first disciple to be eliminated finally appeared. Potential value, 28 points. It was a disciple in the middle stage of the 9th level of the body refinement realm. When he heard this result, his face instantly turned deathly pale. His body couldn't help but tremble. He knew what this result meant. After the test of potential ended, he would no longer be a core disciple. He would no longer be able to enjoy the treatment and glory of a core disciple. For a moment, the scene was a little sorrowful. A few disciples whose results weren't very good recently felt a sense of sympathy for him. No one knew if they would be the next disciple to be eliminated. A few disciples who were on good terms with him just hugged him tightly without saying a word. The friendship between men didn't need to be expressed in words. Senior apprentice brother, don't give up. Even if you cultivate on your own, you might still be able to walk further on the path of martial arts. What I'm afraid of is sinking into depravity. Lu Xian's voice rang out from behind this disciple. When he heard Lu Xian's voice, he couldn't help but raise his head in astonishment. After which, a trace of gratitude flashed across his face. Previously, when Lu Xian was welcoming Lu Xian, he had also attended the banquet. However, he didn't think that Lu Xian would actually remember him. After all, from his point of view, Lu Xian was a true genius. Even if Lu Xian didn't remember him, it was also normal. The sect is only one aspect of increasing your strength. The outside world is very vast. I believe that in the future, senior apprentice brother you will definitely not stop here. Lu Xian looked at him encouragingly. When he heard this, the eyes of the disciple with the surname He instantly lit up. Not bad, senior apprentice brother Lu didn't enter the core disciple. Based on his own efforts, wouldn't he still be able to defeat the number 1 core disciple? Even if he didn't have the talent of senior apprentice brother Lu, it didn't mean that he couldn't walk further. The sect only gave him a slightly higher starting point. Thank you, junior brother Lu, for your explanation. I just found it hard to accept. Senior brother he looked slightly relieved. Lu Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. The test naturally wouldn't stop just because a disciple was eliminated. It continued in an orderly manner. As expected, the disciple with the surname He wasn't the only one to be eliminated. People started to be eliminated one after another. Most of their potential values were in the 20s and less than 30. By the end of the round, there were already 4 disciples eliminated. Among them, Lu Xian had met 3 of them at the banquet. The other person was on good terms with Xianxia and didn't attend the banquet. As the disciples were eliminated one by one, the atmosphere of the test of potential that was originally in high spirits gradually became a little sad. Most of these disciples who were eliminated had stayed in the Cloud Sky Mountain for many years and were on good terms with the other disciples. However, at the end of the test of potential, the disciples' spirits were finally lifted. This was because Lu Xian hadn't gone up yet. He naturally had to go up for the last round. Previously, Lu Xian was able to obtain more than 600 potential values. This time, it was unknown how high he would be able to obtain. There were less than 10 disciples in the last round. There were a total of 7 people. Among them, other than Lu Xian, the rest were basically on the verge of being eliminated. The stronger disciples had already gone up. I heard that junior brother Lu has already comprehended the concept of wind and mastered the most difficult technique, the flying art. This time, he's like a tiger that has grown wings. I'm afraid his potential value will have another breakthrough. That's hard to say. Junior brother Lu's realm has also increased, reaching the mid-stage of the 10th level of the body refinement realm. The difficulty will be even higher. As the crowd of disciples discussed in whispers, Xianxia and the others encouraged him one after another. Then, Lu Xian stepped into the formation without hesitation. With the flying art, his confidence was naturally boosted. If he encountered a strong enemy, he would not have to fight them head-on. The array was activated quickly. The first martial artist that appeared had already appeared in front of Lu Xian. After reaching the mid-stage of the 10th level of the body refinement realm, the enemies he had to face were naturally stronger. The first martial artist that appeared used a middle-grade yellow-tier martial technique. However, this was obviously not enough. Lu Xian once again began his journey of instant kills. First place, instant kill, second place, third place, instant kill. One disciple after another appeared, but none of them could withstand a single move from Lu Xian. Even the disciples who had already expected this result couldn't help but feel slightly excited. They wished they could have such strength too. They could kill all the way, so they didn't need to worry about being eliminated. Compared to Lu Xian's killing speed, the 6 disciples who went up with him did not seem to have it so easy. The first 2 warriors were fine, but as the warriors' strength continued to increase, they began to feel a little overwhelmed. However, they also knew that this was a crucial moment. If they didn't perform well, then they would face the danger of being eliminated. Therefore, each and every one of them clenched their teeth and persevered. Even if they had to take the risk, they had no choice but to do so. No one wanted to be stripped of their status as a core disciple, whether it was for face or for the treatment a core disciple enjoyed. However, there was a limit to everyone's strength. As Lu Xian continued to kill, more and more disciples finished the test, and the results were also released. In the final round, another disciple was eliminated. The other 5 barely managed to pass. All of their potential values were over 30 points, and the one who barely managed to reach 30 points. If he didn't improve, he would definitely be eliminated in the next round. Everyone comforted the disciple who was eliminated, and their gazes once again shifted to Lu Xian. At this moment, the martial artist that appeared was already the 10th. However, with the previous experience, they knew that this was just an appetizer. Previously, Lu Xian killed his way to the 20th martial artist. As the strength of the martial artists he faced continued to rise, Lu Xian no longer pursued killing speed. Instead, he started to use the wind riding art. Other than when he had just comprehended the concept of wind, this was the first time Lu Xian had used the wind riding art in a real battle since he fought with Kong Wenbin. Concept was indeed an extremely mysterious thing. Once the wind riding art was used, Lu Xian immediately felt as if his surroundings had fallen into his control. As long as the wind moved, he could move as he wished, and there was no way to track him. More importantly, the concept of wind was not only reflected in the wind riding art. The wind riding art required one to comprehend the concept of wind before they could cultivate it. However, the concept of wind was not only for the wind riding art. If Lu Xian cultivated a wind attribute martial technique, then the power of the martial technique would definitely increase greatly. Even if it wasn't a pure wind attribute martial technique, it would still be able to greatly increase his strength. Right now, although his blinking sword art was only an upper-grade yellow level martial technique, its speed was extremely fast. Especially when Lu Xian merged the sword art with the wind, it greatly reduced the resistance and increased his speed by 30%. It could be said that he had already broken through the limit of the blinking sword art. The one with the greatest increase in power was the startling wind sword art. In the startling cloud sword art, the startling wind sword art was the weakest move. However, as he comprehended the concept of wind, its power was comparable to the startling thunder sword art. It was even stronger than the startling thunder sword art, second only to the startling cloud sword art. Inside the formation, Lu Xian's figure was erratic. Sometimes it was to the left, sometimes it was to the right, sometimes it was to the front, sometimes it was to the back. The opposing martial artists could not figure out what was going on. With Lu Xian's current strength, he could definitely be said to be invincible under the spirit refinement realm. Even the genius disciples of the large sects could not compare to Lu Xian in the body refinement realm. Lu Xian's marvelous movement technique made the disciples feel intoxicated. They were inexplicably excited. It turned out that the windwriting art was actually so powerful. They had heard of the windwriting art and read its description. They also knew the difficulty of cultivating the windwriting art. However, they had never seen anyone personally use the windwriting art. Right now, Lu Xian had undoubtedly broadened their horizons. Compared to the description of the windwriting art, the true power of the windwriting art seemed to have increased instead of decreased. I didn't expect the windwriting art to be so powerful. This kind of movement technique is simply unimaginable. If I could learn this windwriting art, I wouldn't need to worry about being eliminated. Just by relying on this movement technique, I would be able to kill my way to the 7th or 8th place. A disciple with a potential value of over 40 couldn't help but exclaim. It was easy to kill the enemy. A single stab of the sword would kill the enemy. However, it was extremely difficult to break through the enemy's defense and dodge the enemy's attacks. However, with the windriding art, all of this was a piece of cake. He could easily dodge the enemy's attacks and kill them with a single move. Haha, you're thinking too much. If you could really comprehend the concept of wind, you wouldn't need to rely on the windriding art to win. You would be able to reach a potential value of over 100 points just by relying on your own strength. Another disciple laughed. That's true. The disciple from before smiled embarrassedly. Those who could comprehend the concept wouldn't have bad talent. Take Lu Xian for example. Even if he didn't know the windriding art, he would still be strong. The windriding art was just the icing on the cake for him. Although his opponents were getting stronger and stronger, Lu Xian had an easier time fighting with the circulation of the windriding art. He easily dodged the enemy's attacks and executed the blink sword technique, stabbing his longsword into his opponent's body without any warning. The 11th, the 12th, the 13th, Lu Xian easily killed his way to the 14th martial artist. Finally, his easy battles came to an end. The 14th martial artist was a martial artist in the spirit refinement realm. Previously, Lu Xian killed his way to the 17th martial artist before a martial artist in the spirit refinement realm appeared. But this time, his strength leaped from the initial 10th level of the body refinement realm to the middle 10th level of the body refinement realm. The martial artist's strength naturally increased as well. It was precisely because of this that the stronger the disciple who participated in the assessment, the lower the potential value they could obtain. Those who could enter the core disciples of the Wind Sword School could all be called geniuses. To them, when they were at a lower level, they could still easily battle against those of a higher level. But because everyone's talent was different, as their strength increased, the number of people who could battle against those of a higher level would become fewer and fewer. When they reached a certain level, they would vanish into the crowd. At that time, they would be said to have exhausted their potential. Those who could maintain the ability to battle against those of a higher level were the true geniuses with unlimited potential, although it was unknown when Lu Xian's potential would be exhausted, but at least for now, he definitely lived up to the words unlimited potential. Once a martial artist in the spirit refinement realm appeared, the pressure was obviously greater than that of a martial artist in the body refinement realm. Seeing that Lu Xian used the wind riding art again, that martial artist immediately mobilized a strong force and instantly sealed off the surroundings. The strong force of heaven and earth swarmed over, quickly suppressing Lu Xian. A martial artist in the body refinement realm had no way to resist the wind riding art. They couldn't mobilize the force of heaven and earth, but it was different for a martial artist in the spirit refinement realm. They could use a lot of force and could directly suppress Lu Xian, reducing the effect of the wind riding art. That's right, it could only reduce the effect. A martial artist in the first level of the spirit refinement realm wanted to suppress Lu Xian to the point that he couldn't move. How could it be possible? It could only affect Lu Xian's speed to a certain extent. Feeling that the speed of the wind riding art was affected, Lu Xian coldly snorted. The peak of the middle stage of the sword intent burst forth. The strong and sharp sword intent instantly tore apart the pressure in the surroundings. Lu Xian's body that was suppressed was once again freed. The wind riding art was activated. His speed was not affected at all. The martial artist in front of him suddenly swung his sword. Lu Xian, who had merged with the wind, quietly dodged it. His whole body floated in the wind, and he also swung his sword. Startling wind, a strong gust of wind rolled back and rushed towards the 14th martial artist. The startling wind sword, which had fused the concept of wind and the sword intent, was more than twice as powerful as before. Not only was it more powerful, but it also had 3 times the sharpness. Gusts of wind blew like a knife slicing through. Following the wind, Lu Xian's speed increased to the limit, almost following the startling wind sword. He also used the blink sword art. With a flash of sword light, the blade of the star-shattering sword had already swept across the martial artist's neck. There was no trace of blood, but the martial artist's body dissipated. The 14th martial artist had been killed. Lu Xian was able to effortlessly slaughter warriors at the spirit refinement realm, which was considered extremely powerful by ordinary core disciples. Without the wind riding art, Lu Xian would have to spend more effort, but with the wind riding art and his speed, a warrior in the first level of the spirit refinement realm would not be able to stop him. Now Lu Xian was more and more glad that he had chosen the wind riding art, a powerful martial skill. The advantage it brought in battle was too great. The 15th warrior, the 16th warrior, their strength continued to increase, and their sword intent had also reached the intermediate stage. The pressure on Lu Xian gradually increased. However, relying on the flying art, he still shuttled around these opponents, looking for an opportunity to strike. It was fine if he didn't strike, but once he did, he would definitely kill. Soon, Lu Xian had killed his way to the 18th warrior. The warrior's strength had indeed increased, a warrior in the second level of the spirit refinement realm, a warrior in the second level of the spirit refinement realm with intermediate sword intent, using a low-grade profound level martial skill. Someone with this kind of strength, even in a large sect, would be a rare genius. To be able to reach the intermediate sword intent at the second level of the spirit refinement realm, his talent must not be low. One must know that Kong Wenben was in the second level of the body refinement realm, but his sword intent was only at the initial stage. In the last assessment, Lu Xian had also killed his way to the second level of the spirit refinement realm, but at that time, he was facing a breakthrough, so he did not persist. But this time, he wanted to fight with a warrior in the second level of the spirit refinement realm. Outside the array, Kong Wenben's eyes also became serious. He stared at Lu Xian without blinking. He was now in the second level of the spirit refinement realm. He wanted to see if Lu Xian, a guy in the 10th level of the body refinement realm, could fight with a warrior in the second level of the spirit refinement realm. The aura of a cultivator in the second layer of the spirit refinement realm was unleashed without any warning. The powerful yuan qi of the world quickly suppressed Lu Xian. Following that, the cultivator attacked without hesitation. The tip of the sword pointed, several sword qi rushed towards Lu Xian. It was the low-grade profound level martial skill, star point sword art. Lu Xian was not unfamiliar with this sword technique. This sword technique could be found on the 3rd floor of the martial skills pavilion. Facing this cultivator's attack, Lu Xian's face was as calm as still water. Borrowing the power of the wind, he quietly retreated. At the same time, he swung his sword and used Startling Wind Sword. The Startling Wind Sword carried a huge momentum as it swept out. The sword qi shot out by the martial artist was slightly hindered, but it did not dissipate completely. After all, this was an attack from a spirit refinement martial artist. His yuan qi was more condensed, and it was not easy to break it. Startling Cloud, Lu Xian's entire body merged with the Startling Wind Sword as he cleverly passed through the sword qi. None of them hit him, but the Startling Cloud sword that had pierced through the sky was rapidly stabbing towards the warrior. Facing Lu Xian's incomparably sharp sword, the cultivator let out a roar and swung his sword to its limit, unleashing the power of the second tier of the spirit refinement realm. Almost in an instant, his long sword transformed into countless sword qis that gushed out. This was the strongest move of the Star Point sword art, Starry Sky. The two were so close to each other that their attacks collided in an instant. The fierce sword qi almost instantly destroyed Lu Xian's Startling Cloud sword. Lu Xian was shocked. He had underestimated the power of a second tier of the spirit refinement realm martial artist. In the spirit refinement realm, every increase in one's strength would greatly increase. It was not something a regular first tier of the spirit refinement realm could compare with. The power of the bloodline was activated without any hesitation. Lu Xian's sword moved forward instead of retreating. Soaring Dragon in the Sky, a move that was even more powerful than Startling Cloud sword, was suddenly unleashed. The dragon sword art was executed using the power of the bloodline. The Azure Dragon bloodline was extremely powerful. Boundless yuan qi was instantly condensed by Lu Xian. Break, the seemingly powerful but not weak Starry Sky was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Lu Xian's longsword did not stop. In an instant, it pierced the throat of the second tier of the spirit refinement realm martial artist, killing him in one blow. He won. Junior brother Lu is still as powerful as ever. He even killed a second tier of the spirit refinement realm martial artist. A disciple could not help but exclaim. Ahem, watch your words. Another disciple quickly reminded. At the same time, he gestured with his lips, signaling the disciple to pay attention to Kong Wenben. Senior brother Kong, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the illusionary martial artist. The disciple quickly explained. Kong Wenben was in the second tier of the spirit refinement realm. Humph. Kong Wenben snorted lightly. He did not care about it. However, he was still unhappy. Initially, he thought that after he reached the second tier of the spirit refinement realm, Lu Xian might not be able to defeat him. However, since Lu Xian could kill the 18th martial artist, it would not be difficult for Lu Xian to defeat him. After junior brother Lu grasped the wind riding technique, your strength has skyrocketed. However, this is great news. When we enter the profound ice secret realm, I might need junior brother Lu to take care of me. Xiaolong's face was full of smiles. There were all kinds of dangers in the mystic ice mystery realm. Apart from the danger of the mystic ice mystery realm itself, they also had to be on guard against the assassins from other sections. As fellow disciples of the Wind Sword School, they naturally had to support each other. The stronger Lu Xian was, the safer they would be. I wonder if Lu Xian could kill a third tier of the Spirit Refinement Realm martial artist. If he could kill a third tier of the Spirit Refinement Realm martial artist, he would be able to fight against a normal mid-Spirit Refinement Realm martial artist. Lin Tian licked his lips. The martial artists in the Mystic Ice Mystery Realm had mastered far more combat skills than ordinary martial artists. Naturally, their strength would be stronger. After understanding the strength of a second tier of the Spirit Refinement Realm martial artist, Lu Xian didn't dare to let his guard down. Moreover, this also gave him a new understanding of the Spirit Refinement Realm. In the future, if he encountered a Spirit Refinement Realm martial artist, he definitely wouldn't underestimate them. Next, with the first 3 moves of the Dragon Sword art, Lu Xian killed another 2 people. The number of martial artists killed by him had already reached more than 20. Although there was still the arrogant dragon's remorse that he hadn't used, Lu Xian didn't continue. After killing the 20th martial artist, Lu Xian decisively crushed the jade pendant. This action made Instructor Yang, who was preparing to activate the concealment formation, slightly stunned. Immediately after, he shook his head and smiled. Obviously, Lu Xian didn't plan to use his full strength. This time, Lu Xian's main purpose was to test out his flying wind art. He didn't care how much potential value he could achieve. Anyway, he definitely wouldn't be eliminated. Lu Xian, potential value, 554. A new round of Lu Xian's potential value was reported. Previously, Lu Xian had killed 19 martial artists, reaching a total of 523. This time around, he had killed 20. As expected, his potential value was higher than the previous time. Although this result was strong, to the disciples who had expected it, it wasn't too surprising. In fact, they even felt that it was a little low. Many of them thought that Lu Xian would be able to reach 600 potential value this time. Of course, if Lu Xian continued, it was extremely possible that he could reach 600, but there was no need for that. The test of potential this time has ended. Instructor Yang took a step forward and glanced at the faces of the disciples. Based on the potential value and the rules of Wind Sword School, there are a total of 5 disciples who have been disqualified from being a core disciple. They are Xiang. Instructor Yang announced the names of the 5 disciples whose potential value was below 30 mercilessly. The disciples who were called lowered their heads one by one. Although they had already expected it, they could not help but feel a little upset when they heard Instructor Yang announce it. From now on, they would no longer be core disciples, or become deacons of the Wind Sword sect, or become law enforcers. However, as long as they continued to work hard and could reach the Spirit Refinement Realm, their status would be further improved. They might even take up the position of an elder. Compared to the status of a core disciple, the status of an elder was undoubtedly higher. For example, Elder Jing from the Saber sect slowly climbed his way up from an attendant to an elder. Next, I will announce the 6 people who have obtained the quota to enter the Mystic Ice Secret Realm. Instructor Yang's tone changed and he began to announce another piece of good news. As soon as he said this, the originally gloomy atmosphere quietly became lively. Some of the stronger disciples with high potential value looked at Instructor Yang in anticipation, hoping that they would be the next name to be announced. Even Lin Tian and Mo Chochen's breathing quickened. Although they knew that their chances of obtaining the quota were very low, they still had a glimmer of hope. Instructor Yang announced the names one by one. Every time he announced a name, there would be cheers from the disciples. Obviously, that was the chosen disciple. Even after the 6 names were announced, Lin Tian and Mo Chochen still hadn't heard their names. They couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. It seemed that the two of them had missed this opportunity. Lin Tian, Mo Chen, both of your potential value isn't low, but your strength is still lacking. It's not good for you to enter the Mystic Ice secret realm now. If you're not careful, you might die. Instructor Yang looked at the two of them and explained. Lin Tian and Mo Chen nodded. They also knew that potential didn't mean anything. What was truly useful was still strength. There were many talented disciples who died prematurely because of various reasons. Even Lu Xian couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't encounter a crisis that he couldn't avoid. However, you don't have to feel regretful. The Mystic Ice secret realm opens once every 4 years. If you can still maintain your core disciple status after 4 years, you will naturally have the chance to enter again, Instructor Yang said. Hearing this, the eyes of the two of them lit up. If nothing unexpected happened in 4 years, it was very likely that they would reach the spirit refinement realm. At that time, entering the Mystic Ice secret realm would be much safer than now. Alright, the test of potential this time has ended. I hope that you will continue to work hard in your cultivation. I don't wish to see any of you being eliminated, but if your potential value isn't up to standard, there's nothing you can do about it. Hard work can make up for one's lack of talent. Even if your talent isn't enough, you can still make up for it with hard work. The 6 disciples I've just called out, as well as the 5 disciples I've decided on previously, follow me. I'll bring you to meet the last member who will enter the Mystic Ice secret realm. Instructor Yang's gaze swept across Lu Xian and the others. Lu Xian's heart jumped. Was he going to meet Qin Shaohan? Not to mention, after not seeing her for so long, he really did miss her a little. However, when he thought of Qin Shaohan, Lu Xian couldn't help but recall the time when Qin Shaohan pretended to be asleep and confessed to him. Under Instructor Yang's lead, the group first went to the martial skill pavilion. This time, Lin Tian, Mo Chen, and Xianxia had all broken through 100 potential points and were able to choose an upper yellow level martial skill. As expected, the 3 of them all chose movement skills. Lin Tian and Mo Chen had already chosen an upper yellow level offensive martial skill, but they were not in a hurry to learn new ones yet. Xianxia, on the other hand, had already learned the cloud startling sword technique from Lu Xian, so she did not have much need for offensive martial skills. More importantly, Lu Xian's wind riding technique made them envious. However, they also knew their limits. The wind riding technique was not something they could easily master. However, a high-grade yellow tier movement technique would also greatly increase their battle prowess. After choosing their martial skills, Lin Tian and Mo Chen went back. Lu Xian and the others followed Instructor Yang to meet the last disciple to enter the Mystical Ice secret realm. Although Lu Xian guessed that it was Qin Shaohan, he could not be sure until he saw her. Not long after, the group arrived in front of a mansion. This was Instructor Yang's private mansion. As soon as they stepped into the hall, a man and a woman appeared in front of everyone. Lu Xian immediately recognized them. They were Chen Mo and Qin Shaohan. Without hesitation, Lu Xian took a step forward and bowed to Chen Mo. Greetings, Master. Regardless of his identity, he naturally could not forget the etiquette of a disciple. Lu Xian's actions surprised Xianxia and the others. They all looked at him. This middle-aged man was Lu Xian's master? Could it be that Lu Xian had been cultivating with him all this time? Chen Mo rarely went out, so not many disciples had seen him. No need to be so polite. Chen Mo smiled and said, "It seems that your strength has improved during this time." However, Lu Xian smiled slightly awkwardly and said, "Recently, I've been busy practicing martial skills and neglected the talisman Dao. I'm really ashamed." However, Chen Mo waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "It's fine. The talisman Dao can't raise your strength as fast as the martial Dao. The mystical ice mystery realm is about to open. You should focus on cultivating the martial Dao. Alright, the 2 of you can catch up later." Instructor Yang smiled, then turned to the disciples and said, "Let me introduce you. The person in front of you is Hall Master Chen Mo of the Enchantment Hall of Wind Sword School. He is a peak 5-star spiritual talisman master, and his strength is not weaker than mine. The person beside him is Hall Master Chen's daughter, Qin Shaohan. She will be your last companion in the mysterious ice secret realm. Greetings, Hall Leader Chen. Greetings, Junior Sister Chen." Everyone bowed at the same time. Kong Wenbin was no exception. However, he was also very surprised. Could it be that Lu Xian also practiced both talisman and martial Dao? He was actually Hall Master Chen's disciple. Instructor Yang gestured for everyone to sit at the side. Xianxia took the opportunity to ask Lu Xian, "You are also Hall Master Chen's disciple? Why didn't you tell me?" It's just a coincidence. I haven't practiced talisman Dao recently, so I didn't tell you. Lu Xian explained. Seeing Lu Xian and Xianxia whispering to each other, Chen Xiaohan, who was sitting beside Chen Mo, could not hold back anymore. Originally, she wanted to give Lu Xian a cold shoulder, but she did not expect him to hook up with another great beauty so quickly. In terms of appearance, Xianxia was definitely not inferior to Chen Xiaohan. Even compared to Linsini, she was slightly better. Of course, each of these women had their own unique characteristics and could not be lumped together. After thinking for a while, Chen Xiaohan stood up and took the initiative to sit beside Lu Xian. With a hint of jealousy in her voice, she said, "Lu Xian, aren't you going to introduce this sister to me?" Hearing this, Lu Xian could only bite the bullet and said, "This is Xianxia, Sini's good sister, Uncle Xia's daughter." Hearing Lu Xian's words, Chen Xiaohan's eyes flashed with a trace of realization. So, she was Xianxia. She naturally knew about the existence of Xianxia. When in Lin City, Xia Tao had specially asked Instructor Yang to take care of Xianxia as much as possible. Moreover, Lin City had also mentioned Xianxia to her. "So, this is Sister Xia. You really are as stunning as Sister Lin said. My name is Chen Xiaohan, just call me Xiaohan. Sister Lin and I are also good friends. I even met Uncle Xia once in Lin City." Chen Xiaohan said with a smile. A trace of surprise suddenly appeared on Xianxia's face. "Really? Sini mentioned me to you? You met my father?" "Yes, Sister Lin said that you are her best friend and much more beautiful than her. Now that I see it, you really live up to your reputation. I didn't expect that Sister Xia would also go to the Mystery Ice Mystery Land. It seems that we are really fated." Chen Xiaohan's words quickly pulled the distance between her and Xianxia closer. Not only did they have the same friends, but they had also been to Lin City and met Xianxia's father. Naturally, it was easy for them to chat together. As for Lu Xian, who was originally sitting next to Xianxia, he was directly pushed aside by Chen Xiaohan. After everyone had taken their seats, Instructor Yang spoke again. "The 12 of you are the elite disciples of the Wind Sword sect. Be it in terms of ability or potential, you are all at the top. The reason why I called you here is to tell you about the details of the mystical ice mystic realm." As soon as the words came out, everyone became quiet, even Chen Xiaohan and Xianxia who were chatting happily stopped. The Mystery Ice Mystery Land is a mystery land controlled by the 4th grade sect, Mysterious Ice Pavilion. It is said that Mysterious Ice Pavilion was only a 3rd grade sect in the past, but one of the sect masters obtained a lot of benefits from the Mystery Ice Mystery Land, and successfully promoted Mysterious Ice Pavilion to a 4th grade sect. From this, I believe that you can imagine the value of the Mystery Ice Mystery Land. As expected, the eyes of all the disciples lit up when they heard this. To be able to rely on the Profound Ice Mystery Land to establish a rank 4 sect, it was enough to show the benefits that it contained. Even though so many years had passed and most of the benefits in the Profound Ice Mystery Land had been taken away by the Profound Ice Pavilion, even if there was only a little bit left, it was still enough for them to gain a lot of benefits. What kind of place is the Mystery Ice Mystery Land? Even Mysterious Ice Pavilion is not clear about it. The only thing they can be sure of is that this is an independent space, and the yuan qi inside is much denser than outside, especially the ice yuan qi. Because of the density of the yuan qi, there are many rare medicinal herbs and high-grade yuan stones. These things are extremely precious. As for whether you can get them or not, it depends on your own luck. Of course, there are many unpredictable dangers inside. Over the years, many disciples who entered the Mystery Ice Mystery Land have died inside, so you must not let your guard down. Instructor Yang said seriously. He was not being alarmist. Whether it was the 3rd grade sects or Mysterious Ice Pavilion, there were many disciples who died inside. Almost every time the Mystery Ice Mystery Land opened, there would be disciples who died. Instructor Yang, can you tell us what kind of dangers there are inside? We can be prepared. Xiaolong asked. Instructor Yang nodded and continued, inside the Mystery Ice Mystery Land is a world of ice and snow. The most terrifying thing is the Mystery Ice Cold Current. If you are attacked by the Mystery Ice Cold Current, it is very likely that you will be instantly frozen and turned into an ice sculpture. Moreover, the Mystery Ice Cold Current is unpredictable and has no pattern. Once you notice it, you must escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, with your strength, you will not be able to survive at all. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even Lu Xian was secretly vigilant and remembered the name of the profound ice-cold current. He did not think that with his mere strength of the body refining stage, he would be able to survive the terrifying profound ice-cold current. That mysterious ice-cold current, how strong is it? This time, it was Kong Wenbin who asked. Instructor Yang said that the weaker martial artists would not be able to survive. He thought that since he had already reached the second level of the spirit refinement realm and had comprehended the concept of ice, he would be like a fish in the water in the Mystery Ice Mystery Land. He might not be afraid of the Mystery Ice Cold Current. Instructor Yang glanced at him and said indifferently, according to the records of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion, there was once an Origin Realm expert who fell under the Mystery Ice Cold Current. Origin Realm. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. To them, the body refinement realm was already a powerful existence, let alone an Origin Realm expert. Kong Wenbin was also secretly bitter in his heart. Even an Origin Realm expert couldn't resist the Mystery Ice Cold Current. He, who was only at the second level of the spirit refinement realm, was not enough. Therefore, when you encounter the Mystery Ice Cold Current, other than avoiding it in advance, you don't have to think of anything else. Besides the Mystery Ice Cold Current, there is also the Mystery Ice Demon in the Mystery Ice Mystery Land. This is the real danger in the Mystery Ice Mystery Land. Instructor Yang mentioned a new term and new danger. As long as you avoid the Mystery Ice Cold Current in time, you can still survive. But the Mystery Ice Demon will take the initiative to attack you. Instructor Yang continued to explain, the Mystery Ice Demon is a creature born from the Mystery Ice Mystery Land. Their entire body is made up of pure ice elemental force and they have spiritual intelligence. They have different strengths, ranging from the body refinement realm to the spirit refinement realm. There were even Mystery Ice Demons that were equivalent to Origin Realm experts in the past, but they are gone now. Why are they gone now? Could it be that something happened to the Mystery Ice Mystery Land? Lu Xian asked. Instructor Yang looked at him with approval. Lu Xian is right. After so many years, the Mystery Ice Mystery Land has indeed gone through some changes. I have mentioned it before, the Mystery Ice Mystery Land is an independent space. Therefore, this space is stable. After so many years, the Mystery Ice Mystery Land has become more and more unstable. Experts who could enter the Origin Realm in the past can only enter the Spirit Refinement Realm now. Because of this, those Mystery Ice Demons of the Origin Realm can no longer exist. So that's why. Lu Xian nodded thoughtfully. This was a good thing. Whether it was the disciples that entered or the existing Mystery Ice Demons, they didn't have any Origin Realm experts. Therefore, they would be in less danger. Otherwise, if they were to encounter an Origin Realm expert, they wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. However, danger and opportunity always coexist. Although the mystical ice demon is difficult to deal with, if you are able to kill it, you will also be able to obtain quite a bit of benefit. You should know that the mystical ice demon's entire body is made up of pure yuan power. After killing it, the mystical ice demon will automatically dissipate, and the pure yuan power that it emits can be directly absorbed. It will be extremely beneficial for raising your cultivation. After explaining the dangers, Instructor Yang threw out another benefit. Sure enough, these words caused everyone's eyes to light up. It seemed like this black ice demon was a treasure, as it was actually able to directly absorb their pure yuan power. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had the strength to kill it. Otherwise, you would only be throwing your life away in vain. Lu Xian, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. He recalled the inheritance of the Zhang clan's ancestor. In the inheritance, he had killed the warriors who were used for the test, and he had also been able to absorb the origin power that made up those warriors. It was almost the same as the mystical ice demon in the mystical ice secret territory. Could it be that the mystical ice secret territory was also man-made? If it was really man-made, how strong must the person be to be able to open up such a huge space with his own strength? Looking at the excited expressions of Lu Xian and the others, Instructor Yang could not help but smile. What I just said is only equivalent to the mystical ice demon in the body refinement stage. If you have the ability to kill the mystical ice demon in the spirit refinement stage, other than absorbing their yuan power, you will also be able to obtain a piece of ice soul. That is the true essence of the mystical ice demon. Whether it is absorbed directly or used to refine elixirs, the effect is excellent. Even if you don't use it yourself, you can use it to exchange for other things. Instructor Yang's words once again caused everyone to be envious. The origin energy obtained from killing the mystical ice demon could only be absorbed on the spot, but this ice soul was a real item that could be brought out and used in the future, making it even more valuable. The mystical ice cold current and the mystical ice demon are only two types of danger in the mystical ice secret territory. There is still one more danger that you should pay attention to. The smile on Instructor Yang's face gradually disappeared, and he said solemnly, "This danger is the danger from the outside world." Danger from the outside world? That's right. This external world does not refer to the mystical ice mystic realm itself, but to the other martial artists who entered the mystical ice mystic realm with you. Although the profound ice pavilion forbids killing, once you enter the secret territory, nothing will be known to outsiders. If someone wants to kill you and steal your treasures, they will not be discovered at all. You must remember this. The human heart was sinister. Lu Xian had been training in the secular world for half a year, so he knew this very well. Compared to the secular world, the cultivation world was even worse. In a place like the mystic ice mystery realm, where no one was in charge, most people would not hide their desires. They would take the opportunity to seek revenge, kill, and steal their treasures. If you come across an outsider who searches for treasures with you, and if your strength is insufficient, you can give up on the treasures and save your lives. You must not lose your lives because of a little benefit. In addition, no matter what you obtain, do not reveal it, and do not easily trust anyone except yourselves. Instructor Yang's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and he added, even if it is your fellow disciples. Everyone present felt a chill in their hearts and subconsciously became a little more guarded. Although they were all fellow disciples of the same sect and had a deeper friendship than outsiders, if they really obtained something good, it was hard to say whether the friendship of fellow disciples would be of any use. Of course, I hope that you can help each other and work together against the outside world. Do not break the sect rules because of a little benefit. Once I find out, you will naturally know the consequences. After Instructor Yang reminded them, he gave them another warning. The mystic ice mystery realm is quite huge, and because of the mystic ice cold current, the terrain often changes, so even the mystic ice pavilion is unable to provide a specific map. You can only explore it yourself. When you enter the mystery realm, the location is random, but you can roughly determine the distance between you and each other through your identity nameplate. If anyone is close, I suggest that you gather together first, so that you can take care of each other. Whether you are facing the mystic ice demon or the disciples of other sects, the chances of you being at a disadvantage are relatively small. Instructor Yang continued to explain some things to take note of in the mystic ice mystery realm. No matter how big or small, he explained everything. Lu Xian and the others also listened carefully. They knew that this information was exchanged through countless experiences and countless lives of their predecessors. Every piece of information could be related to their life and death, so no one dared to be careless. When Instructor Yang finished, he allowed everyone to ask any questions, and answer all that they could. He also did not want to see any disciple fall in the mystic ice mystery realm. After all, these people would be the mainstay of the Wind Sword School in the future. When everyone finished asking their questions, Instructor Yang finally said, "Remember, do not have any conflict with the disciples of the Mystic Ice Pavilion. If you see the treasure at the same time as them, then let them have it. The disciples of the Mystic Ice Pavilion have always looked down on us from the third grade sections. If there is a conflict, it is very likely that they will kill you." Although it was a little depressing, it was the truth. In the Sky Sword continent, the strong were respected. The Mystic Ice Mystery Realm originally belonged to the Mystic Ice Pavilion. These quotas were just some benefits for the subordinate sections. Therefore, the disciples of the Mystic Ice Pavilion who entered the Mystic Ice Mystery Realm were stronger than the third-grade sects such as the Windsword School in terms of numbers and individual strength. Everyone nodded solemnly. When it came to their own safety, they did not dare to let their guard down. Moreover, although it was a little unpleasant to let the disciples of the Mystic Ice Pavilion have the treasure, it was not embarrassing. As for Lu Xian, his thoughts had already drifted far away. He was about to go to the Mystic Ice Mystery Realm. He did not know if he would have the chance to see Zhao Bing'er this time. He also did not know how she was doing in the Mystic Ice Pavilion. Did anyone cause trouble for her? Alright, everyone is dismissed. Gather here tomorrow at noon. I will bring you to the Mystic Ice Pavilion. Instructor Yang's words pulled Lu Xian's thoughts back. He had already explained the matters regarding the Mystic Ice Mystery Realm. When everyone was about to leave, Chen Mo said, Lu Xian, stay. I have something to tell you. Then I will go back first, Xianxia whispered in Lu Xian's ear. Obviously, Chen Mo had something to tell her. Lu Xian lightly nodded. Xianxia immediately smiled at Qin Shaohan and left. Lu Xian, I have a rough understanding of your strength. You should be able to match a genius disciple at the second tier of the spirit refinement realm. If it's an ordinary disciple, even the third or fourth tier of the spirit refinement realm would not be a problem. Therefore, this time, I will have to ask you to take care of Shaohan, Chen Mo said bluntly. Master is too serious. I will definitely protect Shaohan. As long as I am fine, I will not let anything happen to Shaohan, Lu Xian said decisively. These words warmed Qin Shaohan's heart. She felt a little happy. This guy was still quite concerned about her. Chen Mo's face revealed a trace of a smile. I am relieved to hear this. Shaohan has already become a 4-star talisman master. I will also give her a few life-saving talismans so she will not be too much of a burden to you. However, a low-ranked talisman master will still be at a disadvantage in a close combat battle with a martial artist. I am only doing this as a precaution. This disciple understands. Chen Mo nodded his head and did not say anything else. Since Lu Xian had given his word, he naturally believed it. However, he was still a little worried. The mystical ice secret domain was so vast, who knew if Qin Shaohan would be able to smoothly meet up with Lu Xian. Chen Mo's reputation was useful in the Windsword School. However, it was not the same for the other sects, or even the mysterious ice pavilion. One could only blame this girl for being too willful. She could have just obediently stayed at the Windsword School. Why did she have to go to the dangerous mystical ice secret domain? Chen Mo only had this one daughter. If anything happened to her, he would not know what to do. Shaohan, listen to Lu Xian. Don't be willful. I am not asking for you to obtain any fortuitous encounters. As long as you can return safely, that is enough for me. Chen Mo said as he rubbed Qin Shaohan's head. Father. Qin Shaohan's eyes were a little red. She felt that she was indeed a little willful. She had not seen Lu Xian for a long time, and wanted to take this opportunity to explore the world with Lu Xian. However, she had neglected her father's feelings. It is also a good thing to go out and gain experience. The mystical ice secret domain is not as dangerous as you think. There are not many martial artists who die in it. You will be leaving tomorrow. Today, you can stay at Lu Xian's side. Chen Mo was also a decisive person. Even though Qin Shaohan was his precious daughter, he would not spoil her too much. Chen Mo left on his own after he finished giving his instructions, leaving Lu Xian and Qin Shaohan behind. When he saw that Qin Shaohan was not in a good mood, Lu Xian immediately praised, "You have improved quite a bit recently. You are already a 4-star soul symbol master, which is equivalent to the early spirit refinement stage. You are much stronger than me." When she heard Lu Xian's words, Qin Shaohan's mood indeed rose. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile as she proudly said, "Of course, I have not been slacking off recently." "Oh right, I have not asked you yet. What is your relationship with big sister Xia? It seems like you are very close." Qin Shaohan suddenly thought of this and asked with a face full of suspicion. Cough cough, we are friends. The only person I am familiar with in Cloud Sky Mountain is Xianxia, so I am naturally closer to her. Oh, so that is the case. Then what is our relationship? Qin Xiaohan continued to ask with interest. We are also friends. Lu Xian's reply was somewhat lacking in confidence. It was hard for him to say if he and Qin Xiaohan were really just friends. I understand. You were saying that you and big sister Xia are also friends like us, right? Qin Xiaohan specially emphasized the words friends as she looked at Lu Xian with an unfriendly gaze. More or less, you pig-head Lu, I did not expect you to be this kind of person. When you went out to train, you brought back Miss Zhang. After coming to Cloud Sky Mountain for a few months, you brought back Xianxia. What will happen in the future? Qin Xiaohan glared at Lu Xian angrily. To think that she had been thinking about him every day. This time, she had even disregarded her father's attempts to stop her from participating in the mystical ice secret realm. She never thought that Lu Xian would have a beauty accompanying him on Cloud Sky Mountain. His days were so carefree. In the face of Qin Xiaohan's criticism, Lu Xian had nothing to say. Even though nothing had happened between him and Xianxia, the ambiguous relationship between them was real. Fortunately, after Qin Xiaohan complained for a while, she did not say anything else. If someone really wanted to interfere in this matter, it should be Lin Sini. Qin Xiaohan was not related to Lu Xian in any way. The two of them returned to Lu Xian's residence together. Xianxia was already waiting there. After chatting for a while, Xianxia and Qin Xiaohan started chatting enthusiastically. Lu Xian felt a little bored and returned to the quiet room to continue cultivating and nurturing his broken acupoints. A day's time quickly passed. The next morning, Lu Xian and the rest gathered again. Other than Qin Xiaohan and Xianxia, Yu Feng and Xiao Long also followed. Today was the day they would go to the mysterious ice pavilion. Lu Xian was a little excited. They were finally going to the mysterious ice pavilion. It was a grade 4 sect that was one grade higher than the Windsword School, and it was also the sect that Zhao Binger belonged to. Lin Tian and Mo Dunchen also came to see the five of them off. Lu Xian, remember to bring back some local specialties when you go to the mysterious ice pavilion, Lin Tian said with a grin. Be careful, Mo Chochen said concisely. Don't worry, I'll come back for a drink with you guys when I come back. Lu Xian smiled. After bidding farewell, Lu Xian and the rest headed to Instructor Yang's residence. As he watched Lu Xian and the rest leave, the smile on Lin Tian's face gradually disappeared. A trace of worry flashed across his face. Every time the mysterious ice secret realm opened, some disciples would die. They were not sure if all five of them would return safely. It had nothing to do with strength. If they wanted to survive, luck was more important. As Lu Xian and the rest arrived, the other 7 people also arrived. Kong Wenbin and the other 6 selected disciples also arrived. Are you all prepared? If you have any life-saving items, bring them along. Instructor Yang's gaze swept across the group and reminded them. Yes. Lu Xian and the rest answered in unison. Instructor Yang nodded, in that case, let's go. As for the specifics of the mysterious ice secret realm, the mysterious ice pavilion will inform us. After saying that, Instructor Yang threw out a sword-shaped flying treasure. Originally, it was less than a foot long, but in an instant, it grew to more or less dozens of feet long. This flying treasure was of human middle grade, which was the same level as Elder Gene of Inner Sex sect. It was very valuable. Not only was it fast, but it also had a defensive barrier. Not only that, it of an early stage gene of the flying treasure, but it was also of Yang of Gene of You. This flying treasure was a public aircraft of the Windsword School, not Instructor Yang's personal belongings. With his wealth, he could at most get a human lower-grade flying treasure. Without the need for instructions, everyone boarded the aircraft in tacit understanding. Instructor Yang immediately activated the aircraft and the giant sword aircraft instantly turned into a stream of light, rapidly flying into the distance. The Cloud Sky Mountain quickly turned into a small black dot until it completely disappeared. Scenery after scenery flashed past Lu Xian and the rest, the wind whistled non-stop. However, with the protection of the barrier, they naturally had no worries, as if they were on flat ground. The mysterious ice secret realm is an independent space. As for its exact location, no one knows. The mysterious ice pavilion only knows how to enter and exit, so we will go directly to the mysterious ice pavilion. From here to the mysterious ice pavilion, it is a long journey. Even if we take the flying treasure, it will still take us a whole day. You can sit quietly and cultivate. I will tell you about the situation this time. Instructor Yang's voice sounded. Everyone obeyed and sat down with their legs crossed, quietly waiting for Instructor Yang to continue. There are a total of 5 third-grade sects under the mysterious ice pavilion, namely the Wind Sword School, the Skyblade Sect, the Sun Moon Villa, the Cloud Perching Valley, and the Scarlet Cloud Palace. Our Wind Sword School naturally needs no introduction. Although it is called a sword sect, in recent years, we have learned a variety of things, including all kinds of things. It sounds stronger, but in fact, it has declined. After all, our origin is the sword. The Skyblade sect specializes in saber techniques, and they have a deep understanding of the way of the saber. Moreover, sabers are easier to cultivate than swords, so they have become stronger in recent years. Among the 5 third-grade sects, they seem to be the first. Moreover, they are coveting our Wind Sword School, and have tried to steal some of our resources several times. The Sun Moon Villa, when combined, is bright. However, what the Sun Moon Villa is good at is very different from being open and aboveboard, because they are good at poison. Therefore, when you deal with the disciples of the Sun Moon Villa, you must be very careful. If you are not careful, you will fall into their trap. The Cloud Perching Valley is good at punching and kicking. They have high attainments in the way of body refinement, and their bodies are stronger than ordinary warriors. Not only are their attacks extremely fierce, but their resistance is also extremely strong. However, they are always open and aboveboard, which is much better than the Sun Moon Villa. As for the Scarlet Cloud Palace, they are good at the way of fire. Whether it is their cultivation methods or martial techniques, they are almost all related to fire. In terms of attack, they are probably the strongest among the 5 sects, and should not be underestimated. However, in the mysterious ice secret realm, they are at the most disadvantage. Although the mysterious ice secret realm is rich in all kinds of yuan qi, the most intense yuan qi is the ice yuan qi, which naturally suppresses them. Instructor Yang explained the general situation of the 5 sects to Lu Xian and the others, so that they could understand and be prepared in the mysterious ice secret realm. After listening to this, Lu Xian thought to himself, among the 5 sects, the Sun Moon Villa is undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with. After all, if you are not careful, you will be poisoned. Ordinary poisons are only effective on ordinary people, but the poison of the Sun Moon Villa can undoubtedly cause harm to cultivators. The Cloud Perching Valley is nothing special. The only thing they are good at is their strong bodies. However, this should not be underestimated. In a life-and-death battle, if the other party takes an attack from you, they can take the opportunity to kill you, exchanging injury for injury. The Scarlet Cloud Palace can be ignored for now. Their disciples might be strong, but they are naturally suppressed in the mysterious ice secret realm, so it is difficult for them to do anything. To Lu Xian, the most important thing to be wary of is the Sky Saber sect. Not only are they strong, but Wei Suo also has a grudge against him. Lu Xian is not afraid of fighting them head-on, but he is afraid that they will use underhanded means at the crucial moment. From the looks of it, the weakest sect among the 5 sects is probably the Wind Sword School. The sword doctrine that they are best at has not been as they wish in recent years. There are not many geniuses in the sword doctrine. Although they are a sword sect, they have disciples who practice all kinds of things. Of course, compared to the Profound Ice Pavilion, our 5 rank 3 sects are not worth mentioning. This time, the 5 rank 3 sects have sent a total of 40 people into the mysterious ice secret realm. Just the Profound Ice Pavilion alone has a total of 160 people, so there are a total of 200 people. You must be wary of the Profound Ice Pavilion disciples. Be it in terms of strength or numbers, they are far superior to us. Try not to get into conflict with them. Instructor Yang reminded them once again. The other 4 rank 3 sects are still fine. Their strength is about the same as the Wind Sword School, and the number of people is about the same. This Profound Ice Pavilion is not to be trifled with. Instructor Yang, how is the strength of the Profound Ice Pavilion disciples? Kong Wenbin raised his head and asked. He wanted to know how his strength was compared to the Profound Ice Pavilion. After a slight sigh, Instructor Yang continued, the strength of the Profound Ice Pavilion disciples is uneven. The strongest has reached the origin realm, while the weakest is in the body refinement realm. Origin realm. Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. The entire Wind Sword School didn't seem to have a single Origin Realm expert. But among the Profound Ice Pavilion disciples, there was an Origin Realm existence. No wonder they were able to suppress the 5 rank 3 sections. They were not on the same level at all. Seeing everyone's expression, Instructor Yang laughed. There are only a few Origin Realm disciples in the Profound Ice Pavilion. They are not as strong as you think. Normally, those who can reach the late stage of the Spirit Refinement Realm, which is the 7th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm and above, are considered to be very strong disciples. That is still very strong. Late stage of the Spirit Refinement Realm. If placed in our Wind Sword School, they would be able to become the Vice Sect Leader or Vice Instructor. Xiao Long sighed. Elder Jean and Instructor Yang were both in the late stage of the Spirit Refinement Realm. But this time, the disciples who entered the Mystic Eye Secret Realm can only reach the 6th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm. Once they reach the 7th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm, they will lose the qualification to enter the Mystic Eye Secret Realm. Instructor Yang once again reassured everyone, because the Mystic Eye Secret Realm is getting more and more unstable, the Profound Ice Pavilion doesn't dare to let disciples with higher cultivation levels enter. The late stage of the Spirit Refinement Realm is a threshold. Once you reach the late stage of the Spirit Refinement Realm, no matter how talented you are, you will not be allowed to enter. As far as I know, there are only 3 disciples in the 6th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm from the Profound Ice Pavilion. The rest of the disciples are between the 10th level of the Body Refinement Realm to the 5th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm. 3 disciples in the 6th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm. Lu Xian and the rest felt a little heavy in their hearts. This was definitely not an existence that they could fight against. No matter how strong Lu Xian was, he could only fight against the elite disciples in the 3rd level of the Spirit Refinement Realm. Anything higher than that, there was not much confidence. But when they thought about the fact that the Profound Ice Pavilion also had disciples in the 10th level of the Body Refinement Realm, they felt a little relieved. Obviously, once they reached the 10th level of the Body Refinement Realm, they would have the ability to explore the Mystic Ice Secret Realm. Otherwise, the Profound Ice Pavilion wouldn't let these disciples enter. Maybe they wouldn't get anything good, but if their luck wasn't too bad, they would be able to survive. Lu Xian, my father asked me to give this to you. At a critical moment, it might be able to save your life. Qin Shaohan took out an item and said in a low voice. Lu Xian recognized at a glance that it was a Spirit Talisman Scroll. It must be a 5-star Spirit Talisman Scroll that Chen Mo personally inscribed himself. Its power was equivalent to the full power of a warrior in the middle stage of the Spirit Refinement Realm. It can't be for you, right? If that's the case, I can't take it. Lu Xian didn't rush to accept it. Qin Shaohan rolled her eyes and said, Don't worry, I still have it. As my father, how could he mistreat me? Just take it. Seeing that Qin Shaohan didn't seem to be lying, Lu Xian then accepted it. This was indeed a life-saving item. Originally, Qin Shaohan had planned to give one of her talisman scrolls to Xianxia. However, talisman scrolls could only be used by talisman masters, so it was useless for Xianxia to have one. It was said that some powerful talisman masters could engrave talisman scrolls that could be used by ordinary martial artists, but Chen Mo had undoubtedly not reached such a level. The giant flying sword did not slow down and continued to move forward. Everyone gradually calmed down, either closing their eyes to rest or meditating, waiting for the giant flying sword to arrive at the ice pavilion. Immersed in his cultivation, Lu Xian did not know how much time had passed. After a while, he heard a loud shout, waking Lu Xian up from his cultivation. Ice Pavilion's territory, halt. Lu Xian opened his eyes and saw a few martial artists flying directly towards their giant flying sword. Each of them was armed with weapons and had a cold expression on their faces. I am the chief instructor of Wind Sword School, Yang Yi. I am here to lead the disciples into the ice secret land. Instructor Yang said. At the same time, the flying sword gradually slowed down until it stopped. Obviously, they had arrived at the ice pavilion's territory. People from Wind Sword School? Do you have a token? The leading martial artist asked. Yes, this is the token issued by the leader of Wind Sword School and the Ice Pavilion. Instructor Yang raised his hand and shot out 2 tokens, which were taken by the leading martial artist. The martial artist did not dare to neglect and carefully examined it. He was not familiar with the leader of Wind Sword School, but the token issued by the Ice Pavilion was real. However, although they had confirmed the identity of Instructor Yang and the others, the group of martial artists did not intend to let them pass. A faint smile flashed across the face of the leading martial artist. He looked at Instructor Yang and said, "This token is not enough." After saying that, he reached out and touched the storage ring on his hand in a seemingly unintentional manner. He believed that Instructor Yang would be able to understand this action. Instructor Yang wasn't the only one who saw it. Lu Xian and the others also saw it. They couldn't help but frown. They didn't expect the people from Xian Ice Pavilion to be so arrogant. They had obviously taken out the token, but they still dared to openly extort them. Instructor Yang's face also sank slightly. He did not expect this group of people to be so difficult to deal with. However, he also knew that this was a tacit unspoken rule. The job of guarding the mountain gate was relatively boring. It was common for these martial artists to take the opportunity to gain some benefits. Although they did not dare to stop them outside without any benefits, they still deliberately made things difficult for them. For example, they suspected that the people of Wind Sword School were spies and wanted to search them, or asked them to wait here for a few days. After hesitating for a while, Instructor Yang took out a small storage ring and tossed it to the cultivator. At the same time, he squeezed out a smile and said, "Here are 200 medial-grade primal stones. I hope you can do me a favor." He had no choice but to lower his head. Even if it was just a martial artist from Xian Ice Pavilion who was guarding the mountain gate, he didn't dare to offend them. These few martial artists were all in the spirit refinement realm. Although they were only in the early stages of the spirit refinement realm, they were still from Xian Ice Pavilion. Unexpectedly, after hearing Instructor Yang's words, the leading martial artist only sneered. He casually waved his hand and once again hit the storage ring that Instructor Yang threw at him. 200 medial-grade primal stones? Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Could it be that you are looking down on Xian Ice Pavilion? That's right. Could it be that this Wind Sword School is too poor and can't take out more things? Since they are poor, they shouldn't have come to participate in the mysterious ice mystery realm. What a disgrace. The other martial artists also mocked. Hearing these impolite words, Lu Xian and the others faintly showed anger on their faces. These people were really too arrogant. Not only did they ask for benefits, they even complained that it was not enough. They even deliberately belittled Wind Sword School. It was really unbearable. You guys are too much. We have the token of Xian Ice Pavilion. Are you saying that we can't go in? Yufeng couldn't help but shout. However, as soon as these words came out, they angered this group of martial artists. The leading martial artist's face turned cold. Who do you think you are? A mere body refinement realm trash dares to clamor in front of me. Do you think that just because you have the token of Xian Ice Pavilion, you can prove your identity? I suspect that you killed the people of Wind Sword School on the way here and took their token. You want to sneak into Xian Ice Pavilion to cause trouble. Open the protective cover of the aircraft and let me inspect it. They didn't expect this martial artist to confuse right and wrong and deliberately frame them. His shamelessness also opened the eyes of the people of Wind Sword School. Yufeng couldn't help but panic. He usually stayed in Wind Sword School and never went out to train. How would he know the dangers of the outside world? He just couldn't stand the actions of this group of martial artists, so he spoke up. He didn't expect this group of people to actually dare to make a move on them. Everyone, my disciples are ignorant. You guys are magnanimous and don't bother with them. There are 5 of you here, so I will add another 300 intermediate grade stones. Instructor Yang quickly spoke up to smooth things over. Hearing this, the leading martial artist glanced at Instructor Yang and coldly snorted. It's too late. If you had taken out 500 intermediate grade stones from the start, I might have let you guys in. However, this brat actually dared to talk back to me. If I don't show you guys my power, you really think that Xian Ice Pavilion won't dare to do anything to you? This martial artist kept talking about Xian Ice Pavilion, which made Instructor Yang very fearful. If it was just a group of normal spirit refinement martial artists, he wouldn't even care. However, the words Xian Ice Pavilion were enough to make him fearful. After all, when you beat a dog, you still have to look at its master. How about this? I'll give you guys a chance. 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. There are 13 of you here. If each of you hand over 100 intermediate grade stones, I will believe that you guys are not spies. Otherwise, obediently accept my body search. As he spoke, he even looked at Xianxia and Chen Xiaohan rather wickedly. The two women could be said to be stunning, and Xianxia was even more beautiful. If he could wantonly search the two of them, wouldn't that be great? Seeing his gaze, a trace of disgust flashed in Xianxia and Chen Xiaohan's eyes. Lu Xian calmly stood in front of the two girls, blocking the martial artist's gaze. If he really dared to make a move, Lu Xian would definitely not let Xianxia and Chen Xiaohan be humiliated. At most, he would just kill these few people and flee for his life. Sensing that Lu Xian was blocking his line of sight, the martial artist's eyes flashed a trace of anger. He fiercely glared at Lu Xian, but Lu Xian was not afraid at all. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was different from ordinary disciples. He had really killed people before, and he had not only killed 1 or 2 people. Seeing Lu Xian's gaze, the martial artist's heart trembled slightly. He was obviously just a little guy in the 10th body refinement realm, but he actually made his heart palpitate. It was really incredible. Fortunately, at this time, Instructor Yang gritted his teeth and said again, "We will do as you say. Here are 1,300 intermediate grade stones. I hope you will keep your promise." After he finished speaking, a storage ring in Instructor Yang's hand flew towards the martial artist. This time, the martial artist did not refuse. He took the storage ring and checked it. Indeed, there were 1,300 intermediate grade stones. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. "It would have been good if you had been sensible earlier. Come with me obediently." Instructor Yang, Yu Feng's face was full of shame as he looked at Instructor Yang. He didn't expect that because of his words, the sect would pay an extra 800 mid-grade primal stones. This was equivalent to 16 human-tier low-grade treasures. Don't say any more. The sect can still afford this amount of yuan stones. I think you have all. Seeing the arrogance of the mysterious ice pavilion. After entering the mysterious ice secret realm, you must remember my words. Even if you suffer a bit, don't be impulsive. Your life is more important. Instructor Yang waved his hand and said. This time everyone nodded solemnly. Previously, there were a few disciples who did not take Instructor Yang's words to heart. Now, they no longer doubted him. They dared to be so presumptuous in front of Profound Ice Pavilion's mountain gate. Now that they entered the Profound Ice secret realm without anyone's jurisdiction, who knew what they would do? The giant sword aircraft slowly moved forward. The leading martial artist from the mysterious ice pavilion made a hand sign towards the advancing clouds. It was obvious that he was sending some kind of message. Not long after, the seemingly calm cloud suddenly rolled and opened up. It was indeed an illusion array. There was another world within it. Without a doubt, this was the real location of the mysterious ice pavilion. You guys continue to wait here. I will go and settle them down. Without my orders, do not open the mountain gate. The leading martial artist turned his head and ordered the others. Obviously, the other sects would not be able to escape his extortion. Yes. The few martial artists replied in unison. The leading martial artist nodded and did not say anything more. He walked straight ahead. Lu Xian and the others also got off the aircraft and followed closely behind. Is this the mysterious ice pavilion? It is indeed much better than the Cloud Sky Mountain. Even the concentration of the yuan qi here is much denser than the Cloud Sky Mountain. It can be regarded as a cultivation treasure. Lu Xian kept looking around and thought to himself. In the mysterious ice pavilion, there was a large yuan qi gathering array that could continuously absorb the surrounding yuan qi. This made the mysterious ice pavilion much stronger than other places. There were also rumors that the mysterious ice pavilion controlled a large yuan stone vein. The entire mysterious ice pavilion was located on top of the Yuan stone vein. Apart from these, the buildings in the mysterious ice pavilion were also quite magnificent and tall. There were all kinds of pavilions and towers, and they seemed to be connected to each other. It was as if they had formed a large formation through these buildings. Just from this aspect, the mysterious ice pavilion was far from what the Windsword sect could compare to. We're here. Before the mysterious ice secret realm opens, you guys will live here. The martial artist stopped in front of a rather gorgeous pavilion. The disciples of the Windsword School could not help but feel a little happy. It seemed that the mysterious ice pavilion was quite good at receiving outsiders. Even their residences were so good. Looking at everyone's expression, the martial artist sneered and said, "Don't look anymore. You guys are not living in that pavilion, but this one." After he finished speaking, he pointed at a small house. Only then did everyone notice that there was a small house next to the gorgeous pavilion. Although it wasn't shabby, it was extremely simple and couldn't be considered gorgeous at all. It would have been fine if the martial artist had said it directly, but he purposely misled them to see the gorgeous pavilion first, and then pointed out that they were staying in this simple house. The contrast was too big. Without a doubt, the martial artist did it on purpose to make things difficult for them and disgust them. This pavilion is for VIPs. It is not a place for you to stay. You are really a toad trying to eat swan meat. Wishful thinking. The martial artist continued to mock them. However, with the previous experience, Lu Xian and the others tolerated it. It was just a place to stay, and it would be over in a few days. They did not want to give this guy anything to use against them. He did not expect that the people from Windsword School did not make things difficult for him. This was out of the martial artist's expectation. He snorted unhappily and said, "Chief Instructor Yang, give me the name list of your Windsword School. I need to report the news. Also, before the Mystic Ice Mystery Land opens, you can only stay in your residences. Do not go out without permission. If you were treated as a spy, don't blame me for not warning you." Instructor Yang suppressed his anger and did not want to talk to him anymore. He threw out a jade slip, which recorded the information of Lu Xian and the others. A useless sect is a useless sect. With your strength, coming to the Mystic Ice Mystery Land is just throwing your lives away. You even want to take up the spots of Mystic Ice Pavilion. What a waste. The martial artist did not forget to mock them before he left. After waiting for the martial artist to leave, the people from Windsword School finally burst out. "This guy is really arrogant. He's just a gatekeeper, and he dares to act like a boss in front of us," Xiaolong said angrily. If Instructor Yang were to take action, he could easily kill him. Even junior brother Lu could defeat him. If not for the Mystic Ice Pavilion's name, he would not dare to be so presumptuous. Everyone was talking at the same time. If they were talking about the dead, then that guy would probably have died without a corpse left. Kong Wenbin didn't speak this time. He just raised his head and looked at the various buildings in the Profound Ice Pavilion. Feeling the rich essence force in the Profound Ice Pavilion, his face revealed a trace of enjoyment. He had great ambitions and didn't want to just stay in the Windsword School. He also wanted to join the Profound Ice Pavilion, especially the arrogance of this warrior just now. It made him even more anxious. If a mere gatekeeper could be so arrogant, then what kind of treatment would the true core disciples and direct disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion receive? If he could become a direct disciple of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion, even the leader of the Windsword School would have to be respectful to him. Kong Wenbin clenched his fists. He had to perform well in the Mystic Ice Mystery Land and seize this opportunity to enter the Mystic Ice Pavilion. This was the closest he had ever been to the Profound Ice Pavilion. If he could enter the Profound Ice Pavilion, then what did Lu Xian have to compete with him for Xianxia? Kong Wenbin had never given up on the competition for Xianxia. He believed that the reason why Xianxia liked Lu Xian was because Lu Xian performed better than him. Once he could become a disciple of the Profound Ice Pavilion, Lu Xian would not be able to compete with him. At that time, Xianxia would definitely fall into his arms obediently. In the Profound Ice Pavilion, in a quiet pavilion, a white-robed woman with a beautiful figure sat quietly. She did not have a single trace of makeup on her face, but her appearance was extremely beautiful, not the slightest bit inferior to Xianxia, as if she was a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Her eyes were a little misty, as if she was thinking about something. Not long after, a trace of crimson quietly appeared on her white and rosy face, as if she was thinking about something embarrassing. She looked like a fairy that was yearning for the mortal world. If outsiders saw her like this, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Was this still the publicly acknowledged ice beauty? How could she reveal such a shy expression like a little girl? There are 12 places in the Wind Sword School. With his strength and talent, he should be able to get one, right? I purposely came to be the person in charge of the Mystic Ice Mystery Land. Please don't disappoint me. The lady in white held her chin with one hand and muttered to herself. Without a doubt, this lady in white was Zhao Bing'er, the Zhao Bing'er who had feelings for Lu Xian and slept with him in the cave in the Hengduan mountain range, but for some reason, after she was found by Elder Nan Gong, not only was she fine, but she was also living quite well. At this moment, a series of light footsteps rang out. Zhao Bing'er was instantly awakened, and she quickly cut off her thoughts. The blush on her face had already disappeared, and she once again revealed the cold expression in front of others. Very quickly, a maid walked into the room she was in, bowed slightly and said, "Miss, Attendant Duan has something to ask of you." Zhao Bing'er nodded slightly, opened her red lips and said, "Let him in." "Yes." The maid responded and retreated with quick steps. Very quickly, under the guidance of the maid, the warrior that received Lu Xian and the others previously walked in. But at this moment, the arrogant and despotic expression on his face had already disappeared without a trace. His steps were very light, and he seemed to be a little cautious, afraid of offending Zhao Bing'er. "Miss Bing'er, the first sect to arrive has arrived. It is Wind Sword School. This is the name list that they submitted," Attendant Duan said with an apologetic smile. Looking at Zhao Bing'er who was sitting in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little hot in his heart. Miss Bing'er was indeed a peerless beauty. If he could get close to her, even if he became a ghost, he would still be a playboy. But he also knew that he could only think about it. Miss Bing'er was someone that even the Profound Ice Pavilion's big Xianxia didn't care about. After what happened last time, her cultivation level had even broken through to the Origin Realm. He was just a Spirit Refinement Realm warrior. If it wasn't because of his position, it would be difficult for him to even meet Zhao Bing'er. But when he saw Zhao Bing'er, he thought of the two girls in Wind Sword School. Those two female disciples were both rare beauties. Especially one of them. In terms of beauty, she was probably comparable to Miss Bing'er, right? While Attendant Duan was lost in his thoughts, the maid had already taken the jade scroll from his hand and passed it to Zhao Bing'er. Zhao Bing'er's status in Profound Ice Pavilion was not ordinary. It was difficult for normal men to even meet her, let alone have physical contact with her. Up until now, only Lu Xian would be able to defile and play with her wantonly. Hearing the words Wind Sword School, Zhao Bing'er couldn't help but be happy. She didn't expect Wind Sword School to come so quickly. Looking at the jade scroll in the maid's hand, she was slightly looking forward to it. Would that guy's name appear here? It should be, right? Otherwise, she would have come here for nothing. With her personality, she would never take the initiative to accept this kind of mission. If it wasn't for the possibility of Lu Xian coming, she wouldn't have bothered about the Mystic Ice hidden domain. Reaching out her slender jade hand, Zhao Bing'er took the jade scroll. Her mind sank into it and quickly skimmed through the name list submitted by Instructor Yang. With just a glance, Zhao Bing'er's face couldn't help but flash a trace of joy. Lu Xian's name was impressively hanging on the first row. This guy, his cultivation speed is quite fast. He is actually already in the middle stage of the 10th rank of Body Refinement Realm. When we parted, he was only at the 8th rank of Body Refinement Realm. Zhao Bing'er thought happily. With Lu Xian's cultivation speed, entering the Spirit Refinement Realm was a sure thing. If he could get good nurturing, entering the Origin Realm wouldn't be a difficult thing. Seeing Lu Xian's name, Zhao Bing'er's heart was already at ease. As for the other 11 names, she just casually glanced at them. To her, these were all insignificant people. The smile on Zhao Bing'er's face disappeared in a flash. Deacon Duan, who had been secretly peeking at her, even thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Did Miss Bing'er just smile? That shouldn't be possible. It seemed like in the sect, besides Miss Bing'er's master, no one had ever seen Miss Bing smile before. Deacon Duan was sure that his eyes must be playing tricks on him. I have already seen the name list. Go and pass it to Elder Gu. He will be in charge of the specific matters. Zhao Bing'er said indifferently and handed the jade scroll back to the servant girl. She was just the person in charge of the Mystic Ice hidden domain and name. Naturally, she had the real work to do. Yes. Deacon Duan quickly responded. Originally, he was going to look for Elder Gu directly. However, Miss Bing'er had ordered that if a third-grade sect disciple came, he had to let her take a look first. After receiving the jade scroll, Deacon Duan turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Zhao Bing'er spoke again. She suddenly thought of something. Miss Bing'er, do you have any other orders? Deacon Duan bowed again and asked. You didn't purposely make things difficult for the people from Wind Sword School, right? Zhao Bing'er asked in an unfriendly tone. Deacon Duan's heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that there was someone in Wind Sword School who was related to Miss Bing'er? Damn it, I've really kicked a steel plate this time. For some reason, he suddenly thought of that sharp-looking fellow. If there was really someone who had a relationship with Miss Bing'er, it would most likely be that person. After all, he was clearly different from the other disciples. No, absolutely not. I treated them with respect. I definitely did not make things difficult for them. Deacon Duan quickly denied it. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. Zhao Bing'er naturally did not believe his words. She roughly knew some of the unspoken rules of the sect. These deacons who guarded the gate often used their position to extort money from some lower-level sections. It could be considered a lucrative job. Although it was a bit tiring, many people would fight for it. Zhao Bing'er snorted coldly and said, Duan Geng, I don't care how you treat other sections. You better treat Wind Sword School well. If you take anything, return it all. If I find out anything, you know the consequences. Return the things to a person called Lu Xian. Zhao Bing'er also wanted to fight for Lu Xian's reputation. As a woman, she naturally had to fight for her man's reputation. Duan Geng was Deacon Duan's full name. Hearing Zhao Bing'er directly call out his name, Duan Geng naturally did not dare to disobey her. If he offended Zhao Bing'er, how could he continue living in the sect? Yes, I will do it immediately. I will not hide anything. Duan Geng wiped his sweat. It seemed that Miss Bing'er did not intend to pursue the matter, which was a blessing in disguise. It was just that it was a pity for the 1,300 mid-grade primordial stones. Also, arrange for them to stay in the guest house. Just say that it was my order. The people in the guest house will naturally not make things difficult for you. Zhao Bing'er continued. Since she wanted to gain face for Lu Xian, she naturally had to do it. It seemed that the guy called Lu Xian had a close relationship with Miss Bing'er. Duan Geng could not help but think that the guest house was usually used to welcome the people from the other fourth-grade sections. This time, they actually let the people from the third-grade sect stay there. However, since Zhao Bing'er had given the order, he would do as she said. Oh yes, don't mention my name to the people from Wind Sword School. Remember. Zhao Bing'er added. In her heart, she wanted to give Lu Xian a surprise. This guy was probably still worried about her, right? She clearly remembered that when she was about to leave in the stone cave, Lu Xian overestimated himself and wanted to fight to the death with Nangong Shua. Even now, when she recalled it, Zhao Bing'er felt extremely touched. Her heart was filled with sweetness. There was a man who was willing to die for her. What else could she ask for? After Zhao Bing'er had given all the orders, Duan Geng then left. He wiped his sweat and let out a long sigh of relief. After he handed the name list of the people from Wind Sword School to Elder Gu, he rushed to the place where the people from Wind Sword School were. He secretly complained in his heart. He hoped that they would not hold a grudge. He was also a smart person. He naturally knew who he could bully and who he could not offend. When Duan Geng arrived, the people from Wind Sword School had just settled down. Seeing that the guy who had extorted 1,300 mid-grade primordial stones from Instructor Yang had come again, they naturally did not have a good expression. What are you doing here again? Xiaolong stared at Duan Geng and asked. He was extremely angry in his heart. Could it be that this guy thought that he and the others were easy to bully? He had not played with them and still wanted to extort them? If it wasn't for the fact that Duan had the mysterious ice pavilion behind him, he would have already launched an attack. But this time, Duan performance greatly exceeded Xiaolong's expectations. Duan squeezed out a smile and said, "Little brother, you've misunderstood. I have no ill intentions." May I ask if Brother Lu Xian from your sect is here?" A look of astonishment flashed across Xiaolong's face. Did this fellow take the wrong medicine? Just a moment ago, he had been sneering and mocking them, but now, he was calling them little brother. If he was not mistaken, this fellow seemed to have come to express his goodwill. What happened? Instructor Yang's voice rang out. The commotion at Xiaolong's side had already alarmed everyone, and they all gathered around. As soon as he saw Duan Instructor Yang's face darkened. He suppressed his anger and said, "Sir, don't go too far. There must be a bottom line in everything. We have all come according to your request." No, Yang. Chief Instructor, you've misunderstood. Previously, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended all of you. I hope that all of you can be magnanimous and forgive me. This time I'm here to apologize. Duan hurriedly explained, but in his heart, he felt wronged. Who knew that a small windsword school would be able to climb up to Miss Binger? However, Instructor Yang didn't quite believe it. He looked at Duan with a face full of suspicion. He kept thinking, what kind of game is this fellow playing? The people from the mysterious ice pavilion have always been arrogant in front of us, but this time, they actually apologized for the first time? However, one shouldn't hit a smiling person. Since this fellow didn't make things difficult for them, Instructor Yang couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, Lu Xian, Xianxia, and Qin Shaohan happened to come over. Duan eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw Lu Xian at the back. Although he didn't know who the Lu Xian that Miss Binger mentioned was, he had a vague feeling that only this fellow would be able to enter Miss Binger's eyes. "Your Excellency, are you Brother Lu Xian?" Duan walked past Instructor Yang and asked hurriedly. Lu Xian was slightly startled, and then nodded, "That's me." It really was him. Duan heart was at ease, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly took out the storage ring that Instructor Yang gave him and handed it to Lu Xian, saying, "Previously, I didn't know Brother Lu's identity. I'm really sorry for offending you. This is your storage ring. None of the 1,300 intermediate grade stones inside have been touched. Now, it's returned to its rightful owner. We're all on the same side, so Brother Lu doesn't have to teach me a lesson." Lu Xian subconsciously took the storage ring that Duan handed over. Hearing him call him brother and elder brother, as if the two of them were very close, Lu Xian was puzzled. Previously, he didn't know my identity? What identity do I have? Why didn't I know? However, when Duan words reached the ears of the rest of the people from Windsword School, it immediately set off a storm in their hearts. Who exactly is Junior Brother Lu? Even the mysterious Ice Pavilion's deacon has to treat him with respect. Not only that, but he also vomited out everything he ate. That was 1,300 intermediate grade stones. Even if Duan was the mysterious Ice Pavilion's deacon, it was definitely not a small amount. Now, he vomited it all out. Kong Wenbin was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. He originally thought that Lu Xian was just a commoner who relied on his talent to suppress him. But now, Duan performance instantly overturned Lu Xian's image in his heart. This was the mysterious Ice Pavilion's deacon, and he didn't even give face to Instructor Yang. Now, he was trying his best to please a mere Lu Xian. Isn't this world too crazy? Duan didn't even care about the chief instructor of Windsword School. Obviously, what he cared about was not Lu Xian's identity as a mere core disciple, but something else. Duan didn't care about what others thought. He only wanted to serve Lu Xian well. When he saw Lu Xian accept the storage ring that he returned, he was relieved. It seemed that Lu Xian was still easy to talk to and wouldn't take advantage of his position to bully others. "That, little brother Lu, just now, someone from above ordered that with your identity, it's really not suitable for you to stay here. The guest house has already been prepared. Let's go now. That's where little brother Lu should stay, haha," Duangung said with a laugh. Guest house. Wasn't that the incomparably beautifully decorated pavilion that they saw just now? Previously, Deacon Duan had said that it was used to welcome people from fourth-rank sections. Now, he actually wanted them to stay there. All the disciples of Wind Sword School were dumbfounded. In their eyes, Lu Xian's identity was constantly rising. If it was reasonable for Duangung to return the items, then arranging for them to stay in a place like the guest house was definitely not something that a small deacon could do. At least, it had to be an elder of Mysterious Ice Pavilion to have this authority, and it had to be an elder with real power, like Elder Jean of the inner sect. Moreover, Duangung also said that it was someone from above who ordered him to do so. The two words on the top made a lot of sense. However, there was no doubt that the reason why the higher-ups gave such an order and why Duangung's attitude changed 180 degrees was definitely because of Lu Xian. You're saying that your higher-ups ordered you to do this? Who is it? Lu Xian asked doubtfully. At the same time, he quickly thought. He was a native of Lin City and definitely did not have any special background. The only possibility was Zhao Bing'er. Thinking of Zhao Bing'er, Lu Xian could not help but feel excited. Zhao Bing'er would stand up for him. Was she all right? Mysterious Ice Pavilion did not make things difficult for her? Little brother Lu, don't make things difficult for me. They asked me to keep it a secret. When the time comes, little brother Lu will naturally know, haha. Duangung really did not dare to say that it was Zhao Bing'er. Hearing this, the excitement on Lu Xian's face gradually disappeared. The originally warm aura gradually became ice cold, emitting an eerie chill. Duangung was a little surprised. He did not know why Lu Xian suddenly became like this. However, he did not dare to say much. Lu Xian's state was obviously not right. Naturally, he would not go up and get into trouble. It must be her. Although Duangung did not say it, Lu Xian was not a fool. The only person who could help him was definitely Zhao Bing'er. However, why did she not see him? She was not even willing to tell him that she was the one who helped him. Lu Xian immediately put the blame on Mysterious Ice Pavilion. From his point of view, Zhao Bing'er had absolutely no reason to not see him. The only reason was that Mysterious Ice Pavilion restricted Zhao Bing'er's movements or punished her in some way. As for the last reason, Lu Xian did not dare to think about it. Because of that reason, Zhao Bing'er had already given in and even got together with the big senior from Mysterious Ice Pavilion. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, she purposely did not see him. No matter what the reason was, Lu Xian could not accept it. He wanted to find Zhao Bing'er and at least ask her what was going on. If Zhao Bing'er did not want to see him, then he would not force her. However, if Mysterious Ice Pavilion did something to Zhao Bing'er, then he would definitely not let it go. Zhao Bing'er probably would not have thought that she only wanted to give Lu Xian a surprise, but was misunderstood by Lu Xian. Lu Xian gradually calmed down. This was still Mysterious Ice Pavilion's territory. With his strength, he could not do anything to Mysterious Ice Pavilion. Not to mention questioning the higher-ups of Mysterious Ice Pavilion, it would not be easy to even find Zhao Bing'er. He could only endure for now and wait for the right time. Feeling the coldness on Lu Xian's body gradually disappear, Duangung then dared to speak, "Little brother Lu? Are you all right? If there is nothing, how about we set off now?" Lu Xian's gaze swept across the faces of the Wind Sword School's disciples. What he saw was full of anticipation. They naturally hoped that Lu Xian would agree. Not to mention that the environment of the guest house was much better than here, it was also something that they could be proud of in the future. Although Lu Xian did not want to accept this inexplicable kindness, he did not want to disappoint his fellow disciples. He immediately nodded and said, "Since that person has this kind intention, then so be it." Hearing Lu Xian's words, the disciples of Wind Sword School were elated. It was a great honor to be able to stay in the guest building of Xianbing Pavilion. Perhaps only the sect leader of Wind Sword School could stay there personally. Not to mention the disciples, even Instructor Yang could not stay there. Duangung also heaved a sigh of relief. Although he could see that Lu Xian was a little unhappy, at least he had completed the task that Miss Bing'er had given him. Hehe, little brother Lu is indeed straightforward. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me. Duan laughed and said, "If little brother Lu has any needs, feel free to look for me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely not shirk." Duan already had the intention of befriending Lu Xian. If he could make use of his relationship with Lu Xian and climb up to Miss Binger, then he would not need to be a deacon guarding the gate. Lu Xian also reluctantly responded. He was not in a good mood, so naturally he was not in the mood to say much. At that moment, the people of Wind Sword School did not delay. They quickly packed up their things and prepared to move into the guest building with anticipation. Kong Wenbin was a little reluctant, as if he had taken advantage of Lu Xian. Naturally, he was a little unhappy, but he could not do anything about it. At the guest building, Zhao Binger had already sent someone to greet them. Seeing that Duan had arrived with the people of Wind Sword School, all the attendants greeted them with smiles and were very good. Zhao Binger was the leader of the younger generation of disciples in Xianbing Pavilion. Although she did not have any real power, she was a strong candidate for the position of pavilion leader. Her words carried more weight than an ordinary elder's. In every suite of the guest building, there are various rooms for different purposes. It is absolutely quiet and secluded, so there is no need to worry about being disturbed. Especially in the quiet room used for cultivation, there is a small energy gathering formation. The concentration of energy is much higher than the outside world, making cultivation twice the result with half the effort. Brother Lu can experience it later. Speaking of which, I have stayed in Xianbing Pavilion for many years, but I have never enjoyed it. Brother Lu is so lucky. Duan said with a slightly envious tone. With his identity, he was not qualified to live in the guest building. There is a small energy gathering formation? Lu Xian's interest was finally piqued. The concentration of elemental energy in the mysterious ice pavilion was already higher than the outside world. Coupled with the independent elemental gathering formation, the concentration of elemental energy was simply unimaginable. Hearing Duan words, Xiao Long, Yu Feng and the others could not help but secretly sigh. This was the difference between a 4th-grade sect and a 3rd-grade sect. The rich resources were not something that Wind Sword School could compare with. No wonder the disciples of Xianbing Pavilion could easily enter the spirit refinement realm. Other than their own talent, the help could not be ignored. That's right, it is a small energy gathering formation. The concentration of energy in our Xianbing Pavilion is already twice as high as the outside world. With the help of the small energy gathering formation, the concentration of energy can be about 3 to 4 times that of the outside world. Duan said with some pride, and then whispered in Lu Xian's ear, according to that person's instructions, Brother Lu has specially arranged a room with an intermediate energy gathering formation for you. The concentration of energy can be 6 to 8 times that of the outside world. Brother Lu can enjoy it. This is the treatment that the elders of 4th-grade sects usually have. Lu Xian's heart moved. If the concentration of energy could be so high, then he should take advantage of these few days to cultivate. Who knows, he might be able to break through again. Then he would have more confidence in entering the profound ice secret realm. The service of the guest house was very attentive. Every suite had a dedicated attendant in charge, and every one of them was a beautiful girl. Their strength ranged from the 3rd to the 6th level of the body refinement realm. The standard was extremely high. Originally, according to Duan idea, he should arrange for 3 or 4 beautiful girls to serve Lu Xian. If Lu Xian had any special requests, these girls would be able to satisfy them. However, when he thought of the fact that he still had Xia Chenxi and Chen Xiaohan by his side, in order to avoid doing bad things with good intentions, Duan dispelled this idea. Fortunately, he dispelled this idea. Otherwise, if Zhao Bing'er found out, he, Duan would not be able to mingle in the profound ice pavilion. Xiao Long and the others were led by the beautiful attendants into their respective rooms. As for Lu Xian, he was personally led by Duan. After settling down, Lu Xian chased Duan out and impatiently entered the training room. He quickly activated the middle-grade Yuan gathering formation. The formation instantly began to operate as the surrounding Yuan power was continuously sucked in. For a moment, the entire training room was filled with rich Yuan power. As the formation continued to operate, the density of the Yuan power continued to rise. After a while, it finally stabilized and remained at a certain level. Lu Xian could not help but close his eyes and take a deep breath. He only felt that the air that he inhaled was filled with rich energy. Countless pores on his body opened up. This feeling was really too refreshing. He roughly sensed that the concentration of energy in the training room was about 7 times that of the outside world. It was simply unbelievable. The profound ice pavilion's generosity was truly extraordinary. No wonder Zhao Bing'er was able to step into the origin realm at the age of 23. If he could enjoy this kind of treatment every day, Lu Xian was confident that he could step into the origin realm before the age of 23. It was rumored that the profound ice pavilion controlled a huge energy stone mine. From the looks of it, it was most likely true. Otherwise, where would the profound ice pavilion find so many resources to nurture their disciples? In order to support the operation of these energy-gathering formations, they would need to consume a lot of resources. Without thinking any further, Lu Xian did not want to waste a single moment. Every second that he wasted was one more breath of energy. Lu Xian sat down cross-legged, took a deep breath, and began to circulate the Tai convergence technique. The yuanli in the training room immediately seeped into his body, and the yuanli that had been consumed was quickly replenished by the energy-gathering formation. After consuming a few acupoint nourishing pills, Lu Xian made use of the dense yuanli to nurture his acupoints first. It would not be too late for him to raise his cultivation level after he had built a solid foundation. This was the most stable method. Rushing for quick results would not be beneficial. Time passed by slowly. The other third-grade sects that were participating in the opening of the Mystic Ice Hidden Realm had arrived one after another. Duangung naturally did not go easy on these sections. He continued to extort those that needed to be extorted. He did not believe that these third-grade sects would be able to get close to someone like Miss Bing'er. Profound Ice Pavilion's territory. Stop. Seeing a ray of light flying over from afar, Duangung shouted. We are from the Sky Saber sect. We are here to participate in the opening of the Mystic Ice Hidden Realm. A familiar voice was heard. Lu Xian was not unfamiliar with this voice. It was the Elder Gong who went to the Wind Sword School to provoke him. Duangung snorted coldly, I don't care who you are. Take out the token and let me check. Elder Gong knew the rules and obediently handed over the token. Naturally, there was no problem with the token. After Duangung checked it, he did the familiar action again. His index finger rubbed the storage ring on his hand. The hint was self-evident. Elder Gong's face stiffened. He forced a smile and said, Profound Ice Pavilion's Qinghong is an old acquaintance of mine. I wonder if you can do me a favor. Hearing this, Duangung's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong with this year? Why are there so many people with powerful backers? However, who is that Qinghong? Why have I not heard of him? Could he be an elder or a steward who lives in seclusion? Seeing Duangung's hesitant expression, Elder Gong immediately revealed a proud expression. He stroked his beard and said to the Sky Saber sect disciples beside him, See? It's easy to get things done with help. If an ordinary person came, they would have to pay a fee. However, we don't have to. Elder is wise indeed. The group of disciples immediately started sucking up to him. However, Duangung did not let Elder Gong and his group off so easily. Who knew if they were lying to him and made up a random name? Hey, have you heard of the name Qinghong? Duangung asked the person beside him in a low voice. I don't seem to have any impression. Ah, I remember now. Isn't there a disciple called Qinghong? I think he was promoted from the Sky Saber sect. However, his talent is average and he has not done much. The moment Elder Gong said this, Duangung was instantly enraged. A mere disciple dared to clamor in front of him. Did he really think he was a pushover? He had to give face to everyone. If he did not have a backer, how could he, Duangung, get the lucrative job of guarding the sect gate? Duangung immediately looked at the proud Elder Gong with an unfriendly expression and said, Cut the crap. You want to use a mere disciple to pressure me? What kind of place do you think the Profound Ice Pavilion is? Originally, I only wanted you to give me some filial piety. Now, I'll double it. 1,000 medial grade primal stones, not one less. Otherwise, I'll search your bodies to prevent you from being spies. Hearing this, Elder Gong immediately became embarrassed. He had just been bragging in front of the disciple. He did not expect the other party to not buy it and even threatened to extort 1,000 medial-grade primal stones. For a moment, he could not help but look at Wei Suo. I am the son of the Sky Saber sect leader. Can you give me some face? Wei Suo said in a deep voice. Oh, the Sky Saber sect leader. You are so powerful. A mocking expression appeared on Duangung's face. Then, his expression suddenly darkened, not to mention the fact that you are the sect leader's son. Even if your father came personally, he would still have to obediently give you some filial piety. Since you are the Sky Saber sect leader's son, you must have a high status. I'll double it. 2,000 medial-grade primal stones, or let me search your bodies. You can choose one. Wei Suo's face flashed with embarrassment. He did not expect the other party to not buy it even after he mentioned his father's name. He had lived like a prince since he was young and had never suffered such grievances before. For a moment, he clenched the saber in his hand tightly. He could no longer suppress his killing intent. Seeing Wei Suo's actions, Duangung was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his chin. A playful smile flashed on his face. Wanting to cause trouble? That was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to see if this son of the sect leader would dare to provoke the profound ice pavilion. He must be tired of living. It looked like these rank 3 sects had been the bosses in their own territories for too long and had forgotten who was the real boss. Before Duangung could say anything, Wei Suo's action startled Elder Gong. He quickly pressed down on Wei Suo's hand, afraid that Wei Suo would act rashly. Wei Suo could not bear to be wronged, but Elder Gong knew how powerful the profound ice pavilion was. Young Master Wei, don't be rash. We cannot afford to offend the profound ice pavilion. Not to mention you, even if the sect leader was here, he would not dare to make a move, Elder Gong advised Wei Suo in a low voice. Perhaps Elder Gong was afraid that Wei Suo would not listen to him, so he quickly said to Duangung, the disciples were insensible and offended administrator. I am really sorry. Here are 2,000 medial-grade origin stones. I hope administrator will accept them. At this moment, he could not care less about his reputation. It was better than angering the profound ice pavilion. After receiving the storage ring from Elder Gong, Duangung checked it casually. The 2,000 medial-grade origin stones were not missing. His tensed expression immediately thawed. The Heavenly Saber sect was not bad after all. Duangung liked this kind of disobedient person the most. It gave him an excuse to extort money. The profits he lost from the Windsword School were earned back with interest from the Heavenly Saber sect. Follow me. You are the last to arrive. The other 4 sects have arrived long ago. There is no place for you to stay. After Duangung finished speaking, he ignored the people from the Heavenly Saber sect and turned around to walk into the profound ice pavilion. Elder Gong and the others naturally followed quickly. Although Wei Suo's expression was ugly, after Elder Gong's reminder, he did not continue to argue. How could he not know how powerful the profound ice pavilion was? It was just that he could not afford to lose face in front of the other disciples. Under Duangung's lead, the people from the Heavenly Saber sect were brought to the vicinity of the guest house. Without a doubt, Duangung had arranged for them to stay in the Windsword School. When they saw the simple residence, the disciples from the Heavenly Saber sect were dumbfounded. This place was many times worse than their residence in the Heavenly Saber sect. Elder Gong was also stunned. He quickly called out to Duangung and said, Administrator Duan, is there a better residence? Duangung said impatiently, who told you to come so late? The other places have already been picked by the people from the other sections. If you don't want to stay, you can sleep in the wild. Seeing that there was no other choice, Elder Gong thought of something and whispered into Duangung's ear, Deacon Duan, there are still 500 medial-grade essence stones here. I wonder if you can help us exchange them with the other sects. It's best to exchange it with the Windsword School. If it was just for a few days, Elder Gong would not mind. However, this represented the face of the Heavenly Saber School. The Heavenly Saber School had always been the #1 rank 3 sect. If the other sects knew that the Heavenly Saber School lived in such a place, they would lose face. Since Deacon Duan was in charge of these matters and was a greedy person, as long as he paid some benefits, it wouldn't be a problem for him to change places. Elder Gong thought confidently. But this time, he miscalculated. Hearing his words, Duan Gong squinted at him and said, "You want to change places with Wind Sword School?" That's right, that's right. They are staying here. Do you think you are qualified to stay there?" Duan Gong pointed at the guest house at the side. Elder Gong's jaw dropped. The guest house was obviously not open to ordinary warriors. It was most likely used by the Heavenly Saber School to receive important people. How could a mere Wind Sword School stay in such a place? Looking at Elder Gong's dumbfounded expression, Duan Gong sneered and shook his head. Wind Sword School is not something you can compare to. Just stay here obediently. Remember what I said before. Don't run around and just wait for my notice. After speaking, Duan Gong ignored the people from the Heavenly Saber School and left directly. It was obvious that the Heavenly Saber School was not on good terms with Wind Sword School. Naturally, he would not be fond of him. This time, the person in charge of the Mystic Ice Mystery Land was Miss Binger. Miss Binger had to protect Wind Sword School. A mere Heavenly Saber School was not enough. After Duan Gong left, Elder Gong gradually regained his senses. Initially, he thought that Wind Sword School was only at the bottom of the 5 major sections. Why did it seem like Wind Sword School's background was very powerful? They were able to stay in such a high-class loft in the Mystic Ice Pavilion. For a moment, Elder Gong felt as if he had eaten a fly. Wind Sword School. Lu Xian. You better not enter the Mystic Ice Mystery Land. Otherwise, I will definitely take revenge for what I did to you last time. Wei Sua said with a face full of resentment. He had never suffered such humiliation after being slapped by Lu Xian in front of thousands of people. Naturally, Lu Xian did not know about the arrival of the people from the Heavenly Saber School. He was treasuring every moment of cultivation. With 7 times the concentration of elemental force, his cultivation speed was frighteningly fast. In just one day, with the help of the acupoint nurturing elixir, Lu Xian had already finished nurturing all the acupoints in his body. He began to fill the acupoints with elemental force. The strongest point of a martial artist at the 10th rank of the body refinement realm was the opened acupoints. During a battle, once the elemental force contained in the acupoints was released, it could greatly increase one's strength. With the 21 acupoints that Lu Xian had opened, even in terms of elemental force, he was not inferior to an ordinary martial artist at the 1st rank of the spirit refinement realm. The opening time of the Mystic Ice Mystery Land was not fixed. Someone from the Mystic Ice Pavilion was constantly monitoring the situation of the Mystic Ice Mystery Land. Only when the Mystic Ice Mystery Land was at its most stable would it be the best time to enter. Otherwise, at the very least, all those who entered would die. At the very worst, the passage to the Mystic Ice Mystery Land would be blocked. Therefore, even the Mystic Ice Pavilion could only roughly estimate the opening time. Lu Xian's cultivation lasted for a full 7 days. In these 7 days, his progress could be said to be godly. On the 6th day, he actually had another breakthrough. In one go, he rushed from the middle stage of the 10th rank of the body refinement realm to the great success stage of the 10th rank of the body refinement realm. With the help of the 7 times elemental force, he directly opened 7 acupoints. 4 of them were death acupoints, 2 were vital acupoints, and 2 were minor acupoints. At this point, the number of acupoints that Lu Xian had opened had reached a total of 28 acupoints. If this was known, it would probably shock countless people. With this kind of result, not to mention the Wind Sword School, even in the Mystic Ice Pavilion, he would be at the top. Lu Xian, someone from the Mystic Ice Pavilion has come to inform you that the Mystic Ice Mystery Land is about to open. Come out quickly. Instructor Yang's voice was transmitted to Lu Xian's ears through the sound-transmitting glyph. Slowly opening his eyes, a white light flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. Although he was a little reluctant, he had no choice but to stop cultivating. He pushed open the door and walked out. The rest of the disciples also came out one by one, their eyes filled with regret. Although they were only using a small yuan gathering formation, which could not be compared to Lu Xian's, but compared to the usual Wind Sword School, it was already the difference between heaven and earth. Instructor Yang, this is the yuan stone that was exchanged for the deacon. I didn't have the time to return it to you. Now it is returned to its original owner. Lu Xian handed over a storage ring. It was the one that Instructor Yang gave him. However, Instructor Yang only smiled slightly, shook his head, and did not accept it. He obviously gave you face to exchange for it. Just take it. You have improved so quickly, you will need a lot of yuan stones. Take it and use it yourself. This is given by Instructor Yang, how can I take it? Lu Xian refused to accept it. A gentleman loved money, and he would get it in the right way. Instructor Yang laughed loudly and said, this is a normal expenditure. Naturally, I will be able to get it back when I return to the sect. To the sect, more than 1,000 medial grade essence stones is not a big deal. Since I gave it to you, just take it. It is more useful in your hands than in the sect. Instructor Yang originally wanted to find some reasons to get some benefits for Lu Xian, but now he did not need to worry about it. Lu Xian hesitated slightly, and did not say anything more. Anyway, he had already received a lot of favors from Instructor Yang. It was not a burden to have too many debts. In the future, he would repay him in double. Moreover, as his strength improved, he also felt the importance of yuan stones. It was not always possible to enjoy the intermediate yuan gathering formation. For a martial artist, the pain of not having yuan stones was like an ordinary person without silver. You have reached the 10th level of the body refining realm? Instructor Yang said in surprise. At this moment, he only noticed the improvement of Lu Xian's strength. Yes, the effect of this yuan gathering formation is not bad. I have a breakthrough before the opening of the Profound Ice Secret Realm. Lu Xian nodded. Haha, I did not misjudge you. Your aptitude is simply monstrous. It is a waste of talent to put you in the Wind Sword School. If you perform well, you might be chosen by the Profound Ice Pavilion. Instructor Yang was sincerely happy for Lu Xian. When he saw Lu Xian, it was as if he saw himself when he was young. Unfortunately, he did not have the monstrous talent Lu Xian had. Seeing that Lu Xian had a breakthrough in such a short period of time, Xiao Long, Yu Feng, and the others were also extremely envious. With such aptitude, there was no point in being envious. Needless to say, Xianxia and Chen Xiaohan were extremely excited. They had a close relationship with Lu Xian, and Lu Xian's improvement also made them excited. Kong Wenbin's face was a little ugly. Lu Xian's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. At this rate, it would be easy for Lu Xian to surpass Kong Wenbin. This also made Kong Wenbin even more determined to enter the Profound Ice Pavilion. Only by entering the Profound Ice Pavilion would he have the qualifications to compete with Lu Xian. At this moment, Duan Geng rushed over. He was specially here to lead the way for the people of the Wind Sword School, leading them to their destination. Without further delay, the group followed behind Duan Geng and headed towards the opening of the Profound Ice Secret Realm. The place that led to the Profound Ice Secret Realm was in the Profound Ice Pavilion. This was because the Profound Ice Pavilion only had the method to go to the Profound Ice Secret Realm. Specifically speaking, the Profound Ice Secret Realm did not belong to the Profound Ice Pavilion. Along the way in the Profound Ice Pavilion, they saw many disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion. However, these disciples looked at the people of the Wind Sword School with disdain. It was not that they were against the Wind Sword School, but they looked down on all the Grade 3 sects. This was the pride of being a disciple of a Grade 4 sect. Just like some disciples of the Wind Sword School, they also looked down on the warriors of the secular world. Some of the disciples looked at the people from Wind Sword School with a trace of resentment. Because the quota of the Mystical Ice Secret Realm was limited every time, the 5 third-grade sects took up 40 spots. Otherwise, some of them might have been able to get the quota. In their opinion, the quota of the people from Wind Sword School was snatched from their hands. Naturally, they did not have a good impression of them. Lu Xian and the others could only choose to ignore these gazes. Anyway, even if these disciples were indignant, they would not dare to do anything to them. Soon, the crowd arrived in front of a valley. Outside the valley, there were many warriors standing guard, sizing up Lu Xian and the others with sharp eyes. They were responsible for the safety of the valley, to prevent anyone from causing trouble. And the leading elder looked even more unfathomable. The strongest person Lu Xian had seen before was Zhao Binger. However, this elder seemed to be even stronger than Zhao Binger. Of course, this was only the Zhao Binger that Lu Xian had seen before. Now, Zhao Binger's strength had broken through again. Elder Gu, the people from Wind Sword School have arrived. Duan Geng hurriedly went up and bowed. Elder Gu's gaze swept across Lu Xian and the others one by one. Under his gaze, everyone felt as if their bodies had been completely seen through, and there was nowhere for them to hide. And the strength of Lu Xian and the others naturally fell into Elder Gu's eyes. One was in the second tier of spirit refinement, and there were a few in the 10th tier of body refinement. Moreover, they looked young and had great potential. For a third-grade sect, it was considered not bad. The slots for the mystical ice mystery realm were not given to the third-grade sects for free. They were given to the sects to pick out the genius disciples. If there was a true genius among the 40 slots, it would be worth it. After a glance, Elder Gu nodded slightly. Not bad, let's go in. After getting permission from Elder Gu, Duan Geng led the crowd in. Lu Xian whispered to Duan Geng, Deacon Duan, what is the strength of Elder Gu? His aura doesn't seem ordinary. Turning back to look at Elder Gu, Duan Geng whispered after seeing that Elder Gu wasn't paying attention to him, Elder Gu is an expert of the origin realm. But I don't know which level of the origin realm he is at. As expected of an origin realm martial artist. Lu Xian nodded silently. Any random elder from the Mystic Ice Pavilion was already an origin realm martial artist. Their strength wasn't something that the Wind Sword School could compare with. The elders of the Wind Sword School were all at the Spirit Refinement realm. Presumably, the elders of the Profound Ice Pavilion were all at the Origin realm. It was rumored that there were even stronger 5th-grade sects above the Profound Ice Pavilion. How strong would they be? Thinking of this, Lu Xian's heart was filled with even more fighting spirit. Compared to those true martial arts masters, his strength was simply not worth mentioning. After Lu Xian and the group entered the valley, they realized that there were already quite a number of people here. One group had more than 100 people, while the other group only had a few dozen people. Without a doubt, the group with more people was naturally the disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion, while the group with less people was the few third-grade sections. Brother Yang, your Wind Sword School is the latest to arrive. A burly middle-aged martial artist wearing a fiery red robe laughed loudly. His voice was rather loud. Haha, I had a great time staying in the guest house. I really didn't want to come out. Instructor Yang also laughed in response. At the same time, he called out to Lu Xian and the others, come over, let me introduce you. This is Elder Hualai from the Crimson Cloud Palace. We are quite close. Greetings to Elder Hua. The disciples of the Wind Sword School all bowed. Hualai waved his hand indifferently and said, no need to be so polite. Then, he said to Instructor Yang in a low voice, Brother Yang, which senior did your Wind Sword School climb up to? You are actually able to stay in the guest house. We are very envious. Instructor Yang smiled and said, well, I can't say. To be honest, Instructor Yang also did not know which senior from the Profound Ice Pavilion gave the order. He only knew that it was for the sake of Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian did not say a word about it, so Instructor Yang naturally had no way of knowing. Stingy. Elder Hua curled his lips. However, he felt that the status of the Wind Sword School had risen again. To be able to gain the favor of the Profound Ice Pavilion, the development of the Wind Sword School would probably get better and better in the future. For third-grade sects like them, any reward from the Profound Ice Pavilion was extremely precious. After Elder Hua, the other two sects, Cloud Perching Valley and Sun Moon Villa, came to greet them. They already knew that the Wind Sword School was staying in the guest house. They naturally thought that the Wind Sword School had climbed up to the high branch of the Profound Ice Pavilion. At this moment, they naturally came to express their goodwill. Instructor Yang did not expose them and was happy to do so. On the other hand, Elder Gong of the Sky Saber sect was indifferent. He only treated the Wind Sword School as if it did not exist. However, he was extremely jealous. The Sky Saber sect was obviously the strongest among the 3 sects, but the Wind Sword School had gotten lucky. Just as the sects of the Wind Sword School were exchanging greetings, a few disciples from the Profound Ice Pavilion walked out and walked towards the Sky Saber sect. When Elder Gong saw them, he was slightly stunned. Then, he revealed a joyful expression and laughed, Qinghong, I did not expect you to enter the profound ice mystery land this time. This is great. Come, let me introduce you to my junior brothers. The person who came was Qinghong, whom Elder Gong had tried to make use of previously. However, Qinghong was only a disciple. Back then, Duan Gong did not respect him at all. Elder Gong, long time no see. You are still as elegant as ever. Qinghong revealed a hidden smile and cupped his hands at Elder Gong. Elder Gong's face stiffened. Looking at Qinghong's behavior, it was as if he was talking to Elder Gong as an equal. He did not even greet him. However, Elder Gong was a shrewd person. Naturally, he would not lose his temper. Although he was Qinghong's elder in the past and had a higher status, Qinghong was now a disciple of the Profound Ice Pavilion. It was normal for him to be a little arrogant. Elder Gong chuckled and said, "Not bad, not bad. On the contrary, you have improved a lot. You are already at the third layer of the body refinement realm. I thought you were talented. Now that I see it, it is indeed so." Haha, of course. Compared to the Sky Saber sect, the Profound Ice Pavilion is much stronger. The resources that the Sky Saber sect enjoys are not something the Sky Saber sect can compare to. Of course, I improved fast. Qinghong's tone was filled with a sense of superiority. Obviously, he had completely regarded himself as a disciple of the Profound Ice Pavilion. He had already forgotten about the Sky Saber sect that had trained him in the past. This time, he came to meet Elder Gong and the others only to show off. He did not want to talk about friendship. Elder Gong could only laugh dryly. He did not know what to say. This Qinghong was obviously a person who treated anyone as his mother. He must have been blind to have trained such a disciple. Hey, isn't this junior brother Wei? Unexpectedly, you have also reached the second layer of the spirit refinement realm. Just a little bit more and you will catch up to me. As expected of the sect master's descendant. How has the sect master been? When Qinghong saw Wei Suo, he immediately abandoned Elder Gong and continued to run in front of Wei Suo to show off his superiority. When Wei Suo saw Qinghong's proud expression, he could not help but feel a trace of disgust. Back when Qinghong was still in the Sky Saber sect, he had tried to curry favor with Wei Suo more than once, hoping to gain some benefits from Wei Suo. In reality, Wei Suo did not mistreat Qinghong. Wei Suo did not expect Qinghong to forget all about it in the blink of an eye. Now, he still dares to show off in front of Wei Suo. What an ingrate. Young Master Wei, Qinghong is now a disciple of the Profound Ice Pavilion. He is no longer the follower who followed you around when you were in the Sky Saber sect. Don't offend him. Elder Gong's voice rang in Wei Suo's ears. Without waiting for Wei Suo to reply, Elder Gong continued, just let him be proud. Who knows, we might be able to make use of him in the Profound Ice secret realm. It would be best if we can get along well with him. At that time, if there is any danger, the Profound Ice Pavilion disciples will share the burden. Didn't you want to make a move on that, Lu Xian? If you have Qinghong's help, things will be much easier. Wei Suo had a thought. Although this Qinghong's character is not very good, he is still a disciple of the Profound Ice Pavilion. Furthermore, given his character, he might have gotten on the good side of some strong disciples in the Profound Ice Pavilion. If Wei Suo could obtain his protection, he would be much safer in the Profound Ice secret realm. After thinking this through, Wei Suo thought to himself, I'll just endure it for now. A smile flashed on Wei Suo's face. He flattered Qinghong against his will. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Qing. Everything is fine in the Sky Saber sect. I did not expect senior brother Qing to reach the third layer of the spirit refinement realm in such a short time. Your talent far surpasses mine. We all misjudged you back then. Hearing Wei Suo's words, Elder Gong could not help but turn his head. This young Master Wei is even more shameless than me. However, Qinghong became even more pleased. Back then, I had to look at Wei Suo's expression. Now, isn't Wei Suo the one licking my boots? Ha ha ha, not at all. Junior brother is not bad either. Seeing that Qinghong was flattered by him, Wei Suo sneered in his heart. However, the flattering expression on his face did not change. He took the opportunity to say, Senior brother Qing, you don't know this. Ever since you left, our Sky Saber sect has been bullied by the people from the Windsword School. Senior Brother Qing, you must help our Sky Saber sect. Wind Sword School? Who is it? How dare a small rank 3 sect be so arrogant? Qinghong said unhappily. A guy called Lu Xian. Not only did he defeat some of our disciples, he also humiliated us. He even said that our Sky Saber sect has no capable people. This is simply intolerable. Senior Brother Qing, you used to be a member of the Sky Saber sect. Isn't this looking down on you? Wei Suo casually splashed dirty water on Lu Xian. As long as he could incite Qinghong's anger, he believed that Qinghong would deal with Lu Xian without him making a move. Hearing that, Qinghong's expression became uglier. He could not help but glance at the people from the Wind Sword School. He was the typical type of person who was intoxicated by success. Back then, he joined the Profound Ice Pavilion not because of his strength, but because of some luck. Now that he wanted to show off his superiority in front of Wei Suo and the others, he naturally had to do something practical to convince them. He was not a fool. If the Sky Saber sect had offended someone that he could not afford to offend, he would naturally stay as far away as possible. However, this Lu Xian was just a disciple of a rank 3 sect. Even if he killed him, what could they do to him? Which one is Lu Xian? Qinghong asked. The one who is accompanied by 2 beautiful disciples. Wei Suo pointed out Lu Xian without hesitation. When Qinghong saw Lu Xian, and then looked at Xianxia and Qin Shaohan beside him, a hint of jealousy uncontrollably surfaced in his eyes. These 2 women were both outstanding beauties. How could a mere fellow from a 3rd-grade sect have such luck with women? How detestable! Although Qinghong was proud in front of Wei Suo and the others, he was only an ordinary disciple in the Profound Ice Pavilion. Not to mention a female disciple like Xianxia, even an ordinary female disciple might not be interested in him. The expression in Qinghong's eyes was quickly caught by Wei Suo and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. Trash would always be trash. Even if he was lucky enough to enter the Profound Ice Pavilion, he still couldn't change his nature. However, he didn't want to offend Qinghong at this moment. Instead, he added oil to the fire and said, "How is Lu Xian able to gain the favor of 2 beautiful girls? In my opinion, only Senior Brother Qing is qualified. When Senior Brother Qing takes action against Lu Xian, they will definitely throw themselves into your arms when they see Senior Brother Qing's strength." Even Luo Ning, who was beside him, couldn't bear listening to Wei Suo's flattery. He couldn't help but frown. Luo Ning didn't have any bad feelings towards Lu Xian. Unfortunately, the 2 of them had different standpoints and were destined to never be friends. However, Qinghong was overjoyed when he heard Wei Suo's flattery. He enjoyed Wei Suo's flattery very much. However, in his heart, he secretly thought that when he entered the Profound Ice Secret Realm, he would find a chance to kill Lu Xian. Those 2 girls would still be obedient to him. Even if they didn't obey him, he would still enjoy it even if he had to use force. Alright, I got it. However, now is not the time to make a move. If I run into Lu Xian in the Mystery Ice Realm, I will not let him off easily. Qinghong agreed without hesitation. As his plan worked, Wei Suo smiled with satisfaction. He looked at Lu Xian with an evil smile. It would be great if Qinghong could kill Lu Xian directly. However, it would be even better if Qinghong was killed instead. Since he dared to kill a disciple of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion, there would be no place for Lu Xian in this world. Even if he ran out of the Profound Ice Pavilion's territory, the other 4th-grade sects would be more than happy to help the Profound Ice Pavilion catch a little fellow. At this moment, there was a commotion in front of the valley. A group of people slowly walked in. The leader was Elder Gu. There were many powerful warriors behind him. They must be the deacons of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion. At this moment, Elder Gu was very puzzled. Originally, after the people of the Wind Sword School came in, they could prepare for the opening of the Profound Ice Mystery Land. However, Miss Binger, who was in charge of the opening of the Mystery Ice Mystery Land, did not appear. Until just now, he received a message from Miss Binger. She said that she would not appear this time and would hand over the responsibility to Elder Gu. According to what Elder Gu knew, Miss Binger had specially asked for the position of the person in charge. He thought that it was for her master to recruit some talented disciples and expand her forces. Now, she did not even show up. He really did not understand. however, he did not delve into it. He only needed to be in charge of the opening of the Mystery Ice Mystery Land. All disciples, be quiet. Elder Gu cleared his throat and said. As soon as he said this, the disciples who were talking among themselves stopped talking and listened to Elder Gu quietly. I am Gu Qi. I am in charge of the opening of the Mystery Ice Mystery Land. You can just call me Elder Gu. Elder Gu's words were basically meant for the 5 grade 3 sections. The disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion naturally knew Elder Gu. To be selected and qualified to enter the Mystery Ice Mystery Land, it means that your talent and strength have been recognized. In the Mystery Ice Mystery Land, there are endless opportunities. Up until now, the Profound Ice Pavilion has not found out the secret of the Mystery Ice Mystery Land. If any of you are lucky enough, you might be able to find out the secret of the Mystery Ice Mystery Land. The benefits you will obtain will be unimaginable. Elder Gu threw a huge temptation to the disciples. If they were really lucky enough to find out the real secret of the Mystery Ice Mystery Land, how great would that be? All the disciples thought that they were the lucky ones. They all thought that they were the lucky ones. Naturally, they had high hopes. Especially the disciples who were not very strong, they thought that as long as they could obtain enough benefits, it would not be difficult for them to rise to the top. This is only one of the reasons. Elder Gu's voice sounded again. He then looked at the 5 grade 3 sects and said, taking advantage of the opening of the Mystery Ice Mystery Land, the Profound Ice Pavilion will recruit new disciples. Hearing this, the disciples of the 40 grade 3 sects were all ecstatic. Opportunity, this was definitely an opportunity. It would be difficult for them to obtain too many benefits in the Mystery Ice Mystery Land. But if they could take this opportunity to join the Profound Ice Pavilion, it would be a great opportunity for them. They had witnessed the prowess of the Mystic Ice Pavilion with their own eyes. The Elder was an existence of the Origin Realm. Among the disciples, there were plenty of Spirit Refinement Realm experts. Entering the Mystic Ice Pavilion was equivalent to having a broader platform. A 3rd grade sect couldn't even be compared to a 4th grade sect. Even Lu Xian had an uncontrollable excitement. If he wanted to find Zhao Bing joining the Profound Ice Pavilion would undoubtedly be easier. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to let the Profound Ice Pavilion notice his talent and take the opportunity to enter the Profound Ice Pavilion. He did not expect the Profound Ice Pavilion to openly recruit disciples. Elder Gu, how many disciples will the Profound Ice Pavilion recruit this time? An excited voice sounded. It was Kong Wenbin. He felt that this opportunity was specially opened for him. Glancing at Kong Wenbin, Elder Gu said loudly, this time, there is no limit to the number of disciples that the Profound Ice Pavilion can recruit. Hua, these disciples suddenly exploded with excitement. Originally, they thought that they might not be able to compete with the stronger disciples. But since there was no limit, they had a greater chance. However, if you want to join the Profound Ice Pavilion, there are requirements. As long as you can meet the requirements, you can join the Profound Ice Pavilion. If all 40 of you meet the requirements, then you can all join the Profound Ice Pavilion. Elder Gu, hurry up and announce the requirements. Another voice sounded. It was also an old acquaintance of Lu Xian. It was the 3rd core disciple of the Skyblade sect. Zhu Ling's face was filled with excitement, as if he could not wait any longer. When he saw Qing Hong's prowess, he was already envious. He did not expect that he would have the opportunity to reach such a level. The requirements are simple. All you need to do is to bring out an item worth 10,000 contribution points from the Profound Ice Secret Realm. It doesn't matter if it's primary stones, spiritual medicine, or other valuable items. Elder Gu announced the requirements unhurriedly. Hearing this requirement, all the disciples were at a loss. They did not know how much 10,000 contribution points were worth. However, at this moment, the disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion were already laughing. They were from the Profound Ice Pavilion, so how could they not know how much 10,000 contribution points were worth? Not to mention the disciples of the 3rd grade sects, even they would not be able to obtain 10,000 contribution points easily. For an ordinary disciple, obtaining 1,000 contribution points was already good enough. It seems like these guys were excited for nothing. 10,000 contribution points is definitely impossible. That's not for sure. Maybe some guys are lucky enough to pick up a treasure while walking? The disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion laughed and joked. Obviously, they did not think that the disciples of the third-grade sects would have the opportunity to join the Profound Ice Pavilion. If I say 10,000 contribution points, perhaps you are not clear about it. Let me use primary stones as an example. One highest grade primary stone is equivalent to 10,000 contribution points. Elder Gu explained. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over the heads of the excited disciples. A piece of top-grade origin stone didn't sound like much, but if it was converted, it would be incredible. One highest-grade primary stone was equivalent to 100 high-grade primary stones, which was equivalent to 10,000 intermediate-grade primary stones. Among these people, even Wei Sua, who was the son of the Skyblade sect leader, only had a few thousand intermediate-grade primary stones. Of course, Lu Xian, who had received 1,300 intermediate-grade primary stones from Instructor Yang, was considered one of the richest. Moreover, this request was not that simple. The primary stones produced in the Profound Ice Mystery Land all contain pure ice origin power. It cannot be faked. Therefore, don't think of using primary stones from the outside world to make up the numbers. Only the treasures obtained from the Profound Ice Mystery Land can be counted. The same goes for the other spiritual medicines. The spiritual medicines in the Profound Ice Mystery Land are unique to the Profound Ice Mystery Land. It is impossible to obtain them from the outside world. Elder Gu's words immediately dispelled the thoughts of many people. Especially Wei Sua. He originally wanted to use his status to obtain some primary stones from the Skyblade sect to make up the numbers. The Skyblade sect could still afford 10,000 intermediate-grade primary stones. However, it seemed like it was useless now. If he wanted to join the Profound Ice Pavilion, he could only rely on his own strength. Only by obtaining enough resources from the Profound Ice Mystery Land would he be able to gather the 10,000 intermediate-grade primary stones. Of course, if one's luck was heaven-defying, it was also possible. Like Qinghong, when he was participating in the Profound Ice Mystery Land as a disciple of the Skyblade sect, he accidentally obtained a supreme-grade primary stone from a corpse. That was how he successfully met the requirements and joined the Profound Ice Pavilion. If you can meet the requirements, the Profound Ice Pavilion will not take all of your resources. They will only take half of it. The remaining half will belong to you. Elder Gu said. The reason why Qinghong could reach the third layer of the spirit refinement realm so quickly was because of that supreme-grade primary stone. The Profound Ice Pavilion wanted half of it and he was left with the other half. However, even half a supreme-grade primary stone was worth 5,000 intermediate-grade primary stones. With so many primary stones and the resources of the Profound Ice Pavilion, even a pig could reach the spirit refinement realm. At this moment, the disciples of the rank 3 sects gradually quietened down and started to face the difficulty seriously. However, no one gave up. Maybe they were really lucky? After all, it was a rare opportunity to join the Profound Ice Pavilion. After announcing the news, Elder Gu didn't say anything else. Anyway, the standards were set. Whether or not they could reach them depended on their own strength and luck. Then, Elder Gu looked at the disciples of Xianbing Pavilion and said, "This time, the opening of the Xianbing secret realm is targeted at you. There will also be rewards." "We also have rewards?" The disciples of Xianbing Pavilion were surprised. To them, entering the Xianbing secret realm to train and get some resources was already good enough. They didn't expect there to be additional rewards. This time, the one who pays the most resources will have a chance to become a personal disciple. You can choose any of the elders in the sect. Elder Gu announced the rewards for the disciples of Xianbing Pavilion. Personal disciple. Hearing this term, the eyes of the disciples of Xianbing Pavilion became very excited. It was even better than the reaction of the third-grade sect disciples when they heard that they could join Xianbing Pavilion. A direct disciple's status was much higher than theirs. They were just ordinary disciples, but a direct disciple could become a disciple of some powerful elders in the sect. They could receive personal guidance from the elders, and at the same time enjoy many more resources. For example, Zhao Bing'er was a direct disciple. All the elders are free to choose. Could it be that we can still become a disciple of Elder Zhao? A male disciple swallowed and said. That's right. Although Elder Zhao has only accepted one direct disciple all this while, he has personally announced that he is willing to accept another. If you are able to obtain this opportunity, it is not impossible for you to become Elder Zhao's disciple. Elder Gu said. As soon as Elder Gu said this, some of the male disciples' eyes lit up. Everyone knew that after Elder Zhao accepted a personal disciple, he never accepted another. They didn't expect that he would make an exception this time. Elder Zhao? Lu Xian's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that Binger had become an elder? Were these guys all aiming for Binger? Deacon Duan, who is this Elder Zhao? Lu Xian turned and asked. Duan Geng looked at Lu Xian suspiciously. Miss Binger obviously had a close relationship with Lu Xian, but he didn't know who Elder Zhao was. However, he didn't ask too much and only patiently explained, Elder Zhao's strength can be ranked in the top 3 in our sect. Countless disciples wish to become her disciple. However, ever since Elder Zhao accepted a disciple in her early years, she has never accepted another direct disciple. Of course, this isn't the main point. The main point is the disciple that Elder Zhao accepted. She is truly a prodigy of the heavens. Not only is her looks unparalleled, her strength is also unparalleled. She even broke through to the origin realm a few days ago and might even surpass Elder Zhao in the future. These people are so excited because of Elder Zhao's disciple. After all, she is the only disciple under Elder Zhao. If they could become her junior, wouldn't they be in a favorable position? And this disciple of Elder Zhao is the well-known Miss Zhao Binger in our Profound Ice Pavilion. When he mentioned the 3 words Zhao Binger, Duan Geng paid attention to Lu Xian's expression. As he expected, when he heard the 3 words Zhao Binger, Lu Xian was obviously a little strange. Although he hid it well, it still didn't escape Duan Geng's eyes. Duan Geng immediately understood. Obviously, this Lu Xian definitely had a close relationship with Miss Binger. He just didn't know why Miss Binger didn't let him tell Lu Xian. So that's why. After hearing Duan Geng's words, Lu Xian already understood. Binger said that she was an orphan since she was young. This surname Zhao probably came from her master. When he thought about how these guys wanted to hit on Zhao Binger, Lu Xian's heart was filled with anger. But there was nothing he could do. Elder Gu had clearly said that as long as they were willing to choose, they could become Elder Zhao's disciples. At this moment, the disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion had already started discussing the rewards excitedly. Since Elder Zhao was willing to accept a disciple, she was undoubtedly the best candidate. Not only was Elder Zhao strong enough to be in the top 3, but he didn't have many disciples. Therefore, he could receive more guidance and resources. Of course, Zhao Binger was also the factor that made them the most excited. She was the goddess of Profound Ice Pavilion. Who wouldn't want to get close to her? Oh right, if you can become the person with the most contribution points, you can also enjoy this reward. Elder Gu suddenly turned his head and said to the 3rd grade sect disciples on Lu Xian's side. However, this caused a burst of laughter from the disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion. What a joke. If these 3rd grade sect disciples wanted to become the person with the most contribution points, they might as well just keep dreaming. Not only did the Profound Ice Pavilion have 3 disciples in the 6th stage of the spirit refinement realm, but the rest of the disciples were not weak either. If the 3rd grade sect disciples really won first place, they might as well just die. In fact, this was indeed the case. The disciples of the 3rd rank sects automatically ignored Elder Gu's words. For them, it was already very difficult to obtain 10,000 contribution points to join the Profound Ice Pavilion. How could they compete for first place? Of course, there was still an exception among them, and that was Lu Xian. As long as I can become first, I will have the opportunity to become a direct disciple. Lu Xian's eyes were shining. He knew that this was a great opportunity for him to get close to Zhao Binger. As long as I can become first, I will be able to become a direct disciple of Zhao Binger's master. Then, I will be able to openly interact with Zhao Binger. At this moment, Lu Xian had already set his goal. He wanted to become first. Only by becoming first would he be able to cut off the opportunity for these guys to get close to Binger. Only then would he be able to truly enter the upper echelons of Profound Ice Pavilion. Attendants, distribute the jade tokens to them. Elder Gu shouted. The group of attendants standing at the side started to move. One by one, they quickly distributed the jade tokens to the disciples who were about to enter the Profound Ice secret realm. You must take good care of this jade token. The Profound Ice Secret Realm will be open for 3 months. After 3 months, if there is any fluctuation in the jade token, you must immediately crush it. Only then will we be able to pull you out of the Profound Ice Secret Realm. If you don't come out, you will definitely die. As for the things to take note of in the Profound Ice Secret Realm, as well as the various resources and the corresponding contribution points, they are all recorded in the jade token. You can check them yourself. I will give you an hour. After an hour, the Profound Ice Secret Realm will open. Elder Gu ordered methodically. Lu Xian and the others quickly looked through the contents of the jade token. It was similar to what Instructor Yang had said. There were various dangers, such as the Profound Ice Demon, and other creatures. In addition, there was also a map of the Profound Ice Secret Realm. Although the terrain of the Profound Ice Secret Realm changed frequently, there might still be changes. It would still be quite convenient for them. After looking through it, Lu Xian put the jade token into his storage ring to avoid losing it. He would only need to use it after 3 months. It wouldn't be too late to take it out then. After entering the Profound Ice Secret Realm, you must continuously use the Wind Sword School's nameplate to send out messages. Try to gather together as soon as possible. Only by gathering together will you have a stronger combat strength and have a better chance of survival, Instructor Yang instructed solemnly. Understood. Everyone nodded their heads. They also knew that they couldn't be careless. If they were not careful, they might die in less than 3 months. Xianxia, Xiaohan, you must try your best to protect yourselves. Don't take any risks and don't get into conflicts with others. You should lose your benefits. I will find you as soon as possible. Lu Xian looked at the 2 girls in front of him and instructed. He was also very worried. After all, they would be separated after entering the secret realm. Even if he wanted to protect them, he had to find them first. I will. I have the talisman my father gave me. Even if there are some small dangers, I will be able to survive. Chen Xiaohan nodded her head. Don't worry too much about me. I'm not a flower in a greenhouse. If it wasn't for you, wouldn't I have to go alone? Xianxia revealed a smile. Her character was indeed stronger. Her desire to pursue martial arts was not any weaker than Lu Xian's. Lu Xian nodded his head. Although there were dangers in the Mystic Ice Secret Realm, there weren't many that could kill them. As long as they were careful and had good luck, they would be able to survive. Half an hour is up. Open the portal. Elder Gu said loudly. The smiles on everyone's faces disappeared. They could not help but feel nervous. Apart from the 3 disciples of the Xian Ice Pavilion who were at the 6th layer of the Spirit Cultivation Realm, it was the first time for everyone here to enter the Mystic Ice Secret Realm. Everyone was afraid of the unknown. A dazzling light flashed in front of them. The huge teleportation portal had been activated. The destination of this teleportation portal was the mysterious and fortuitous Profound Ice Mystic Realm. All disciples, step into the portal and head to the Mystic Ice Secret Realm. I hope to see all of you here in 3 months. Elder Gu said for the last time. The disciples of the Xian Ice Pavilion were the first to respond. They stepped into the portal one after another. As the portal was activated, they were sent to different places in the Mystic Ice Secret Realm. It's our turn. Let's go. Lu Xian said. He took the lead and walked toward the portal. Xianxia and Chen Xiaohan followed closely behind. Xiao Long and Yufeng looked at each other. They nodded their heads firmly and stepped into the portal. Soon, there was not a single disciple left in the entire valley. Elders of the 3rd grade sects, wait in your respective residences. We'll come back in 3 months. Attendants of the Xian Ice Pavilion, wait here. No one is allowed to enter the valley without my orders. Report to me immediately if there's anything unusual. Elder Gu ordered. The portal had to be protected. If it was destroyed, the disciples who entered the Mystic Ice Secret Realm would not be able to come out. As soon as he stepped into the teleportation formation and activated it, he felt dizzy. He felt as if he was about to lose his mind. This was not the first time that Lu Xian had used a teleportation array, but the teleportation array he had used before was only a short distance. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at his destination. This teleportation array to the profound ice secret territory was undoubtedly a long-distance teleportation array. After a few breaths of time, Lu Xian was still in the space tunnel. He did not know how Profound Ice Pavilion obtained the method to enter the Profound Ice secret territory. After a few breaths of time, Lu Xian suddenly felt relaxed. The weightlessness and disorientation from the teleportation instantly disappeared, and a chill invaded his body. Lu Xian, who had not adapted to the environment, could not help but shiver. He had arrived at the Profound Ice secret territory. Lu Xian scanned his surroundings and saw nothing but pure white. Just looking at it made one feel cold. Furthermore, the place was not a flat plain. Jagged rocks of strange shapes were everywhere, and there were even trees that had been frozen into ice sculptures. It was obvious that the environment here was not natural, but man-made. Perhaps countless years ago, this was just an ordinary area, but something happened that formed the Profound Ice secret territory. Lu Xian did not delve into the origins of the Profound Ice secret territory. Profound Ice Pavilion had not been able to find out for so many years. It was unrealistic for him to find out everything in a short period of time. The temperature in the Profound Ice secret territory was about 20 to 30 degrees lower than the outside world. It might be a little troublesome for ordinary people, but it was not a problem for martial artists. The tight convergence technique activated on its own, slowly absorbing the Yuanli in the air. Lu Xian sensed that the concentration of Yuanli in this place was indeed much higher than in the outside world. It was even higher than the concentration of Yuanli in the Xian Ice Pavilion. The concentration of Yuanli in the Xian Ice Pavilion was about twice that of the outside world, while the concentration of Yuanli in the Xian Ice secret realm was about 3 times that of the outside world. Furthermore, the concentration of Yuanli in the Xian Ice secret realm was obviously higher. It was an excellent place for martial artists who practiced Yuanli techniques. Even if they did not do anything, cultivating here for 3 months would benefit them greatly. Of course, it was a waste to use such a precious secret territory quota to cultivate. With a flash of sword light, the human upper-grade shattered ice sword was already in Lu Xian's hand. In such an unpredictable and dangerous place, he could not hold back at all. Holding the shattered ice sword, Lu Xian walked forward slowly. At the same time, he held the identity token of Wind Sword School in his left hand. He injected a trace of essence force to activate it. He kept sending out signals, but did not get any response. Obviously, there were no people from Wind Sword School nearby. That was within Lu Xian's expectations. There were only 12 disciples of the Wind Sword sect, and they were scattered throughout the vast Xianbing secret realm. The chances of them meeting each other were slim. As he continued to walk forward, Lu Xian did not have any intention to explore the secret territory. The most important thing now was to find Xianxia and Chen Xiaohan. Anyway, he had 3 months. There was no hurry to explore the secret territory. Along the way, the entire Profound Ice secret territory was silent. Only Lu Xian's footsteps could be heard. Not to mention the disciples of Wind Sword School, Lu Xian did not even meet a single person. It seemed like this Profound Ice secret territory was much bigger than he imagined. At this moment, Lu Xian's footsteps suddenly stopped. His expression changed slightly. He seemed to have sensed some movement and had a feeling that he was being watched. Lu Xian turned his head abruptly. A figure suddenly appeared in Lu Xian's sight. Seeing that it was a martial artist, Lu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. They had just entered the secret territory. Even if someone wanted to kill someone and steal their treasures, it would not happen now. May I know which sect this senior brother is from? Lu Xian cupped his fists and asked. The figure did not answer at all. He just kept walking towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian frowned and tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. A hint of warning rose in his mind. Something was not right. As the figure got closer, Lu Xian could see his face clearly. He indeed looked like a martial artist. Lu Xian searched his mind, but he did not have any impression of this person. Moreover, he felt that this person was a little strange. Lu Xian stared at the face of the newcomer, and a look of shock flashed across his face. He finally knew why he felt strange. Not only was he unable to see through this person's cultivation, but more importantly, there was not a trace of human aura on him. Instead, he carried a trace of the unique aura of the Xianbing secret realm, If he could not see through this person's cultivation, then it could be explained that this person had reached the spirit refinement realm. But if he did not have a human aura, then it could not be explained. The only possibility was that this person was not human. Profound Ice Demon. Lu Xian shouted. Without any hesitation, he suddenly attacked with the shattered ice sword. Startling wind, a cold gust of wind blew up in an instant, directly attacking this martial artist. Seeing that Lu Xian had launched an attack, the martial artist put his hands together. Ice-type Yuan power instantly condensed. In the blink of an eye, countless tiny ice balls appeared and directly rushed towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian's guess was right. This fellow in front of him who looked no different from a human was the Profound Ice Demon. The Profound Ice Demon was a unique creature born in the Profound Ice secret territory. It possessed intelligence and did not have a fixed form. It could change its form at will. This was because every few years, some martial artists from the Profound Ice Pavilion would enter the Profound Ice secret territory to explore. Once they were seen by these Profound Ice Demons, they would transform into human form. If one was careless, they might really fall for their tricks. Since this Profound Ice Demon could transform into human form, it proved that it had experienced the opening of the Profound Ice secret territory last time. It had seen real martial artists, and it might have even personally killed a martial artist. Its strength was not to be underestimated. A portion of the tiny ice balls shot out by the Profound Ice Demon suddenly exploded in the air. The power of Lu Xian's startling wind was immediately affected. The remaining ice balls continued to attack Lu Xian. Using the blink sword technique, Lu Xian used the shattered ice sword. In an instant, countless sword strikes accurately struck the ice balls. The Profound Ice Demon's attack was instantly defeated. Jia. The Profound Ice Demon let out a strange laugh and attacked again. A strong ice-type Yuan power quickly pressed towards Lu Xian. Moreover, it condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if it wanted to freeze Lu Xian alive. Wind riding technique. Lu Xian quickly circulated the wind riding technique and easily retreated from the Profound Ice Demon's attack. At the same time, he quickly approached the Profound Ice Demon and stabbed out with his long sword. A sharp sword aura instantly shot into the Profound Ice Demon's body and pierced a small hole in its heart. However, contrary to Lu Xian's expectations, this wound that was fatal to most martial artists had no effect on the Profound Ice Demon. Slightly stunned, Lu Xian then realized that the guy in front of him was not a human, but a Profound Ice Demon. Although it had turned into a human, its heart might not be its weak point. Taking advantage of Lu Xian's daze, the Profound Ice Demon attacked again. It suddenly punched out with both its fists and a huge force came towards Lu Xian. In terms of power, it was comparable to a martial artist at the first level of the spirit refinement realm. He did not expect the first Profound Ice Demon to be so strong. He did not know if Lu Xian's luck was too bad or too good. However, Lu Xian did not put this attack in his eyes. Even if it was at the first level of the spirit refinement realm, it was only an ordinary first level of the spirit refinement realm. It was not a match for Lu Xian. With the help of the wind riding technique, Lu Xian dodged the attack again. With a turn of the star-shattering sword, the thunderclap was instantly released. A thick thunderbolt directly shot towards the Profound Ice Demon. Since Lu Xian did not know where its weak point was, he might as well use an area of effect attack. At this moment, an ice shield quickly condensed in front of the Profound Ice Demon. After the thunderbolt that Lu Xian released broke through the ice shield, it landed on the demon's body. However, the power of the thunderbolt had already decreased by a lot. The Profound Ice Demon did not seem to have a fixed attack method. The attacks that they released could not be considered martial techniques. It was purely the use of ice elemental energy. Because they lived in the Profound Ice mystic realm all year round, their use of ice elemental energy was even more exquisite than some martial artists. Even though the Xianbing sword had been partially blocked by the Xianbing sword, a profound level martial arts technique was not something that could be easily withstood. Lu Xian took the opportunity to get close to the Xianbing sword and thrust it straight at the center of its forehead. The frost demon's movements suddenly paused, and its entire body abruptly dissipated. An extremely dense ice elemental force emanated from its body. Lu Xian's mind stirred, and the Tai convergence technique quickly operated, rapidly absorbing the elemental force. While the yuanli dissipated very quickly, Lu Xian still managed to absorb close to 30% of it. While it was only 30% of the yuanli, it would have taken him at least a day to absorb that much if he were to train directly. That was when he was training in the Mystery Ice secret realm. If he were to train in the outside world, it would have taken him nearly 3 days. Risk was always accompanied by benefits. After absorbing the energy emitted by the profound ice demon, Lu Xian bent down and picked up an item that was left behind by the profound ice demon. It was a crystal-clear item shaped like a yuan stone. Even looking at it with the naked eye, one could feel the energy contained within it. Looks like this is the so-called ice soul. It is said that only profound ice demons with strength equivalent to the soul refinement realm can condense it. This guy just now was equivalent to the soul refinement realm. Lu Xian looked at the ice soul and muttered to himself. Holding the ice soul in his hand, Lu Xian recalled the value of this ice soul. According to the standards given by the profound ice pavilion, the ice soul's value was different depending on the size. This ice soul wasn't considered big, it was probably the lowest grade one. It was around 50 contribution points. In order to reach the standard of joining the profound ice pavilion, one needed 10,000 contribution points. In other words, one had to collect at least 200 of these ice souls. For an ordinary disciple, it was indeed very difficult. 200 ice souls meant that one had to kill 200 profound ice demons with strength equivalent to the soul refinement realm. For a disciple with strength equivalent to the body refinement realm, it was truly not easy. Not to mention, they might not even be able to encounter so many soul refinement realm profound ice demons. After storing the ice soul, Lu Xian thought for a moment and walked in the direction that the profound ice demon came from. He didn't know if there were any profound ice demons in that direction. This journey lasted for an entire day. Along the way, Lu Xian encountered quite a number of profound ice demons. Their strengths varied. The weak ones were only at the refinement stage, while the strong ones were at the second tier of the spirit refinement stage. However, they were all within the range that Lu Xian could handle. After killing so many profound ice demons, Lu Xian's harvest was not small. Not only did he absorb a large amount of pure yuan power, which strengthened his strength, he also obtained 5 soul ice crystals. 4 of them were worth 50 contribution points, while the last one was worth 100 contribution points. Apart from these, he also found some pure ice-type yuan stones. However, most of them were mid-grade yuan stones. There was only one high-grade yuan stone. Including the soul ice crystals, the total value was a few hundred contribution points. However, Lu Xian was still not satisfied, because he did not find any valuable heaven and earth treasures. Compared to the real heaven and earth treasures, these were just scraps. The scattered primordial stones were also brought by the ice current, and not from the primordial stone mine. Fortunately, he was not anxious. Natural treasures could only be obtained by chance. If they could be found so easily, how could they be valuable? The yuan power here is getting thicker and thicker. Could there be something good here? Lu Xian said with some surprise. He had been feeling the density of the yuan power in the surroundings. After all, the higher the density of yuan power, the higher the probability of treasures appearing. Thinking of this, Lu Xian immediately increased his pace. He circulated the wind riding technique and hurried forward. Not long after, a series of shouts came over, accompanied by the sounds of fighting. I have already given you the things, why are you still chasing me? An anxious voice sounded. Who knows if you still have any good things hidden? Hand over your storage ring and I will let you go, another cold voice replied. You, don't go too far. I have already given you the most valuable profound ice jade leaf lotus. Don't tell me you can't let me have some soup? If you want to blame someone, blame your lack of strength. Without strength, you still want to obtain treasures. How is that possible? Profound ice jade leaf lotus. Upon hearing this name, Lu Xian could not help but reveal a look of joy on his face. The abstruse ice jade leaf lotus was one of the unique medicinal ingredients in the abstruse ice secret realm. It was worth 3,000 contribution points, and joining the abstruse ice pavilion only required 10,000 contribution points. As long as he could obtain 3 of them and some other items, it would be enough. With that thought in mind, Lu Xian did not stay any longer. He increased his speed to the limit and dashed forward. After climbing up a small hill, the scene in front of him immediately entered Lu Xian's eyes. He saw a martial artist wearing the Profound Ice Pavilion's disciple uniform chasing after another martial artist. In the distance, there was another person lying on the ground. It was obvious that he was already dead. Lu Xian did not expect that on the first day of entering the Profound Ice secret realm, someone would kill someone and steal their treasure. One could only blame the abstruse ice jade leaf lotus for being too valuable. Even for the Profound Ice Pavilion's disciples, it was a priceless treasure, let alone the disciples of a third-grade sect. The appearance of Lu Xian instantly attracted the attention of the two people. The Profound Ice Pavilion disciple stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at Lu Xian. The disciple who was being chased took the opportunity to run a distance away and also looked at Lu Xian. However, when he saw Lu Xian's uniform, he became excited and shouted, "Senior brother of Wind Sword School, save me. A disciple of your Wind Sword School has already died at the hands of this Profound Ice Pavilion guy." After he said this, Lu Xian's body trembled. Someone from Wind Sword School had already died? Could it be that the corpse lying in the distance was a disciple of Wind Sword School? When he thought of this, Lu Xian could not help but tremble. Who was it? Xiaolong? Yu Feng? Or the other disciples? Or even Xianxia and Qin Shaohan? If it was Xianxia and Qin Shaohan, then Lu Xian did not dare to imagine. For a moment, Lu Xian's desire for the abstruse ice jade leaf lotus was instantly thrown to the back of his mind. He only wanted to know who was the one who had died in the distance. Seeing that Lu Xian was standing still, the disciple who was being chased quickly ran towards him. No matter what, two people were stronger than one. With Lu Xian around, he might be able to help share some of the pressure and give him a chance to escape. So it's a little guy from a third-grade sect. Hee, another one has come to die. The Profound Ice Pavilion disciple's face revealed a sinister smile as he slowly walked towards Lu Xian with a long sword in his hand. "Senior brother, my name is Duan Mu Lei, a disciple of Sun Moon Villa. Let's work together to kill this guy from Profound Ice Pavilion and avenge your Wind Sword School's disciple." The disciple who had escaped to Lu Xian's side gasped for breath as he said, "We just found a abstruse ice jade leaf lotus, but it was forcefully taken by this guy and he even wants to kill us." As Duan Mu Lei spoke, he had already hidden behind Lu Xian. The Sun Moon Villa's disciple was more adept at using poison and escaping. Because of this, he was able to persist until now. However, in a head-on battle like this, he did not have the slightest advantage. "I say, little guy from Sun Moon Villa, even if you want to find a helper, you should find a reliable one. A mere 10th rank body refinement trash wants to kill me for revenge? What a joke." The Profound Ice Pavilion disciple leisurely approached as he spoke with disdain. Towards his words, Lu Xian seemed to turn a deaf ear to them. He only asked in a low voice, "Who died? Was it a man or a woman?" Duan Mu Lei was slightly startled. He did not think that Lu Xian would not care about the current crisis at all and instead ask about the disciple who died. However, he didn't explain any further. He just wanted to escape as soon as possible, so he quickly replied, "I don't know his name. I was chased by this guy from the Profound Ice Pavilion the moment we met. But it wasn't a woman, it was a man. It was a man." Lu Xian's tensed heart immediately relaxed a little. It seemed that it was not either Xianxia or Qin Shaohan. However, his relationship with Xiaolong and Yufeng was also quite good. If they really died at the hands of this guy from the Profound Ice Pavilion, then he would naturally take revenge for them. Seeing that Lu Xian was indifferent, Duan Mu Lei immediately became anxious. "This senior brother, let's hurry and escape. This guy has the strength of the spirit refinement realm. If we don't run now, then it will be too late." Although that was what he said, Duan Mu Lei had already cursed Lu Xian 1,000 times in his heart. Was this guy an idiot? In this situation, he actually did not run. His original intention was to find Lu Xian to share the pressure of being chased. It would be best if Lu Xian took the lead and then he would take the opportunity to escape. Who knew that the development of the situation would be completely out of his expectations? But now, he did not dare to escape alone. Otherwise, he would definitely bear the brunt of this guy from the Profound Ice Pavilion's attack. Escape? You think you can escape? Don't blame me for not giving you a way out. Leave behind your storage rings and I will let you go. The person from the profound ice pavilion said arrogantly. Hearing this, Lu Xian was a little puzzled. Which was more important, life or treasure? Surely anyone could distinguish, right? Why would this Duan Mulei rather escape with his life than give up his storage ring? But this thought only flashed past. Lu Xian immediately looked at the person from the profound ice pavilion. Since he killed someone from the Wind Sword School, he should be prepared to pay with his life. My Wind Sword School's disciple cannot die in vain. Prepare to pay with your life. Lu Xian held his sword diagonally and walked towards the person from the profound ice pavilion. Seeing this scene, Duan Mulei was instantly dumbfounded. Was this guy really an idiot? Did he not know that the person in front of him was a disciple from the profound ice pavilion? Did he not know that the person in front of him had the strength of the spirit refinement realm? Not only did he not run, but he actually delivered himself to their doorstep. Duan Mulei almost instantly had the thought of turning around and running. But for some reason, he still stopped where he was. He wanted to see where this guy from the Wind Sword School got his confidence from. Anyway, it would not be too late for him to run when the two of them started fighting. The person from the profound ice pavilion was also stunned. Then, he laughed wildly and said, "The newborn calf is really not afraid of the tiger. To be able to enter the profound ice secret realm, I guess you are considered a top figure in the Wind Sword School, right? But, in front of my Xian Ice sect, you guys are scums. No, you can't even be considered scums. Remember, yours truly's name is Han Qing. Don't die without knowing who killed you. You'd better leave your name to the King of Hell." Lu Xian's eyes were cold as he said. In this short period of time, he was already not far away from Han Qing. Without hesitation, he raised the shattered ice sword and released his sword intent at the peak of the intermediate stage. Wind Startling Sword was instantly unleashed. Duan Mulei, who was watching from the back, was so shocked that his hair stood on end. This guy actually dared to make a move. Upper human rank treasure tool? Good treasure. I didn't expect you to have such good stuff. Then I won't be polite. Han Qing's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Xian's shattered ice sword. At the same time, his hand didn't slow down. He swept out with his sword, and a majestic yuan power instantly collided with Lu Xian's wind-startling sword. This Han Qing's strength was not weak. He had already reached the third layer of the spirit refinement realm. No wonder he was so arrogant. He didn't even put Lu Xian in his eyes. In his opinion, killing a mere 10th layer of the body refinement realm was as easy as flipping his hand. The third layer of the spirit refinement realm. This was definitely the strongest martial artist that Lu Xian had ever fought. But the current him was not the same as before. When he was at the Wind Sword School, he could already kill an elite second layer of the spirit refinement realm. Not to mention, he had a breakthrough in the guest house. The wind-startling sword was quickly broken by Han Qing. Lu Xian's sword momentum changed. Lightning, gorgeous lightning flashed in an instant, and a huge thunderbolt rapidly struck towards Han Qing. "Brat, you have some strength. No wonder you dared to make a move against me. But if you only have this much strength, then you can go die." Han Qing gave a loud shout. He waved the sword in his hand. Ice Yuan power instantly gathered, and 3 huge ice souls formed. One went to meet Lu Xian's lightning-startling sword, and the other 2 smashed towards Lu Xian. Impressively, this was the profound grade martial skill that Kong Wenbin had used before, the Ice Soul Sword art. Although Han Qing's strength was stronger than Kong Wenbin's, he didn't have the concept of ice. If he had the concept of ice, then perhaps he would be able to pose some threat to Lu Xian. But right now, it wasn't enough. Wind riding art, Lu Xian's figure suddenly became erratic. Han Qing's sure kill attack was actually directly dodged by Lu Xian. At the same time, the shattered ice sword stabbed out, the strongest move of the startling cloud sword art. The startling cloud sword art stabbed straight at Han Qing's throat. Han Qing was suddenly shocked. How could this brat's movement be so fast and so unpredictable? He could even dodge his sure kill attack. But now was not the time for him to think too much. The aura of the third layer of the spirit refinement realm exploded. The energy in his body was activated and a solid energy barrier was formed in front of him. When Lu Xian's ferocious startling cloud sword stabbed into the energy barrier, the pressure suddenly increased. The speed of the sword slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The lethality was getting lower and lower. A martial artist at the third layer of the spirit refinement realm was indeed stronger than a martial artist at the second layer of the spirit refinement realm. Their use of energy was also more ingenious. Seeing that Lu Xian's attack had been blocked by him, Han Qing smiled evilly and said, "Having this kind of strength in the body refinement realm is enough for you to be proud. However, the strength of the spirit refinement realm is not something you can imagine." "Is that so?" Lu Xian's expression did not change. He spoke indifferently. The sword intent that was emitted from the peak of the intermediate stage suddenly condensed. The invisible sword intent instantly attached to the shattered ice sword. The startling cloud sword that was about to run out of energy exploded once again. The peak of the intermediate stage sword intent was extremely strong and unparalleled. Sharpness instantly broke through Han Qing's energy barrier. The shattered ice sword once again stabbed towards Han Qing. Lu Xian's sudden eruption gave Han Qing a fright. He no longer cared about maintaining the energy barrier. The long sword in his hand suddenly waved. The powerful energy was unreservedly injected into the long sword and brutally smashed towards the shattered ice sword. Impressively, he wanted to use absolute strength to suppress Lu Xian. Duan Mulei, who was watching from the side, was also stunned at this moment. This guy from Wind Sword School was so powerful. Was this really the power that a martial artist at the body refining stage could exert? He could actually force a martial artist at the third LV of spirit refining to this extent. Now, Duan Mulei finally understood why Lu Xian didn't have the slightest thought of escaping. It turned out that he really had the strength to fight against a spirit refinement realm martial artist. Thinking of this, Duan Mulei couldn't help but feel a little excited. Maybe this fellow from the profound ice pavilion would really die at the hands of Lu Xian. It would be best if both sides were injured, then he would be able to reap the benefits. Lu Xian could see Han Qing's desperate actions. The startling cloud strike specialized in speed and momentum. If he were to clash head-on with Han Qing, he would not have an easy time. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was very obvious. However, in terms of strength, Lu Xian was not afraid. He had already steeled his heart to cut down Han Qing with his sword, so why would he hold back? Bloodline power, explode, the 28 acupoints in his body that were opened, explode, in an instant, essence energy revolved around Lu Xian's body. Although he didn't have any life essence energy, the 28 acupoints in his body were filled with essence energy. In terms of quantity, it wasn't inferior to Han Qing, who was at the third level of the spirit refinement realm. Lu Xian's momentum was already quite strong. At this moment, it increased by 30%. The sword's momentum suddenly changed. The startling cloud strike took the initiative to stop, and the dragon sword art was unleashed. Dragon soars in the sky. Lu Xian bellowed angrily. The sword trembled, as though it was letting out a trace of a dragon's roar. Complementing his incomparably powerful move, the might was unparalleled for a moment. The dense essence energy formed an azure dragon's shadow around his body. Duan Mulei's eyes almost popped out. He felt that at this moment, Lu Xian seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon, ferociously pouncing towards Han Qing. Han Qing, who originally looked quite strong, now seemed so weak in front of Lu Xian. Ah. Die for me. Han Qing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He used all the methods he could use. He never would have thought that this little guy at the 10th level of the body refinement realm would be able to explode with such a powerful battle strength, but his resistance, in front of Lu Xian, was like a cornered beast struggling. The shattered ice sword pierced forward, and Han Qing's long sword was instantly knocked away. Lu Xian's sword momentum didn't decrease. Almost in an instant, the shattered ice sword successfully pierced into Han Qing's heart. Half of the long sword that was covered in blood was exposed from his back. Han Qing's gaze suddenly froze. The aura around his body rapidly weakened, and his hands powerlessly drooped down. "I, actually, will die, in your hands." Han Qing's voice was filled with unwillingness. But these were also the last words he would say in his life. Those who kill, will always be killed. As Lu Xian pulled out the long sword, a dull thud sounded out. Han Qing's heavy corpse fell to the ground. A martial artist at the third level of the body refinement realm died in Lu Xian's hands just like that. Duan Mulei slowly put down his hands that were covering his mouth. This was really too unbelievable. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the spirit refinement realm would actually die in the hands of a martial artist at the 10th level of the body refinement realm. This Lu Xian's battle strength and talent was really too terrifying. He had only thought of escaping before, but who would have thought that Lu Xian would directly kill Han Qing, completely eliminating any future troubles. Lu Xian bent down and picked up Han Qing's weapon and the storage ring on his hand. Then, without another glance, he walked straight to the corpse in the distance. He wanted to know who exactly died. Everyone was a disciple of the Wind Sword School, and more or less had some friendship. No matter who it was, Lu Xian was not happy to see. Duan Mulei was stunned for a moment, but then he quickly followed. This was a leg that he had to hug tightly. Even a martial artist at the 3rd level of the spirit refinement realm could be killed. As long as he didn't meet any particularly strong disciples from the mysterious ice pavilion, he could practically run amok in the mysterious ice secret realm. Of course, regarding the dangers of the mysterious ice secret realm, he was still helpless. Soon, Lu Xian arrived in front of the corpse and slowly turned it over. A familiar face appeared in front of Lu Xian, but it was already lifeless. As expected, it was a disciple of the Wind Sword School. However, it was one of the 6 disciples who joined later, and not Yufeng or Xiaolong. This disciple had also appeared at Lu Xian's welcome banquet, and even specially toasted Lu Xian with 2 cups of wine. No one would have thought that he would die in the mysterious ice secret realm. Looking at the disciple's corpse, Lu Xian was silent. From the moment they entered the mysterious ice secret realm, everyone was already prepared to die. However, when they saw someone actually die, they still felt sad. Maybe in the next moment, he, Lu Xian, would also become a corpse, and no one would know when they would die. With a wave of the broken ice sword, Lu Xian quickly dug a big hole at the side, and placed the disciple's corpse inside. Since he had come across it, he naturally had to bury him, and not let his corpse be exposed in the wilderness. Duan Mulei, who was at the side, also hurried forward and helped Lu Xian fill the hole. "Senior, the dead have passed away, please restrain your grief." Duan Mulei carefully comforted him. Lu Xian nodded. This was all he could do. Now was not the time to be sad, he had to find Xianxia and Chen Shaohan as soon as possible. Otherwise, the next time he saw the corpses of others, it might not be the corpses of others, but the corpses of the 2 of them. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian probed Han Qing's storage ring with his perception. Han Qing was indeed worthy of being a disciple of the profound ice pavilion, he was indeed very wealthy. In the storage ring, other than some miscellaneous items, the most valuable things were a pile of primordial stones and a profound ice jade leaf lotus. There were also 2 types of primordial stones. One type was what Han Qing had brought in from the outside world. There were 5 high-grade primordial stones and 400 to 500 mid-grade primordial stones. The other type was pure ice-type primordial stones that he had obtained from the profound ice mystic realm. There were a total of 2 high-grade primordial stones, over 100 mid-grade primordial stones, and 3 or 4 pieces of ice soul. It was obvious that Han Qing had obtained them from killing the profound ice demon. Of course, the most valuable thing was still the profound ice jade leaf lotus. It was worth a total of 3,000 contribution points. Just this one lotus was equivalent to several times what Lu Xian had obtained. In addition to these, Lu Xian also found a profound ice pavilion disciple nameplate. And another storage ring. That disciple nameplate should have been Han Qing's, and within the storage ring, there was a Wind Sword School nameplate. Without a doubt, this storage ring was taken from the dead Wind Sword School disciple by Han Qing. Just as Lu Xian was checking his harvest, he suddenly felt a strong gust of wind. Lu Xian was shocked. He quickly withdrew his perception from the storage ring and used the rushing thunder flash. He instantly teleported several feet away and looked coldly at Duan Mulei. He had been too careless. Lu Xian's heart was filled with hatred. Just now, he was immersed in his sadness. Coupled with Duan Mulei's normal behavior, he had actually forgotten to guard against Duan Mulei. The one who had suddenly attacked him was Duan Mulei. "Ha ha ha, senior apprentice brother, no matter how strong you are, didn't you still fall for my trick?" Duan Mulei had long escaped far away. He looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. "Do you feel that your whole body is a little itchy?" The essence energy in your body seems to be a little abnormal and uncontrollable. Don't be rash. The moment you move, the poison will act up even faster. At that time, the poison will completely take effect and all the essence energy in your body will go berserk. I'm afraid that senior apprentice brother will not even have a corpse left. Duan Mulei said with a smile. Clearly, he was incomparably pleased with his scheme succeeding. After sensing for a while, Lu Xian discovered that it was indeed as Duan Mulei said. All the essence energy in his body started to go berserk uncontrollably. Furthermore, his whole body was numb and itchy, as though he could not exert any strength. Without a doubt, he had been poisoned. Sun Moon Villa was originally a sect that was proficient in using poison. The gust of wind that Duan Mulei had released just now was not a real attack. His real killing move was the poison mixed in the gust of wind. This poison of mine can even poison a soul refinement realm expert, let alone a mere body refinement realm cultivator like you. So don't even think about struggling and don't think about killing me before this. I don't have the antidote for this poison on me. Only I can concoct it on the spot to cure your poison. Duan Mulei said proudly. What do you want? Lu Xian said in a deep voice. Duan Mulei must have a plan. Otherwise, he would not have talked so much nonsense with him. Senior apprentice brother is indeed smart. I don't want to kill you, but I'm not sure if you will kill me. So after thinking about it, it's better to make the first move. However, it's simple if you want to live. I have a pill here. As long as you eat it, I will detoxify you. Duan Mulei took out a dark red pill and smiled. You want to control me? Lu Xian sneered. With Duan Mulei's strength, even if he had poison, it would not be easy for him to survive in the mystic mystic realm. After all, poisoning also required opportunities. If it wasn't for Lu Xian's carelessness, how could Duan Mulei have taken advantage of him? However, if he had Lu Xian's help, his chances of survival would greatly increase. That's right. Duan Mulei admitted openly. Die now, or be controlled by me. Choose for yourself. What if I don't choose? Lu Xian forcefully suppressed the restless yuan energy in his body and slowly stepped forward. Duan Mulei couldn't help but panic. He didn't expect Lu Xian to be so unafraid of death. However, he also knew that he couldn't show any weakness at this moment. Once he showed any signs of weakness, the initiative would be handed to Lu Xian. Duan Mulei immediately took a few steps back and said with a face full of vigilance, You better think it through. Once you kill me, the poison will take effect and you will definitely die. However, if you obey me, I will definitely detoxify you after we leave the Profound Ice secret realm. Moreover, I will also give you a portion of the resources. This is definitely a win-win situation. You will detoxify me after we leave? Lu Xian seemed to be a little shaken. Duan Mulei was overjoyed and quickly said, Of course. I don't want your life. I just want you to cooperate with me. That's why I came up with this plan. Hearing this, Lu Xian seemed to be a little hesitant. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he said, All right, give me the pill. Hearing Lu Xian agree, Duan Mulei immediately heaved a sigh of relief and quickly took 2 steps forward. However, as if he had thought of something, he quickly stopped and bent down to put the pill on the ground. Then, he took another step back and said, The pill is on the ground. Pick it up and eat it. I will concoct the antidote for you. Obviously, Duan Mulei was very vigilant and worried that Lu Xian would trick him. Humph, coward. Lu Xian coldly snorted and directly walked forward to pick up the pill. After a moment of hesitation, he put it into his mouth. Duan Mulei had been carefully observing Lu Xian's movements. When he saw that Lu Xian really swallowed the pill, he felt relieved. Only then did he truly feel relieved. He smiled and said, Caution is the parent of safety. Senior brother, didn't you also fall for my trick because you were careless? The pill you just ate will take effect once every half an hour. I only have medicine to delay the effects of the pill. I don't have a complete antidote, so don't try to force me to hand over the antidote. This Duan Mulei was really meticulous and meticulous. It could be said that he had Lu Xian firmly in his grasp. Cut the crap. Give me the antidote first. Lu Xian asked for the antidote right away. Duan Mulei's poison was truly potent. Lu Xian felt that the yuanli in his body was becoming more and more restless. Not only did it greatly reduce his strength, but if he did not detoxify the poison soon, it would rush into his internal organs and explode, leading to his death. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Duan Mulei kept his word. After all, a dead Lu Xian was useless to him. Duan Mulei quickly took out a few bottles and jars from his storage ring. After some mixing, a small bottle of antidote was formed. This was the way the Sun Moon Villa did things. They never carried ready-made antidotes on them. They only carried some half-finished products that needed to be mixed at the last minute to form the antidote. This also greatly increased their safety. Even if Lu Xian directly killed Duan Mulei, he wouldn't be able to obtain the real antidote. Holding the small bottle of antidote, Duan Mulei walked straight to Lu Xian and handed it to him. Drink it. Now, he was not on guard against Lu Xian. After all, Lu Xian had already eaten his poison pill. If he wanted to live, he could only listen to him. This time, Lu Xian didn't say much. Since he had already been poisoned by Duan Mulei, one more wouldn't matter. Moreover, Duan Mulei didn't need to do this. As the bottle of antidote entered his body, Lu Xian closed his eyes. He quickly felt the effects of the antidote. The restless essence energy in his body gradually calmed down. The soreness and powerlessness also slowly disappeared. His strength was constantly recovering. After a long while, Lu Xian opened his eyes. The poison that he had been poisoned had been completely cured. However, the poison from Duan Mulei's poison pill still existed. Give me everything you got from Han Qing. Duan Mulei used a commanding tone to instruct Lu Xian. Yuan Stone, Ice Soul, Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus. Not a single one can be missing. A strange light flickered in Lu Xian's eyes as he looked at Duan Mulei. He slowly said, You also know that I have the Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus. I believe you should know the effects of the Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus. A trace of doubt flashed across Duan Mulei's face, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror. With a strange cry, he quickly turned around and fled. He was fast, but Lu Xian was even faster. The blink sword technique was unleashed in an instant. A sword viciously slashed at Duan Mulei's back. Duan Mulei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was sent flying and fell to the ground. Ignoring the intense pain coming from his back, Duan Mulei's face was filled with fear as he looked at the slowly approaching Lu Xian. It was all for naught. He had calculated everything, but he had actually forgotten about the existence of the Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus. The Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus had many uses, but the most important one was its antidote. It was no wonder that Lu Xian dared to unscrupulously consume his poison pill. It was precisely because of the existence of the Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus that Lu Xian was so fearless. The only reason why he had feigned civility was because he wanted to obtain the antidote for the previous poison. After all, Lu Xian needed to recover his strength before he dared to make a move against Duan Mulei. Senior brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I have no ill intentions. I only want to cooperate with you. Duan Mulei's hands were on the ground as he continuously crawled backwards and begged bitterly. The situation had changed drastically. Right now, his life was completely in the hands of Lu Xian. With regards to Duan Mulei's words, Lu Xian turned a deaf ear. No ill intentions? Those words could only fool a ghost. Lu Xian did not believe that Duan Mulei would give him the antidote after leaving the Profound Ice Mystic Realm. The most likely scenario was that Duan Mulei would directly poison Lu Xian to death when he had no more value to him. I'm sorry, but I don't have the habit of putting my life in the hands of others. Since you have chosen to make a move against me, you should be prepared to suffer my wrath. After Lu Xian finished speaking, he did not give Duan Mulei another chance to speak. The long sword in his hand left his hand and shot towards Duan Mulei at lightning speed. Pfft, the sound of a long sword piercing through flesh could be heard. The shattered ice sword directly pierced through Duan Mulei's throat. For a moment, he was not completely dead. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Lu Xian did not rush forward. He waited until Duan Mulei was completely dead before retrieving the shattered ice sword. The reason why he did not approach Duan Mulei was that Lu Xian still had a lingering fear of his poison. Although he had the profound ice jade leaf lotus, the effect of the profound ice jade leaf lotus was also limited. It was better to avoid this poison. Only after successfully killing Duan Mulei did Lu Xian feel a lingering fear in his heart. If he had coincidentally obtained the abstruse ice jade leaf lotus, he might have really died this time. He would not have died at the hands of a spirit refinement realm martial artist, but at the hands of a fellow in the body refinement realm who used poison. Before entering the profound ice mystic realm, Instructor Yang had told him to be wary of the disciples of the Sun Moon Villa. He did not expect that he would still be careless. He now deeply understood that he must not let his guard down just because the enemy was weak. There were countless examples of high-level martial artists dying in the hands of low-level martial artists. Poison, traps, these were all things that could cause a person to fail miserably. Without time to lament, Lu Xian quickly peeled off the storage ring from Duan Mulei's hand. As for Duan Mulei's corpse, he did not even touch it. Who knew if this guy had the habit of smearing poison on his body? While quickly retreating from this place, Lu Xian checked Duan Mulei's storage ring. With one look, Lu Xian was pleasantly surprised. In Duan Mulei's storage ring, there were many bottles and jars. It was obvious that they were all kinds of poisons. There were also hundreds of intermediate primordial stones. However, this was not what made Lu Xian happy. Because he actually found 2 profound ice jade leaf lotus in Duan Mulei's storage ring. It was one more than the profound ice jade leaf lotus in Han Qing's possession. Now, Lu Xian finally understood why Duan Mulei would rather run away than hand over his storage ring to save his life. It turned out that this guy had already obtained 2 profound ice jade leaf lotuses before this. 2 profound ice jade leaf lotuses were worth 6,000 contribution points. If Duan Mulei really obtained the resources in Lu Xian's hands, it would instantly reach 10,000 contribution points. This guy's calculations were really good. However, it all benefited Lu Xian now. The 3 profound ice jade leaf lotuses and the primordial stones were placed into Lu Xian's storage ring. As for Duan Mulei's poisons, Lu Xian did not touch them. However, he did not throw them away either. Who knows, they might come in handy in the future. Lu Xian pushed the wind-riding art to its fastest speed and quickly retreated from this place. An hour later, the other portion of Duan Mulei's poison would take effect and Lu Xian had to detoxify it before that happened. Originally, he was worried that the medicinal properties of the profound ice jade leaf lotus would not be enough and he would not be able to detoxify it. After all, the medicinal properties of the profound ice jade leaf lotus would only be better after being refined into elixirs. However, now that he had 3 of them, there would definitely be no problem. Very quickly, Lu Xian found a secluded valley. With a wave of his hand, he set up an illusion array and concealed the entire valley. Lu Xian immediately entered the valley as he secretly made up his mind. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would study the way of talismans. It would be of great use at a crucial moment. Sitting down cross-legged, a light flashed and a fragrant profound ice jade leaf lotus fell into Lu Xian's hands. The profound ice jade leaf lotus was indeed as its name suggested. The entire lotus seemed to be carved out of ice and made of jade. Moreover, the lotus leaves were verdant and glistening, just like the finest jade. Such a beautiful thing made one somewhat reluctant to destroy it. However, in order to preserve his life, Lu Xian did not care so much. He directly stretched out his hand and stuffed the profound ice jade leaf lotus into his mouth. A cool and fragrant sensation spread and Lu Xian swiftly swallowed it. Worried that the medicinal effects were insufficient, Lu Xian clenched his teeth and took out another profound ice jade leaf lotus. He continued to stuff it into his mouth and consumed 2 profound ice jade leaf lotuses in a row. Even though the profound ice jade leaf lotus was extremely valuable and could be exchanged for 3,000 contribution points, Lu Xian believed that he would be able to find an even better treasure sooner or later. When it was time to use it, he would not be lenient. The profound ice jade leaf lotus was so valuable not only because of its ability to detoxify, but also because it was one of its additional properties. Profound Ice Pavilion usually used the profound ice jade leaf lotus to refine profound ice golden lotus pills. The profound ice golden lotus pill could not only greatly increase the yuan power within a martial artist's body, but it could also allow a martial artist to cultivate a trace of profound ice energy. Its effects were extremely remarkable. Profound Ice Pavilion's ordinary disciples practiced a variety of cultivation methods, but most of them focused on ice attribute cultivation methods. As for the top disciples, they basically all practiced the same cultivation method called the Profound Ice Heart Sutra. This was also Profound Ice Pavilion's most powerful and famous cultivation method. It was rumored to have reached Earth tier lower grade. As everyone knew, the difference between the soul refinement realm and the body refinement realm was that they were able to cultivate their life origin energy, and this Profound Ice energy was the life origin energy that was condensed through cultivating the Profound Ice Heart Sutra. Every strand of Profound Ice energy was extremely difficult to condense. It required a large amount of time and consumed a large amount of primordial stones. From this, one could see the value of the Profound Ice Jade Lotus. 2 Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotuses were enough to refine nearly 10 Profound Ice Golden Lotus pills, and now Lu Xian had swallowed them all. In less than 10 breaths of time, the medicinal effects of the Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus quickly took effect. Lu Xian, whose eyes were tightly shut, could not help but shiver. A thin layer of frost condensed on his body, and not long after, his eyebrows and cheeks were covered in frost. The effects of the Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus had completely taken effect, although the Profound Ice Golden Lotus pills used by the Profound Ice Pavilion disciples also used the Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus as the main ingredient. The medicinal effects had been neutralized by other supplementary ingredients. How could it be directly eaten like Lu Xian? The medicinal effects were naturally incomparably fierce. For a moment, Lu Xian felt as if he was standing naked in a world of ice and snow. The biting cold wind kept blowing at him, piercing right into his bones and making him feel extremely cold. The medicinal effects of this Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus are really strong. Lu Xian gritted his teeth as he thought. However, he could even withstand the chill of the Azure Dragon Essence blood, so this little bit of chill would not be able to do anything to him. Calming his mind, the Tai origin art began to circulate. A wave of warmth rose from Lu Xian's heart and abdomen. The chill brought by the Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus instantly dissipated by half. Following the circulation of the Tai regression technique, the medicinal effects of the mysterious Ice Jade Leaf Lotus were also transmitted to every part of Lu Xian's body. With such an abundant amount of elemental energy spreading throughout his body, Lu Xian felt extremely comfortable. The effects of this technique were much stronger than that of a mid-grade elemental gathering formation. One had to know that the Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus was worth 3,000 contribution points, which was equivalent to 3,000 medial grade origin stones. If Lu Xian consumed 2 of them, it would be worth 6,000 medial grade origin stones. Although the origin energy that the Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus brought might not be as much as that many medial grade origin stones, it was still not to be underestimated. Just as the Tai origin conversion skill was circulating continuously, a trace of extremely pure ice elemental yuan power slowly gathered. This is the power of Profound Ice? Lu Xian was instantly incomparably shocked. After a slight moment of doubt, he recognized the power of Profound Ice. This was not the first time he had seen the power of Profound Ice. Previously, when he healed Zhao Bing'er, he had sucked out the invading power of Profound Ice from her body. At this moment, he naturally recognized it at a glance. However, what made him extremely puzzled was that he clearly did not cultivate the Profound Ice Heart Sutra, so why was he able to condense the power of Profound Ice? It was truly unimaginable. Even though Lu Xian could not figure out the reason behind it, he did not delve too deeply into it. No matter what, it was definitely a good thing that he was able to condense the power of mysterious ice. It would greatly increase his strength. Traces of the power of Profound Ice were continuously extracted from the medicinal properties of the Profound Ice Jade Leaf Lotus. Meanwhile, Lu Xian circulated his cultivation method and stored the power of Profound Ice in his Guanyuan meridian. The reason why breaking through the meridian points of the body refinement realm was so important was because after reaching the spirit refinement realm, one could store one's life source energy in each meridian point. Without a doubt, the more meridian points one broke through, the more life source energy one could store, and the stronger one's strength would be. One could imagine how strong Lu Xian's strength would be when he reached the spirit refinement realm with the dozens of meridian points in his body. The power of Profound Ice continued to grow. Originally, it was only a small trace, but it gradually condensed into the thickness of a little finger, and then became the size of an egg. If Zhao Bing'er and the other Profound Ice Pavilion disciples knew of Lu Xian's fast condensing speed, they would definitely be shocked. Even if they cultivated the profound Ice Heart Sutra, they would not be able to achieve such an effect. They did not think that Lu Xian's Tai return to origin technique would be even faster than them. Lu Xian was immersed in cultivation. Time flew by quickly. The matter of detoxifying the poison had long been thrown to the back of his mind. He focused on absorbing the power brought by the profound ice jade leaf lotus and condensing the power of profound ice. In reality, Duan Mulei's poison had long been expelled, and it was no longer a threat to Lu Xian. With the continuous accumulation of power, Lu Xian was like a bottle filled with water, once again welcoming the opportunity to break through. Lu Xian's body suddenly exploded with a strong aura. He had already broken through to the peak of the body refinement realm, reaching the peak of the body refinement realm in one go. He was only a step away from the spirit refinement realm. At the moment of breaking through, the acupoints in Lu Xian's body opened up again. It was the best time to break through. In reality, this was also the last time Lu Xian would break through his acupoints. If he broke through again, he would reach the spirit refinement realm. Wanting to break through an acupoint would be much more difficult than when he was at the body refinement realm. Profound ice power, out. The power of profound ice that Lu Xian had just condensed was activated by Lu Xian without reservation. The power of profound ice was the power of one's Yuan spirit. In terms of strength, it was much stronger than normal power. How would a normal spirit refinement realm martial artist have the chance to use their Yuan spirit to break through their acupoints? The power of profound ice, the size of a fist, was condensed into the shape of a needle by Lu Xian. It suddenly struck a fatal acupoint. Receiving such a sudden attack, the acupoint that was originally in a slightly open state was instantly broken through by Lu Xian. Out of the 36 fatal acupoints, another one was broken through. The positions of all the acupoints in his body, Lu Xian had long since memorized them by heart. Without any hesitation, Lu Xian continued to break through the next acupoint. With the help of the power of profound ice, in addition to the continuous supply of Yuan spirit from the profound ice jade leaf lotus, one acupoint after another was broken through by Lu Xian. When the effects of the profound ice jade leaf lotus were about to take effect, Lu Xian clenched his teeth and stuffed the last stalk of profound ice jade leaf lotus into his mouth. Although the profound ice jade leaf lotus was precious, it was absolutely worth it to use it to break through an acupoint. There was only one chance, and if he missed it, there wouldn't be another. With the effects of the new stock of profound ice jade leaf lotus taking effect, the gradually thinning Yuan spirit within Lu Xian's body was once again replenished. At this time, the number of acupoints Lu Xian had broken through had reached 9. He had already caught up to the highest record of breaking through an acupoint, but he still didn't stop. When the last stock of profound ice jade leaf lotus finished taking effect, Lu Xian had already broken through 14 acupoints. This was definitely a number that could shock anyone. To be able to achieve this kind of result, the right time, the right place, and the right people were all indispensable. The right time was naturally to break through to the peak of the 10th layer of body refinement, the best time to break through. The right place was the help of the power of profound ice and the effects of the 3 profound ice jade leaf lotuses. But the most important thing was the right people. The so-called right people was Lu Xian's own talent. The right time, the right place, as long as they paid the price, many people could achieve this. Only with this right people, no one could do anything. At this time, all the acupoints in Lu Xian's body were gradually closing up. Seeing that the best time to break through was about to pass, Lu Xian's expression didn't change. In a flash, countless Yuan stones were suddenly thrown out from his storage ring. He still needed to make one last gamble. Several hundred ordinary Yuan stones were instantly shattered by Lu Xian's sword intent. An enormous amount of Yuan spirit was released, filling the entire mountain valley with Yuan spirit. It was even more effective than a middle-grade Yuan Qi gathering array. If so many Yuan stones were used to arrange a middle-grade Yuan Qi gathering array, it would be enough for Lu Xian to cultivate for a period of time. How could he be as wasteful as he was, directly shattering the Yuan stones and directly using the Yuan Qi within them? Although it was wasteful, the effects were also excellent. 2 high-grade Yuan stones were held in Lu Xian's hands. The Tai origin technique revolved, automatically absorbing Yuan spirit from the air. Lu Xian, on the other hand, absorbed the Yuan spirit from the high-grade Yuan stones. The yuan spirit from a high-grade yuan stone was much purer and more vigorous than a middle-grade yuan stone, and the effects were even better. Breaking through the acupoints continued. However, it was getting more and more difficult. After failing to break through the critical acupoints 3 times in a row, Lu Xian had no choice but to choose a lower-level critical acupoint. The high-grade yuan stones were also constantly being consumed. He didn't have many high-grade yuan stones to begin with. Other than the 2 he obtained, he only had a few pieces from Hanqing and Wanmulei. When he ran out of high-grade yuan stones, Lu Xian turned his attention to the ice soul stone. The ice soul stone could also be used as a yuan stone, and the yuan spirit was even purer. This was because it was made up of pure yuan spirit. After half an hour, the yuan spirit in the mountain valley had almost completely dissipated. Lu Xian's ice soul stone and yuan stones were also completely used up. It could be said that during this period of time, Lu Xian had already used up all of his gains. This included his own yuan ice soul stone, the yuan ice soul stone he obtained from Hanqing and Wanmulei, and the 3 priceless mysterious ice jade leaf lotuses. Of course, the effects were also outstanding. Just this time, Lu Xian broke through 17 acupoints in one go. In total, he had already broken through 45 acupoints. Among them, 27 were critical acupoints, 9 were vital acupoints, and 9 were ordinary acupoints. Lu Xian opened his eyes, exhaled a mouthful of white cold air, and slowly stood up. The bones in his body crackled, and he felt that his whole body was brimming with power. Breaking through to the peak of the 10th layer of body refinement consumed so many resources. Perhaps only the top direct disciples of the mysterious ice pavilion could spend so many resources. Even the average direct disciples might not have so many resources for their consumption. This time, Lu Xian definitely benefited a lot. Not only did he break through to the peak of the 10th layer of body refinement in one go, he was only one step away from the spirit refinement stage. The number of acupoints he broke through reached 45. More importantly, he cultivated the power of mysterious ice the size of a fist. Even a low-level spirit refinement stage martial artist might not be able to cultivate so much mysterious ice power, let alone Lu Xian, who was only at the body refinement stage. With his current strength, Lu Xian's chances of survival in the profound ice mystery territory had greatly increased. As long as he did not encounter the powerful disciples in the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm from the profound ice pavilion, even if he could not defeat them, he would still be able to escape. Walking out of the valley, Lu Xian waved his hand to remove the illusory formation that he had set up. At the same time, he took out the identity token of the Wind Sword School. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing him, he did not carry the token with him. Instead, he kept it in his storage ring. He did not know if there were any disciples from the Wind Sword School nearby. He injected a stream of energy into the token, and 2 rays of light suddenly flashed on the token. Lu Xian's face flashed with joy. There were people. And there were 2 of them. He did not know who was nearby. Immediately, Lu Xian did not hesitate anymore. He followed the instructions of the token and quickly rushed in the direction of the 2 people. However, he did not let his guard down. The token of the Wind Sword School had a reaction, so it might not necessarily mean that there were disciples around. It could be that some disciples had been killed and their token was taken by the enemy to attract more people to walk into the trap. Just a moment ago, a few miles away from Lu Xian, Xianxia and Kong Wenbin stood with their backs against an ice mountain. In front of them, there were almost 10 disciples with weapons in their hands, surrounding them. We are disciples of the Wind Sword School. We have no grudges with you. Why are you stopping us? Kong Wenbin looked at the crowd in front of him and said in a deep voice. Hehe, you should ask Lu Xian from your Wind Sword School. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being from the same sect as him. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Wei Sua's face as he laughed hideously. Kong Wenbin could not help but think, Lu Xian? Could it be that Lu Xian had offended them and was now venting his anger on him? Speaking of which, Kong Wenbin's luck was pretty good this time around. He had only just entered the mysterious ice secret realm when he had already met Xianxia. This undoubtedly caused Kong Wenbin to be overjoyed. In a dangerous situation, it was easiest to nurture feelings. If he could seize the opportunity to win Xianxia's heart, that would naturally be the best. Unfortunately, the two of them did not encounter much danger along the way. Occasionally, they would encounter a profound ice demon. However, with the two of them working together, they managed to kill all of them. Originally, when Kong Wenbin saw that someone had come to cause trouble for him, he was secretly delighted. He thought that he had a chance to show off and save the damsel in distress. Although it was a common trick, reality had proven that it was time-tested. However, to Kong Wenbin's surprise, the enemy this time was far stronger than he had imagined. Not to mention saving the damsel in distress, he might not even be able to protect himself. Kong Wenbin recognized the person who had just spoken. He was the number 1 core disciple of the Skyblade sect, Wei Suo. As for the people beside him, Kong Wenbin did not recognize them. However, he was able to determine their identities from their clothes. They were all disciples of the mysterious ice pavilion, although Kong Wenbin did not know why Wei Suo would be with the people of the mysterious ice pavilion and even borrow their power. Kong Wenbin knew that he was in trouble this time. His strength of the second layer of the spirit refinement realm might be able to show off in a rank 3 sect. However, in front of the disciples of the mysterious ice pavilion, it was nothing. That Lu Xian, I am not familiar with him. In fact, we even have a grudge against each other. Therefore, I think you have found the wrong person. Kong Wenbin braced himself and said. He could not wait to distance himself from the relationship with Lu Xian. Hearing this, Xianxia frowned slightly. However, she did not say anything. It did not matter if Kong Wenbin was speaking the truth or if it was an expedient tactic. Her life was more important now, so she did not care about it. When he heard Kong Wenbin's words, Wei Suo sneered and said, I know you don't have a good relationship with Lu Xian. Not only did he snatch your title as the number 1 core disciple, he even snatched your woman. I'm sure you can't wait for him to die, right? In order to deal with Lu Xian, Wei Suo had a very detailed understanding of the information about the Wind Sword School. Yes, I do not have a good relationship with Lu Xian. If you can really help me kill him, I will be very grateful. Kong Wenbin quickly said. What he said seemed to be an expedient tactic. However, it was probably the same as what he was thinking. I am not his woman. Xianxia frowned and said. She was quite disgusted by Wei Suo's words. But you are Lu Xian's woman, so you deserve to die even more. TSK, this guy Lu Xian really has a lot of luck with women. When he was in the inner sect of the Wind Sword sect, he had quite a few beauties by his side. I didn't expect that he would have such a stunning beauty like you among the core disciples. I'm really envious. Senior brother Cheng, what do you think of this girl? As Wei Suo spoke, he turned his head to look at Qing Hong and put on a fawning expression. In order to take revenge, in order to borrow the power of the mysterious ice pavilion, Wei Suo had no choice but to lower his voice. Without a doubt, the people beside Wei Suo were Qing Hong and the other disciples of the mysterious ice pavilion. Wei Suo could be considered lucky. Originally, in such a large mysterious ice secret domain, it was not easy to meet other people. However, he just had to meet Qing Hong and immediately became friends with the disciples of the mysterious ice pavilion. Hearing this, Qing Hong's eyes suddenly narrowed and a trace of an evil smile flashed across his face. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Before entering the mysterious ice secret domain, he had already noticed Xianxia and Qin Shaohan beside Lu Xian. He had long coveted them. He did not expect that he would actually meet them. Not to mention that he was taking revenge for Wei Suo. Even if he did not have a relationship with Wei Suo, how could Qing Hong let go of a beauty like Xianxia? Seeing Qing Hong's expression, how could Xianxia not know what kind of dirty thoughts he had in his mind? Her expression suddenly changed. Don't even think about it. If you dare to take even half a step closer to me, I will not let you get what you want even if I die. Is that so? Qing Hong said, what's so good about that Lu Xian? He's just a disciple of a 3rd grade sect in the body refinement stage. In terms of strength and identity, how can he compare to me? If you follow me, after we leave the mysterious ice secret domain, I will give you resources worth 10,000 contribution points and let you join the mysterious ice pavilion directly. How about that? Before Xianxia could say anything, Kong Wenbin, who was beside her, was extremely tempted. Join the mysterious ice pavilion. That was his lifelong dream. If Qinghong was willing to give him 10,000 contribution points, he would do anything for him. Stop dreaming. You are not worthy of being compared to Lu Xian. Lu Xian is more than 100 times better than you. Xianxia sneered, unmoved. Hearing Xianxia's merciless rebuke, Qinghong's expression immediately turned cold. He had always had a superior attitude towards these third-grade sect disciples, especially in the mysterious ice pavilion, where he had managed to curry favor with another powerful disciple. He might not even look up to ordinary mysterious ice pavilion disciples. Otherwise, how could he have gathered so many people around him? Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I don't have so much time to waste with you here. I'll give you 2 choices. Either follow me or die. Hearing the word die, Kong Wenbin immediately panicked. He had not joined the mysterious ice pavilion yet. He was still at the most exciting stage of his life. How could he be willing to die? Thinking of this, he hurriedly said to Xianxia, junior sister Xia, don't be impulsive. Why don't you temporarily pretend to be courteous and accompany this person from the mysterious ice pavilion? Wait until we get out of this crisis, then you can make other plans? Hearing Kong Wenbin's words, Xianxia immediately looked at him with a face full of disbelief. These words actually came from Kong Wenbin's mouth. How could he be so thick-skinned to say such words at a time like this? In order to save his life, he wanted me to compromise. Last time, Kong Wenbin used her name to directly challenge Lu Xian, even risking the danger of violating the Wind Sword School's rules. She originally thought that Kong Wenbin had a lot of backbone. She did not expect that in the face of a real life or death decision, he would be so weak. At the end of the day, Kong Wenbin was still a person who was afraid of death. Last time, he dared to violate the sect's rules to provoke Lu Xian. That was because he was sure that Lu Xian would not do anything to him, and the sect would not do anything to him. But now, this group of people from the mysterious ice pavilion could really kill him. Kong Wenbin, I really did not expect you to be this kind of person. I originally thought that you were a respectable senior brother. Now, it seems that I was completely wrong about you. Xianxia's face suddenly turned cold. She directly took 2 steps to the side, distancing herself from Kong Wenbin. On one hand, he said how much he liked her, but at the same time, he wanted to betray her at the crucial moment. Xianxia felt extremely lucky. Fortunately, she did not like Kong Wenbin at all. Otherwise, when the disaster came, she would definitely be the unlucky one. Kong Wenbin's face was also full of embarrassment. But in his heart, he did not care. Although women were important, they also needed to be alive to enjoy them. In the face of a life or death decision, what were women? Seeing that Xianxia was not willing to compromise, Kong Wenbin gritted his teeth and said to Qinghong, senior brother from the mysterious ice pavilion, I really have nothing to do with that Lu Xian. Please let me go. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I can even help you find Lu Xian. Hearing this, Xianxia suddenly became furious. Kong Wenbin, are you still human? How dare you betray your own senior brother? Regarding Xianxia's refutation, Kong Wenbin turned a deaf ear. He only stared at Qinghong, hoping that Qinghong would let him go. Looking at Kong Wenbin's pitiful eyes, Qinghong suddenly felt very carefree. He loved seeing people beg him like this. Only at this moment, he could feel the importance of power, and he could only feel great pleasure. You are very good. I heard that you used to pursue this woman, but Lu Xian snatched her away? Qinghong looked at Kong Wenbin with interest and asked. That's right, that Lu Xian is really despicable. I simply have an irreconcilable hatred with him. Kong Wenbin pointed to the sky and swore. Well, I will give you a chance. Don't you want to pursue her? Now she is in front of you, and you can play with her. As long as you go up and play with her, I will let you go. How about it? Qinghong said with an evil smile. His heart was filled with a different kind of pleasure. Kong Wenbin's face stiffened. Although he had always wanted to get his hands on Xianxia, to be honest, he really did not dare to go up and take advantage of her. She is someone that senior brother has his eyes on. How would I dare to touch her? Kong Wenbin said. Qinghong's expression turned cold as he said, I asked you to do it, so just do it. What's with all this nonsense? If you want to die, I can grant your wish right now. I'll do it, I'll do it. Kong Wenbin was so frightened that he kept replying. Wasn't it just molesting Xianxia? Compared to death, this task was really too easy. However, at this moment, no one noticed that the nameplates under Kong Wenbin and Xianxia's robes suddenly flashed. Junior sister Xia, you heard it too. I really have no other choice. I hope you can cooperate with me. Kong Wenbin looked at Xianxia and swallowed his saliva as he spoke. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of excitement in his heart. Xianxia, who he had painstakingly pursued but had never given him a second glance, was now about to be humiliated by him. While Kong Wenbin felt a tinge of guilt, he also felt an evil sense of pleasure. As she watched Kong Wenbin slowly walk towards her, Xianxia kept retreating. Her face was filled with shame and anger. She had never imagined that she would finally see Kong Wenbin's true nature at such a critical juncture. Kong Wenbin, how dare you? Xianxia's voice trembled as she pointed the sword in her hand at Kong Wenbin. I don't want to either, but I can't care so much for the sake of my life. Kong Wenbin said as he approached Xianxia. When she saw that Kong Wenbin wasn't going to give her any face, Xianxia steeled her heart and quickly placed the sword on her neck. Even if she died, she definitely wouldn't let these shameless people humiliate her. You want to die? Not so easy. Qing Hong's voice rang out and a gust of wind shot towards Xianxia. For a moment, Xianxia could only smell a fragrant scent. However, following that, her entire body felt weak and powerless. Not only was she unable to circulate the essence energy in her body, but she couldn't even lift her hands. She couldn't even commit suicide. Aware of her abnormal state, Xianxia was really afraid this time. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid that she could not even die. She would rather die than be humiliated by these beasts. Kong Wenbin also breathed in that fragrance. He was startled, but he realized that nothing had happened. This Sun Moon Villa's poison is really useful. Although it is only effective on body refinement stage martial artists, the effect is indeed excellent. It seems that I have to ask for some more in the future. Little beauty, you don't have to worry. This poison will only temporarily seal your strength. There will be no other harm. But if you want to die, it is impossible, ha 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 ha. Qing Hong let out a burst of complacent laughter. The feeling of toying with others in the palm of his hand was simply too wonderful. Furthermore, the other party was an outstanding beauty. When the laughter stopped, Qing Hong looked at Kong Wenbin and said, she no longer has any ability to resist. Go, strip her clothes first. Yes. Kong Wenbin swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Looking at Xianxia's wonderful figure, his heart palpitated. He gritted his teeth and fiercely pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia could not help but close her eyes. A trace of mournful tears flowed from the corner of her eyes. In her mind, however, Lu Xian's appearance appeared. Lu Xian, farewell forever. Xianxia silently recited in her heart. At the same time, a black pill suddenly peeled off from between Xianxia's teeth. Before entering the Mystic Eye's secret realm, Xianxia had already considered all kinds of dangerous situations. Therefore, she had sealed the poison well and hid it in her mouth. As long as she bit this black pill, the poison would instantly flow down her throat. If she wanted to die, no one could stop her. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from behind them, stop. Accompanying the angry shout were the sounds of something tearing through the air. It was a dozen or so stones that streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they attacked the crowd. One of them shot towards Kong Wenbin, while the others shot towards Wei Sua, Qing Hong, and the rest. Hearing this familiar voice, Kong Wenbin turned around in shock. He felt an extremely sharp sword intent directly shooting towards the space between his eyebrows. It was the stone that had shot towards him. Intermediate sword intent. Everything in the world could be turned into a sword. Picking flowers and flying leaves could injure people. The person who had come was Lu Xian. He was not far from Xianxia and the rest. With his full speed, he had arrived at the most critical moment. From afar, he saw Xianxia lying limply on the ground. He also saw Kong Wenbin, who had evil intentions. In a moment of desperation, he directly took out a dozen or so yuan stones from his storage ring, infused them with sword intent and shot them. The power of a peak intermediate sword intent could not be underestimated. Even though Lu Xian had spread out quite a bit, he had still won because he was caught off guard. For a moment, everyone was in a panic. The bodies of two profound Ice Pavilion disciples, who were at the 10th tier of the body refinement realm, were directly penetrated by the Yuan stones infused with sword intent. As for the rest of the spirit refinement realm disciples, they relied on their powerful strength to block the attack. "Get out of my way!" Lu Xian roared. He pushed the wind riding technique to the limit. His entire body swept forward like a gust of wind, and the sword in his hand fiercely slashed towards Kong Wenbin. Kong Wenbin, who had just dodged Lu Xian's Yuan stone, had no way of dodging Lu Xian's sword. He could only try his best to forcefully block Lu Xian's attack. One used his full strength, the other hastily responded. The difference between the two was obvious. Kong Wenbin was directly sent flying. He fell to the ground and rolled twice before coming to a stop. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Lu Xian completely ignored Kong Wenbin. He directly landed beside Xianxia and carefully reached out his hand to help her up. Xianxia, are you all right? Lu Xian, is that you? I'm not dreaming, am I? A pale but gratified smile hung on Xianxia's face. She stretched out her right hand and slightly trembled as she caressed Lu Xian's face. However, there was a trace of black blood at the corner of her mouth. Lu Xian, in the end, was still a step too late. Just as he angrily shouted, Xianxia had already bitten through the poison in her mouth. "It's me, I'm here." "You're not dreaming. Xianxia, why are you so stupid? Why did you take poison?" As he looked at Xianxia in his arms, Lu Xian's heart was filled with rage and fear. Although he had thought of all kinds of outcomes, he simply could not accept seeing Xianxia in this state with his own eyes. As she looked at Lu Xian, who was as anxious as a child, Xianxia's face revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. She coughed out 2 mouthfuls of black blood and said while breathing rapidly, "I'm already very satisfied to be able to see you for the last time before I die. If there's a next life, I will still like you. I definitely will. Even if you and Cindy are engaged, I won't give up. I believe that Cindy won't mind. Lu Xian, I like you." Xianxia's voice was intermittent and became more and more hurried. Clearly, the effects of the poison had begun to take effect. No, you won't die. I won't let you die," Lu Xian mumbled. Then, as if he had thought of something, he raised the shattered ice sword and suddenly made a cut on his left hand. In an instant, blood gushed out. Without any hesitation, Lu Xian brought the cut to Xianxia's mouth and said in an unquestionable tone, "Drink it, quickly." Xianxia's consciousness was already somewhat muddled. She could feel the sticky blood flowing into her mouth and could not help but swallow it. Perhaps because the blood was not flowing fast enough, Lu Xian made another 2 cuts on his hand and more blood flowed into Xianxia's mouth. Lu Xian had just consumed 3 stalks of the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus. Although the medicinal effects had been completely absorbed by Lu Xian, they still remained in his blood. Moreover, after going through the neutralization of his blood, the medicinal effects became gentler and easier for Xianxia to absorb. Although the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus could not cure all poisons, it was still extremely effective against the low-grade poison that Xianxia had consumed. Even if it could not completely detoxify the poison, it could at least reduce the toxicity and delay the onset of the poison. At this moment, Kong Wenbin, who had been sent flying by Lu Xian's sword, had already crawled up. He stared blankly at the Xianxia who was lying in Lu Xian's arms. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. He had never imagined that Xianxia's personality would be so unyielding. In order to not be humiliated, she would rather consume poison to commit suicide. This was something that he had never imagined and had never been his intention. Perhaps he was afraid of death, perhaps he had sold out his friends for glory, but he had never thought of killing Xianxia. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. If Xianxia died, he would not be able to escape the blame. Lu Xian, Kong Wenbin slowly approached and spoke. "Scram." Lu Xian did not even look at Kong Wenbin as he shouted the word scram. Kong Wenbin suddenly shut up and did not speak. He really did not know what to say. Perhaps it was really Lu Xian's blood that had worked. Xianxia's originally rapid breathing had gradually calmed down. Although she was still unconscious, her life was hanging by a thread. If Lu Xian could find a way to completely remove the poison from Xianxia's body, she might really be able to keep her life. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a crisp sound of applause rang out. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Sure enough, a man has feelings for his concubine. What a touching scene. She actually did not die. It really opened my eyes. Ha ha ha. Qing Hong clapped his hands and looked at Lu Xian with a playful smile on his face. Just now, he did not intervene to stop Lu Xian from saving people because in his opinion, it was completely unnecessary. How could a little guy in the body refining stage overturn the sky? It was better to watch a good show. He liked to see the look of desire or hatred in others' eyes when they were in a desperate situation. That made him feel incomparably carefree. After carefully placing the unconscious Xianxia, Lu Xian leaned against the iceberg at the side and slowly straightened up. His eyes were cold and indifferent. No one could lay a hand on the people around him. Ryuka wanted to harm Lu Qiang and was killed. Su Wenyang wanted to harm Lin Sini and was killed. Zhang Dongshuang could be considered as half a person by his side. Therefore, Zhang Jinyu of the Zhang family and the Lu family were all killed. Now, Qing Hong violated this taboo again. It was even more serious than before. Xianxia almost died. Even now, it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. Lu Xian's gaze swept across the faces of Wei Sua, Qing Hong, and the others. He did not ask why Wei Sua was with Qing Hong. It was not important, because, all of you must die. Lu Xian's voice was not loud. It did not sound like a threat. It was as if he was just stating a fact. This voice was not loud, but it was like a gust of wind from the 9 serenities, sweeping through everyone's heart in an instant. In Wei Sua's eyes, a trace of fear flashed. He had a feeling that the current Lu Xian was even more terrifying than the Lu Xian of the Wind Sword School. However, when he thought of the several Spirit Refinement Realm disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion, Wei Sua's heart calmed down a little. Qing Hong didn't know why, although he was facing a little guy in the Body Refinement Realm, and it was just an ordinary threat, it made him feel a chill in his heart. Forcibly suppressing this feeling, Qing Hong forced a smile and said, "We're all going to die? Just you?" "Just me." Lu Xian held the broken ice sword in his hand and slowly walked forward step by step. With every step he took, his aura became stronger. After 5 steps in a row, his state had been raised to the peak. The aura of the peak of the Body Refinement Realm and the peak of the Middle Sword Intent surrounded Lu Xian. His whole body was like an unsheathed sword. Just by looking at it, it gave people a feeling of incomparable sharpness. Wei Sua's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, hiding all the way to the back. He had seen Lu Xian in the past. Although he was strong, he had not reached this level. He was obviously in the Body Refinement Realm, but his aura was no weaker than some Spirit Refinement Realm warriors. Qing Hong's face also showed a trace of seriousness, but he did not retreat. After all, he was in the 3rd Spirit Refinement Realm, facing a mere Body Refinement Realm warrior. How could he show weakness? "Kill him." Qing Hong ordered directly. He had a faint feeling of uneasiness. This feeling of uneasiness came from Lu Xian. The best way was to directly kill Lu Xian. As soon as he said that, the 2 disciples at the Spirit Ascension Realm behind Qing Hong flew forward and pounced on Lu Xian from both sides. The gleam of the blade and the gleam of the sword flashed at the same time, and the 2 attacks came at Lu Xian almost at the same time. One of them was at the 1st level of the Spirit Refinement Realm, and the other was at the 2nd level of the Spirit Refinement Realm. The power of a Spirit Refinement Realm martial artist was indeed extraordinary, and their power was much stronger than that of a disciple at the Body Refinement Realm. When the 2 of them surrounded him, a cruel smile flashed across Qing Hong's face. "Trash from a mere 3rd-grade sect dares to be so arrogant? I'll let you experience the strength of the Profound Ice Pavilion." Faced with 2 disciples at the Spirit Refinement Realm attacking at the same time, Lu Xian did not dodge. If it was before he made a breakthrough, he might have needed to mediate. But now, he could easily kill 2 disciples who were not even at the 3rd tier of the Spirit Refinement Realm. The power of all 45 acupoints in his body burst forth at this moment. Lu Xian's aura, which was already extremely strong to begin with, exploded once again. In his rage, he did not hold back at all. He only wanted to kill all these people who had almost caused Xianxia's death. Shocking cloud! Lu Xian shouted angrily. He suddenly raised the shattered ice sword and attacked with the strongest move of the shocking cloud sword art. A dazzling sword light appeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Xian attacked 3 times in an instant. 2 of the attacks were aimed at the 2 people who were charging at him, and the last one was aimed at Qinghong from afar. Noticing Lu Xian's attack, the 2 disciples who were charging at him were shocked. The attack was so fast and fierce. More importantly, the power of the attack was not any weaker than the attack of a warrior at the 3rd layer of the spirit refinement realm. One should know that Lu Xian had opened 45 acupoints in his body, and his yuan qi was so strong that it was unimaginable. Especially since it contained the sword essence of the middle stage, and the unstoppable momentum of the shocking cloud sword art, it was not something that the 2 disciples at the 1st or 2nd layer of the spirit refinement realm could defend against. It only took a moment for Lu Xian to forcefully break through the attacks unleashed by the 2 disciples, and the startling cloud sword pierced straight through, clang. 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 We must block it. The 2 disciples kept screaming in their hearts. The shocking cloud sword art was so powerful that even if they tried their best, they would not be able to defend against it. Chi. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh was heard. The disciple at the 1st layer of the spirit refinement realm was unable to defend against the attack. Lu Xian's sword qi pierced through his body and sent him flying a long distance away. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The disciple at the 2nd layer of the spirit refinement realm was in a better condition. He managed to avoid being hit in his vital organs at the critical moment, but his right arm was bleeding profusely. Although he was not dead, he had completely lost the ability to fight. At this moment, the disciple's face was full of fear, and he could not help but step back. He was too strong. Was this really the strength that a warrior at the body refinement realm could use? Killing a warrior at the 1st layer of the spirit refinement realm and injuring a warrior at the 2nd layer of the spirit refinement realm was unimaginable, and it seemed that he had not used all of his strength yet. As soon as Lu Xian made his move, he stunned everyone present. Everyone's expressions turned grave, and they no longer dared to underestimate Lu Xian. The bold words that Lu Xian had uttered earlier were not baseless. Wei Sua's face was full of fear. How did Lu Xian become so strong all of a sudden? He was very familiar with this attack. Back when he was at the inner sect of the Wind Sword School, Lu Xian had used this attack to defeat Luo Ning. But now, he had stabbed 3 people at the same time, killing one and injuring another. Moreover, all of them were in the spirit refinement realm. The sword attack that Lu Xian sent at Qinghong was blocked by Qinghong. He was a being at the 3rd tier of the spirit refinement realm, after all, and that attack that Lu Xian did not use his full power was unable to do anything to him. However, what happened to the other 2 disciples was something that Qinghong dared not underestimate. Let's attack together and kill him. Qinghong suppressed the growing uneasiness in his heart and said quickly. The other 3 people behind Qinghong looked at each other with a hint of hesitation in their eyes. The strongest among them was only at the 2nd layer of the spirit refinement realm, but the fact that the warrior at the 2nd layer was injured by Lu Xian in one move was enough to make them afraid. Idiot, no matter how strong he is, can he defeat the 4 of us? Qinghong shouted with a gloomy face. Wei Sua, you go too. Wei Sua originally wanted to hide behind and watch the tigers fight, but now that Qinghong had called out his name, he could no longer stay out of it. Suddenly, 5 disciples in the spirit refinement realm came forward at the same time. Qinghong, the strongest among them, was at the 3rd layer of the spirit refinement realm. Among them, there were 2 at the 1st layer and 2 at the 2nd layer of the spirit refinement realm. Lu Xian, let's see how strong you are. Qinghong sneered. He did not believe that a guy in the spirit refinement realm could defeat 5 powerhouses in the spirit refinement realm. Let's go together. It'll save us some trouble. Lu Xian's heart was calm and his eyes were still cold. At this moment, a voice sounded next to Lu Xian. It was Kong Wenbin. Lu Xian, I'll help you. Kong Wenbin walked straight to Lu Xian's side and pointed his sword at the 5 people from the ice pavilion. Lu Xian looked at Kong Wenbin indifferently. I admit that I'm a scum. I'll do anything to save my life, but I really didn't want to kill Xianxia. Kong Wenbin gritted his teeth and explained. He did not care if Lu Xian believed him or not, but this was what he thought. He was indeed timid and afraid of death, and he did have improper thoughts about Xianxia, but he really did not want to kill Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia take the poison, Kong Wenbin also felt a trace of regret, or maybe it was because he found his conscience. Regarding Kong Wenbin's words, Lu Xian could not deny it, but he did not drive Kong Wenbin away either. Found your conscience at the critical moment? As long as you stand on my side and kill Lu Xian, I promise to recommend you to Senior Brother Han. With Senior Brother Han's help, entering the ice pavilion will not be difficult. Qing Hong looked at Kong Wenbin and tried to tempt him. Kong Wenbin was at the second tier of the spirit refinement realm. With his help, killing Lu Xian would be much more difficult. Senior Brother Han's name was Han Feng. He was one of the 3 disciples at the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm from the ice pavilion. He was also the person that Qing Hong tried to please. It was because of him that he was able to gather so many disciples around him. It's enough to do something shameful once. I don't want to do it again. Kong Wenbin growled. You have guts. Then you can die together. Qing Hong's expression was ferocious. Go, kill them. The battle broke out in an instant. The 4 people from the ice pavilion and Wei Suo charged at Lu Xian and Kong Wenbin at the same time. Just block Wei Suo. Lu Xian casually tossed out those words. He then activated the wind riding technique and faced the oncoming crowd head-on. Kong Wenbin was startled. He followed Lu Xian's instructions and went straight for Wei Suo. Wei Suo was not surprised when he saw Kong Wenbin charging at him. Although Kong Wenbin's cultivation level was higher than Lu Xian's, he would rather face Kong Wenbin than fight Lu Xian head-on. He could not see through Lu Xian's cultivation level. Go to hell. Qing Hong was the first to step forward. A bright flash of his blade flashed as he swung it straight at Lu Xian. Immediately after, the other 3 disciples attacked as well. 4 attacks came straight at Lu Xian, 1 at the front and 3 at the back. Facing Qing Hong's boundless saber aura, Lu Xian did not slow down. He activated the power of blood meridians and his aura rose again. Dragon Sword Technique, First Form, Dragon submerges in the abyss. Lu Xian retracted all of his aura as he took on Qing Hong's attack. He then unleashed an extremely powerful sword attack, thrusting it at Qing Hong without holding anything back. The power of this strike was much stronger than the startling cloud strike from before. In fact, it had completely overshadowed Qing Hong's power. Qing Hong turned pale with fright right away. He had thought that Lu Xian's previous attack was the most powerful one Lu Xian could muster, but it seemed that he had been gravely mistaken. Qing Hong forced himself to change his move while he was in the air. He abruptly retracted his attack and barely managed to block Lu Xian's dragon submerged in the abyss. However, his entire body was knocked back, somersaulting 3 times in the air before he landed. If he had been any slower, Qing Hong would have ended up with severe injuries, even if he managed to survive. Lu Xian's state of mind did not waver when he failed to kill Qing Hong. He changed his sword stance and used the second form of the Dragon Sword skill, Dragon Raging in the Wild. Roar! Lu Xian roared and unleashed 3 sword strikes in an instant. Each strike contained all of his strength. Hacking, stabbing, and slashing, he was like a divine dragon fighting in the wild. The 3 swords attacked the other 3 people at the same time. Dragon Raging in the Wild was the best move of the Dragon Sword skill for group battles. Even if there were 2 of them, Lu Xian would still be able to fight them, let alone 3 people. Dragon Raging in the Wild was not any weaker than the Cloud Shocking Sword. In an instant, the 2 disciples at the first layer of the Spirit Cultivation realm were killed. Only the disciple at the second layer of the Spirit Cultivation realm survived with serious injuries. Lu Xian's power was overwhelming. Qing Hong happened to witness the death of the 2 first-layer Spirit Refinement Realm disciples, causing him to be dumbfounded. How can he be so strong? Qing Hong exclaimed. He could feel the threat of death. Initially, Lu Xian had the upper hand in terms of numbers. Now, however, many were dead and injured. The only ones who could fight were him and Wei Suo. With Wei Suo being held back by Kong Wenbin, Lu Xian was the only one who could face Lu Xian head-on. Lu Xian did not give Qing Hong any time to think. he activated the wind riding art and flew forward. At the same time, he swung his sword and a huge lightning bolt flew towards Qinghong. It was the thunderclap. The current Lu Xian could use the startling cloud sword art with ease. Qinghong wanted to escape, but he did not expect Lu Xian's attack to be so fast. He clenched his teeth and attacked again. He swung his sword and a ray of saber qi met the lightning bolt. Break it! As expected, the thunderclap sword was unable to do anything to Qinghong, as it was shattered by his powerful blade aura right away. However, that was not Lu Xian's killing move to begin with, it was merely meant to keep Qinghong busy. At that moment, Lu Xian arrived beside Qinghong at breakneck speed. The third style of the dragon sword art, dragon soars in the sky, the sword was like a dragon, piercing forward. This move, be it in terms of power or speed, had almost reached the peak of Lu Xian's abilities. The origin power contained in the 45 meridians in his body was completely unleashed, and the sword while at the peak of the middle stage was infused into the ice-shattering sword without reservation. It was so powerful that no one could look at it directly, as if they would be blinded if they looked at it. Facing the dragon soars in the sky, which was even more powerful than dragon hides in the abyss, Qinghong could no longer resist. The fierce sword qi all attacked him, and he waved the long saber in his hand, still wanting to stubbornly resist, but it was directly cut off by the sword qi. One of his arms flew into the sky, and at the same time, his entire body was sent flying. On his lower abdomen, there was a huge bloody hole, clearly penetrated by the sword qi. Ah! Qinghong cried out in pain. My arm! With an arm severed, even if Qinghong didn't die, his achievements in this life would probably be limited. Lu Xian didn't have a shred of pity in his eyes. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. Not only was he going to cripple Qinghong, he was going to kill him. There was no need for such a person to live in this world. Stop! At that moment, a voice was heard from afar. Lu Xian looked up and saw a silhouette dashing towards him. At the same time, Qinghong dropped his identity nameplate at the side, flashing continuously. It was obvious that the newcomer was from Xian Ice Pavilion. Qinghong, who was lying on the ground, revealed a look of surprise. Reinforcements had arrived. Even becoming a cripple was better than becoming a dead man. I'm Qinghong, senior brother, save me! Qinghong shouted loudly. A trace of joy flashed on Wei Sua's face. He was saved. He instantly pushed Kong Wenbin back and quickly retreated, pulling away from Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian only glanced at the person before his gaze returned to Qinghong. No matter who came, they wouldn't let Qinghong live. With a flash, Lu Xian appeared right beside Qinghong and swung his long sword down. You can't kill me. Qinghong's eyes widened and his face was full of fear. He didn't expect that he couldn't stop Lu Xian even though his reinforcements were right in front of him. Lu Xian naturally turned a deaf ear to Qinghong's words. With a flash of his sword, a stream of blood instantly shot out from Qinghong's body. He was killed with a single strike. Qinghong's eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he would die here. However, he was dead in the end. At this moment, the figure also arrived. Seeing the corpses and injured bodies of Profound Ice Pavilion disciples all over the ground, his pupils shrank. He didn't expect so many people to die. He slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Xian, who was holding a sword. At this moment, drops of blood were dripping from the shattered ice sword. It was obvious who the murderer was. Senior brother, hurry up and kill him. All the disciples here were killed by him. Wei Sua hurriedly ran to the man's side and said quickly. Senior brother Xiao, save us. This guy's strength is very strange. Senior brother Qing and the others all died at his hands. The disciples who were only seriously injured but not dead quickly cried out. They thought that they wouldn't be able to escape this time, but they didn't expect reinforcements to arrive at this crucial moment. Junior brothers, don't worry. Senior brother Han and the others are behind us. They'll be here soon. None of them will be able to escape. Senior brother Xiao said, then looked coldly at Lu Xian and said, how dare you kill so many disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion? Seeing that it was only another disciple and not Han Feng, who was in the 6th layer of the spirit refinement realm, Lu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't let his guard down. Senior brother Zhao's aura was obviously stronger than Qinghong's. It was very likely that he had reached the fourth layer of the spirit refinement realm. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to kill him, but it wouldn't be difficult for him to delay Lu Xian. When the other group from Profound Ice Pavilion arrived, it would be troublesome. Lu Xian, quickly escape with Xianxia. I'll bring up the rear. At this crucial moment, Kong Wenbin actually stood out. This time even Lu Xian had a strange expression on his face. At this moment, staying behind to bring up the rear would mean certain death. Someone like Kong Wenbin, who was afraid of death, actually volunteered to bring up the rear. Don't look at me like that. I, Kong Wenbin, am still a man. Previously, I compromised because if I didn't do that, the two of us would definitely die. But now that I've sacrificed myself to let you guys escape, I'll accept it. Please tell Xianxia that I, Kong Wenbin, am not a complete coward. Kong Wenbin's last sentence was practically roared out. No matter how he was before, at this moment, he was truly a man. Interesting, a cultivator in the second layer of the spirit refinement realm wants to stop me? Senior brother Xiao had a playful smile on his face. Even if I can't stop you, I can still risk my life. Kong Wenbin let out a faint smile, his face filled with a hint of relief. The moment he made his decision, he realized how relaxed he was. Is this how it feels to be a real man? As expected, it feels so good. He took a deep breath, before his hand struck a few of the major acupuncture points on his body. A series of muffled noises could be heard as Kong Wenbin's aura skyrocketed in a short period of time. With the strength of a cultivator in the second layer of the spirit refinement realm, his aura was not any weaker than senior brother Zhao's. Seeing Kong Wenbin's actions, Lu Xian and Wei Suo, who was hiding behind senior brother Xiao, gasped. Kong Wenbin said that he would risk his life, and he was really going to do it. The most common way to increase one's strength at a crucial moment was through various secret arts. For example, Lu Xian's netherworld blood curse, which burned his own blood in exchange for great power. However, the side effects were internal injuries, which would trigger negative emotions and inner demons, but it was not enough to kill him. However, what Kong Wenbin had chosen was not a secret art, but a move that everyone knew, which was to explode his acupuncture points. Instantly destroying the acupuncture points that he had opened would allow him to gain great power in a short period of time. Although the method was crude and simple, it was extremely effective, and was more effective than most secret arts. However, the side effects were also extremely strong. The destroyed acupuncture points could never be recovered, and some of the fatal acupuncture points would be destroyed, resulting in death. It could be said that when Kong Wenbin made the decision, he had already made up his mind to die. Sensing the great power in his hands, Kong Wenbin could not help but close his eyes to feel it. This was the last glorious moment of his life. It was a pity that Xianxia would not be able to see it. However, at least he had shown that he, Kong Wenbin, was a real man, dying with no regrets. Lu Xian, although I'm not fond of you, please live on with Xianxia. Kong Wenbin took a good look at Lu Xian, then turned around and went straight for brother Xiao, who was at the fourth tier of the spirit cultivation realm. Kong Wenbin, at this moment, you are a real man. If there is a next life, I hope to be able to be friends with you. The coldness in Lu Xian's eyes gradually melted. Ha 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 ha. Kong Wenbin let out a carefree laugh. Without turning his head, he said, it's enough to receive these words from you, Lu Xian. Let's go. Let me bloom with the most passionate brilliance in my life. Thank you. After Lu Xian sincerely expressed his gratitude, he did not stay any longer. He directly carried the unconscious Xianxia behind him, activated the wind riding technique, and quickly ran into the distance. This was an opportunity that Kong Wenbin had exchanged with his life. He must not waste it. Otherwise, if Han Feng, who was at the sixth layer of the spirit refinement realm, caught up, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape. There was no way that senior brother Xiao would let Lu Xian escape so easily. He immediately wanted to give chase, but Kong Wenbin instantly blocked in front of him. If you want to chase, you have to ask me first. You're courting death. Senior brother Xiao was enraged. He directly slashed at Kong Wenbin. However, the current Kong Wenbin was no longer the second layer spirit refinement Kong Wenbin. The ice concept quietly appeared, and the ice soul sword art was instantly executed. This was definitely the strongest moment he had ever had. With a single strike, not only did he block senior brother Zhao's attack, but he even gained the upper hand. Sensing that his strength surpassed senior brother Zhao's, a bloodthirsty smile flashed across Kong Wenbin's face. Is that all you've got? Speaking of which, I have never killed a fourth-layer spirit refinement realm martial artist in my life. You can be the first. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Wenbin instantly unleashed his full strength. Under the full eruption of the ice concept, he was completely able to suppress senior brother Xiao. At this moment, senior brother Xiao was also panicking. He did not expect Kong Wenbin to be so powerful after exploding his acupoints. Moreover, seeing that Lu Xian was getting further and further away, he could not catch up even if he chased after him. Kong Wenbin's attacks became sharper and sharper. As the Ice Soul Sword art continued to be executed, senior brother Xiao, who was initially able to resist, became clumsy and showed signs of defeat. At this moment, Wei Suo was the only one who still had the strength to fight. However, just like his name, he did not dare to step forward. He did not dare to participate in the battle between Kong Wenbin and senior brother Xiao, nor did he dare to chase after Lu Xian. However, he would not be able to explain himself if he did not do anything. Immediately, he rolled his eyes and charged at Kong Wenbin. Kong Wenbin coldly snorted and slashed at Wei Suo with his sword. Wei Suo was overjoyed. He avoided hitting his vitals and took the attack head-on. Immediately after, he was heavily injured and fell to the ground. He no longer had the strength to fight. Kong Wenbin knew that he didn't have much time left, so his attacks became more ferocious. He was anxious to take down senior brother Xiao. Even if he died, he had to drag him down with him. Sensing Kong Wenbin's suicidal attacks, senior brother Xiao was burning with anxiety. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a suicidal lunatic. You're crazy. Stop right now. Otherwise, when senior brother Han arrives, you'll definitely die. Senior brother Xiao shouted anxiously. I didn't plan on living anyway. If we all go to hell together, won't we have a companion? Kong Wenbin's attacks didn't slow down. Instead, they became more and more ferocious. Senior brother Han and his group should be arriving soon. At this moment, a group of people, roughly a dozen in number, rushed over. Senior brother Xiao had activated his nameplate repeatedly, so the people on the other side knew that he was in an urgent situation. Naturally, they rushed over quickly. Senior brother Xiao was overjoyed when he saw this. He quickly shouted, Senior brother Han, save me. There's a lunatic here. Kong Wenbin's expression changed. If he let senior brother Xiao escape, how could he be willing? Kong Wenbin suddenly punched his abdomen. He immediately let out a miserable howl as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. However, his aura actually soared again. Previously, Kong Wenbin had already exploded all the acupoints in his body, except for his dantian. Now, he had exploded the last and most important acupoint, the Guanyuan acupoint. If the other acupoints exploded, he might be able to survive if he was lucky. However, the explosion of the Guanyuan acupoint meant that Kong Wenbin's dantian was completely destroyed. There was no way out. Without giving senior brother Xiao any time to react, Kong Wenbin endured the pain and raised the long sword in his hand. He shouted, Ice Soul Condensation. At this moment, he fully activated the concept of ice. The environment of the profound ice mystic realm was originally more suitable for ice-based martial artists. This caused Kong Wenbin's concept of ice to be even more powerful. The powerful ice elemental energy firmly bound senior brother Xiao, and a massive ice soul rapidly blasted towards senior brother Xiao. Stop right now. An angry shout came from afar. A figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed. His aura was extremely powerful. It was far from what Kong Wenbin and senior brother Xiao could compare to. But Kong Wenbin turned a deaf ear and said with a hideous grin, Die for me. The ice soul condensation suddenly smashed onto senior brother Zhao's head. Instantly, senior brother Zhao's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered all over the ground. After successfully killing senior Xiao, Kong Wenbin did not even have the time to rejoice. A powerful yuan energy rushed towards him, and his entire body was sent flying several feet away before heavily crashing onto the ground. Cough, cough. Kong Wenbin coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood before collapsing onto the ground. His strength had been exhausted and the after effects of bursting his acupoints had all taken effect. He no longer had any fighting strength left. Even a child could stab him to death with a sword. Ha 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 ha, I'm sorry, you're late. Kong Wenbin raised his head with great effort and laughed maniacally. Senior Ling, seniored head down. Han Feng's eyes slowly swept over the corpses on the ground. Finally, his eyes paused on senior brother Xiao, who no longer looked like a human. Compared to Qing Hong, senior brother Xiao could truly be considered as his trusted aide. However, he had currently ended up in such a state. How could his heart not be furious? Previously, he had received Qing Hong's distress message. However, he was fighting with a powerful mystical ice demon and could not leave for a while. Hence, he asked senior brother Xiao to come and take a look. He did not expect that not only was Qing Hong dead, but senior brother Xiao was also dead. Han Feng's face was dark. He slowly walked towards Kong Wenbin and said with a murderous tone, "Did you kill them?" "That's right. I killed them all." Kong Wenbin looked at Han Feng fearlessly. He was not even afraid of death. Why would he be afraid of a mere Han Feng? Senior brother Han, don't listen to his nonsense. He only killed senior brother Xiao. The real murderer is called Lu Xian, a disciple of Wind Sword School. He has already escaped. Wei Suo covered his wound and struggled to stand up. And who are you? Han Feng looked at Wei Suo coldly. Wei Suo's heart skipped a beat when he met Han Feng's gaze. He quickly explained, I am Wei Suo, a disciple of the Sky Saber Gate. I am a good friend of senior brother Qing Hong. I witnessed the entire process with my own eyes. These seniors can testify as well. After saying that, Wei Suo pointed at some of the disciples who were lucky enough to survive. That's right. This guy was only covering the retreat. The real culprit has already escaped. Senior brother Han, you must punish that Lu Xian severely. The group of disciples who were lucky enough to survive voiced out. Kong Wenbin snorted coldly but did not explain. He thought to himself, in such a short amount of time, Lu Xian should have escaped with Xianxia. Lu Xian's movement technique is not weak. Lu Xian, right? A mere disciple of a rank 3 sect actually dared to attack someone from the profound ice pavilion. He must be tired of living. A murderous intent flashed across Han Feng's face. There are still 2 more months. As long as he is in this profound ice secret realm, he will definitely die. However, before that, you shall die first. Han Feng casually raised his hand and a stream of profound ice energy suddenly shot out, directly blasting Kong Wenbin's chest. Kong Wenbin, who was already on the verge of death, received another heavy blow. There was no reason for him to survive. Am I going to die? I really haven't lived enough. However, I do not regret it. In my next life, I will definitely be like this one and be a real man. Kong Wenbin's consciousness gradually became blurry. Then, his head tilted to one side and he completely lost all signs of life. Ignoring the dead Kong Wenbin, Han Feng frowned slightly and said, Someone, come and treat their injuries first. Find a place to bury the dead disciples. The group of disciples who arrived behind Han Feng acknowledged and helped up the injured disciples. They fed them medicinal pills and bandaged their wounds at the same time. Senior brother Han, what should we do with this guy? A disciple pointed at Wei Suo and asked Han Feng. Han Feng hesitated slightly and seemed to be considering how to deal with Wei Suo. Upon seeing this, Wei Suo hurriedly said, Senior brother Han, I have a huge grudge against that Lu Xian and I am very familiar with him. Bring me along, I can help you point him out and avenge all the other senior brothers. Bring him along too. Han Feng waved his hand impatiently, hurry up and follow me to chase after that Lu Xian. While Han Feng was dealing with the aftermath, Lu Xian was carrying Xianxia and sprinting madly all the way. He activated the wind riding technique to the extreme and his speed was extremely fast. Luckily, he had chosen this movement skill in the beginning. If it was Thunder Dash, although it was useful for a short distance, it would not be able to sustain a long distance like this. Faster, just a little faster, Lu Xian silently said in his heart. Time was very tight now. Not only was there a strong pursuer behind them, he also needed to find some spiritual medicine to treat Xianxia. It would be best if he could find another treasure like the profound ice jade leaf lotus. Although the remaining medicinal properties in his blood could temporarily suppress the poison in Xianxia's body, it was impossible to completely cure Xianxia. Now, he was extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have used the profound ice jade leaf lotus. How could a good thing like the profound ice jade leaf lotus be so easy to find? Now, he could only resign himself to fate. The identity token that he had obtained from Han Qing had long been discarded by Lu Xian to prevent it from being found by the people from the profound ice pavilion. Every now and then, Lu Xian would cut open a wound and feed his blood to Xianxia. Fortunately, his body's recovery ability was extremely strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure this kind of high-intensity running and the continuous loss of blood. This escape lasted for an entire day and night. During this time, Lu Xian had also killed quite a few profound ice demons and obtained some ice-type yuan stones. The ice souls and yuan stones he obtained were all used to recover his yuan power. He even found a few other spiritual medicines, their value ranging from 500 to 2,000 contribution points. However, he did not find any more antidote spiritual medicines like the profound ice jade leaf lotus. Just as Lu Xian continued to search for spiritual medicines, the identity token on his waist suddenly vibrated and flashed. There were actually disciples from the Wind Sword School calling out to their companions. Holding the identity token in his hand, Lu Xian was a little hesitant. He did not know whether he should go or not. Right now, he only wanted to find spiritual medicines for Xianxia and did not have the mood to complicate matters. Moreover, it was extremely likely that he would expose himself and be found by Han Feng and the others. However, when he thought that there was a high possibility that someone had encountered danger and was calling for his help, Lu Xian made up his mind. Xianxia's life was a life, and the lives of the other disciples were also a life. No matter what, he could not just stand by and watch. With his current strength, he should be able to easily settle some small troubles. Moreover, they might even have a good antidote in their hands. After making his decision, Lu Xian changed his direction. Following the instructions of the identity token, he quickly rushed towards the location of the disciple who was calling for him. In the direction that Lu Xian was heading towards, there were quite a few disciples gathered in front of a cave. All of them were wearing the uniform of the mysterious ice pavilion. It seemed that they were all disciples of the mysterious ice pavilion. The entrance of the cave was blocked by a light screen. It was obviously a defensive formation. At this moment, the group of mysterious ice pavilion disciples were constantly attacking the formation in front of the cave entrance, as if they wanted to break the formation. I didn't expect this little girl to have so many tricks up her sleeves. Not only does she have a rank 5 spirit talisman, she actually has such a powerful formation plate. A disciple wearing the uniform of the mysterious ice pavilion said as he continuously attacked. No matter how powerful a formation is, it will still be broken. Being trapped here, she will definitely die. However, she actually dared to kill our people. If we don't kill her, where will the reputation of the mysterious ice pavilion go? That's right. These disciples from a rank 3 sect are really overturning the heavens. They are obviously the subordinates of the mysterious ice pavilion, but they actually dared to not hand over the good stuff they obtained. They are really courting death. That's a few top-grade yuan stones, worth tens of thousands of contribution points. Who would be willing to hand it over so easily? Hee, humans die in pursuit of wealth just as birds die in pursuit of food. Since they are unwilling to hand it over obediently, we can only take it by force. Speaking of which, regardless of whether it is her figure or her appearance, they are all first class. Who knows, we might even be able to have some fun with her. Ha ha ha. A wave of lewd laughter rang out. Chen Xiaohan squatted in the cave as she stared nervously at the defensive formation at the entrance of the cave. As she watched the light screen of the formation fluctuate, her heart tightened. It seemed that the formation would not last much longer. She did not set up this formation herself as she did not have the strength to do so. This was another life-saving item that Chen Mo had given her. It was a rank 4 formation plate that could instantly set up a rank 4 defensive formation. Its value was extremely high and was even more valuable than those 5-star spirit talismans. She had encountered the mystical ice stream once before. Fortunately, she was able to dodge it in time and survive. However, the risk also brought about a huge reward. The mystical ice stream had actually brought along 3 top-grade yuan stones. Each top-grade yuan stone was worth 10,000 contribution points. As long as she had these 3 top-grade yuan stones, she, Lu Xian, and Xianxia would all be able to meet the requirements to enter the Profound Ice Pavilion. Qin Shaohan would naturally not miss out on such a valuable item. Unfortunately, there were also a few disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion who had dodged the mystical ice stream at the same time. They were also the group of people who were attacking the formation outside. Using a spirit talisman to bind these people, Qin Shaohan took the lead in obtaining the 3 top-grade yuan stones and then fled. Unfortunately, the group of disciples were not weak and very quickly broke free from Qin Shaohan's bindings and chased after her. Qin Shaohan had no choice but to use the 5-star spirit talisman that Qin Mo had given her. However, she did not expect that there would be a cultivator at the 5th layer of the spirit refinement realm among this group of disciples. Although the 5-star spirit talisman had successfully killed 2 of the disciples, it was not able to kill all of them. Qin Shaohan's actions had undoubtedly enraged this group of people. As they chased after her, they unexpectedly encountered a few more disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion and immediately joined in the chase. 3 top-grade yuan stones and 30,000 contribution points were enough to move anyone's heart. After all, Han Qing was willing to kill someone for a mystical ice jade leaf lotus. Although Qin Shaohan was a 4-star spirit talisman master and was not weak, she was not a match for so many people. Moreover, there was a cultivator at the 5th layer of the spirit refinement realm. Therefore, she could only continuously use the 5-star spirit talismans that Qin Mo had given her. No matter how many spirit talismans she could not afford such a consumption. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Qin Shaohan had no choice but to hide in the cave and set up a formation to protect herself. However, this was clearly not a long-term plan. A rank 4 spirit array was not a high-level spirit array. Under the persistent attacks of these disciples, it was only a matter of time before it was broken. Because they had killed a disciple of the Profound Ice Pavilion, even if Qin Shaohan handed over the primordial stones, this group of people would definitely not let it go. Just as Qin Shaohan was thinking, the token in her hand suddenly began to light. A trace of joy flashed across Qin Shaohan's face. Someone was nearby, however, soon after, she began to worry again. These disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion were too strong. The strongest among them was at the 5th layer of the spirit refinement realm. Even if the disciples of the Wind Sword School came, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. As she thought of this, Qin Shaohan could not help but feel regret. She should not have summoned others. However, she really could not think of any other way in such a desperate situation. Therefore, she did something to comfort herself. Who would have thought that someone would actually receive the message? It must not be Lu Xian. If it was Lu Xian, then she would be the one who harmed him, Qin Shaohan silently prayed in her heart. The token in her hand was constantly flashing. According to the information provided by the token, the person had clearly discovered her and was continuously approaching. With Xianxia in his arms, Lu Xian quickly rushed over. However, he was somewhat puzzled when he realized that there was no response from the other side after he sent the message. Logically speaking, if the other side sensed that he had received the message, there should be a response. Forget it, let's go and see the situation first. Lu Xian only paused for a moment before he continued forward. Soon, Lu Xian heard a series of bombarding sounds. It was obvious that the location of the incident was in front of him. It seemed like there was still a battle going on. After bypassing a huge ice boulder, the scene in front of him instantly came into view. 4 disciples wearing the uniform of the Profound Ice Pavilion were constantly attacking the array in front of the cave. Lu Xian was shocked and quickly retreated behind the ice boulder. It was indeed the people of the Profound Ice Pavilion. However, he did not know if the person hiding in the cave was the disciple of the Wind Sword School who had just sent him a distress message. However, that person had not replied, so Lu Xian was not sure. Although it was just a glimpse, Lu Xian also discovered that he could not see through the strength of the 4 people. They were obviously existences in the spirit refinement realm. Moreover, one of them seemed to be stronger than Senior Xiao and was most likely in the 5th tier of the spirit refinement realm. Lu Xian did not have much confidence in defeating someone in the 5th tier of the spirit refinement realm. No matter how heaven-defying he was only in the body refinement realm. If he used his full strength, he might be able to fight against someone in the 5th tier of the spirit refinement realm. After all, he had also condensed the mysterious ice energy and could be considered as half a step into the spirit refinement realm. However, now that he had Xianxia with him, Lu Xian did not dare to take the risk. Thinking of this, Lu Xian slightly hesitated. He circulated his yuan power and raised his hearing to the maximum. He wanted to listen to what these guys were saying and see if he could get any clues. Coincidentally, one of the acupoints that Lu Xian broke through was the ermine acupoint. One of the biggest effects of the ermine acupoint was that it could greatly enhance a martial artist's hearing. Not only the ermine acupoint, but also the other acupoints that involved the 5 senses. Lu Xian also broke through all of them. For example, the Qingming acupoint could greatly enhance one's eyesight. With full strength, one could see things extremely far away. As he listened attentively, the words of these profound ice pavilion disciples were all passed into Lu Xian's ears. This chick must have an extraordinary background. Not only can she set up such a powerful defensive formation, but she also has so many 5-star spiritual talismans. So what if her background is extraordinary? This is the profound ice secret realm. After killing her and throwing her corpse here, who can trace it? After the formation is broken, Senior Gao, you should personally kill that chick. I don't know if she has any 5-star spiritual talismans. Among us, only Senior Gao can face a 5-star spiritual talisman head-on. Humph, if that's the case, I will need 2 of the 3 supreme grade primordial stones. Lu Xian was no longer in the mood to listen to the rest of the conversation. From what the disciples had said just now, he was almost completely certain of who was trapped in the cave, and he also knew why he had not received any response. Wind Sword School, chick, 5-star spiritual talismans, other than Chen Xiaohan, there was absolutely no one else. As for why Chen Xiaohan did not contact him, he also knew why. Obviously, Chen Xiaohan did not want to drag the other disciples down. There was a cultivator in the 5th tier of the spirit refinement realm here. If the disciples of Wind Sword School came, they would definitely be cannon fodder. Chen Xiaohan, you are really stupid. Lu Xian scolded in his heart, but he had already made a decision in his heart, even if this decision was very likely to cause him to be doomed eternally. Lu Xian lowered his head and looked at the unconscious Xianxia in his arms. A smile appeared on his face. He reached out his hand to smooth her hair and said softly, Xianxia, I'm sorry. Xiaohan, I have to save you. No matter which one of you, I can't bear to let you die. However, even if I die, I will die before you. If it's possible, I will let Xiaohan escape with you, but after that, it's all up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xian did not delay any longer. He directly carried Xianxia on his back, took out a rope, and tied Xianxia's delicate body to his body. His body that was hidden behind the ice rock suddenly stepped out. Who? Who is it? The appearance of Lu Xian instantly attracted the attention of these Xian Ice Pavilion disciples. One by one, they stopped their attacks and turned their heads to look at Lu Xian with vigilance. However, after seeing Lu Xian clearly, the group of disciples suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. One of them laughed and said, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be a little guy in the body refinement stage. What, do you also want to play the hero to save the beauty? The sudden stop of the attacks outside had already attracted Chen Xiaohan's attention. After hearing their words, Chen Xiaohan's heart sank. It was obvious that the person she had called out to before had still come. Please don't be Lu Xian, please don't be. Chen Xiaohan's heart tightened. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded, Xian Ice Pavilion disciples, are they all used to killing and robbing? It's over, it really is him. Chen Xiaohan's mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. She should have thought of it earlier. Seeing so many spirit refinement stage Xian Ice Pavilion disciples outside and still willing to come out to save her, besides Lu Xian, who else could it be? For a moment, Chen Xiaohan did not know what she was feeling. Gratified? Worried? Bitter? Sweet? Or all of them? Lu Xian, he was really willing to risk his life for her. Holding the shattered ice sword, Lu Xian walked over step by step. There wasn't much of an expression on his face, only calmness. He had to save Xiaohan no matter what. Whether it was because of Chen Mo's request or because of Qin Xiaohan's feelings for him, he didn't care what the outcome would be. Looking at Lu Xian walking over, these Xian Ice Pavilion disciples were not the slightest bit worried. They all looked at him with smiles, no one taking a mere body refinement stage kid seriously. Yo, he's carrying a beauty. Really, leave this guy to me, leave the chick he's carrying to me too. Humph, how can I let you have such a good thing, unless you give up the things on the chicken side? Give it up, but this kid and the chick's things are all mine. Before they could take down Lu Xian, they all began to discuss the matter of dividing the spoils. Perhaps it was because the discussion was over, a disciple at the third level of the spirit refinement stage casually walked forward. Kid, leave your storage ring and the chick on your back, then you can scram. Of course, if you want to die, I can't do anything about it. Out of the 4 people, he had to first get rid of the 3 weaker ones, so that he could concentrate on dealing with the strongest disciple at the 5th level of the spirit refinement stage. Lu Xian silently made a countermeasure in his heart, not putting the disciple who spoke in his eyes at all. Seeing that Lu Xian actually ignored his words and continued to walk towards him, the disciple suddenly became furious. He waved the sword in his hand and shouted angrily, "There is a road to heaven, but you refuse to take it, then don't blame me for sending you to hell." Before he finished his sentence, the disciple in the 3rd layer of the spirit refinement realm charged straight at Lu Xian. The Yuan force in the surroundings was instantly mobilized and charged at Lu Xian in a forceful manner. Facing such a powerful attack, Lu Xian did not dodge. When the disciple was the closest to him, his eyes flickered and he unleashed his full strength without holding back. Now's the time, 48 meridians, burst forth. Power of Bloodline, activate. Peak Intermediate Sword Intent, condense. Lu Xian's attack was too sudden, so sudden that the disciple in front of him had no time to react. When he realized that Lu Xian had suddenly transformed from a little sheep into a big bad wolf, it was already too late. Dragon soars in the sky, an extremely powerful slash directly broke through the disciple's attack. Lu Xian was like a giant dragon as he attacked in an instant. In less than a blink of an eye, Lu Xian's long sword easily pierced through the disciple's chest. Under the powerful sword intent, the disciple's internal organs were completely destroyed and he died instantly. A 3rd layer of the spirit refinement realm disciple suddenly died, and the killer was a little guy in the body refinement realm that they did not even bother to look at. The other 3 disciples who were watching from the side were stunned and thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. But how could Lu Xian give them the time to react? What he wanted was to catch them off guard. He activated the wind riding technique and dashed forward. Dragon Raging in the Wild, another move of the dragon sword technique was executed. A brilliant sword light flashed and the shattered ice sword in his hand seemed to have split into 3. 3 consecutive slashes were aimed at the 3 disciples. Seeing the huge sword light shooting towards them, these disciples finally reacted. This guy, just a moment ago, really killed the disciple from before with a single sword strike. Not only that, but now he actually wanted to fight all 3 of them at the same time. More importantly, this sword was really so powerful that they had no choice but to use their full strength to deal with it. Senior brother Gao, who was in the 5th tier of the spirit refinement realm, was relatively easy to deal with. After all, his strength was there. If Lu Xian attacked him alone, it might be a little troublesome. However, Lu Xian's main target was the other 2, so his attacks were the weakest. In the face of Lu Xian's attack, the other 2 disciples unleashed their strongest powers. With the previous lesson in mind, none of them dared to hold back. Of these 2 disciples, one used a spear and the other used a sword. Both of them were not weak, and the one who used the spear was even stronger than Lu Xian had imagined. He had actually reached the 4th level of the spirit refinement realm, which was on par with senior brother Xiao who had died in Kong Wenbin's hands. With the 2 of them using their full strength, they managed to block all of Lu Xian's attacks. However, Lu Xian's attack did not stop there. After Long Zhanyuyi made his move, he suddenly charged forward and targeted the weakest disciple in the 3rd tier of the spirit refinement realm. Dragon hiding in the abyss, the shattered ice sword swept out, and a sharp sword chi instantly sliced through the disciple's protective yuan power. A line of blood appeared on the disciple's neck. Ugh ugh ugh. The disciple let go of the sword in his hand and covered his throat with all his might. However, fresh blood gushed out uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he did not dare to believe that he would die here so easily. Although the disciple was not completely dead yet, it was only a matter of time. Lu Xian did not look at him anymore. Lightning dash, his body suddenly disappeared and instantly reappeared in front of the disciple in the fourth tier of the spirit refinement realm. The death of 2 disciples in a row had already caused the remaining 2 disciples to be shocked. Even the disciple in the 5th tier of the spirit refinement realm was no exception. After all, the scene was too shocking. A mere cultivator in the body refinement realm had killed 2 cultivators in the spirit refinement realm. It was unbelievable and far beyond their understanding. By the time they came to their senses, Lu Xian had already lost the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If he wanted to kill them now, he could only do it by force. Fortunately, the strongest disciple in the 5th tier of the spirit refinement realm was intimidated by him and only cared about protecting himself. This gave Lu Xian a chance. Arrogant dragon regrets, the strongest move of the dragon sword skill was executed. An enormous sword chi attacked the disciple in the 4th tier of the spirit refinement realm without holding back. Realizing that he was in the most critical moment, the disciple in the 4th tier of the spirit refinement realm also went all out. He grinned and said, "You want to kill me? Dream on." Mysterious ice collapsing mountain. With a roar, the long spear smashed down fiercely. A wave of mysterious ice suddenly attacked. The tip of the spear suddenly trembled and a wave that was almost visible to the naked eye spread out. The surrounding yuan qi was shaken forcibly, as if the space was about to collapse. At that moment, Lu Xian's arrogant dragon shows remorse arrived. The 2 attacks collided. Under the effects of the Xuanwu icebreaker, the lethality of Lu Xian's attack was greatly reduced. However, it also successfully broke through the Xuanwu icebreaker. The momentum of Lu Xian's sword did not stop there. It continued to stab towards the disciple. Puff! The sword chi fiercely shot into the disciple's right chest, severely injuring him instantly. However, the disciple was smart and did not block it. With the help of the force of Lu Xian's attack, he flew straight away and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he shouted, "Senior brother Gao, what are you waiting for?" Senior brother Gao, who was in the 5th tier of the spirit refinement realm, clearly saw Lu Xian's strength. Without any hesitation, he flew forward and swung his long sword. An even more powerful force attacked Lu Xian. If he was hit, Lu Xian would definitely be split in half. Originally, Lu Xian wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill the disciple with his sword. However, at this moment, facing the attack of senior brother Gao, he had to protect himself first. Lu Xian mobilized the power of mysterious ice within his dantian at that moment. With the power of mysterious ice, Lu Xian was able to draw upon the powers of the world around him. He launched an attack that was slightly weaker than that of senior brother Gao. As a rumble was heard, the 2 attacks collided. A huge recoil was felt, and Lu Xian was sent flying back until he was right before the entrance of the cave. Both sides immediately confronted each other. Although this battle was not a complete victory, at least Lu Xian killed 2 people and disabled 1. Only senior brother Gao, who was in the 5th tier of the spirit refinement realm, was a bit difficult to deal with. Just now, when Lu Xian clashed head-on, he did not gain the upper hand at all. This battle was difficult. "Xiaohan, is that you?" Lu Xian shouted without turning his head. He believed that Qin Xiaohan could hear him. In fact, not only could Qin Xiaohan hear him, she could also see the scene of the battle between Lu Xian and these people. This defensive formation could isolate the sound and the situation inside, but it could also see the situation outside from the inside. Just when Lu Xian was fighting with these people, Qin Xiaohan's heart was almost raised to the extreme. She did not expect that Lu Xian's strength was far beyond her expectations. Not only did he kill and cripple 3 people, but he also finally retreated in one piece. Just as Lu Xian spoke, the defensive formation behind him suddenly opened, and Qin Xiaohan's anxious voice came out, "Lu Xian, come in quickly." Lu Xian was only slightly startled, and then quickly retreated into the cave in a flash. Senior brother Gao was about to chase after him, but the defensive formation immediately closed with a loud bang, and was sealed again. Looking at the tired Lu Xian in front of her, Qin Xiaohan's eyes instantly turned red, and tears fell uncontrollably from her eyes. Lu Xian, you big fool, who asked you to come here? I haven't contacted you. Qin Xiaohan cried as she threw herself into Lu Xian's arms. I thought I would never see you again in this life. You are the fool. If I did not deduce from their words that you were here, I might have missed you. Lu Xian cupped Qin Xiaohan's face, and reached out to help her wipe away her tears. Let's not talk so much first. Xianxia has been poisoned, and is still unconscious. Her life may be in danger at any time. The three of us are now in the most difficult period. As he spoke, Lu Xian quickly untied the ropes on his body, and put Xianxia down on his back. Qin Xiaohan was slightly shocked, and her tears abruptly stopped. She carefully helped Lu Xian support Xianxia. Just now, she saw that Lu Xian was carrying someone on his back, but she did not see it clearly. She did not expect that it was actually Xianxia. What happened to Xianxia? How did she end up like this? Qin Xiaohan asked aloud. She thought that her own situation was bad enough. She did not expect that Xianxia's situation was even worse than hers, and her life may be in danger at any time. It's a long story. I am only helping to keep her alive. I have been looking for the antidote all this time, but I have not found any. I do not know when I will be able to save Xianxia. A look of deep worry flashed across Lu Xian's face. Qin Xiaohan was startled, and she pitifully stroked Lu Xian's face. No wonder he looked so tired. He must have been constantly running around and fighting, right? The mystical ice mystic realm was so big. Not only did they have to look for the antidote, they also had to deal with the mystical ice demons and other dangers that appeared from time to time. Then why are you willing to risk your life to save me? Qin Xiaohan asked gently. Lu Xian glared at her and said, What are you talking about? Do you think I would just watch you fall into trouble and not save you? Even if I were to run into those in the 6th layer, I would still have to bite the bullet and come forward, let alone a guy in the 5th layer. Master has repeatedly told me to take care of you. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain myself when I get back? Qin Xiaohan's heart felt warm when she heard the first half of Lu Xian's words, but she immediately became unhappy when she heard the second half. Is that all? Qin Xiaohan asked, feeling wronged. After staring at Qin Xiaohan for a while, Lu Xian finally sighed, Of course not. Even without Master's instructions, I would still save you. Then, Lu Xian laughed self-deprecatingly, Forget it, let's not talk so much. Who knows, this might be the place where we die. Let's get out of here first. That's enough. Qin Xiaohan smiled through her tears. Qin Xiaohan smiled through her tears and hugged Lu Xian again, refusing to let go. She said, I'm willing even if I have to die with you. You won't die. Lu Xian shook his head, I will go out and fight the guy outside later. Even if I can't kill him, I can at least injure him heavily. You take Xianxia and run away. Run far away and find a place where no one is around to hide. You can come out after the secret territory ends. No, we have to leave together. If we die together. Qin Xiaohan said stubbornly to Lu Xian. Don't mess around. If you and I die, what will happen to Xianxia? Someone needs to take her away. You can't deal with the guy outside. Lu Xian didn't give Qin Xiaohan any chance to resist. But I don't want you to die. I like Lu Xian alive. I don't like Lu Xian dead. Qin Xiaohan hugged Lu Xian and cried. She was a girl's fragile side. Lu Xian sighed and said helplessly, Don't worry, I won't die. I still have a secret skill that can save my life. If I use my full strength, I might be able to kill the guy and go find you. I don't believe you. You're lying. Qin Xiaohan refused to let go of Lu Xian. Then, as if remembering something, she suddenly let go of Lu Xian and took out 3 key stones from her storage ring. As if presenting a treasure, she said, Look, I got this. Lu Xian could not help but be drawn to the thick energy emanating from the primordial stones in Qin Xiaohan's hands. He could not help but feel his heart tremble. He gulped and said, These are supreme-grade primordial stones? That's right, a stream of profound ice-cold current brought them here. 3 highest-grade primal stones. As long as we can get out of here alive, the 3 of us will be able to join the profound ice pavilion. Chen Xiaohan said proudly. She wasn't just a burden, she was also capable. Is that why they're chasing you? Lu Xian asked. Originally I was just running away, but then they chased too closely, so I used the 5-star spirit talisman my father gave me to kill some of their weaker disciples. In any case, I've made a big enemy out of them. Chen Xiaohan honestly said. It doesn't matter. So what if they've killed them? Are they the only ones who can kill us and we can't fight back? Moreover, I've killed many disciples of the mysterious ice pavilion, Lu Xian said nonchalantly. Everyone was prepared to die upon entering the mysterious ice secret realm. Lu Xian paused for a bit, then shifted his gaze back to the 3 top-grade primal stones. A thought came to his mind, and he immediately asked, "Can I have these 3 top-grade primal stones?" "Of course. If you want, I'm yours," Chen Xiaohan said with a red face. Lu Xian slapped the back of her head and said, "What are you thinking? With these 3 supreme-grade primal stones, we might be able to escape this time." Chen Xiaohan's eyes lit up when she heard that. She had been prepared to die with Lu Xian, yet there was still a chance for things to turn around. Lu Xian glanced at the defensive formation at the entrance of the cave and asked, "How long can this formation of yours last?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Xiaohan said, 3 of the people outside are already crippled. Only the last one can attack. He should be able to hold on for a longer time. About 4 hours. If he goes all out, I estimate that he only has 3 hours left. 3 hours to 4 hours. Lu Xian's eyes flashed. Time was a bit tight. But no matter what, he had to take the risk. Thinking of this, Lu Xian took out a 5-star spirit talisman from his storage ring and said, "I haven't used this talisman yet. Take it. I'm going to break through to the spirit refinement realm. If the formation is broken and that person breaks in, wake me up. If everything goes well, we'll be out of danger." "Okay. I believe you." Chen Xiaohan nodded. Lu Xian was only at the body refinement realm, but he was able to fight with senior brother Gao, who was at the 5th level of spirit refinement realm. If he broke through to the spirit refinement realm, he would definitely be able to defeat him. There was no time to lose. After making the decision, Lu Xian immediately sat down with his legs crossed. He held 2 supreme-grade primal stones in each of his hands. The Tai fusion skill started to operate and began to absorb the primal force in the supreme-grade primal stones. The rich primal force quickly entered his body. These were supreme-grade primal stones, which were hard to find in the outside world. Now, there were 3 of them for Lu Xian to squander. 3 supreme-grade primal stones were worth 30,000 contribution points, which was equivalent to 30,000 intermediate-grade primal stones. The primal force contained in them was not something that ordinary people could imagine. The previous 3 mysterious ice jade leaf lotuses were only worth 9,000 contribution points, but they allowed Lu Xian to break through more than a dozen acupoints in one go. The power and preciousness of supreme-grade primal stones could be seen from this. Up until now, Lu Xian had fought with many warriors in the spirit refinement realm. Even the number of warriors in the spirit refinement realm who had died in his hands had reached 2 digits. Therefore, the spirit refinement realm was no longer mysterious in his eyes. Compared to the body refinement realm, the biggest difference in the spirit refinement realm was also the most crucial point. That was to cultivate the natal primal force in the body, which could continuously transform ordinary primal force into natal primal force. Thus, the heaven and earth primal force could be used to fight the enemy. Previously, although Lu Xian had condensed a trace of mysterious ice power through the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus, which could be considered as natal primal force, it came from an external object and was not cultivated by himself. Once it was used up, it would be gone. However, the condensation of this mysterious ice power would definitely be of great help to Lu Xian in breaking through to the spirit refinement realm. This mysterious ice power was like a primer. With its existence, it would make it easier for Lu Xian to cultivate his natal primal force, and it would not take too much time. This was also one of the reasons why Lu Xian was confident that he would have a chance to break through within 4 hours. Furthermore, because of the mysterious ice power in his body, Lu Xian did not even need the spirit concentration pill that was used to break through to the spirit refinement realm. The spirit concentration pill was used to help cultivators condense a trace of natal primal force and open up a new path. However, a spirit concentration pill could only provide a weak trace of natal primal force, which was insignificant. Currently, the mysterious ice power in Lu Xian's body was the size of a fist, which was not something a spirit concentration pill could compare to. Traces of pure primal force continuously entered Lu Xian's body from the supreme-grade primal stone and filled his meridians. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. When the primal force in Lu Xian's body reached a limit, it was time to break through to the spirit refinement realm. While Lu Xian and Qin Shaohan were conversing, outside the cave, senior brother Gao and the injured fourth-layer spirit refinement realm disciple were also conversing. The fourth-layer spirit refinement realm disciple who was lucky to escape from Lu Xian could not help but feel a lingering fear when he thought about it. If he had been careless, he would have died like the two disciples on the ground. Senior brother Gao, I'm going to give up on the supreme-grade primal stone in the girl's hand. The fourth-layer spirit refinement realm disciple shook his head. Hearing this, a trace of disdain flashed across senior brother Gao's heart, but his expression did not change. What's wrong, junior brother Ding, are you scared out of your wits? I'm seriously injured now, and I don't have much strength left to fight. When that person comes out, if he wants to fight with his life on the line, senior brother Gao will be fine, but I'm afraid I'll die for sure. Although the supreme-grade primal stone is precious, you need to be alive to enjoy it. I'm going to leave this place and find a quiet place to recover from my injuries. Junior brother Ding said firmly. Taking a deep look at junior brother Ding, senior brother Gao smiled and said, then junior brother Ding, take care. I won't be seeing you off. Struggling to stand up, junior brother Ding cupped his hands at senior brother Gao and staggered away. Being worried about dying in the hands of Lu Xian was one of the reasons, but there was another reason he did not mention, and that was, he was worried that senior brother Gao would harm him. Previously, senior brother Gao had said that he wanted 2 of the 3 supreme-grade primal stones, but now that the others were dead, according to the agreement, he would have to give one to him. Would senior brother Gao really be willing to take out a supreme-grade primal stone? Junior brother Ding did not believe it at all. Moreover, he was seriously injured now and had no strength to resist. For the sake of insurance, it was better for him to take the initiative to leave. Senior brother Gao was well aware of what Lu Xian was thinking, but now that Lu Xian was willing to give up, senior brother Gao was not going to force him to his death. In fact, senior brother Gao was happy to see Lu Xian kill the 2 disciples from before. That way, he would be able to take all 3 top-grade primal stones for himself, which was a huge fortune. If he had some other fortuitous encounters, he might have been able to take first place and become the disciple with the highest contribution points. If that happened, he would have been able to become a direct disciple, and he would have been able to rise rapidly in the future. His cultivation would have skyrocketed, and his status would have been so high that ordinary disciples would not have been able to compare to him. Seeing that junior brother Ding really went far away, senior brother Gao was relieved. He looked at the defensive formation in front of him again, and without the slightest hesitation, he poured down a fierce attack without reservation. He had to break this formation as soon as possible. He was not worried that Lu Xian would make a breakthrough. It was a hurdle from the body refining stage to the spirit refining realm. How could it be so easy to make a breakthrough? He was worried that Lu Xian and the others would directly absorb the supreme-grade primal stones. At that time, it would be like drawing water with a wicker basket. Hearing a burst of roars, Qin Shaohan's heart tightened. She knew that the people outside had begun to attack again. She hoped that this defensive formation could last a little longer and buy more time for Lu Xian. For them now, every minute was extremely precious, and it was very likely to determine their life and death. Raising her hand, Qin Shaohan constantly shot out a formation talisman. Soon, a soundproof formation was set up. She was worried that it would disturb Lu Xian's breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Xian did not have the slightest abnormality. He had been completely immersed in his cultivation. At this moment, there was no room for distraction. As time passed, the attacks outside became more and more urgent. The 2 supreme-grade primal stones in Lu Xian's hands gradually changed color. Obviously, the primal qi was constantly being absorbed by Lu Xian. After an hour, the 2 supreme-grade primal stones in Lu Xian's hands finally completely turned gray. The primal qi in them had been completely absorbed, but Lu Xian did not have the slightest sign of a breakthrough. There were advantages and disadvantages to breaking through more acupoints. The advantage was that one's combat effectiveness would be greatly improved, while the disadvantage was that the resources needed to break through to the spirit refinement realm would be greatly increased. For an ordinary martial artist, not to mention 2 top-grade primordial stones, even half a top-grade primordial stone would be more than enough to break through to the spirit refinement realm. Fortunately, Lu Xian had the Tai regression technique, so his speed of absorbing primordial qi was far faster than that of ordinary martial artists. If it was an ordinary martial artist, it would take more than half a day to absorb the primordial qi of a top-grade primordial stone. This was also the reason why senior brother Gao was not too worried. Qin Shaohan was a talisman master who cultivated talisman Taoism instead of martial arts. Xianxia was also unconscious. The only one who could absorb primordial qi was Lu Xian. In his view, even if Lu Xian was given 4 hours, he could only absorb 1/3 of the top-grade primordial stone at most. At this moment, the 3rd top-grade primordial stone was also in Lu Xian's hand. The previous 2 top-grade primordial stones had made the primordial qi in his body extremely abundant. This 3rd top-grade primordial stone was the key to breaking through. After another half an hour, when the 3rd top-grade primordial stone was almost completely absorbed, Lu Xian's momentum suddenly soared. Qin Shaohan was slightly surprised and then overjoyed. Looking at this situation, he should have reached the limit and was about to break through to the spirit refinement realm, she guessed correctly. At this moment, Lu Xian's body was full of rich primordial qi. There was no gap in his acupoints, meridians, and even in his bone marrow. 3 top-grade primordial stones were equivalent to the primordial qi of 30,000 middle-grade primordial stones. They all poured into Lu Xian's body. If he had not broken through enough acupoints, he would not have been able to accommodate such a huge amount of primordial qi. Now, it was also time to refine the primordial qi and condense the natal primordial qi. The Tai regression technique obtained by Lu Xian contained all the cultivation methods of the body refinement realm. Naturally, it also included the method to condense the natal primordial qi. Natal primordial qi, condensed, the first thing Lu Xian gathered was the origin power in his Guiyuan acupoint. The Tai Guiyuan technique was activated in a frenzy, and a mysterious aura was emitted. Countless ordinary origin power quickly dissipated, and tiny strands of natal origin power began to appear. At first, it was only the tiniest strand, but as more and more origin power was refined, the natal origin power began to grow rapidly. The natal primordial qi condensed by Lu Xian qi was not the power of Xian ice. Was natal primordial qi of qi condensed was Xian ice qi. Was Xian primordial qi primordial natal Xian qi condensed was ice of Xian qi of Xian qi of qi. When using some special techniques to break through to the spirit refinement realm, the condensed life origin energy was different. For example, when cultivating the Dark Ice Heart Sutra to break through to the spirit refinement realm, the condensed dark ice energy would be condensed. When cultivating the Glazed Sun Record to break through to the spirit refinement realm, the condensed sun energy would be condensed. However, most of the cultivation methods only condensed the most ordinary natal primordial qi, which was similar to the natal primordial qi that Lu Xian had condensed. Lu Xian had thought that his Tai convergence skill was able to condense the power of mysterious ice, and that the power he condensed after making a breakthrough into the God Ascension realm would also be the power of mysterious ice. However, he did not expect that to be the case at all. It seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary natal inner force, which was something that he found hard to believe. The Tai regression technique came from the sword crystal, and Lu Xian could clearly feel that the Tai regression technique was more advanced than other cultivation methods. He thought that the natal primordial qi he condensed would be more special, but for some reason, there seemed to be no difference. However, at this moment, he did not have the time to think so much. He continuously operated the Tai regression technique and quickly refined all the Yuan power in his body. This was different from when he used the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus. The Yuan power contained in the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus was limited, and at most, it could only allow Lu Xian to refine a fist-sized piece of mysterious ice. However, the amount of Yuan power in his body now far exceeded the Yuan power provided by the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus. Therefore, the natal primordial qi that was refined was naturally more vigorous. Strands of natal primordial qi continuously condensed, and very quickly, it filled up Lu Xian's entire Guanyuan acupoint. The abundant yuan power in his body was also rapidly decreasing. Refining natal primordial qi was a process of getting rid of the impurities and extracting the essence. Although it seemed that Lu Xian's yuan power had decreased, he could use the natal primordial qi in his Guanyuan acupoint to mobilize even more yuan power of heaven and earth. Compared to the yuan spirit energy that filled the world, the amount of yuan power that a human body could contain was simply incomparable. As the amount of natal primordial qi increased, Lu Xian gradually felt the benefits of the spirit refinement stage. Not only was there more natal primordial qi in his body, even his spiritual force was slightly strengthened, and the range of his senses rapidly increased. In the past, his senses could only cover his entire body, and could not extend beyond his eyes. Now, however, his senses could penetrate through his body. When he fully released his senses, Lu Xian felt as if he had opened his heaven's eye. Even though his eyes were clearly closed, he could see anything that was within his range of senses. He could see that Chen Xiaohan was anxiously and expectantly looking at him, Xianxia was still lying on the side with her eyes tightly shut, and the defensive formation in front of the cave was violently fluctuating. The increase in the range of his senses would undoubtedly greatly increase his battle power. As long as it was within his range of senses, nothing could escape his eyes. If someone were to launch a sneak attack from behind, he did not need to turn around to be able to easily lock onto the opponent's position and attack, and then react accordingly. Lu Xian remembered that Elder Su and Ninth Uncle had once told him that the word spirit in the spirit refinement stage contained two meanings. One was naturally the power of the primordial spirit, and the other was the spiritual force, which was the power of the soul. Obviously, although he could not train the power of the soul, after breaking through to the spirit refinement stage, it still drove a trace of the improvement of the power of the soul. While constantly refining the natal primordial qi, Lu Xian also experienced the various benefits brought by the spirit refinement stage. No wonder it was said that although the spirit refinement stage and the body refinement stage were only separated by a thin line, they were very different. Some things that he could not understand before, now he understood all of them. If he were to comprehend a profound level martial skill now, it would be much easier than the body refinement stage. Just as Lu Xian refined most of the natal primordial qi in his body, a loud bang suddenly came, the defensive formation in front of the cave had been broken, and the huge impact instantly broke the soundproof formation that Chen Xiaohan had set up. It was precisely because of this that Lu Xian heard the loud bang. Ha 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 ha, I've finally broken this turtle shell. A loud laugh was heard, and a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was Senior Brother Gao, who was in the fifth layer of the spirit refinement stage. After the defensive formation was broken, the situation in the cave was instantly reflected in Senior Brother Gao's eyes. Chen Xiaohan's heart tightened, and she looked at Senior Brother Gao with vigilance. She held 2 5-star spiritual talismans in her hands, and wanted to continue to buy some time for Lu Xian. Although 2 5-star spiritual talismans could not kill Senior Brother Gao, it was enough to make him afraid. Let's see where you can run to now, hand over the supreme primordial stones, and I'll leave your bodies intact. Senior Brother Gao smiled sinisterly, and said directly. In his opinion, without the obstruction of the defensive formation, the situation was completely under his control. Chen Xiaohan was about to speak, but unexpectedly, a calm voice behind her spoke before she could. Isn't it just supreme primordial stones? I'll give them to you. Lu Xian slowly stood up, and the 3 primordial stones shot directly at Senior Brother Gao. Although he said this, Lu Xian sighed in his heart. He was still a little short. If he was given more time, he would be able to refine all the primordial force in his body, but he did not have that much time now, so he had to stop his cultivation temporarily. Even so, he was now a real spirit refinement cultivator, and it was not a problem for him to deal with Senior Brother Gao. Seeing the 3 supreme primordial stones flying toward him, Senior Brother Gao was confused. Why is this kid so obedient? It's not normal. Although he had this thought in his heart, his movements were not slow. He raised his left hand, and a force was unleashed, instantly stopping the forward momentum of the 3 primordial stones, and easily catching them. Instinctively looking down, Senior Brother Gao's expression changed, and he instantly became furious. The primordial stones in his hand were indeed supreme primordial stones, but at this moment, they had all turned gray, and it was obvious that the primordial force in them had been exhausted. Supreme primordial stones that had been completely absorbed could not be called supreme primordial stones. They were no different from ordinary stones. You're courting death. You actually absorbed all of them? Senior brother Gao fiercely threw the 3 wasted supreme primordial stones on the ground, and looked at Lu Xian with a ferocious expression. How could he not be angry? He had racked his brains, pursued Qin Shaohan for so long, and spent a large amount of time to break the array, but in the end, it was all for naught. As soon as his voice fell, senior brother Gao was suddenly shocked, and his eyes were full of surprise as he looked at Lu Xian. This kid has actually reached the spirit refinement realm? Just a moment ago, wasn't he only in the body refinement realm? In less than 4 hours, he has actually successfully broken through to the spirit refinement realm. How is this possible? Senior brother Gao could not believe his eyes. Could it be the credit of these 3 supreme primordial stones? No, 3 supreme primordial stones, how could they be completely absorbed in less than 4 hours? Even if a warrior in the middle stage of the spirit refinement realm used them, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. There were too many things that he could not figure out, but at this moment, he did not have so much time to think about it. Lu Xian breaking through to the spirit refinement realm was already a fact. In just a moment, senior brother Gao, who was originally aggressive, suddenly became vigilant. Lu Xian's strength was obviously a bit strange. His 10th achievement of body refinement realm was enough to fight with him, and now that he had reached the spirit refinement realm, his strength was probably not inferior to his. Lifting the broken ice sword, Lu Xian slowly stepped forward, shielding Qin Shaohan behind him, and looked at senior brother Gao coldly. Now, do you still want to leave our corpses intact? Kid, don't be arrogant. Even if you have broken through to the spirit refinement realm, it is not that easy to deal with me. This time I will not pursue the matter, but if you really want to force me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior brother Gao said in a low voice, and in his heart, there was already a trace of desire to make peace. Senior brother Gao was not an idiot. His purpose for coming here was only for the 3 supreme grade primal stones in Qin Shaohan's hands. However, these 3 supreme grade primal stones had all been absorbed by Lu Xian and were no longer of any use to him. Since there were no more benefits, he naturally did not want to fight with Lu Xian. Furthermore, he had no confidence in Lu Xian's strength. He was not confident that he could defeat Lu Xian. However, he wanted to make peace, but Lu Xian might not have the heart to do so. In the Xianbing secret realm, there are limitless resources, and only those who are fated can obtain them. If you have the ability, you can rely on your own abilities to obtain all kinds of resources. However, you choose not to take the right path, and are delusional enough to steal from others. Isn't this the path of death? Lu Xian said slowly as he approached senior brother Gao. It seems like you are determined to kill me? Senior brother Gao looked at Lu Xian cautiously. He kept retreating, maintaining a distance from Lu Xian. He had seen Lu Xian's battle before. The power of his martial skills was extraordinary. If he used them, it was very likely that he would be hit. If I did not come in time, if I did not break through to the spirit refinement realm by chance, would you still want to make peace with me? Lu Xian said mockingly. This senior brother Gao saw that they were weak, so he wanted to kill them and steal their treasures. Now that he had broken through, he wanted to leave unscathed. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Lu Xian was not a vengeful person, but he was not Mr. Nice Guy either. Seeing Lu Xian's unyielding attitude, senior brother Gao seemed to soften. He said in a low voice, "All right, I do not want to be your enemy. I am willing to pay a price to apologize for my previous actions. I have 2 spiritual medicines here. How about that?" Hearing this, Lu Xian's heart jumped. He asked, "What spiritual medicine?" If this guy had the profound ice jade leaf lotus, then it wouldn't be impossible for him to spare his life. 2 top-notch spiritual herbs. You'll know when you see them. Seeing that Lu Xian seemed to be a little tempted, senior brother Gao heaved a sigh of relief and said. Immediately after, he walked forward and seemed to be about to take out the elixirs from his storage ring. However, Lu Xian was not an inexperienced youth. When he saw senior brother Gao's actions, he immediately became alarmed and shouted, "Just put the things on the ground." However, senior brother Gao acted as if he hadn't heard it. Not only did he not stop, he even sped up. Lu Xian decisively raised the long sword in his hand and mobilized the vital energy in his body. He was sure that this guy was up to no good. He didn't want to give him any chance to get close to him. You still want my things? Go to hell. Senior brother Gao suddenly let out a sinister laugh. He quickly took out a black bead from his storage ring and shot it at Lu Xian. After seeing that Lu Xian was already on guard, he no longer hit his objective. For someone like him, who would kill and rob others of their belongings, taking something from him was undoubtedly asking for his life. Seeing the black bead shot out by senior brother Gao, Lu Xian's pupils slightly shrank. He had already recognized what it was. It was a scarlet firmament black fire bead. The scarlet firmament black fire bead was a product of the Scarlet Firmament Palace. Not only did the Scarlet Firmament Palace specialize in fire-type cultivation methods, they were also very accomplished in the art of refining weapons. This Scarlet Firmament black fire bead was the pride of the Scarlet Firmament Palace. It was compressed with extremely strong fire-type origin energy. Once it was triggered, it would instantly explode and cause a great deal of damage. Even some low-level Spirit Refinement Realm warriors might die if they were to face it head-on. However, the Scarlet Firmament black fire bead was very difficult to refine. Apart from handing over some to the mysterious ice pavilion, it was never sold to outsiders. It was unknown whether senior brother Gao had exchanged for it from the mysterious ice pavilion or obtained it from killing a Scarlet Firmament Palace disciple. However, based on his character, it was more likely that he had stolen it. Since he had recognized this item, how could Lu Xian dare to let it explode near him? He might be able to withstand it, but Chen Xiaohan and the unconscious Xianxia might not be able to withstand it. Thunderclap. Almost at the same time that he recognized the Scarlet Firmament black fire bead, Lu Xian attacked without hesitation. He mobilized his natal origin energy. Incomparably vigorous lightning-type origin energy instantly gathered, and a thunderbolt that was at least 3 times thicker than before rapidly charged towards the Scarlet Firmament black fire bead. This was the first attack that Lu Xian had unleashed after reaching the Spirit Refinement Realm. The moment he made his move, Lu Xian had already experienced the difference between the Spirit Refinement Realm and the Spirit Refinement Realm. The same move, Thunderclap, was executed with the strength of the Spirit Refinement Realm and the strength of the Body Refinement Realm. The lethality was on a completely different level. It could be said that it was only at this moment that Lu Xian had truly displayed the might of the startling cloud sword technique. After all, a Xian-grade martial skill was originally meant for a Spirit Refinement Realm warrior to use. Only a Spirit Refinement Realm warrior could fully utilize the power of a Xian-grade martial skill. What made Lu Xian even more inexplicably happy was that the unknown natal origin energy in his body was much stronger than he had imagined. It was even stronger than the mysterious ice energy. Different cultivation methods would refine different origin energy. The stronger the cultivation method, the stronger the origin energy refined by the origin energy of heaven and earth. Previously, he had used the mysterious ice energy, so he naturally knew the effects of the mysterious ice energy. But now, he could clearly feel that this unknown origin energy of his was even stronger than the mysterious ice energy. It was apparent that while his natal inner force appeared to be similar to that of ordinary natal inner force, it was far superior in terms of quality. That made Lu Xian feel completely at ease. The Taiic convergence method did not disappoint him. However, he did not have that much time to ponder. He had to get rid of senior brother Gao first. He was really courting death by trying to sneak attack him. The thunderbolt shot out from the thunderclap sword technique and instantly collided with the Crimson Firmament black fire bead. The 2 attacks exploded at the same time. The thunderbolt was already extremely unstable, and the Crimson Firmament black fire bead relied on the explosive power to injure people. A violent vibration came, as if the whole cave was about to collapse. However, the power of the Crimson Firmament black fire bead was ultimately not comparable to the thunderclap sword technique. It was just a dead object. How could it compare to the Xian-grade martial skill that Lu Xian had used? In an instant, the power of the Crimson Firmament black fire bead was annihilated. The thunderclap sword technique, which had not yet exhausted its power, continued to attack senior brother Gao. Seeing this scene, senior brother Gao was so shocked that he almost jumped up. What kind of freak was this guy? A casual attack was actually so powerful that even the Crimson Firmament black fire bead could not block it. This strength was definitely not inferior to his. Senior brother Gao suddenly swung his sword to meet the remaining power of the thunderclap sword technique. He did not even look at it. He did not dare to stay any longer. He turned around and ran. He no longer had the confidence to fight with Lu Xian. Want to run? It's not that easy. Lu Xian snorted coldly. In an instant, his whole body flew out and chased after senior brother Gao at an extremely fast speed. If this senior brother Gao had been determined to run before his breakthrough, Lu Xian really could not do anything. After all, warriors in the spirit refinement realm could fly, but warriors in the body refinement realm could not. But now, Lu Xian's speed was not inferior to that of senior brother Gao. With the concept of wind and the wind riding technique, his speed was comparable to the peak of the middle stage of the spirit refinement realm. Seeing that Lu Xian was approaching in the blink of an eye, senior brother Gao really panicked this time. This guy was too monstrous. Not only was his attack power so strong, but even his movement technique was faster than his. It was simply unbelievable. Startling cloud. With the help of the speed of the wind riding technique, Lu Xian once again launched a sword attack. The speed of startling cloud was extremely fast, and at this moment, it was 30% faster. In the blink of an eye, the bursting sword chi attacked senior brother Gao's back. Sensing Lu Xian's attack, senior brother Gao forcibly turned around and slashed down with his sword, intending to block Lu Xian's attack. However, he was no match for Lu Xian in terms of strength, and he took most of the power of Lu Xian's attack head-on. His body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. I'll give everything to you. Senior brother Gao hurriedly shouted. When death came, he could no longer care about anything else. No matter how important the spiritual materials were, they were not as important as his life. What junior brother Ding said before was right. No matter how good the things were, he must be alive to enjoy them. It's too late. After I kill you, the things will still be mine. Lu Xian did not care about his words at all. He had already given him a chance before, but he did not cherish it at that time. Now he wanted to beg for mercy. It was really wishful thinking. Just as Lu Xian was about to continue his attack and kill senior brother Gao, a faint voice came from the front. Senior brother Xiao, it's just in front. There are 3 primordial stones of the highest grade. With them, senior brother Xiao, you will definitely be able to win in one fell swoop. Lu Xian could not help but temporarily stop the movement of his hands. A trace of doubt flashed across his face. Senior brother Xiao? The one who rescued Qinghong and the others seemed to be senior brother Xiao. Could it be that they had already caught up? Lu Xian's heart slightly tightened. That was not right. The leader of that group should be Han Feng, not senior brother Xiao. Perhaps it was someone with the same surname. In a short period of time, many thoughts flashed through Lu Xian's mind. Although he did not know why Lu Xian was suddenly in a daze, for senior brother Gao, this was undoubtedly a heaven-sent opportunity. He hurriedly climbed up from the ground and shouted, Senior brother Xiao, save me. The people from Wind Sword School want to kill me. It would have been better if he had not shouted. With this shout, Lu Xian immediately woke up with a start. He no longer thought about these miscellaneous things. His gaze once again locked onto senior brother Gao. No matter who it was, he would first kill this guy with the surname Gao. He might even have the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus on him. Lu Xian's body flashed in an instant. The shocking cloud sword was activated again and directly stabbed towards senior brother Gao. It was a pity that senior brother Gao was overwhelmed by the joy of the arrival of reinforcements. For a moment, he forgot to defend himself. The fierce sword chi instantly pierced through his chest from the back and shot out from the front. A wave of blood sprayed all over the ground. After suffering such a heavy blow, senior brother Gao, who had just run a few steps, suddenly knelt down powerlessly. Feeling that his life was constantly being stripped away from his body, his last thought emerged in his mind. I can't believe I will die here, it's senior brother Gao. Why would senior brother Gao ask for help? The previous voice came from the front again, and the tone was full of surprise. Hurry up, let's go and have a look. Another voice was heard, followed by more rapid footsteps. Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. He did not stay any longer. He quickly went forward to take senior brother Gao's storage ring and ran directly to the cave. Chen Xiaohan and Xianxia were still there. Although he had only heard 2 sentences, Lu Xian knew who the person who spoke was. It was junior brother Ding who had evacuated from here. Now that he had returned, it was obvious that he had called for reinforcements. Even senior brother Gao had to call that person senior brother. It was very likely that he was a disciple at the 6th LV of spirit cultivation. It just so happened that Lu Xian knew that among the 3 disciples at the 6th LV of spirit cultivation who entered the mysterious ice secret land this time, one of them had the surname Xiao. Although the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm was only 1 tier higher than the 5th tier, every breakthrough in the spirit refinement realm would result in a huge increase in strength. Although Lu Xian could kill brother Gao, who was at the 5th tier of the spirit refinement realm, he might not be a match for someone at the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm. If he was given time to refine all the Yuanli in his body, he might be able to put up a fight. However, Lu Xian did not have much chance of winning against someone at the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm. While rushing back to the cave, Lu Xian checked the items in senior brother Gao's storage ring. Senior brother Gao had gained quite a lot. There were a few high-grade primal stones and more than a dozen ice souls of different sizes. As for the spirit medicine, it was as he said, there were indeed 2 of them. However, to Lu Xian's disappointment, these 2 elixirs were not the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus. Their value was far from it. Altogether, they were worth about 2,000 contribution points. Looks like I'll have to rely on myself to find the elixir to save Xianxia. Lu Xian sighed softly. He had already returned to the cave. Lu Xian, how was it? Chen Xiaohan hurriedly asked. Lu Xian shook his head. I killed that guy, but I didn't get the elixir I wanted. Let's leave quickly. Someone is catching up. After speaking, Lu Xian quickly carried the unconscious Xianxia. Chen Xiaohan was also slightly surprised. She hurriedly followed and the 3 of them prepared to escape. However, it was too late. A figure landed lightly in front of the cave. You killed someone from the mysterious ice pavilion, and you still want to run? The person looked at Lu Xian and said plainly. Seeing this person, Lu Xian's pupils shrank slightly. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and held the shattered ice sword in front of him in a defensive stance. He could clearly feel that this person's strength was above that of senior brother Gao from before. Who are you? Lu Xian asked in a low voice. Although he had vaguely guessed the identity of the person, he still wanted to confirm it. Xiao Zhaohong. The person at the cave entrance proudly announced his name. As expected, it was him. Lu Xian's heart sank. One of the 3 6th-level spirit refinement cultivators who entered the mystic ice secret realm was Xiao Zhaohong. When Chen Xiaohan, who was behind Lu Xian, heard Xiao Zhaohong introducing himself, her body couldn't help but tremble. She didn't expect that after escaping from senior brother Gao with great difficulty, an even stronger fellow would appear. Thinking of this, a bitter smile flashed across Chen Xiaohan's face. As expected, I still can't escape this fate. However, as long as she was with Lu Xian, she was not afraid. At worst, they could just die together. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps resounded once more. It was the group of disciples that followed Xiao Zhaohong rushing over. As soon as they saw Lu Xian, one of them said loudly, Senior brother Xiao, this is the guy who injured me and killed 2 of our junior brothers. Senior brother Gao should have been killed by him just now. Lu Xian's gaze shifted to the sky. As expected, it was the junior brother Ding who had left in advance because he was worried that senior brother Gao would attack him. He didn't expect that he would return and even lead Xiao Zhaohong here. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed him in advance. Xiao Zhaohong smirked and glared at Lu Xian as he said, You're just a disciple of a 3rd-rank sect. As a subordinate sect of the Xian Ice Pavilion, you actually dared to attack people from the Xian Ice Pavilion. You're too bold. If people don't kill me, I won't kill them. Do you want me to let you people from the Mystic Ice Pavilion kill me? Lu Xian stared at Xiao Zhaohong and said. He didn't have the confidence to defeat Xiao Zhaohong. Moreover, Chen Xiaohan and Xianxia were behind him. He didn't dare to take the risk. Xiao Zhaohong sneered when he heard this and said, I don't care about your trivial matters. I heard that you have a few top-grade origin stones on you, and I don't care about them. All I know is that you killed the disciples of my profound ice pavilion. As their senior brother, I naturally have to avenge them. Seeing Xiao Zhaohong like this, Lu Xian's heart became heavier. Obviously, Xiao Zhaohong's trip was not for benefits, but purely for revenge. If it was any other time, Lu Xian would have admired Xiao Zhaohong's character. But now, it made his situation even more difficult. I was able to kill senior brother Gao, who was in the 5th layer of the spirit refinement realm. Naturally, I can kill any one of the people behind you. If you don't want the Mystic Ice Pavilion to suffer more losses, I think letting me go is the best choice. As soon as Lu Xian said that, the disciples behind Xiao Zhaohong could not help but be slightly shocked. They could not help but take a few steps back, secretly raising their guard. They were truly afraid that Lu Xian would do anything to them. Are you threatening me? Xiao Zhaohong's eyes flashed fiercely. If you want to understand it that way, it's not a bad idea. In this situation, this was the only countermeasure that Lu Xian could think of. Xiao Zhaohong instantly fell silent. Just when Lu Xian thought that he was going to compromise, Xiao Zhaohong raised his head again. In order to make it in time for the opening of the mystical ice secret realm, I've stayed in the 6th layer of the spirit refinement realm for 2 years. If I wanted to, I could break through to the 7th layer of the spirit refinement realm at any time. You might have a trump card, but do you think you still have the strength to kill others when you're facing my attack? If you really have the ability, then they can only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. If I kill you, I'll naturally avenge them. Xiao Zhaohong's words once again set off a storm in Lu Xian's heart. In order to make it in time for the opening of the mystical ice secret realm, he was actually willing to stay in the 6th layer of the spirit refinement realm for 2 years. This Xiao Zhaohong's determination was definitely not ordinary. In order to kill Lu Xian, he even disregarded the lives of others. He was definitely a ruthless person. Initially, Lu Xian had no chance of winning against Xiao Zhaohong. Now that he knew that Xiao Zhaohong had stayed in the 6th layer of the spirit refinement realm for 2 years, his chance of winning had undoubtedly dropped. After letting out a long sigh, Lu Xian no longer had any hope of winning. If that was the case, then let's fight. All of a sudden, Lu Xian's body became even straighter. That compromising attitude from before vanished in an instant. His entire being was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. Xiao Zhaohong's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment when he sensed the change in Lu Xian's aura. This Lu Xian was quite a talent. However, since he had killed a disciple of the Mystic Ice Pavilion, he would not let Lu Xian go no matter what. After handing Xianxia to Qin Shaohan, Lu Xian turned around and looked at Xiao Zhaohong again. Since you're only here for revenge, then come at me alone. I don't mind fighting with you. However, I was the one who killed everyone just now. I have 2 companions behind me, so please let them go. Xiao Zhaohong was about to nod, but junior brother Ding's voice sounded again. Senior brother Xiao, that woman also used a talisman to kill some of our disciples. You can't let her go. Lu Xian's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of anger, and his gaze, which was filled with killing intent, instantly fell on junior brother Ding. This guy, time and again, has provoked us, and now he wants to kill us all. Junior brother Ding could not help but shiver when he met Lu Xian's murderous gaze. For a moment, he could not help but regret his outspokenness. However, when he remembered that Xiao Zhaohong was here, he quickly calmed down. Humph, I didn't say anything wrong. Do you want to kill me to silence me? Junior brother Ding was also full of hatred for Lu Xian. Previously, Lu Xian had seriously injured him. If nothing unexpected happened, he was afraid that he would no longer be able to accomplish anything in the mysterious ice secret realm. However, he did not think that if they had not attacked Qin Shaohan first, Lu Xian would not have found trouble with them. In that case, all of you can stay. Xiao Zhaohong's gaze only swept slightly from Qin Shaohan before he looked at Lu Xian again. Only Lu Xian might be able to withstand a few of his moves. If I don't die this time, I will definitely kill you. Lu Xian looked straight at junior brother Ding and said word by word. Hearing this voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell, junior brother Ding could not speak for a moment. Stop talking nonsense. Let's make sure you don't die first. Xiao Zhaohong said impatiently. He raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it directly at Lu Xian. I also want to see the strength of an expert in the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm. Lu Xian took a step forward. His aura suddenly erupted without reservation. In an instant, he had reached his peak state. Xiaohan, take Xianxia and escape quickly. I will help you stop the pursuers. Don't be stupid at this critical moment. Lu Xian's voice quietly rang in Qin Xiaohan's ears. After reaching the spirit refinement realm, Lu Xian could sense his surroundings and transmit his voice at will. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Qin Xiaohan bit her lower lip and forced herself to hold back her tears. This time, she did not say anything about dying together. This was Lu Xian risking his life to protect them. Even if it was not for herself, she had to escape for Xianxia. After transmitting his voice, Lu Xian got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind. His eyes were locked on Xiao Zhaohong. He took a deep breath and instantly rushed forward. Wind riding technique, activate, peak intermediate sword essence, erupt, power of bloodline, activate. Dragon lurks in the abyss. With a low growl, the shattered ice sword in Lu Xian's hand charged at Xiao Zhaohong like a giant dragon. Great swordsmanship. Xiao Zhaohong's eyes lit up. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. He mobilized the mysterious ice force and displayed the strength of a peak 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm without reservation. He was going to fight Lu Xian's attack head-on. As soon as Xiao Zhaohong launched his attack, Lu Xian felt a strong pressure on him. A cultivator in the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm was indeed extraordinary. At the moment when Lu Xian made his move, Qin Xiaohan did not hesitate at all. She carried Xianxia in her arms and quickly turned around and ran away. Seeing Qin Xiaohan running away, the disciples behind Xiao Zhaohong immediately wanted to chase after her. At the same time, Lu Xian's angry roar could be heard. Whoever chases after me will die. His words were filled with murderous intent. The disciples of the profound ice pavilion who were about to chase after Qin Xiaohan stopped and hesitated. They did not know whether they should chase after her or not. They had already seen Lu Xian's strength. If Lu Xian really wanted to kill them, they might not be able to keep their lives. Xiao Zhaohong did not immediately give the order for the group of disciples to chase after Lu Xian. He was extremely interested in Lu Xian's sword technique, and his desire to compete with him was aroused. Taking advantage of this time, Qin Xiaohan had already escaped far away. Her hands holding the 5-star talisman were already covered in sweat. Seeing that no one was chasing her, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, the tears at the corner of her eyes continued to fall. She really did not want to escape. She really wanted to fight alongside Lu Xian, but she could not. She could not let Lu Xian down. She had to escape with Xianxia. Lu Xian, don't die. If you die, I will not live alone. I will avenge you and then go down to find you. Qin Xiaohan held back her tears as she continued to run. Her thoughts were a mess. Just as Qin Xiaohan ran out of Xiao Zhaohong's sight, she suddenly saw another group of Ice Pavilion disciples. Damn the Ice Pavilion! Qin Xiaohan looked angrily, but did not dare to go forward. She continued to run in another direction. This group of Ice Pavilion disciples did not know about the grudge between Qin Xiaohan and Ice Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, they would not kill unless there was a conflict of interest. However, what surprised Qin Xiaohan was that after this group of Ice Pavilion disciples discovered her tracks, they paused for a moment and actually rushed towards her. One of the girls was even faster. In an instant, she had arrived in front of Qin Xiaohan. Qin Xiaohan hurriedly stopped. She held the talisman in her hand tightly and shouted, "Who are you?" Seeing Qin Xiaohan's guarded expression, the girl smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions." "Are you a disciple of Wind Sword School? Junior sister Chen?" A slightly surprised voice came from the side of the Ice Pavilion disciples. Qin Xiaohan subconsciously turned her head and was surprised to find that the person who called out to her was a disciple of Wind Sword School, Xiao Long. For a moment, Qin Xiaohan could not help but feel a little lost. What was going on? Why was Xiao Long with the Ice Pavilion disciple? Junior martial sister Chen, don't worry. Senior martial sister Du doesn't have any bad intentions. She has been taking care of us along the way. Junior martial brother Yu Feng and I have been following senior martial sister Du, Xiao Long shouted as he rushed over. Following Xiao Long was another person, Yu Feng. Eh? this is junior sister Xia? What happened to junior sister Xia? Xiaolong was shocked when he saw Xianxia in Qin Xiaohan's arms. Qin Xiaohan, however, did not bother to explain. Instead, she blankly asked, "Why are you with the people from the Profound Ice Pavilion?" "This? I'm not sure either. You have to ask senior sister Du why she's taking care of us." Xiaolong shook his head. When he first met Senior Du, he was also very vigilant. However, he did not expect that after Senior Du saw that they were disciples of the Wind Sword School, she let him join her team. After that, he met Yu Feng and also joined her team. Xiaolong did not know the reason behind this. "By the way, where's Lu Xian? Did you meet him?" Xiaolong asked again. At the mention of Lu Xian, Qin Xiaohan was instantly filled with sorrow. Her tears once again burst out. "Xiao Zhaohong and his group of people from the Profound Ice Pavilion want to kill us. Lu Xian brought up the rear for me and is currently fighting with Xiao Zhaohong. I'm afraid he's in danger." Hearing Qin Xiaohan's words, senior sister Du was shocked before Xiaolong could say anything. She hurriedly said, "You said that Xiao Zhaohong wants to kill Lu Xian? When did this happen? Where is he now?" Although Qin Xiaohan did not know how senior sister Du knew about Lu Xian, it was as if she had found a life-saving straw. She hurriedly said, "Just now, not far from here. Perhaps Lu Xian is not dead yet. Senior sister Du, please save Lu Xian." Qin Xiaohan did not know who the senior sister Du was, nor did she know how strong she was. However, she was still a disciple of the Profound Ice Pavilion. If senior sister Du was willing to help, she might really be able to save Lu Xian. Qin Xiaohan originally thought that senior sister Du would reject her request. She was already prepared to beg bitterly. However, who knew that senior sister Du would not say anything more and decisively said, "Quickly bring me there." "Forget it, I'll bring you away directly." With that, senior sister Du simply grabbed Qin Xiaohan's shoulder and directly soared into the sky with Qin Xiaohan. Qin Xiaohan was still holding on to Xianxia, but the two of them were as light as a feather in senior sister Du's hands. Boom! The two fierce attacks collided in an instant. The powerful Yuan power collided and immediately stirred up a violent wave of air. The disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion behind Xiao Zhaohong had already retreated far away. They were extremely shocked. This Lu Xian looked like he was only at the first tier of the spirit refinement realm, but he actually had such a strong strength. He had already withstood 3 attacks from senior brother Xiao. It was simply incredible. No wonder he could kill Gao Jian, who was at the 5th tier of the spirit refinement realm. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, they did not chase after the 2 girls. Otherwise, if Lu Xian was in a hurry, the possibility of them dying would be very high. However, it seemed that Lu Xian had also reached his limit. Slowly climbing up from the ground, Lu Xian coughed out a mouthful of blood and then wiped it with his sleeve. Xiao Zhaohong was indeed an expert at the peak of the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm for 2 years. His attacks were stronger than the previous one. During the first attack, Lu Xian could still barely withstand it, but after that, he was completely unable to withstand it. Just now, the 3rd attack had completely blown him away. Interesting. To be able to withstand 3 of my attacks without dying. You should be proud to be able to reach this level with the strength of the 1st tier of the spirit refinement realm. After sending Lu Xian flying, Xiao Zhaohong was not in a hurry to attack. Your sword technique is also very strong. However, it's a pity that your strength is too weak. If you don't have a stronger technique, I'm afraid you'll die next. Am I going to die? But I still have a martial technique that I haven't used yet. Lu Xian straightened his body as a faint smile flashed across his face. He had never used that martial technique, nor did he want to use it. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to use it. He did not doubt the authenticity of Xiao Zhaohong's words. If his strength was limited to this, the next attack would be the moment of his death. Even if he used the strongest move of the dragon sword technique, the proud dragon shows remorse, he would still not be a match for Xiao Zhaohong. Oh? There's still a martial technique? Let me have a look. After witnessing Lu Xian's dragon sword technique, Xiao Zhaohong was quite interested in him. Of course, it was only interest. It was impossible for him to let Lu Xian go because of this. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian's gaze gradually became serious. His hands quickly formed a seal and the yuan power in his body suddenly started to circulate in an unusual path. Although it was the first time he used it, Lu Xian was not the slightest bit rusty because he had already memorized it. As the yuan power circulated, an unusual flush appeared on Lu Xian's face. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, following that, Lu Xian's aura continued to rise, netherworld blood curse, burning one's own blood essence in exchange for great power. However, the side effects were also extremely serious. Not only would it cause unerasable internal injuries to one's body, it would also cause negative emotions, causing one's mind to be in a mess. It could even cause one to go berserk and sink into illusions, unable to extricate themselves. Seeing Lu Xian's performance, Xiao Zhaohong's expression changed slightly. He shouted in a low voice, "Forbidden technique." Yes, it's a forbidden technique. I don't want to use it, but if I don't use it now, I won't have another chance. Feeling the great power in his body, Lu Xian's confidence rose again. Now, let's fight again. Do you think you can defeat me by using a forbidden technique? Xiao Zhaohong said in a low voice. At least, it can stop you and kill the person I want to kill. Lu Xian's gaze suddenly froze and directly locked on junior brother Ding, who was hiding behind Xiao Zhaohong. Suddenly being stared at by Lu Xian, junior brother Ding's scalp went numb in an instant, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't care about anything else and shouted, "Senior brother Xiao, help! No one in the world can save you." Lu Xian's cold voice was instantly heard. Like a gust of wind, it directly blew into the hearts of everyone present. At this moment, other than junior brother Ding, the other disciples were extremely glad that they did not offend this lunatic. With the wind-riding technique running, Lu Xian's speed was much faster than before. Almost in the blink of an eye, he passed Xiao Zhaohong and directly pounced on junior brother Ding. "Senior brothers, help me stop him." Junior brother Ding was so scared that he screamed and turned to escape. He regretted it even more. If he had known that this guy was so powerful, he would not have dared to provoke him. Now, he really understood the meaning of the saying, "Trouble comes from the mouth." However, none of the disciples around him were willing to die for him. They all hurriedly avoided him and no one dared to stop him. "How dare you!" Xiao Zhaohong shouted angrily. He turned and quickly chased after Lu Xian. He did not expect that Lu Xian could really kill someone in front of him. However, Lu Xian seized the opportunity. His speed was extremely fast. While he was in the air, he had already swung the broken ice sword in his hand. Shocking cloud sword, this sword was unleashed by Lu Xian with hatred. Its power was incomparably fierce. If it was not for this guy, how could Xiao Zhaohong be attracted here? If it was not for this guy, Chen Xiaohan and the others would have left safely and would not have to be on tenterhooks. If he did not kill him, it would not be enough to quell the anger in Lu Xian's heart. The huge sword light rushed out, but in an instant, it attacked junior brother Ding's back. The sword directly pierced through his body. Without the slightest accident, junior brother Ding was directly killed by Lu Xian. He did not even have time to say a word. At that moment, Xiao Zhaohong had already unleashed a furious attack. Lu Xian had still let a disciple of the mysterious ice pavilion die under his watch. To him, that was a great humiliation. He showed no mercy at all and used a killing move as soon as he attacked, intending to kill Lu Xian right away. However, the current Lu Xian was not the previous Lu Xian. After using the forbidden technique and burning his blood essence, the power he obtained was extremely strong. His reaction speed had also increased. He abruptly turned around in the air and suddenly swung his sword, immediately meeting Xiao Zhaohong's attack. Boom! Lu Xian was hit again. After all, it was a hasty move and could not compare to Xiao Zhaohong's full strength. Ha 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 ha! Lu Xian fell heavily on the ground, but his expression was not ugly at all. Instead, he laughed heartily and looked at Xiao Zhaohong provocatively. "Tell me, do I have the strength to kill someone in your hands? Tell me, can I kill a few more?" Xiao Zhaohong's face was livid. The veins on his hand that was holding the long sword were bulging. He was obviously extremely angry. He did not have a deep friendship with junior brother Ding, but junior brother Ding was under his protection. But now, Lu Xian killed him in front of his eyes. This was a blatant provocation. You're courting death. Xiao Zhaohong's voice was cold. He did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. Haha, if I don't kill him, you won't kill me? Lu Xian stood up and forcefully suppressed the injuries in his body and the backlash from the nether blood curse. He looked at Xiao Zhaohong without the slightest bit of fear. He was already prepared to die, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Very well. Xiao Zhaohong was so angry that he laughed. Then I'll let you die quickly. Everyone, back off. Don't blame me if you die. Without Xiao Zhaohong's reminder, the group of Xian Ice Pavilion disciples had already escaped far away. They looked at Lu Xian with vigilance, afraid that Lu Xian would target them next. Seeing them escape, Lu Xian did not stop them. These disciples had no grudges against him, so there was no need to kill them. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Those who died in his hands, more or less, had their own way of death. Don't think that you're my opponent just because you used a forbidden skill. I'll show you my true strength now. Xiao Zhaohong shouted. His aura surged again. He had stayed at the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm for 2 years. Xiao Zhaohong was not an ordinary 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm. When he fought against Lu Xian, he was still hiding his strength. Now that Lu Xian had truly angered him, he could no longer care about anything else. Lu Xian's gaze grew even more serious. It was probably as Xiao Zhaohong had said, and he might not be a match for Xiao Zhaohong even if he utilized the netherworld blood curse. However, his objective was only to delay Xiao Zhaohong and the others so that Qin Shaohan could escape, so he didn't care too much. Freezing sky and freezing ground. Xiao Zhaohong shouted loudly. He mobilized the mysterious ice energy and the surrounding ice origin energy quickly swept over. In an instant, the entire place was filled with a bone-chilling cold air. Lu Xian's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but shout, "Ice concept! You have good eyesight. This is my concept of ice. In my domain, killing you is easy." Xiao Zhaohong's tone was filled with pride. "Whether or not you can kill me, we'll only know after we fight." Lu Xian snorted coldly. With a twist of his shattered ice sword, he activated Dragon Submerged in the Abyss again. After using the Netherworld blood curse and burning his own blood essence, Lu Xian's strength increased greatly. The power of his bloodline was also activated to the extreme. The might of the dragon submerged in the abyss was far from what it was before. Ice Thorn. Within the ice concept, the amount of yuan power that Xiao Zhaohong could use was extremely large. In a split second, several long swords that were formed from pure ice-type yuan power were formed, before they suddenly shot towards Lu Xian. Boom! The first longsword instantly collided with Lu Xian's attack. Lu Xian's entire body trembled. The dragon submerged in the abyss could not even receive the first blow from Xiao Zhaohong's full-powered attack. Gritting his teeth, Lu Xian changed his move yet again. The dragon rages in the wild burst forth, slashing 3 times in a row at Xiao Zhaohong's mysterious ice spikes with all his might. Lu Xian was forced to take 3 steps back by the 3 attacks, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Not bad. Under my full-powered attack, you can still receive my first wave of attacks. However, I want to see how many you can receive. Xiao Zhaohong was completely unmoved. In an instant, several more mysterious ice swords were formed. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, he once again attacked Lu Xian. Fight. If this went on, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. Lu Xian forcefully gathered a wisp of essence energy and fully opened the concept of wind. Circulating the wind-riding art, his entire body's speed suddenly increased explosively. The spectating profound ice pavilion disciples only felt a blur in front of their eyes. Lu Xian's figure instantly disappeared from his original spot, and he actually dodged Xiao Zhaohong's attack in that instant. Dragon soars in the sky. Lu Xian's entire body soared into the air. His body was like a flying dragon, and his sword was like a meteor, piercing straight at Xiao Zhaohong. This move again? Break for me! Xiao Zhaohong shouted, and the sword in his hand chopped at Lu Xian without dodging. In terms of strength, Lu Xian was inferior to him. In a head-on clash, the one at a disadvantage would definitely be Lu Xian. My attacks are not limited to just this move. Because the speed was too fast, it caused Lu Xian's voice to be somewhat erratic. Previously, when he exchanged 3 moves with Xiao Zhaohong had seen the first 3 moves of the dragon sword art. But the last move, which was also the strongest move, he simply did not know. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Xiao Zhaohong's expression changed slightly. Just as he was thinking about what it meant, he saw Lu Xian in the air suddenly change his move. Arrogant Dragon Repents. Just as the attack was about to reach Xiao Zhaohong, Lu Xian's sword stance changed, and he shockingly switched to the strongest move of the dragon sword art, Arrogant Dragon Repents. Xiao Zhaohong's expression changed drastically. This move was clearly much stronger than the 3 moves he had seen before. He did not expect that Lu Xian actually still had such a trump card hidden. Xiao Zhaohong did not have time to think about it. The 2 attacks suddenly collided, and a loud bang was heard. Under the shocked gazes of the Profound Ice Pavilion disciples, the 2 figures were sent flying at the same time. To them, Lu Xian being sent flying was expected, but even senior brother Xiao was sent flying? How was this possible? They could not accept this result. If Xiao Zhaohong had been careless and allowed Lu Xian to succeed, it was still forgivable. But Xiao Zhaohong had clearly used his full strength, yet he still could not kill Lu Xian. This guy was too terrifying. He was only at the first layer of the spirit refinement realm. As soon as he fell to the ground, Xiao Zhaohong quickly got up, but a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth still exposed his injury. I was actually injured by a guy at the first layer of the spirit refinement realm. Even though Lu Xian's performance was extraordinary, Xiao Zhaohong never thought that he would be injured by Lu Xian. After all, the difference in strength between the 2 was obvious. One was at the 6th layer of the spirit refinement realm, while the other was only at the 1st layer. Xiao Zhaohong took a deep breath and calmed his somewhat irritable emotions. Just as he was about to completely get rid of Lu Xian, who had brought him great humiliation, a pleasant female voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Zhaohong, is this all you've got? Bullying a disciple at the 1st layer of the spirit refinement realm, and getting injured? Hearing this voice, Xiao Zhaohong subconsciously turned his head. His expression changed slightly as he cursed in his heart. Damn it, why did she see me making a fool of myself just now? Senior sister do. Senior sister do. The Profound Ice Pavilion disciples below all bowed to the newcomer. Without a doubt, the person who had just arrived was Senior Sister Du of the Profound Ice Pavilion, who had brought Qin Shaohan along. Senior Sister Du floated down and immediately let go of Qin Shaohan. Qin Shaohan no longer cared about anything else and hurriedly rushed over to Lu Xian, who was lying on the ground. Being sent flying after a head-on clash with Xiao Zhaohong, Lu Xian felt a little dizzy. After all, Xiao Zhaohong's strength was obvious. Being able to injure Xiao Zhaohong was already his limit. Opening his somewhat hazy eyes, Lu Xian was the first to see Qin Shaohan running towards him. He immediately couldn't help but smile. The nether blood curse's after effects are acting up so quickly? I can't believe I'm hallucinating. Obviously, from Lu Xian's point of view, Qin Shaohan should have escaped long ago. It was impossible for her to appear here. Qin Shaohan hurriedly put the unconscious Xianxia aside and helped Lu Xian up. She asked with concern, Lu Xian, are you all right? Hearing Qin Shaohan's words, Lu Xian could not help but feel a little confused. He shook his head forcefully and muttered to himself, it doesn't seem like an illusion? That's impossible. Hearing Lu Xian's voice, Qin Shaohan finally relaxed and could not help but cry tears of joy. She hugged Lu Xian and cried, Lu Xian, it's great that you're not dead. I really thought I would never see you again this time. Qin Shaohan's tears instantly soaked Lu Xian's clothes. Only then did Lu Xian suddenly wake up. He hurriedly held the crying Qin Shaohan and said, Shaohan? Why are you back again? Hurry up and run. I'm no match for this guy. Seeing that Lu Xian was still worried about her safety, Qin Shaohan was happy and pitiful. She wiped her tears and said softly, Lu Xian, it's okay. Someone came to save us. It's Senior Sister Du from Xian Ice Pavilion. Senior Sister Du is another disciple of Xian Ice Pavilion at the 6th tier of Spirit Cultivation. We'll be fine. Senior Sister Du from Xian Ice Pavilion? Lu Xian asked in confusion. He struggled to stand up and looked at the woman who was confronting Xiao Zhaohong. Du Xiaomao, what are you doing here? Xiao Zhaohong stared at Senior Sister Du and said. Du Xiaomao was senior sister Du. It was a very cute name. Those who didn't know her might think it was her nickname. In fact, her real name was Du Xiaomao. Just like her name, her ears were pointed like a cat's ears, which was quite cute. Of course I'm here to save people. Du Xiaomao smiled and said, Lu Xian, you can't kill them. Hearing this, Xiao Zhaohong's face suddenly became cold. He thought that Du Xiaomao was just here to laugh at him. He didn't expect that she was here to save people. You want to stop me? Xiao Zhaohong raised his eyebrows and asked. Almost, Lu Xian is under my protection. Du Xiaomao didn't show any weakness and said bluntly. You want to save people from me? Don't think that I'm afraid of you. If we really fight, I may not lose. Xiao Zhaohong snorted coldly. Du Xiaomao shook her head and said, I don't want to fight with you. Listen to me, you can't kill Lu Xian. Really? Give me a reason. Hearing this, Du Xiaomao was a little hesitant, but then she whispered a few words to Xiao Zhaohong. Xiao Zhaohong's face suddenly changed, and his expression became a little unnatural. According to the order, I shouldn't tell you, but I don't want to waste my energy on you. Also, don't tell anyone else, and don't tell Lu Xian, Du Xiaomao said to Xiao Zhaohong. But he killed many of our disciples. Xiao Zhaohong said forcefully. In the mysterious ice secret realm, life and death are determined by fate. If they die, they can only blame themselves for their lack of strength and luck. Du Xiaomao shook her head slowly. Since it's that person's order, I naturally won't do anything. However, you're a little late. This guy has already used a forbidden technique. I'm afraid it will have a big impact on his future cultivation. Xiao Zhaohong glanced at Lu Xian and said to Du Xiaomao. Forbidden skill? Du Xiaomao was slightly surprised and turned to look at Lu Xian. At this moment, Lu Xian was obviously only in the first tier of spirit cultivation, but the aura around him was extremely powerful. Moreover, it was rather superficial, as if he was putting on a brave front. It was obvious that this was not his own power, but something brought about by the forbidden technique. He really did use the forbidden skill, but it's too late now, and there's nothing we can do. Du Xiaomao shook her head helplessly. Although she was told by Zhao Binger to take care of the disciples of the Wind Sword School and protect Lu Xian's life in the abstruse ice secret realm, the abstruse ice secret realm was so big, and she was only at the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm, so it was impossible for her to take care of everything. Being able to save Lu Xian from Xiao Zhaohong was already the best result. Du Xiaomao, if you want to protect him, you better watch him closely. The corner of Xiao Zhaohong's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. On the way here, I met Han Feng once. He also brought a group of people to chase after Lu Xian. Han Feng is the eldest senior brother's man. I will give him face, but Han Feng may not listen to you. Han Feng is also chasing after Lu Xian? Du Xiaomao was even more surprised, and she secretly smiled bitterly in her heart. This guy really knew how to cause trouble. This time, there were only 3 people at the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm who entered the abstruse ice secret realm. This time, Lu Xian almost died in Xiao Zhaohong's hands, and she did not expect that Han Feng would also be chasing after him. Alright, that's all I have to say. This Lu Xian is quite talented, being at the 1st tier of the spirit refinement realm. If he hadn't killed so many people from the abstruse ice pavilion, I might not have caused trouble for him. If you can protect him, then protect him. Here are a few medicinal pellets to heal his wounds. I can't heal the injuries caused by the forbidden skill, but normal injuries are not a problem. Xiao Zhaohong threw a jade bottle to Du Xiaomao, taking the initiative to give medicine to Lu Xian to heal. Although he didn't know what the relationship between Lu Xian and Zhao Binger was, Xiao Zhaohong didn't want to become Lu Xian's mortal enemy. This move could be regarded as an apology to Lu Xian through Du Xiaomao's hand. If he were to personally apologize to Lu Xian, with his character, he would definitely not do it. Du Xiaomao took the jade bottle and nodded, I see. As long as he follows me, even if Han Feng comes, he won't fight me to death. Xiao Zhaohong did not deny it, nor did he say much. He greeted the disciples behind him, glanced at Lu Xian, and left. Although the group of abstruse ice pavilion disciples did not know what Xiao Zhaohong said to Du Xiaomao, and why he suddenly let Lu Xian go, with the example of junior brother Ding, no one dared to say anything. If they angered Lu Xian, they would probably become the next junior brother Ding. Seeing Xiao Zhaohong and the others leave, Lu Xian walked towards Du Xiaomao with weak steps. At this moment, the backfire of the nether blood curse had gradually begun, and with the disappearance of the powerful force, Lu Xian was now extremely weak. Deeply bowing to Du Xiaomao, Lu Xian said, "Thank you for your help, senior sister Du. If it weren't for you, I would not have been able to escape this time." Du Xiaomao smiled slightly and said, "No need to thank me, I was just asked by someone." Lu Xian's heart slightly shivered. He was originally wondering why Du Xiaomao would risk offending Xiao Zhaohong to save him, and now it seemed that his guess was right. The person who asked Du Xiaomao to help must be Zhao Binger. However, Lu Xian did not point it out. The relationship between him and Zhao Binger could not be exposed. After all, his enemy was the senior brother of Abstruse Ice Pavilion, who had reached the Origin Realm. If he wanted to deal with Lu Xian, it would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. "Lu Xian!" A surprised voice came from behind Du Xiaomao. It was the group of people who came with Du Xiaomao, and the one who spoke was Xiao Long. Seeing Xiao Long, Lu Xian's face flashed a trace of joy. "Senior brother Xiao, and you Feng, both of you are fine, that's great." Xiao Long laughed and said, "I was also lucky to meet senior sister Du early, otherwise, I might not be able to live until now." You broke through?" While speaking, Xiao Long suddenly realized that he could no longer see through Lu Xian's strength. Without a doubt, Lu Xian must have broken through to the spirit refinement realm. "I was lucky." Lu Xian smiled and shook his head. This was really a narrow escape. "Your aptitude is really enviable." Xiao Long happily patted Lu Xian's shoulder. "Now our Wind Sword School has 2 core disciples in the spirit refinement realm. I wonder how senior brother Kong is doing now." Hearing Xiao Long mention Kong Wenbin, Lu Xian's face suddenly became gloomy. No matter how Kong Wenbin used to be, at least at the last moment of his life, it was enough to win Lu Xian's respect. Lu Xian looked at Du Xiaomao with a complicated expression, then said to Xiao Long, "Senior brother Kong is dead." Xiao Long was shocked. "Dead? How do you know? Have you seen him?" Du Xiaomao was also shocked. She naturally noticed the way Lu Xian looked at her. If she guessed correctly, the senior brother Kong that Lu Xian mentioned was most likely killed by the people from the mysterious ice pavilion. Thinking of what Xiao Zhaohong told her, that Han Feng and the others were also chasing after Lu Xian, it was most likely related to this matter. Skyblade. Sex Wei Sua and a few mysterious ice pavilion disciples wanted to attack senior brother Kong and Xianxia. Xianxia almost died, but I happened to catch up. In the end, he asked me to escape with Xianxia, and he opened all the acupoints in his body to cover for us. Until now, Xianxia is still in danger, and senior brother Kong is most likely dead. Lu Xian briefly described the original situation, but he skipped the part where Kong Wenbin wanted to compromise at the beginning. After all, Kong Wenbin was a good senior brother in the eyes of Xiao Long and the others, and Lu Xian did not want to ruin his image. "I didn't expect this to happen. I thought that the disciples of the mysterious ice pavilion were all good like senior sister Du and the others, but I didn't expect them to do such a thing." Xiao Long was a little sad. This was the first time he heard that there were casualties in the Wind Sword School. Huang Lei is also dead. He died in the hands of a disciple from the mysterious ice pavilion called Han Qing, but I have avenged him. Lu Xian brought Xiao Long another piece of bad news, but this time he used voice transmission to say it. After all, Du Xiaomao was also here, and it was not good to say that he killed a disciple from the mysterious ice pavilion in front of her. Huang Lei was the disciple from the Wind Sword School that Lu Xian had buried. For a moment, Xiao Long was silent. After learning that 2 of his fellow disciples had died, his heart was extremely heavy. If he had not been following Du Xiaomao, he might have been dead by now. They had still underestimated the danger in the mysterious ice secret realm. The danger did not come from within the secret realm, but from the outsiders. The dead cannot come back to life. Don't be too sad. Everyone has entered the mysterious ice secret realm, and life and death have long been out of their minds. The cultivation of martial arts has always been full of difficulties and obstacles. Du Xiaomao's voice sounded, comforting Lu Xian and the others. However, she could not solve the grudge between Lu Xian and Han Feng. Lu Xian nodded. Then, he thought of something and quickly asked Du Xiaomao, "Senior sister Du, do you have any antidotes such as the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus?" I have a companion who has been poisoned, and I don't know if he's dead or alive. I'm in urgent need of antidotes. I'm willing to exchange spiritual materials for them at double the price. Although Lu Xian did not have the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus, there were so many people with Du Xiaomao, and she might have antidotes. Xianxia's poison had always been like a huge rock in Lu Xian's heart. If he could completely remove it this time, he would be completely relieved. Under Lu Xian's expectant gaze, Du Xiaomao shook her head. I don't have the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus either. Hearing this, Lu Xian's face suddenly flashed a deep sense of loss. Xianxia's condition was getting worse and worse. Previously, he used the nether blood curse and burned his blood essence. He was afraid that his blood would no longer have the antidote effect. If he could not find the antidote, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, although I don't have the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus, I have the mysterious ice golden lotus pill refined from the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus. The effect is the same. Du Xiaomao's face showed a trace of a smile. Lu Xian was startled, and then he was overjoyed. The ups and downs came too quickly, and he could not help but breathe quickly. Senior Du, please give me a few mysterious ice golden lotus pills. I have a lot of spiritual materials here, and I am willing to exchange with Senior. No problem, you can use them. Here are 3 mysterious ice golden lotus pills, it should be enough to cure the poison. Du Xiaomao directly took out a jade bottle, and poured out 3 golden pills. They were the mysterious ice golden lotus pills refined from the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus. 1 stock of profound ice golden lotus pill could be refined into 3 to 5 profound ice golden lotus pills. This place was almost equivalent to an entire stock of profound ice jade leaf lotus. It was more than enough to cure Xianxia's poison. Thank you, Senior Du. If there is a chance in the future, I will repay you tenfold. Lu Xian said resolutely, and then he carefully took the 3 mysterious ice golden lotus pills, as if he was afraid that they would run away. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Du Xiaomao's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Previously, she saved Lu Xian's life, but Lu Xian did not say such words. She did not expect that a few mysterious ice golden lotus pills would make Lu Xian make such an oath. Thinking of this, Du Xiaomao looked at Xianxia, who was in Qin Xiaohan's arms, and thought in her heart, it seems that this woman is extremely important to Lu Xian. But, what's the matter with Qin Xiaohan? She was naturally able to see Qin Xiaohan's love for Lu Xian. Lu Xian did not care about Du Xiaomao's thoughts at all, and quickly ran to Qin Xiaohan's side. He took Xianxia, took out a mysterious ice golden lotus pill, and very carefully fed it into Xianxia's mouth. At the same time, he transferred a strand of origin energy into Xianxia's body to dissolve the pill's efficacy. 3 valuable mysterious ice golden lotus pills were fed into Xianxia's mouth by Lu Xian, and as the medicinal efficacy took effect, Xianxia's slightly dark complexion changed rapidly, and traces of poison were constantly being removed. The mysterious ice golden lotus pill was indeed worthy of its reputation. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian let out a long sigh of relief, and suddenly felt incomparably relaxed. The boulder in his heart was finally lifted. Lu Xian, you just used the forbidden technique. Judging from your appearance, the sequelae have obviously begun to take effect. Go heal your wounds first. Here are some medicinal pills that Xiao Zhaohong asked me to give to you. Go heal your wounds first to avoid a disaster. The sequelae of the forbidden technique can't cure the damage to your body, but at least it can treat your ordinary injuries. Du Xiaomao handed the jade bottle that Xiao Zhaohong gave her to Lu Xian. Xiao Zhaohong gave it to me? Lu Xian was a little surprised, obviously a little unexpected. Du Xiaomao nodded. Xiao Zhaohong is a good person. Although he is a little arrogant, his nature is not bad. Don't hate him too much. I know. If it were me, I would do the same. Taking the jade bottle, Lu Xian nodded gently. The reason why Xiao Zhaohong attacked him was to avenge the people of Profound Ice Pavilion. This was understandable. Lu Xian had also avenged Huang Lei by killing Han Qing at Profound Ice Pavilion. However, Lu Xian was not in a hurry to heal his wounds. Instead, he carefully checked the state of Xianxia. For him, this injury was not too serious. What was really serious was the sequelae of the nether blood curse, which could not be cured. As the medicinal effect of the profound ice golden lotus pill took effect, Xianxia's complexion became better and better. The poison had almost been removed, but there was no sign of her waking up. Lu Xian's brows gradually furrowed. What was going on? After the poison was removed, even if the body was a little weak, it was certainly not to the extent of being unconscious. Du Xiaomao also noticed the abnormality and took the initiative to say, "Let me see." After saying that, she went straight forward and put her hand on Xianxia's pulse. A trace of pure profound ice power probed into Xianxia's body. After a long time, Du Xiaomao withdrew her hand. Lu Xian hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Du Xiaomao's expression was slightly dignified. She slowly shook her head and said, "She has been poisoned for too long, and should have taken a strong poison. If you hadn't used some means to delay the poison in time, I'm afraid she would have already died." Although the mysterious ice golden lotus pellet has completely removed the poison from her body, the damage caused to her body during this period of time can't be ignored. It can be said that her body is fine now, but her life force is extremely weak. This is the true reason why she is unconscious. Du Xiaomao explained her analysis to Lu Xian one by one. After listening to the end, Lu Xian frowned even more. He did not doubt the authenticity of Du Xiaomao's words, because what she said was almost correct. It was that Xian used his own blood to delay Xiao Tian Xian's body, so that she's cultivation, so, and Xian's, and Xiao the poison, Lu, and Tian, and Lu. And Xia, Lu. And Lu. And Xia, Lu, Du, Chen. Senior Sister Du, please tell me how to wake her up. Lu Xian asked. Since Du Xiaomao knew the reason why Xianxia was in a coma, maybe she knew how to save her. Du Xiaomao pondered for a moment, then said, "She has consumed too much of her vitality. The only way to wake her up is to find a medicine with great vitality and give it to her. Under the stimulation and supplement of the medicine, there is a possibility of waking her up, but what?" Lu Xian quickly asked. "But this kind of medicine is very rare and valuable. I don't have it. Even the one who protects you might not have it." Du Xiaomao looked deeply at Lu Xian and said. Lu Xian was shocked. Du Xiaomao's meaning was very clear. This kind of medicine was very difficult to get, even Zhao Binger couldn't do anything. Zhao Binger's status in the Mystic Ice Pavilion was very high. Among all the disciples in the Mystic Ice Pavilion, other than the de Shixiang, she was the only one who had broken through to the Origin Realm. She was also Elder Zhao's only direct disciple. Even she couldn't do anything. With Lu Xian's status, it was very unlikely that he could get this medicine. Seeing Lu Xian's heavy heart, Du Xiaomao comforted him, "Don't worry too much. Although she can't wake up for now, her life is at least safe. As long as you get similar medicine in the future, you will naturally be able to wake her up. Moreover, in the Mystic Ice Secret Realm, there are countless treasures. Maybe you can find it." Hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, it was basically impossible to get this kind of medicine in the outside world. But now that he was in the Mystic Ice Secret Realm, there were countless treasures. He still had more than 2 months, maybe he could find it. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Du. I will definitely find it." Lu Xian nodded his head and said. Du Xiaomao smiled slightly, "As long as you don't lose confidence. Go and heal your injuries first, I will protect you." This time, Lu Xian didn't refuse. If he wanted to find the medicine in the Mystic Ice Secret Realm, he had to at least recover his peak strength. He cupped his hands at Du Xiaomao and returned to the previous cave to start healing his injuries. The medicine that Xiao Zhaohong gave to Lu Xian was called the Ice Spirit Pill. There were a total of 5 of them. Although the value of the Ice Spirit Pill wasn't as high as the Mystic Ice Golden Lotus Pill, it wasn't any lower. Furthermore, it had excellent healing effects. Without hesitation, all 5 Ice Spirit Pills were consumed by Lu Xian in one go. He then closed his eyes and began to circulate the Tai Return to Origin technique to dissolve the medicinal effects of the Ice Spirit Pills. Previously, when Lu Xian broke through to the Spirit Refinement Realm, time was too tight and he didn't have the time to carefully sort it out. Now that he had Du Xiaomao's protection, Lu Xian could finally relax and cultivate in peace. As the medicinal effects of the Ice Spirit Pill took effect, some of the injuries in Lu Xian's body began to gradually improve. His already damaged internal organs were now constantly recovering. However, the hidden injuries caused by the nether blood curse couldn't be cured by a mere ice spirit pill. It was a kind of destruction to one's own talent. Unless it was an extremely heaven-defying medicine, it was basically impossible to cure. This was also why many amazing martial artists, after using the forbidden technique, instantly became ordinary, and even their cultivation regressed. However, Lu Xian didn't regret it. If he hadn't used the nether blood curse in time, he probably wouldn't have lasted until Du Xiaomao arrived and would have died in the hands of Xiao Zhaohong. It could only be said that it was fate. Lu Xian no longer deliberately suppressed the injuries in his body. Not only did the ordinary injuries begin to break out, but even the sequela of the nether blood curse also began to act up. As he concentrated on healing his injuries, a trace of inner demon in Lu Xian's heart also began to gradually invade. In a trance, Lu Xian seemed to be no longer in the cave, but back to Lin City, before the Wind Sword School's entrance examination had begun. Lu Xian, who was only at the second level of spirit cultivation, was beaten half to death by Long Yang and directly thrown into the wilderness. However, this time, he didn't meet the sword crystal. Naturally, his injuries also didn't recover. Dragging his heavily injured body, Lu Xian missed the entrance examination of the Wind Sword School. His sister Lu Qiong was also kidnapped by Ryuka, and his father Lu Yu was directly killed by Ryuka when he resisted. Scenes kept flashing in front of Lu Xian's eyes. It seemed that all of this was real. Everything that happened in the Wind Sword School, the battle with Su Wenyang, the chance encounter with Zhao Bing'er in the Hengduan mountain range, etc., were all just a dream. Lu Xian, who was in the middle of cultivation, closed his eyes tightly and trembled slightly. Obviously, he was completely immersed in the inner demon. The sword crystal was both Lu Xian's adventure and Lu Xian's inner demon. If there was no sword crystal, everything that Lu Xian saw in the inner demon might all become reality. However, there were no ifs in this world. The sword crystal was Lu Xian's adventure. To be able to get the sword crystal, that was Lu Xian's luck. There were so many warriors in the world, but why was he the only one who got the sword crystal? This was the inexplicable luck. Break for me! Lu Xian shouted silently and forcefully broke free from the inner demon. Thinking back, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He panted heavily. If his will was a little weaker, he might really be immersed in the inner demon and couldn't get out. However, before Lu Xian could rejoice, the inner demon attacked again. Lu Xian was once again pulled into the inner demon. But this time, he didn't go back to the past, but to the future. In a trance, 3 months in the Profound Eye's secret realm passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Xian didn't encounter any more adventures. Xianxia wasn't saved by him. And because he used the nether blood curse, his cultivation kept regressing. His realm was unstable, and he directly fell from the spirit refinement realm to the body refinement realm. His relationship with Zhao Bing'er was also exposed, and the big brother of the Profound Ice Pavilion found out. When he found out that everything he had painstakingly planned was ruined by a little guy like Lu Xian, the big brother of the Profound Ice Pavilion flew into a rage and started to take revenge on Lu Xian. Chen Xiaohan, Lin Sini, Zhang Dongshuang, Xianxia, one by one, died. Even Lu Yu and Lu Qiong, who were in Lin City, were not spared. Seeing his family leave him one by one, Lu Xian was heartbroken. But the big brother of the Profound Ice Pavilion laughed heartily and slashed his sword at Lu Xian. This time, Lu Xian couldn't break free from the inner demon in time. During the personality test of the Wind Sword School's entrance exam, Lu Xian was the weakest in the Tao of emotions. Obviously, the inner demon had grasped this point. The inner demon specialized in attacking a warrior's weakest point. If Lu Xian had really been killed by the big brother of the Xian Ice Pavilion in his heart, then he would probably have died in reality as well. This was the power of the inner demon. If it was light, he would be seriously injured and muddle-headed. If it was heavy, he would die and never exist again. And at this critical moment, the sword crystal in Lu Xian's dantian suddenly moved. Suddenly, a sword essence burst out and directly pierced into the depths of Lu Xian's soul. Under the intense pain, the illusion in front of Lu Xian suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the long sword of the big brother of the Profound Ice Pavilion was less than a foot away from him. Suddenly awakening, Lu Xian opened his eyes and everything in front of him disappeared. Swallowing his saliva, Lu Xian couldn't help but murmur, "This inner demon is so powerful." Thinking of this, Lu Xian couldn't help but look at the sword crystal in his dantian. This time, if it wasn't for the sword crystal's help, he would probably be in trouble again. Ever since he got the sword crystal had saved his life more than once. Suddenly, Lu Xian had an idea. Now that he had broken through to the spirit refinement realm, it seemed like he could try to open the sword crystal again. End of chapter 356. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.